Makati Productions presents a Dominic Grimm story. Rogue Jedi. The Queen's Gambit. 5 years have passed since Jas Dar Bynn was declared a hero by the Jedi Order, and branded a rogue by the very republic he has sworn to serve. Now serving as a Jedi agent on the fringes of civilization, Jas has grown cold and distant, burying his emotions beneath a mask of duty. The Cooper/Halcyon organization thrives under his guidance, but the man who once dreamed of being a Jedi Knight has become a shadow of his former self. On the distant world of Alderaan, an old friend is in desperate need of his help. Vessaria Istillo, the rightful queen of Bantoon, has lived in exile for 7 years. But powerful forces conspire to keep her from her throne, forces willing to kill to maintain the status quo. As the Republic Senate moves to strip Vess of her birthright, Jas must decide whether to remain a silent shadow or to fight for what he once believed in. Chapter 1. 4 Jedi Masters had been assigned to carry out the hearing. Yet, only 2 were actually in attendance. The first, one of the 2 on Hollow, identified himself as Jas Dar Bynn, a tough-looking Jedi Guardian. Jas had never heard of him, but given the reverence the others showed the warrior, it was clear he was already well respected. The second Master was one of the Corellian Jedi, a knight named Ormond Shadowstone. Master Ormond was dark-eyed with shoulder-length black hair, his gaze cool and careful. He watched Jas closely. Jas could almost imagine the man probing outward with the Force, attempting to determine if the young man before him was a threat to his world. Jas would have offered reassurance if he could, but he doubted the man would accept his words at face value. Ormond Shadowstone looked like a man who thought that actions spoke louder than words. The third was a small Jedi with pale white skin and silver hair. At first, Jas had thought her a Padawan of Master Argus. But when he reached out with the Force, he realized that this being was likely stronger than both the Guardian and the Corellian combined. She gave Jas a polite smile, and nodded to him. He returned it, unsure what the alien woman might have meant. She offered no clue to what she thought of all this. The fourth Master, here in hollow form, was a familiar face. One that Jas had not seen in many years. "Master Venari!" he called out with a smile. "Hello, young Jas," the older man replied. Despite entering old age, the Jedi Counselor remained a beacon of the light. The muscles of his arms and chest still showing the tone of a much younger man. "It has been a long time. It is good to see that you are still alive, and that the Force has finally brought you back to us." "Actually," Jas said dryly, "it was the Shadow Monarch that brought me back." The small green Jedi laughed. "Merely doing my duty, I was. Time it was that Jas Dar Bynn returned to the Order." Jas didn't quite frown, but he almost did. He was still not sure if he was truly back among the Order, or if they truly wanted him back. If they were simply going to send him off to hard labor, he would have preferred to have more of a choice in his fate. Sadly, that was not his call. The Masters would have final say. Coop leaned in. He had been quiet on the journey over, but now that he was here, his curiosity was starting to get the better of him. "I take it you know this Venari guy?" he asked. His old friend nodded. "He wanted to be my Jedi Master once. Had I stayed with the Order, I would have been his apprentice. I ended up taking your brother," Venari informed him. His expression thoughtful, guarded. "Sai has been a good student. But I believe that you would have excelled under my tutelage." Master Venari shook his head. "It is a shame that I never got the chance to teach you." Jas shrugged. "My loss is Sai's gain," he said. "I suppose it is," the Master agreed. "Is he with you? Does he know about this hearing?" "He knows, Jas," Venari responded. "We are currently at the temple on Coruscant. He sends his regards, and his gratification at hearing you are well. Please give my brother my regards. Jas responded. It has been far too long since we have seen each other. I will, promised the older man. Yet Jas sensed something that surprised him. He sensed that Venari was not being entirely honest with him. About what, he could not say. He would have thought that Dar Bynn would be at his master's side for this hearing. Jas was his twin after all, his identical twin. Had the situation been reversed, Jas certainly would have wished to be there. He could only speculate why his twin was not here. But in the end, what did it matter? If Jas wanted a brother, all he had to do was look behind him. Coop was here for him. He understood the value of family. Jas was grateful for that. As the highest-ranking master, Brandel Venari called the hearing to order. Jas and Coop introduced themselves, and Master Monar filled the masters in on what he had faced in bringing Jas here. When that was done, Coop gave his testimony, informing the council of what had transpired between him and his clan brother these last 10 years. When that was done, it was Jas' turn. The council demanded answers, and he needed to give them. Jas sighed. He hoped that they were willing to listen. To understand. What he had faced in the past. What he had needed to endure. He took a deep breath, and began. The councilors sat back and listened. As the afternoon drew on, Jas Dar Bynn told his tale. After years of silence, he stood before the masters and told his tale. Clan Nuna, Targose, the Sunset Collective, the attack on the Quad Drive Yards, and anything else he could think of that came in between. He touched a bit on his life on Corellia, and his work with the Coop's Folly crew. He wanted, no, he needed, for the Jedi to understand the reasons why he had chosen to walk the path he had. He had no desire to be taken away from the life he had built for himself these past few months. Even with what had happened with Pirwayanen, he had still not entirely given up hope. That did not mean that he was willing to offer up everything, however. Some things he kept to himself. He told the Jedi nothing about what had occurred between him and Char Valenthyne, and he downplayed his relationship with Pirwayanen and Pella. Not because he was ashamed, but because what he had felt, what he had desired, was his and his alone. He would not expect a Jedi Master to understand the need that had been awakened in him, the desire for a life beyond what the Jedi Code could have her. The light alone could not completely fill a person's needs. At least, that is how he had come to think of it. Plus, what he had had with the two women, what he had experienced with them, it had been deeply intimate and personal. He was not about to share such feelings with strangers, no matter how strong in the Force they might be. Another Jedi might have called that way of thinking selfish, those and the choices he had made. He did not think that the Council would accept his decision to avoid the Jedi Order after his split from Clan Nuna. Some Jedi might consider such a decision to be criminal, and driven strictly by personal desire. But that simply wasn't so. Many of the choices he had made had been out of a desire to help those that he had come to care about. He had endeavored to protect those around him, his people. Gabe Cooper and the rest of their crew was the closest thing to family that Jas had ever known. He had owed it to them to use his powers to keep them safe. He made no apologies for that. The Jedi let him talk. They seemed content to sit back and let him speak. When they did have questions, he did his best to answer. Jas still hoped to win them over, or at least, come to accept his answers. They seemed intent on listening. At least he hoped that they were listening. He was grateful to see that the full council had not been convened on this matter. He feared he might not have had the will to stand up to all 12 of the High Masters had he been forced to face them alone. Venari still served on the council, he figured. He was not sure about Augustin, but it was likely that both men served in the highest level of the Jedi Order. Yours is an interesting tale to be sure, young Jas, Master Brandel Venari had said at one point. That is one way to put it, Master. He agreed. I do hope that I can make you understand my reasons for staying away all this time, and accept that the choices I made were for the best, both for me and the Order. That remains to be seen, young one. Venari responded. The facts in this case appear to be quite clear. You have continued your studies in the Force without guidance, causing harm to others by those actions and choices. Venari's expression was grim. It is most unwise to walk the path to power without guidance. Far too many students have lost their way when making such an attempt. And in their failing, suffering has come to all around them. Jas did not know how to respond to that. It was clearly a rebuke, but one disguised as a generalization. It did set the tone for how the master saw him, however. It was a tone that Jas did not entirely like. "I only did what I deemed necessary, master. I did not seek out power simply for power's sake." "So you say," Augustin chimed in. "Yet you have admitted that you have heard the call of the darkness?" "I have, master," Jas said, bowing his head. "I'm ashamed to admit it, but I was tempted." "Yet resisted temptation," he did, Mandar said. "No fool this young man is. Tempted by the easy path is not the same as giving into it, yes." Jas almost laughed. When he had first met Mandar, he never would have thought that the little shadow would be the one to serve as his advocate during this hearing. The irony was not lost on him. "Wisely said, Mandar," the alien Jedi said with a soft smile, her voice more musical than most. The green-skinned shadow smiled. "Thank you, Master Vey," he said, bowing his head. "Always welcome your praises." Jas looked at the alien with new eyes. "By the Force. Veilo?" he said. You're Veilo?" "I am," the woman said. "I take it you have heard of me?" "History has heard of you, master," Jas replied. He shook his head. He still couldn't believe it. Veilo was here. When he was a youngling, he had heard something. There were legends in the Jedi Order, and then, there was Veilo. Master Vey was rumored to be the oldest living Jedi. She had been the Padawan learner to the legendary Odiner, the Jedi Master that had founded the great library world of Ossus. It was said she was 1,000 years old, maybe more. She had fought in the War of Exarchun as well as the war against Darth Revan. She had survived the Jedi massacre on the Miraluka world of Qatar, and after nearly a decade in isolation, been returned to the Order by another Jedi legend, the bounty hunter turned Jedi Knight known only as Mira. Jas had heard of her, but had never met her until this moment. He had expected some ancient-looking shriveled thing. But Vey was anything but. She could have passed for a human teenager. All she would have had to do was hide her short pointed ears. She isn't ancient, he realized. She was timeless. And now, she was here, helping preside over his case. He wondered what had prompted that. Vey was supposed to have lived like a hermit, and had done so for years. She could have served on the High Council but chose to let younger masters have that spot. It was rumored that she thought that her long life had made her out of touch on certain matters, preferring to let those who grew up in the current world take the lead, with her offering advice only when needed. An interesting view of the world, one that Jas had to respect. The questions continued, mostly from Masters Argus and Venari. They kept her own counsel, commenting only when she wished a clarification on this matter or that. Master Ormond of the Corellians said nothing at all. Jas caught his gaze a few times, but the green-robed Jedi said nothing. He could only guess what that meant. Jas tried to maintain his composure during the whole affair, to appear serene and focused on the job at hand. Though he feared that it would not matter. Despite anything he could say, he would likely still be considered just another rogue Force user. Jas just hoped that the Masters had not already made up their minds about him. Perhaps this was all a mistake. If they had already decided on a course of action, then everything he was saying did not matter. He tried not to think about that. He still wanted to believe in the Jedi Order, in their sense of justice and conscience. He needed to believe that. "I still can't believe you allowed this to happen," Master Ormond said, addressing Mandar. "Despite your mandate, you allowed a dangerous Force user to slip through your fingers." Mandar huffed, and turned his head to the Corellian. "Jas Dar Bynn is here, is he not?" "Slip through my fingers he did not. I'm not referring to this man," Ormond responded. "He, at least, seems to have control over his powers. I'm referring to the renegade Padawan you let escape." The Corellian's eyes narrowed. "You didn't even try to take this Myrax fallen star into custody. You did not even deem it wise to inform me and mine of her presence. A killer with such undisciplined Force powers has no place here on Corellia." Mandar's gaze turned cold. He clearly did not like being accused of not doing his job. "Troubled fallen star is, that I will not deny. Yet, still in possession of her moral code, she is. Saved the kidnapped girl, she did. Aided Jas Dar Bynn, she did." Jas frowned. She had also tried to kill him for the bounty. He had not forgotten that. Fallen Star may have had a moral code, but it was twisted. The pain of losing her master had changed her. Jas could not blame the Corellian for being a little bit annoyed with the shadow. Fallen Star was unpredictable. Dangerous. Perhaps it would have been better had she been arrested, or killed. Pursue Fallen Star I will. Mandar promised. Offer to help her I shall. And when she refuses? Shadowstone asked. What happens when she starts blaming the Order for all her troubles? What happens if she starts taking out bounties on Jedi? The thought of a Force-sensitive Jedi Slayer on the loose does little to inspire trust in those of you that live outside of the Corellian system. That is not fair, Master Ormond, they said to her colleague. Fallen Star isn't the first Jedi to have drifted from the path. She needs our understanding and guidance, not our scorn and fear. Mandar sighed. Deeply troubled Fallen Star is. Not lost to the darkness is she, not yet. Blames herself for what happened to her master, she does. Needs our compassion, she does. Help her we can. Masters, Venari called out. May we please return to the matter at hand. Fallen Star is a future problem. Jas Dar Bynn, however, is here now. We must reach a decision on this matter. An easy enough choice, Master Argus said. Jas Dar Bynn has clearly used his powers for personal gain. His lightsaber should be taken, and he should go to the Labor Corps. There we can watch him, and make sure that he remains committed to the light. Jas tried not to tense up. He knew that sentence was a possibility. Still, it was a lot better than being locked up. At least this way he would remain a force for good in the galaxy. Forgive me, Masters, Coop said, stepping forward. I understand your concern, but my first officer has done little to warrant such punishment. Co-op, Jas said. You're going to have to let this go. I don't give up that easily, he answered. His eyes once again turned to the Masters. You have all heard what Jas here did on Quat, how he tried to save lives, even though he knew it would likely be him that got the blame. Then again on Bantoon, he risked his life for the Queen and her protector. He convinced us to help him get them to safety, which we did. Were you convinced or compelled, Captain Cooper? Venari asked. Coop gave the Jedi a cool look. Jas didn't need to compel me. He is my friend, and my brother. And he is a valuable member of my crew. Coop sighed. If you must take his sword, fine. But let him remain where he is. We can watch him for you. Prevent him from going off course. You have my word as both his captain and his friend, we will watch over him. He will not be a threat to you. You have my word. Venari sniffed arrogantly. I'm not sure letting Jas Dar Bynn remain with smugglers is a good idea. The violence of such a life may turn him into something dangerous. He has resisted temptation so far, Master Ormond said. Jas was surprised that the man would speak up for him. He had not said much during this whole hearing. If he decided to stay here on Corellia, my people could help him. Train him, the Corellian promised. He has already shown a willingness to help Corellia. Why should he not be allowed to do so? And in doing so, you gain a potentially powerful new member, Venari said, shaking his head. Your ambition is showing again. The Corellian glared at the senior Jedi, but did not let himself get baited into an argument. He was too smart for that. I may not know the man, but I know the potential the boy possessed, Venari said, meeting Jas' even gaze. If he is allowed to continue his studies, he is only going to grow more and more powerful. He will still continue to be tempted by the dark side of the Force. And if we let him go now, we might just be creating a deadly new enemy. I believe you are selling him short, Master Venari, Veilo said. She gave Jas a warm smile. You say that you are worried about what he will become. You see only a threat, while I see an opportunity. They gave Jas an appraising look. He reminds me a bit of Zane. And that is not a bad thing. Zane Carrick was a product of a different time, Master Argus reminded her. We cannot say if Jas Dar Bynn has that same potential. Coop leaned over towards Jas again. Who is Zane Carrick? He asked. Jas sighed. A hero who lived some 300 years ago, his friend answered. He found himself cast out of the Order, forced to live on the fringes of society. It should have broken him, but it didn't. He ended up helping stop a Sith Lord. The Dark One had planned to take control of not just the Sith, but the Jedi as well. Jas shook his head. Yes, he had heard of Zane Carrick. He just never saw much of himself in such a man. Zane had been a hero. He had fought beside the Order, even after they had cast him out. Carrick had been a hero. Jas was, well, just Jas. He was no one special. An interesting point Vay makes, yes, Mandar said. Felt the changes in the galaxy. I have. Felt it, I'm sure you all have. The shadow sighed. His long ears dipped slightly. Changing, the galaxy is. Sense it, we all do. Something moving in the shadows there is. Remains hidden, it does. Elusive. Not show itself, it will. Yet it is there. They added, once again her timeless eyes falling on Jas. We have lost something, my friends. They continued. The ability to move silently. To walk in places that a Jedi is not expected to. We are too sure of ourselves at times, and that can be dangerous. The Republic is stronger than it has ever been, Argus reminded her. Surely we would sense any danger before it surfaced. I wish to believe that, Master Argus. I truly do. But experience has taught me something else. I was there when the dark side sorcerers known as the Kroth threatened the galaxy. I was there when Ulic Queldroma decided to leave our side and attempt to take them down from the inside. They shook her head. We had no idea what he would become. We had no idea that Voto Bas Padawan, Exarchuan, was walking in shadows, exploring the mysteries of the Sith, and growing stronger in his arrogance, anger, and hate. The little Jedi shivered. The next time that either stood before the rest of the Order was after both men had declared themselves Dark Lords of the Sith. Exarchuan murdered my master, and inspired so many other Padawans to do the same, to recreate the so-called Golden Age of the Sith. The Sith are gone, Venari reminded her. They died with Revan and Malak, and the few Dark Lords that tried to hold on after the destruction of the Starforge. They pinned Venari with a hard look. Her gaze as cold as Durasteel. Do not underestimate the power of the dark side. Exar and Ulic thought themselves strong enough to resist, and they failed. I'm sure Revan and Malak thought the same, and look what became of them. Jas was not sure what to make of this conversation, the turn his hearing had taken. Was Vey saying he was a threat, or that he could help them find and stop a threat? Aren't you making our case as to why this man should be bound, Master Vey? Master Argus asked. If he is out on the fringes, he could fall. He could walk in places that we cannot, she replied. I'm not asking that we make Jas Dar Bynn a full Jedi Knight. I'm asking that we trust him. That we ask him to be our eyes and ears in places that we cannot tread. Yes, Mondar said, nodding. Move more freely than us, young Jas can. Talk with people that will not hear our words, he could. So you want him to serve as a spy? Venari said. I want him to continue to be a smuggler, as he has already proven that he can be, she said. Take this business with this Sunset Collective. Their agents would hide from a Jedi, but a smuggler might be able to learn more about their comings and goings. Jas stepped forward. I have left several anonymous tips over the years, Master. The few times that I did hear of the Collective's movements, I tried to let the Order know. Vey nodded. A soft smile on her face. You see, the young man already understands the duties I would ask of him. But now I must ask you, Jas Dar Bynn. Would you be willing to help us? Jas was surprised, to say the least. It seemed that Vey and Mondar had a very specific idea about his future. Perhaps they had even discussed this before the hearing. They smiled warmly at him. And in that moment, the Force revealed something to Jas, something he knew with a certainty. It was her. He realized. She was the Jedi Master that sensed his presence here on Corellia. It was she that had drawn Mondar here. If young Jas is willing, she continued, I would see him offered the same status that the High Council offered Zane Carrick all those years ago. If he is willing, I would like that he serve as an acolyte of the Jedi Order. I would ask that he watch for us, and report anything strange that he might find in his travels. A risky move, Master Vey, Venari said. Ulic Queldroma tried something similar, and he fell. I'm not asking that Jas Dar Bynn try to infiltrate the Sunset Collective. I ask only that he watch, listen, and report. He continues to live his life, and serve his friends as he always has. But now, he has a greater purpose as well. He can keep us informed of what is going on in the fringes. He might even help us stop a problem before it becomes too large for this Order to manage. Take a closer look at this Sunset Collective, the Shadows will. Mondar promised. This former Jedi, the one calls herself the Hand of the Faith, should be investigated if nothing else. I'm still not convinced, Master Argus said. I don't like the thought of sending off someone with such potential to wander the path of the Force alone. Jas will be tempted out on the fringes. He could still lose his way without guidance. Then we assign him a master. Ormond Shadowstone advised. Someone to offer advice when needed, and provide additional training where it is required. Venari nodded. It is possible, he murmured. He turned to Jas Dar Bynn. Are you willing to accept this charge, Jas? It would allow you to remain where you are. To remain with your crew. Jas blinked. He couldn't believe it. He had come in here with little hope. But now the Jedi were offering him a lifeline, a chance to return to his life. Yet they will still have a leash on you. The cynical part of his mind reminded him. You will be their agent, bound to the will of whatever master they assign you. That was true. But at the same time, I'm willing, masters, he said. I will take up this calling if you allow it. They smiled. It is decided then, she said, sounding very pleased. We still need to assign him a master, Augustin said. Who would choose to take over such an unusual assignment? Willing to do so, I am, Mandar said. Study Jas Dar Bynn I have. Offer both insight and training I could. I'm sure you would do famously, old friend, they said. But I'm afraid that you are needed more as a shadow. If the darkness is moving again, we will need the shadows to prepare for when it finally decides to show itself. The ancient young Jedi shrugged. I made the suggestion. I should take up the calling. She smiled at Jas again. I take Jas Dar Bynn as my student, and will serve as his master and advisor for the duration of his mission. The ancient Jedi's words shocked her fellows. You, Vey? Argus said. You have not taken a Padawan in decades. Venari added. The time has come again, Vey Ilo said jovially. I'm sure that no one here doubts my ability to carry out this task. She turned to her new student. Do you accept me as your teacher? Will you allow me to guide you on this journey? Again, Jas was almost speechless. To learn at Vey Ilo's feet, to study from one of the most legendary Jedi, to still draw breath. I would be honored, master, he said. I'm willing to learn, if you will teach me. Then this matter is closed, then, Master Venari said, clasping his hands. Jas Dar Bynn will serve as an acolyte of the Jedi Order, and Vey Ilo will serve as his guide and master. He turned to Co-op. Captain Cooper, your first officer will need a means to stay in contact with the Order. And you can expect him to leave your service from time to time, to report his findings to the Council. I think that I can arrange something, Jas' friend said with a nod. Though there is another matter that needs to be discussed before we all go our separate ways. Namely, the bounty placed on Jas' head for the quad attack. Hunters found us once. They might do so again. Understood, Captain? Master Argus said. We shall speak to the Quadi, convince them to pull the bounty on the Jedi that was seen during the KDY attack. Inform the Quadi we will that handled, the matter has been. Manar offered. The one that they seek, gone he is. Thank you, masters, Jas said with a bow. Thank you for your understanding. They bowed her head respectfully. The Force moves in mysterious ways, my student. I do not know why that you were meant to be apart from us for so long. But perhaps it is the will of the Force that you find your way back into our service. Perhaps we can learn as much from you as you can from us. Let it be so, Master Venari said. He looked at Jas. I will inform your brother of your new status. You should expect some form of contact from him in the future, I'm sure. For now, I wish you good fortune in your mission, and wish you well in your training. May the Force be with you. And with you, Master Venari, Jas said, bowing again. Meeting adjourned, Augustin said. Both he and Master Venari vanished. Their holograms faded from the chairs, leaving only Vey and Ormond Shadowstone behind. The Corellian was the first to rise. He walked up to Jas and put a friendly hand on his shoulder. You should consider stopping by our temple. You will find that our branch of the Order is not as restrictive as our friends on Coruscant. I will try, Jas promised as the master left the chamber. That left only Vey, Manar, Coop, and Jas behind. The shadow smiled up at Jas. Trust Vey, you can. Long has she studied our way, and understands that not everything can be summed up by the dogma of our order. Plus I like a challenge, she said to her newest student. And I suspect, my young friend, that your training will not be as straightforward as others. To say the least, my master, Jas said. Coop came up behind him and gave his shoulders a friendly squeeze. So we won, he said. The Jedi will take care of the Quadi, and we're free to go about our business. And Jas is now free to continue his training. They added. It is not often a person can find the best of two worlds. But in this, I think it is possible. Jas nodded. Though, he was not entirely sure. The council would still be watching him closely. He would not be nearly as free as he had been. Plus, he suspected that his days of looking for a life beyond the Order were done. The Jedi would not accept his search. He sighed. It was good that he and Pryn had ended. He would likely have needed to end it himself. Once again, Jas Dar Bynn belonged to the Jedi. He should have been happy. Had this happened before Pryn, or even before Val, he would have been more than happy. But now. He took a deep breath, and began to put aside his needs and desires. They would not serve him well in his role as a Jedi acolyte, or as a member of the Coup's Folly crew. He no longer had time to worry about love and other such nonsense. The Jedi had given him a mission. They had offered leniency because he was useful. And he had a duty. He would need to focus on that from now on. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is only the Force. The code of the Jedi, that was his way now. Perhaps it always had been. He had been an idealistic fool to think otherwise. Jas pushed his emotions back, prepared for his new life. He let go of the idea of a normal life. He was a Jedi. The time had come to act like it. He had his duty. That is what mattered. His duty, and the Force. Chapter 2. The lizard men of Falleen had a saying. Cold was better. It was an idea that Jas Dar Bynn had come to embrace in the last 5 years. It had been his emotions that had led to trouble, that had brought him nothing but pain and loss. Now, he had dealt with that problem. Accepted the serenity and peace of the Jedi. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no passion, there is serenity. Words to live by. Words that he had chosen to live by. He brought his tiny shuttle out of hyperspace, returning once again to PB-4416, the forest moon that had become the base of operations for the Cooper/Halcyon organization. He transmitted his clearance code, and awaited the response from the ground team. He sighed. Wake up down there, already. He thought with a frown. I'm going to be late. He would need to speak with the ground team, let them know that such sloth was not acceptable. The organization needed to remain light on their feet. He would consider replacing those that did not shape up. There were always eager men and women looking to move up, and no one was irreplaceable. Once he would have balked at such an idea, given the people down there another chance. Now he knew better. It was easy when one evaluated the situation with the ice-cold eye of serenity and peace. The organization, like the Jedi, required someone with no attachments to remain strong. Jas Dar Bynn had been a fool to have ever doubted that. He brought the ship down through the atmosphere, checking his dress robes one last time. He didn't like changing in the cramped shuttle, but there was no reason to panic the new associates by turning up in Jedi garb. Order had to be maintained. And that was what Jas had come to bring to the group in the last 5 years. Order. The situation with Pryn had taught him a valuable lesson. The Force was too strong an influence on a Jedi's life. He had been foolish to believe that he had ever had a chance at a normal life. A wife, children, a stable home, these were attachments that only caused him more pain. So he had let go of such wants, focused on his training and the needs of the Cooper/Halcyon group. He remained Coop's right hand and helped oversee their rise, while at the same time continued his duties as a Jedi agent, seeking out those that were a problem for the Order. He redirected those that he could, but was not above reporting major problems to Coruscant. The Jedi had won several victories because of him in the last 5 years, and rivals to the organization had been neutralized. It was an agreeable arrangement for all. When the ship finally touched down, he rushed through the final checklist, finishing 12 minutes worth of work in 6. He did not have time to waste. He was already behind schedule, and on the verge of being late. He could not afford that, not today. He had promised Randa, and he always endeavored to keep his promises. He drew on the Force and rushed past the ground team, a black blur that no one noticed. It was rare that he used his Jedi abilities here. Normally he preferred to keep his 2 lives separate. But today was not an ordinary day. This was a major event for the organization, another big step. 8 of the 12 smaller organizations that had operated close to them for years were here, ready to sign on. This day needed to go without a hitch. As he rushed, he placed his earpiece in, the one that gave him a direct link to base communications and security. Coop would be busy today, and would likely need his friend to keep an eye on things, make sure that no messes sprang up. Jas was more than capable of doing that. He had carried out such duties with ease. Coop knew he could depend on his clan brother to keep the world rotating. Although, he was not entirely happy with Jas' choices in the last few years, at least where his personal life was concerned. The changes that Jas had gone through had not passed unnoticed. Coop was not sure that he agreed with them. "You have changed, buddy," he had said one night. "And not necessarily for the better." "Have I failed the group in any way?" Jas had asked. "We've become more profitable than ever since moving here. I thought you would be pleased with that." "Oh, I'm pleased. Your work as my second has been great. You're a boon to the organization." Jas' eyes narrowed. "But," Coop gave him a sad smile, "but the organization is the only thing you have now. It's not healthy. Work is all well and good, but what about your life, Jas? What are you doing to benefit you?" He had shrugged. A curious question. "It is not like we have not been busy," he reminded his captain and friend. "Between that, and my work with the Order, there has been little time for anything else." Coop sighed. "I'm willing to grant that. But at the same time, you are not the same guy you used to be. You avoid associating with the rest of the crew, except when your duty calls for it. You never speak unless it is to give an order or a rebuke. Those of us that have known you for a long time have seen that change, and it has been getting more and more noticeable. I'm not sure if it is the job or the Jedi stuff that the little lady you call Master is teaching you, but I barely recognize you anymore. I'm concerned, that is all." "Your concern is unnecessary," Jas said with a respectful bow. "I've merely embraced the serenity of the Jedi. Emotions can be dangerous for one such as me, just as they are in our group. My training allows me to do my duty without it. And I'm sure you cannot doubt the results, our prophets show it." "Yeah, I'm sure they do," Coop said, still sounding unconvinced. He walked up to his friend and gave his shoulder a friendly squeeze. "Personally though, I miss the passionate do-gooder that was always making issues where there weren't any." Coop laughed. "You got us into trouble. But it was usually for the right reasons." Jas frowned. "There is no passion, there is serenity. We were lucky," he said flatly. "What I'm doing now is safer. More certain. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say." Through his earpiece, Jas listened to the sea of reports coming in from the guards and the rest of the staff. The gathering today had the whole base in an uproar. It would take all his skills to keep things on track. But first, he had one small duty to perform, a necessary one. He checked the chrono on the wall. He had just made it. The Force had paid off again. He might have smiled, but it was unnecessary. Smiles were just tools now, something to put others at ease. He had no time for them personally. There is no emotion, there is peace. He made his way to the executive quarters, the one reserved for the higher-ups in the organization. He came to a large, fishy wood door and knocked. "Randa?" he called out. "It is time." Can you come in for a moment, Jas?" she called back. I'd like to talk to you. He sighed. Damn it. He thought with a hint of irritation. What now? He opened the door. Randa Halcyon stood before the mirror in the quarters she shared with Coop, clad in a fine silken white gown. The red-haired mechanic had tears in her eyes. He did not sense sadness, but a mix of emotions, both positive and negative. Are you okay? He asked. Not getting cold feet, are you? No, she said shyly. I just wanted to let you know that I'm grateful for this. For what you are doing today. It is no problem, Jas said with a polite bow. Once he would have said more, tried to put the girl at ease. But he no longer saw the point. She was not going back out. Not with so much riding on this. Randa was a smart woman, and knew the importance of symbols in the organization. The final binding of the Cooper/Halcyon group was a major step forward. Especially after all the chaos in the underworld these past few months. Many smugglers were looking for strong leadership and direction. Direction that was surely needed after Boss Gaynor Tintas had died. Coop and Randa could supply that direction, provided they showed that they were capable of handling it. He offered the girl his hand. She took it, and he led her out into the hall. Techs and guards made way. They also understood the importance of this day. Randa looked up at him. He could sense concern, despite the jitters she was feeling. Are you okay? She asked. You seem distant. Jas smiled, just to reassure her. Vey and I were out hunting for the Sunset Collective, he informed her. We arrived too late. The leaders of the group had been where we were searching, but we missed them by several days. Their followers managed to destroy a food production center, another suicide run. No survivors to be questioned. Oh, Jas, I'm sorry, she said. Those deaths were unfortunate. He agreed. But the security droids seemed hopeful that we might find some evidence of the collective's next move. We found their abandoned base. Master Vey promised to contact me when she learns more. Randa frowned. So it was just unfortunate then? It was just another missed opportunity to catch up with your old enemies? What else can I say? He replied with a shrug. We got there too late. Randa made a face. She clearly didn't like his answer. Jas did not know what to tell her. What about the people, Jas? The families that lost loved ones in that attack? Don't you care about them? Of course I care, he responded. The only way those people are going to find justice is when the first speaker and hand of the faith of the Sunset Collective are dragged before the courts in chains. That is the Jedi talking, Randa said. I want to speak with Jas Dar Bynn for a moment. He frowned. He got the feeling that Randa's request to have him walk her down the aisle today was not motivated entirely by her wish to have a friend close. Clearly, Randa had another agenda. Coop put you up to this, didn't he? He asked me to speak to you, yeah? He is worried about you. She smiled, a smile that quickly died when he raised his hand to his ear. She realized that he was listening to the security feed. Can you please take that thing out? Someone has to keep an eye on things. The group is not going to fall apart because you stopped listening to reports for 5 minutes. Gillespie is more than able to handle things while the ceremony is going on. Jas did not deny that. Jonas Gillespie was a recent addition to the crew. He had run a group of 2 ships before Tintas had fallen apart. He was one of the first of the old group to sign on with Co-op. He was capable. Jas didn't deny that. But at the same time, Jas preferred to remain hands-on while he was here. He might pick up on something that Gillespie might miss. Especially with so many strangers in the base for the wedding. The young bride shook her head. I was hoping that you would take advantage of this day. I want you to try and enjoy yourself. You should speak with the people we have working here now. They're good folks. Your presence has not gone unnoticed. She smiled. Several of the young ladies here have asked about you. You might find one of them agreeable if you tried. Jas frowned. No thanks. He had learned that lesson. Only a fool repeated the same mistake and expected the same result. He had no chance at a normal life. The Force wouldn't allow it. It had offered him no comfort except for duty after he and Pryn had broken up. No. He thought. He had accepted long ago that there was no hope for him. No chance at him having more than what he had now. And to the point, he knew that he should not want more than what was offered. Such ambition could lead to the darkness. He didn't wish to trouble Randa with that outlook, not today. She was not a Jedi and would not understand. So, he smiled for her benefit. I've been far too unlucky in love, he replied. I would not risk hurting anyone else because of my inadequacies. Randa gave his arm a gentle squeeze. You shouldn't give up, she advised. So, you and Piryn didn't work out. That is no reason to abandon any chance of finding happiness. Who knows, a girl is likely out there right now, waiting for you to come into her life. He pursed his lips. If that was so, he felt sorry for that girl. All he could have her was sadness and pain. No. He had made up his mind, realizing the truth years ago. He would not put anyone else through what Piryn had gone through. That part of his life was over. It was done. He led Randa into the base's central chamber. The guests had all been assembled here to bear witness to the ceremony. A priest had come in from Hillard, the only settlement on the planet. Coop smiled as his best friend and his bride entered the chamber. Jas felt the surge of nervous love from the girl on his arm. He smiled. Sure you don't wish to back out? He asked dryly. You can take my ship. This is your last chance. She giggled nervously. Too late now, she said. I'm afraid he is stuck with me. Coop beamed as Jas handed the girl off to him, a husband taking his new wife into his arms. Jas took his place beside Tessa Calican and Shusk on the dais. He listened as the priest began the rites of marriage. Jas smiled. It had been a long time coming, this marriage. But he thought it would be worth it. His two friends deserved to find a bit of happiness. It is something that I will never have, he realized, feeling a surge of bitterness. But those emotions passed quickly. He took a deep breath, and let them flow out with it. There is no emotion, there is peace. The wedding of Coop and Randa was a party of some magnificence. Representatives from both the underworld and Jas and Randa's more legitimate concerns had shown up to offer their well wishes to the happy couple. Jas Dar Bynn moved among them, still listening into his earpiece, keeping watch on things both with his own eyes and the Force. He didn't expect any trouble here, but it was wise not to be careless. The surviving members of the Tintas group were still fighting over their dead master's scraps. Any one of them might have decided to take a shot at Coop, just to try to appear bigger in the eyes of their followers. Security was pretty tight here, though, Jas noticed. Burr had done a good job. The various smuggler captains that had been invited nodded to Jas as he passed by, recognizing his role within the organization, and what it meant for their continued safety. Of their legitimate concerns, Jas saw only underlings among the well-wishers. The people that Coop worked directly with could not afford to be seen at such a gathering. It might give certain officials the impression that they were up to no good. Jas and Coop both understood that. It would not do for a Republic senator to be seen here, even though he did count on the organization to feed certain interests. The various pages and secretaries had offered their employers well wishes, and got to enjoy the food and music offered by their host and his new bride. Jas paused as he listened to a report about a packing crate being found unsecured. He did not stop listening until security cleared it of anything suspicious. He sighed with relief. He would need to speak with the unloaders in that section, inform them that leaving unsecured cargo was not acceptable. There was enough risk in their lives without courting more. The flux of violence running through the smuggler community right now was unpredictable. It was best to stay on top of things. Jas made his way over to the bar. A familiar presence had caught his attention. He was a bit surprised that she would show up here, but perhaps he should not have been. The woman was a bad credit. She always turned up. Hello, Fallen Star, he said coolly. Enjoying the festivities? Myrax's Fallen Star turned, her wide, eager smile beaming across her face. Unlike most of the other guests, she had not dressed up for the occasion. She still wore her leather coat, long red skirt, her blonde hair still ruthlessly hacked. Well, what do we have here? She purred as her eyes ran down his body. She smiled lasciviously. Don't you clean up nice? Jas did his best not to hide his disapproval. He could smell the cheap lum on the girl, her emotions raging just below the surface. It was most disappointing how far she had fallen, pun intended. This girl had once been on track to be a fine Jedi. Now, she was this. The Padawan turned bounty hunter tottered unsteadily on her feet. It was clear that she was drunk, and did not really care. It seems that you are enjoying yourself, he said. I do that wherever I go, she said. Far better than simply waiting for the council to tell me what to do. Jas did not comment on that. Fallen Star might have known about his mission or guessed. She was quite clever, when she was not pickling herself with cheap booze. He managed a cold smile. Perhaps you would like to lay down somewhere? He offered. I can see you to one of the guest quarters. She smirked. She adjusted the way she was standing, revealing one long and shapely leg. How forward of you, she said. And here I thought you didn't like me. And now you are offering to take me to bed. If she thought to make him uncomfortable, she was more foolish than he thought. He sneered at her. Merely trying to keep you from embarrassing yourself, and the order to which we both belong. If she was angry or insulted, she didn't show it. She laughed. Wow, she said. The order certainly sunk their hooks deep into you. You are even starting to sound like one of them, the dear masters who advise us so well. She sneered. My master was like that too. Right up until she was killed by the very same people we had been sent to protect. She leaned in closer to him. He felt her warm breath in his ear. They aren't worth it, she whispered. Take my word for it. He didn't dignify that with an answer. He knew who and what he was. He didn't need some drunken failure to shake his commitment now. Fallen Star tried to totter away on her unsteady feet, and nearly tripped. Jas caught her and guided her out of the room. Nope. He would not be leaving her to pass out on the floor, or to make a scene. Off to one of the guest rooms with her. He didn't bother to look at Coop and Randa as he passed by. They would guess what he was doing, and they certainly knew how he felt. He had not been pleased when he heard they had reached out to this woman. Not only because she had been part of the group that had hurt Pryn, but because of what she had represented, and what he expected his old friends had used her for. He couldn't prove anything, but he had strong suspicions. About a year ago, Randa's father had passed away. The man had long suffered from an ailment after being exposed to a coolant leak aboard an old tramp freighter. Randa had spent much of the previous 2 years caring for him, making sure that his businesses continued to run. She and Coop might have married years ago if not for Randa's need to see to her father. After his passing, things had gotten worse. There had been an explosion at the Halcyon garage on Ord Mantell. Randa would have been there when it happened, had she not been seeking comfort from Coop at the time. The garage had been a total loss. 12 of Randa's people had been killed. Coop had his friends in high places investigate, and they had turned up bomb residue. It was not hard to guess who might have been behind such an attack. Gaynor Tintas had held an extreme dislike for Randa and Coop since the whole Bantoon thing. They suspected he was behind it, and evidence seemed to point that way as well. Jas had not been there. He had been off training with Vey. So he had not been able to advise his 2 friends, or talk them out of what had happened next. Shortly after the explosion, Boss Tintas had turned up dead. He had been eating at a local cantina when it had happened. The chieftain had choked on his game bird, and died. The medical droids had tried to save him, but they had arrived too late. An examination of the body showed the man's airways were clear. Immediately talk of poison had begun to spread. Most of the blame fell on one of the local huts. Tinta's lieutenants could not imagine anyone else would have the guts to strike at their boss directly. Jas had learned later that Fallen Star was on Ord Mantell around the time of Tinta's death. He could prove nothing, but the girl had been there. And in the immediate aftermath of the man's death, she had begun to stay at the base full-time. Jas had not wanted to believe that his 2 friends might have had a hand in the man's death. But he was too much of a realist to discount it. He had been disappointed with them both. Had Tintas tried to have Randa killed? Maybe. If so, they should have come to him. He could have gotten the Jedi to look into the matter. Tintas could have been brought before the courts. There was no reason to have Fallen Star intervene, if she even had. It was only a suspicion, of course. But it had caused some distance between the 2 clan brothers, and led Jas to becoming colder towards him. He had been disappointed in Co-op. He thought that his friend knew better. Jas helped the drunken bounty hunter to one of the guest quarters. She murmured to herself as he did, nonsense really. Though he thought she might be speaking about her master, and what had happened to her years ago. Jas pitied the girl. What she might have become had her master not been lost. Had she decided to return to the Order instead of running off on her own. It was sad. He led her into the room. It was dark, but that was no problem. He maneuvered her to the bed. She giggled, and wrapped her arms around him. One long leg hooked his. "Just accept it," she slurred, smiling up at him. "You want me?" Jas shook his head. "What I want is to be out of here," he said coldly, disentangling her arms and legs. She fell, giggling, onto the bed. Jas shook his head as he took off her boots, trying to make her more comfortable. He went to put her bare feet up on the bed when she started to snore, loudly. He sighed. Poor creature, he thought. If only the force had been kinder. He left without another word. There was no need. He feared that there was no helping her, and that she was lost forever. It was most disappointing. She had had so much potential. He could have returned to the wedding, but thought against it. His encounter with Fallen Star had left a bad taste in his mouth. He wanted to return to his quarters, meditate, and put this day behind him. He had done what was expected. Now he wanted to clear his head. He had not gone 2 steps when his earpiece crackled. Someone was trying to reach him on his private channel. He sighed. His work was truly never done. "Yes," he said. "Jas, it is Figgy. Can you come up to comms, please?" "Problem?" he asked. "Not sure. Can you come up here, please?" "On my way." He sighed, trying very hard not to feel annoyed. If it was not one thing, it was another. Coop and Randa's worries. Falenstar's presence. Now Figgy was being all mysterious. It took all of his Jedi calm to remain in control, to remain focused and serene. Cold was better. He let that be his mantra as he made his way back through the facility, towards the calm room. Cold was better. He made his way past several technicians. Figgy was at the main console, one of the few of their original crew not at the wedding. But that did not mean that he had not contributed. The band playing here were his relations, his brothers. It was a thoughtful gift. Even more so because the Bith were actually talented. It had been a decent wedding gift. "What is it?" Jas asked. "What have we got?" "We have a small one-person craft in orbit," Figgy informed him. "It has been overhead now for the last 6 hours. Jas frowned. 6 hours? Yes. And you didn't think to tell anyone? It wasn't broadcasting any signals, and it is too small to be a threat. Scans suggest it is a long-range scout craft." Jas glared at his friend. "And I repeat," he said. "You didn't think to tell anyone." The Bith hissed, a sound of annoyance. "I thought it was just another smuggler craft. And it was not like it could see the base from orbit. The trees here block any visuals, and the moon's magnetic field makes scanning damn near impossible." Jas shook his head. That was all true. Still. Damn it, Figgy. You should have told somebody. If the ship was a scout, a larger vessel might be on its way. They would need to start the evacuation of the base. It would ruin the wedding, but at least the guests would be safe. Jas sighed and reached out with the force. He tried to touch the ship overhead, get an idea of the threat it posed. He paused. He sensed the pilot, a single humanoid. And more importantly, the pilot sensed him. He knew who it was. It was a presence he had not felt in years. Jas' eyes narrowed. Great, he thought. Another annoyance today. Hail that vessel, he ordered Figgy. Open a channel. No scrambler. You sure? The Bith asked. They may not know we're here. They know, Jas thought. In fact, they have been waiting for me to respond. He shook his head. Damn it. Channel open, Figgy said, pressing a button on the console. Jas picked up the mic. This is Jas Dar Bynn to unidentified Republic vessel. We have you on sensors, and are not willing to ignore you anymore. Don't be shy up there, brother. Say hello? The comm crackled. Hello, Jas. A very familiar voice responded. I wondered how long it would be until you realized I was here. Jas Dar Bynn shook his head. There was no reason to wait, he said. If you have something to discuss, you could have contacted me directly through Master Veilo. Sadly, this is not Jedi business. Not directly anyway. I have a proposition to bring to your employer, brother. May I have clearance to land? Jas was about to deny it. He had no desire to fulfill his fellow Jedi's desire to make an entrance, or to disturb their guests. I'm sending you landing coordinates. You will proceed to the settlement of Hillard, and I will meet you there. Is that really necessary? I know your base is down there. I can sense it in the Force. It is necessary, Jas insisted. Head to Hillard. I will join you soon. As you wish, the pilot said. I will see you soon, brother. May the Force be with you. The transmission ended. Jas sighed. Now, he thought. Why now? He took a deep breath. There is no emotion, there is peace. So we got a Jedi coming here, Figgy said. Another one of your brothers. Not just another Jedi, or another of my brothers. This is my brother, Figgy. The Bith tilted his head slightly. Your brother? He asked. Yeah, Jas said. His name is Jas Dar Bynn. He is my brother. My twin brother. Jas shook his head. There is no emotion, there is peace. Damn it, brother, he thought. Damn you. Chapter 3. The village of Hillard was the only real settlement on the planet known as PB-4416. Though perhaps village was too strong a word. There was a small spaceport capable of handling 3 medium-sized freighters at a time. Beyond that, there was a single store, a med center, and a cantina. The people of Hillard kept these places running, offering aid to weary travelers that found themselves out this far. The few people that considered themselves natives to the world eked out a living trading with the various smuggler and pirate groups that frequented this part of space. The planet had long been a haven for people who had not wanted to live under Republic rule, choosing to hack a life for themselves out of the rough environment that made the planet so enticing to outlaws. Even now, during the age of expansion, the small world had managed to garner little attention in the galactic community. Though rich in lumber, the world was a bit too far from the established hyperspace routes to draw too much attention. And the planet's natural magnetic fields and soil content made most space-to-ground transmissions difficult, which combined to make PB-4416, or PB, as the few locals called it, perfect to be turned into a smuggler's nest. The Cooper/Halcyon group was not the first to settle here, and they likely would not be the last. The hidden landing bays and storage structures had already been fabricated long before Gabe Cooper had decided to move his base of operations out here. No one could say why the previous groups had left, either they had been defeated by competitors or brought down by law enforcement. None could say. The settlers had welcomed Coop and his people with open arms. A large group like theirs served the citizens better than smaller groups that might see Hillard as prey rather than a resource. Coop had happily thrown more than a few credits around, knowing that it would buy goodwill from the settlers, and help secure his hold over his new home base. One of his first acts had been to expand the local cantina. He had paid handsomely for the building's reconstruction, turning it into something more than a poorly lit room with a few tables and chairs. He had paid for the old place to be scrapped and rebuilt, bringing not only a bit of civility to Hillard, but new jobs as well. Now the place resembled a proper spaceport drinking establishment. The first floor serving as a bar and gambling hall, the second for tending to spacers' other vices, and the third serving as an office and apartment for VIPs that the organization was courting, people that Coop wished to impress but did not trust yet with the location of his main base. Many clients had passed through its walls since the group had moved here. Jas had even acted as host to more than a few of them. He was seen as a respectable representative of the organization, and knew how to put new clients at ease. It was to this apartment that Jas Dar Bynn brought his brother. The Jedi's long-range scout vessel had drawn a few stares when it had landed, but the sight of Jas, a major figure within the group, calmed much of the anxiety a vessel with government marks brought. The Republic was not well loved out here. Most of the people that settled on PB were not eager to see a Republic ship arrive so openly, not liking what such an arrival might mean. Jas spread a few credits around, just in case. He had no desire for his brother's presence to cause any trouble. For his part, Jas Dar Bynn did not seem to understand the reason for all the concern or attention. He was here, after all, simply to do business. Was that not the reason that everyone came to PB 4416? On the speeder ride from their main base, Jas had felt conflicted, to say the least. He had not seen his brother in years. This sudden arrival had left him shaken. He tried to remember his Jedi calm, to remain focused on the job at hand. Denying his emotions had become easier and easier as the years had gone on. It had taken a while, but had finally reached the level of serenity that most Jedi his age aspire to. There is no emotion, there is peace. He was not about to let his brother's arrival ruin that. He would not let it take away all that he had accomplished. He had worked too hard for that. He had brought Shusk along for backup, just in case. The little Chadra fan had been curious, to say the least. He had not known that Jas had had any siblings, much less a twin brother. "Are you very close?" the little alien had asked. "On my homeworld, family groups usually are. We have not seen each other in almost 15 years, he informed his friend. "The last time we saw each other, the ship we were on was blowing up around us. He was reaching out to me from an escape pod, urging me to hurry." The old memory made Jas shiver. It was strange, he was not that 9-year-old boy anymore, but at the same time, the fear and anger from that day threatened to overwhelm him. I was his brother, he thought. We shared a womb together. Came into this world together. Bound through the Force, and Jas' frown deepened. And he abandoned me. He abandoned me. The thought came before he could stop it. Years of pain and anger tried to surge forward. It took all his will to deny it. How many times had he reached out with the Force? How many times had he tried to find the bond he and his brother shared? Far too many to count. All those attempts had met with silence and failure. Even now, Jas had a hard time sensing his brother through the Force. It felt like a wall had come up between them, a wall that he did not understand. When they had been small, Jas and Jas Dar Bynn had been almost inseparable. They had shared a bond so strong they could talk without speaking. They had known each other's thoughts and wills. And yet, in the years since his return to the Order, Jas Dar Bynn had not reached out once for his brother. Jas had tried several times through the temple on Coruscant to speak with Sai, but always his requests had been met with silence, or polite refusals and apologies. Your brother is currently not available, Acolyte. He is on mission, but your message will be relayed. After the second year, he had stopped trying. And now, out of the blue, Sai had tracked him down. Jas was curious to know why. They found him standing outside the spaceport, unmistakable in his Jedi robes. The brown and cream-colored garments stood out among the armor and simple clothing of the locals. Sai, by all definitions, looked like the perfect Jedi. He radiated a sense of calm and confidence. His short black hair was cut in a similar style to his brother's. The only difference between the two was the goatee that Sai had grown. Jas had had a beard once too, but had shaved it shortly after he had arrived on Corellia. He had sought to change up his features every so often to avoid detection by any hunters that might have been searching for him at the time. It hadn't worked out in the end, but he had never bothered to grow it back. Plus, Pryn had preferred him clean-shaven. Despite their separation, he had not forgotten that. Again Jas reached out to his brother through the Force. He sensed his presence, and a greeting of sorts. But still, Sai remained closed off to him, blocking his full entrance into his mind and emotions. Jas did not push things. His brother likely had his reasons for any distance he chose to keep. He respected Sai's wishes. Still, it took all of Jas' self-control not to begin hurling questions at his sibling. What had happened 15 years ago? Why had he not sensed that his brother had survived the shipwreck? Why had he continued to ignore all of Jas' attempts to reach out? Again, he held that desire in check, putting the interests of the organization first. Perhaps, when this was over, they would have a chance to talk. Jas brought the speeder to a stop in front of his sibling. Sai smiled as he leapt from the vehicle. "Brother," he said, bowing respectfully. It has been far too long. Jas resisted the urge to sneer. That statement was, putting it mildly, to say the least. Hello, Sai, he said, returning the nod. You look well. The Force has been most generous to me, brother, he replied with a merry smile. My star has risen quickly among the Order. Many now seek my counsel and wisdom in dealing with various disputes. Jas nodded, but could not entirely kill a sense of envy. What might have been still haunted him sometimes. How would his life have turned out had he, and not Sai, been Master Vanari's apprentice? Would many people be seeking out his advice and aid? He tried not to let it bother him. The Force had needed him to walk a different path than Sai. What he was doing was important work, despite his distance from the rest of the Order. Jas tried to remember that. He was an important part of the Cooper/Halcyon group. Or at least, he had been. After the business with Tintas and Fallen Star, he could not help but wonder what else Coop and Randa were hiding from him. What other secrets and decisions had they kept for themselves, and left him out of the loop? Stop it. His conscience chided, speaking in the voice of Master Vey. You cannot change what came before, my young Padawan. You need to keep your thoughts on the here and now, where they belong. Jas nodded to himself. Yes. He needed to focus on the moment. Sai would not have sought him out without good reason. He needed to find out what it was. Shusk marched right up to Sai and offered his paw in greeting. Though his brother shook it, Jas got the feeling that his brother was disappointed. Problem? He asked. I can sense your displeasure. It is nothing, Sai said with a frown. I expected your employer to come himself. What I have to say is not for underlings. Jas returned the frown. Underlings? Sai smiled. Oh, I meant no disrespect, brother. Merely commenting on the fact that what I offer today is important. I thought that your captain would understand that, a Jedi coming to meet him in person. Captain Cooper and I are partners, brother. I have full authority to handle such meetings. But I will contact him by holo when we reach our destination. Excellent, Sai said, clasping his hands. I'm certain that we can come to a most beneficial understanding. Not that I doubt you, Jas, far from it. You have clearly risen quite high in your organization. What role do you fill now? Major Domo? Advisor? Henchman? Again, Jas felt his temper trying to spike, and again he pushed it down. If you seek to test my Jedi-com, you are wasting your time, Sai. I've achieved serenity. And I'm so glad to hear it, he said with a respectful bow. Sai's smile did not falter. It is a rare honor that you have, brother. Vey Ilo had not taken a Padawan in decades. To learn at her feet is something to be treasured. The other Jedi sighed. It is a shame that she does not use her position more. Given her life and wisdom, she could have been named Grand Master of the Order. Yet she chooses to live apart from the rest of us. By choosing to live like an exile, she does little to advance the Order. It is a shame that she doesn't understand this. Jas did not bother answering his brother's question. Vey's reason to remain apart from the Order was a sound one. Yes, she had achieved great knowledge and skill, but she understood that that knowledge was to teach, not command. Like her late master Odiner, she recognized that it was wiser to allow the shorter-lived races to lead. It was their worlds, their challenges. They were more in touch with their people. She was something of a relic of the past, a wellspring of knowledge, but she feared she was not truly part of their worlds. She would not seek to impair their growth by forcing her wisdom upon them. If they sought her knowledge and experience, she was there, but only to advise, never to rule. Jas accepted her choice. He wished his brother would do the same. He didn't call Sai on that fact. He had no desire to start an argument, not in the middle of the streets of Hillard. His brother said they had business to discuss. Jas was eager to get to it. Shall we be off, then? Sai asked. Time is of the essence. Jas sighed. He had not been prepared for Sai's arrogance. Surely his brother could sense he did not need to test him. Maybe it is not about you, he thought to himself. Maybe it is about him. Sai always liked to feel like the smartest and best person in the room. Maybe he is trying to knock you down a peg or three? It was possible, he supposed. But he would have hoped that Sai had outgrown such behavior. He was already a full Jedi Knight. What more did he want? Jas and Shusk returned to the speeder, with Sai jumping in behind them, a man of means with his driver. Jas shook his head, and pushed back a sense of annoyance. There is no emotion, there is peace. He sighed. He hoped to conclude this business quickly. As far as reunions went, this one was not going well. This business had better be important. Hopefully Sai wasn't wasting their time. They had a business to run, after all. They did not have time for childish games. The image on the holocom shivered as Coop appeared before them, sitting in the throne-like seat he used to impress new clients. The leader of the Coopers/Halcyon organization smiled when he saw Jas Dar Bynn for the first time. Incredible, Jas' old friend said, shaking his head. Astonishing, isn't it, Randa? Randa Halcyon Cooper stepped into the holofield, still clad in her wedding dress. It is like looking at Jas in a mirror, isn't it, Coop? It is indeed, he agreed. Jas frowned. Looks could be deceiving. Jas and Jas Dar Bynn might look alike, but being around his brother for 20 minutes had taught him that they were anything but. It was an enlightening experience. Sai seemed to find fault in anything that his brother had accomplished. He viewed his decision to remain apart from the Order as a mistake, and thought that Jas should have begged the Council to let him back in. If he was impressed at all with what his brother had earned within his group, he did not show it. Sai seemed to radiate contempt for the Coopers/Halcyon organization, viewing them as a necessary evil, fringe elements that only had their place because they might be of use to the Jedi. Jas had needed to hold his tongue several times during this meeting. If anything, this was proving to be an excellent test for his mental and emotional conditioning. He tried to look at it as the test that it was proving to be. It made things bearable. Captain Cooper, at last, Sai said, bowing respectfully. I'm Jas Dar Bynn of the Jedi Order. I come before you today with an offer from the Senate of the Galactic Republic. An offer from the Senate? Coop said with an arch smile. And a Jedi errand boy to deliver it as well? It must be very important. If Sai took insult to being called an errand boy, he did not show it, not openly. Jas did feel a brief shift in the Force, though. It seemed that he would not be the only one that needed to practice self-control today. He would have to thank Coop later for that. We must apologize for not meeting you in person, Master Jedi, Randa said. As you can see, Captain Cooper and I have recently married. Sai smiled. Many blessings upon your day, then. And may the Force look kindly on your union. Thank you, Coop said. But Jas did say something about a business arrangement. Some kind of proposition that you needed to discuss? Right to business, then. Excellent, Sai said. I trust that you will be amenable to what I have to offer, Captain. The Republic truly needs your help, and is willing to pay handsomely for it. You have our attention, Master Jedi, Coop said, gesturing. Please continue. Sai smiled. To Jas, it seemed that his brother thought this matter was settled, and that he had already won. Jas was not as willing to grant that yet. He wanted to hear the proposition for himself. It must have been big to have drawn Sai all the way out here, to face his brother once again. It must have been most important, indeed. Among my other duties as a Jedi, Sai began, I serve as liaison between the Senate and the Order, advising several committees. A matter has recently come to the attention of the Senate, a problem that, if left unchecked, could lead to a civil war on one of the Republic's member worlds. This matter must be dealt with swiftly. And in seeking an answer, your name came up, Captain. I was hoping you could help us. Intriguing, Coop said. But I don't see how I could be much help, Master Jedi. I'm simply a humble trader. Planetary politics are beyond my scope. Normally, I would say the same, Captain. But my agents inform me that you are already involved. Hence my presence here. Already involved? Coop murmured. And how did that happen, pray tell? Jas Dar Bynn grinned. The senator that approached me represents interests in the Afan system. You've had some dealings in that sector, I've been told. And you might just be what is needed to defuse a dangerous situation. Jas' brow furrowed. Afan? As far as he knew, there was no senator for the Afan system. It was a gas giant with rings, no indigenous life. The sector was a mess of singularities, nebulas, and protostars. Hyperspace travel there was difficult. The closest inhabited planet was. Jaz's eyes widened. He looked at Cooper, who nodded, likely coming to the same conclusion. Coop smiled at Sai. I think we both know that this is not about the Afan system, Master Jedi. And now I know why you have sought me out. Coop chuckled. Your friends in the Senate are having trouble with the little queen, aren't they? This visit is because of the mining guild. You are here about Bantoon. Sai smiled. Your insight serves you well, Captain. Though I do not know who this little queen is you are referring to, I've been sent by the Senator for the Afan system, in which Bantoon is a member, and at the request of Queen Adira II of Bantoon. She has requested the aid of the Jedi, and we have offered our help. Help? Jas said with a frown, his thoughts turning to an 11-year-old girl, and her beautiful sworn protector. Val. He thought. Vess? What kind of trouble have they gotten themselves into now? Bantoon has suffered much recently, Sai informed them. A faction of nobles on the planet have risen up and been fomenting rebellion against their rightful queen. They believe that a young girl currently living on Alderaan is the last living heir of the previous queen. This girl, obviously an imposter, claims to be the child of Enera V, a daughter that died with her mother in a spaceship accident 7 years ago. Jas held his tongue. Rightful queen? Vess, an imposter? An imposter, you say? Cooper said with a hint of a smile. How interesting. Isn't it, though? Sai agreed. Jas said nothing. His memory was drawn back 7 years. Of a little girl sitting on the deck of the Coop's Folly, shivering and mourning her mother. Of wrapping his coat around her, and watching her smile shyly. He thought of Char Valenthyne, the fierce warrior that stood at her side. And Jas shifted uncomfortably. He thought of Val standing before him in his quarters, wearing nothing but a look of desire, a need that only he could fulfill. Love me, Jas, please. He shivered and looked away. Val. He did not need this right now. And who is behind all these problems? Coop asked Sai. Must be someone important to warrant Senate attention. A disgruntled member of the former Queen's security force. The Jedi responded. A convicted thief and murderer that the old regime had thought reformed. It seems that she has not. Now she has graduated to greater heights of evil, becoming an anarchist, pushing this girl off as her former mistress's daughter. Coop's brow furrowed. Jas could feel his anger and annoyance growing. Business was business. But Coop did have friends. They had not known each other long, but Jas thought that Coop considered Char Valenthyne a friend. He did not like it when people spoke poorly of his friends, of those that he trusted. Jas certainly didn't. Is it possible that this guardswoman is telling the truth, brother? Jas asked. What if the girl is who she says she is? Unlikely given the fact that the rest of her family perished on their space yacht 7 years ago. They were lost on the way to a trade summit on Coruscant, I was told. Jas already knew the last part. Val had told him the night they had been together. It was the cover story offered by the usurpers who stole Vest's throne and murdered her parents. Now, those same usurpers were asking the Jedi for help. Jas did not like that. He did not like that at all. Queen Adira is willing to accept that this poor girl may be her niece, but cannot allow this cabal of criminals that now control her to gain a foothold on Bantoon. Sai continued. The Republic has many interests on the world. Those interests must be protected. So the Mining Guild has asked for the Republic to protect their interests? Coop asked. The Senator of Afan has asked. The Jedi Order is only doing what it can to prevent a civil war from breaking out. Jas considered what he was hearing. It was an interesting choice, naming the Senator of Bantoon as Senator of the Afan system. It might not have seemed like much, but it was important. A planetary senator had to be born on the world in question. A sector senator could be from off-world, which meant that a mining guild representative could hold the title, and probably did. Corporations could not hold a place in the Senate, not that several lobbyists had not tried to get them that right. Stories of those attempts had been broadcast over the Holonet for years. Megacorps like Chirka and the Mining Guild could have become almost unstoppable if they had been granted Senate seats. So far, the Republic had blocked those attempts. Jas hoped they always would. What does the rightful Queen of Bantoon want with us? Coop asked. As I said, we're merely traders. Yet you do have a connection with the would-be queen and her guard, Sai said. That makes you very valuable. Sai nodded thoughtfully. You have had dealings with House Rist of Alderaan, yes? A few, Coop admitted. House Rist is the family shielding the girl and her bodyguard. If you were to go to them, convince the girl to meet with her aunt, to sign away any rights she might believe she has to the throne of Bantoon. Coop gave him a cold smile. I thought you said the girl was an impostor? She likely is. But some of the nobles on her homeworld believe that she might be their lost princess. That is enough to cause trouble. If she was to agree to meet with the queen, bend the knee, and accept the way that things are, that they need to be. Jas's eyes narrowed. He had heard enough. So you admit the possibility that the girl's claim might be genuine? It is possible, brother. But it is also irrelevant. As I said, the Republic counts Queen Adira as an ally, a valued ally. Plus, the Jedi are guardians of the peace. We cannot have a civil war breaking out on Bantoon, disrupting the needs of the Republic as a whole. Sai gave him a proud look. You must look at the larger picture, brother. Bantoon is a valuable, prosperous world. It has benefited greatly under the firm but gentle hand of its queen. Would you throw that into chaos by putting an untrained child on the throne, risking countless deaths in the process? Yet if the girl's claim is genuine, once again irrelevant. The needs of the many take precedence, brother. Even if the girl did survive the accident that claimed her parents, allowing her aunt to continue to rule is for the greater good. Or the lesser evil, Coop said with a frown. He glared down at Jas Dar Bynn. Let me ask you a question, Master Jedi. What if the death of the girl's parents wasn't an accident? What if your trusted ally arranged those deaths? What if she and her allies murdered the previous queens so that they could profit from Republic aid? That would need to be investigated, of course. And the results of that investigation would need to be buried or ignored, after the fact. Coop said with no small hint of distaste. As you said, it would be for the greater good. You would willingly reward a murderer and usurper for her crime, and protect her from being punished by those that she wronged. Is that the Jedi way, brother? Jas asked. To reward acts of evil because they are politically advantageous? The Jedi are supposed to be examples of something better than that. Did you not hear what I said, Jas? The Republic needs this. The girl is likely an impostor that is being shielded by a murdering thief, a murderer that might have had a hand in the previous queen's death. You can't just, Char Valenthyne is not a murderer. The words had come unbidden. They had spilled out of Jas's mouth before he could stop them, as did his anger. How dare Sai accuse Val of such crimes? He didn't know her. Jas did. Sai looked at his brother with cool gray eyes. Jas sensed his disbelief turn to amusement. It seems that Master Vey has not yet taught you to control your emotions, brother. Such an outburst is unbecoming of one who has been trained in the ways of the Jedi. Jas didn't respond. He didn't need to. His brother was not wrong. It was beneath him. He had lost control. They would have shaken her head in disappointment. Sai was baiting him, that much was true. But Jas had risen to that bait. He should have kept his emotional distance. But this was different. A part of his mind said, this was Val. He needed to defend her. Jas sighed, and pushed his emotions back down. You are right, brother, he said. I need more control. There is no shame in admitting that you have flaws, Jas. Now you just need to work to eliminate them. He frowned. I didn't realize my personal life was a topic of conversation between you two. Don't blame Co-op, Randa said quickly. You know how I worry about you, Han. I was happy that you found some happiness with this woman. It gave me hope. Jas rolled his eyes. Hope, he thought. What was that? He knew his future. He was a soldier of the Force. His future was to serve. How do you want to do this? He asked his captain and friend. Hurry back, Jas. I will contact Dorma Rist. Let her know that we are coming and that your brother is coming. The Folly will be able to lift off tomorrow morning. Randa promised. My ground team will make sure of that. You want to come? Jas asked. Thanks, but I wouldn't want to interrupt your honeymoon. Randa grinned. You think I would miss the chance to meet the mysterious Val? Not a chance. Jas rolled his eyes. Wonderful. Coop chuckled. You sure that you are ready for this, pal? Jas sighed. It didn't matter if he was ready or not. Though, it would be nice to see Val and Vess again. It had been 7 years after all. Damn. He realized. Vess would be a young woman now. He wondered what she was like. He would find out when they arrived, and do what he could to help. Vess and Val were in trouble. He had to go. It was his responsibility. The Force had led him to the 2 years ago. He would not deny it. He would go. It was the will of the Force. Chapter 4. Could you speak for the Council, Master? What is about to happen on Alderaan? It should not stand. The hologram shimmered. If Vey was in one of her usual hermitages, then it was unlikely that she had the finest connection. Fortunately, the Folly had been upgraded a lot in the last few years. Randa had made sure that it could serve as a command and communication vessel for their growing fleet of subordinates. Jas was grateful for that. It allowed him to contact his teacher. He knew that she would be a great asset in trying to set things right. Jas wanted to find another solution. There had to be another way. I will do as you ask, apprentice, Veilo promised. Though I fear that any argument I may make may fall on deaf ears. The small alien Jedi shook her head. In matters of state, the Council will often side with the Republic. Politics are the arena of the politician. A Jedi should try and stay out of it. Jas fought the urge to curse under his breath. The Jedi did not interfere in politics? He found that funny. More than a few times during his travels, he had seen Jedi use the Force to persuade leaders to make a choice, to help those that they felt deserved it. They had taught him that such steps should only be taken in emergencies or as a last resort. Sadly, not all of his brothers and sisters felt the same way. He feared that Sai might try to use the Force to influence Vess, trick the girl into giving up her crown. He imagined her sitting in a chair, signing away the right to her crown. Sai standing before her, putting words into the poor girl's mouth. He didn't like the thought of that. He did not like it all. If his brother truly believed it was in the best interest of the Republic, who knew what he might do? And in the interest of preventing a possible war, the Council might just go along with such a tactic. It wouldn't be right. He wouldn't let it happen. Jas sighed. The Order was acting without knowing the full story here. If they had seen what Jas had seen, if they had been on the ground on Bantoon 7 years ago, they might have supported him, maybe even tried to help. I take it that you are going to Alderaan, not to aid your brother then? Vey asked him. I think Sai is mistaken, Master. There has to be a better way. There has to be some kind of compromise here, a way to help the band without taking away this poor girl's rights. Jas Dar Bynn shook his head. Vessaria Istillo is not a bad girl, Master. Her only crime was to be born in a time that the Republic and its business interests sought out her world. If her family was murdered, doesn't that mean that the Order should do what we can to help her, to protect her? If she is the rightful heir, then shouldn't we help her? She has a rightful claim to her mother's throne. A throne that her aunt currently sits on. They reminded him. It is a throne that she has used to aid the Republic greatly in the last few years. Jas frowned. Does that erase what she did to get it, the murder of her own sister? We have no evidence that a murder was committed, Padawan. We only have a theory which fits the facts you discovered. They gave him a serious look. I understand your desire to try and help a friend. But are you sure that you are making the right choice? If the disagreement between these two women does lead to a civil war, this is more than a mere disagreement, Master. I've seen how far Vess' enemies were prepared to go. If they are backed into a corner, who knows what tactics they might turn to? Jas pursed his lips, trying to think of a way to make his master understand. As far as a civil war goes, isn't it the right of the people of Bantoon to decide their own destiny? If they have chosen to resist the current regime, if the people want Vessaria to return, does the Order have the right to intervene? It is our duty to protect the Republic and its citizens, Vey reminded him. To ensure that its people are free to live their lives. Doesn't that include Vess and Miss Valenthyne as well? They have lived in exile these last 7 years. Don't they have the right to live their lives, to aid their people? And if people are willing to kill in this girl's name? Don't we owe it to those that could lose their lives to stop such violence? Jas pursed his lips. He understood what his master was saying. But at the same time, it wasn't that simple. If the Jedi chose to intervene, to stop the resistance to Adira-Ai's rule, were they supporting evil? Was the Order not establishing a dangerous precedent? Does the Order support the reign of tyrants now? He asked. Do we openly support the use of murder as a way for a political leader to gain power? Vey's eyes narrowed. Is this queen a tyrant? Do you have evidence to support such a statement, Jas? He winced. In truth, he didn't know what kind of a ruler Adira II was. He only knew how she had taken the throne. He hated to admit it, but Vey might have a point. Still, he thought of Vess, a scared little girl sobbing in Char Valenthyne's arms. A girl in mourning. A little girl who had just lost her mother. Anera V of Bantoon had been murdered by criminals. Criminals likely hired by her own sister and her husband. Didn't Anera V deserve justice? Didn't her killers deserve to stand trial for their actions? I don't know what kind of queen the woman is, Jas admitted. If she does rule wisely and well, do we have the right to intervene in that rule? Do we have the right to upset the balance of this world? You say that she is willing to negotiate, to reach a compromise with her niece. I would not call Vessaria abdicating her throne much of a compromise, Master. Even if the choice to abdicate saves lives? If the girl's claim leads to violence, does that not justify what your brother is trying to do? From a certain point of view, is the girl's claim not dangerous and harmful to her people? Again Vey had made a good point. But again Jas recognized that it was not so simple. Despite what he had learned from Vey, despite owing her so much, Jas was starting to get angry. This argument was not so bloody simple. And it shouldn't have been. It was peace versus justice long denied. Where did a righteous man stand on such an issue? Where should a Jedi stand? I see your point, Master. Innocent lives should take precedence. But again, we can't forget how we got here, how Vess Ant gained the throne. Is Vess' challenge dangerous? It is. But does that make her the villain here, or merely a girl trying to get justice for her murdered parents? He sighed, trying very hard not to lose his temper, to remember his Jedi serenity. Part of him wanted to let go of it. He wanted to so badly. He had kept his emotions contained for so long. But now, this whole business threatened to see them come surging out again. He hated that sense of weakness. And in that moment, he was not overly pleased with his master. He wanted to lash out. And so, he did. A certain point of view, he murmured. If the girl's claim is so harmful, then, by a similar point of view, the Jedi should not have bothered fighting the Sith, because in resisting them all we did was cause the deaths of innocents. Millions have died in the last 1300 years, and all because we have never been able to decide how best to use the Force, or contain those that use the dark side. Perhaps Exar Kun and Darth Revan were the heroes, and we the villains. Perhaps. Vey looked down upon him with cold eyes. Her shock quickly morphing to anger. Jas winced. In that moment, he realized that he had made a mistake. He remembered his place, and what Vey had lost. She had fought in 2 of those wars, as he well knew. And he had just made an error. He had wanted to lash out, and he had. But it had been a stupid move. Vey's master, Odinur, had been murdered by Exar Kun, or so most people believed. Records of the day showed that Kun had entered the library and spoken to Master Odinur alone. He had been the last to see the old Jedi alive. And later, the Master's robes and cane had been found along with signs of a struggle. In death, the ancient Jedi had entered the Force completely, an extremely rare thing today, but far more common among the old Masters. There had been no body to burn, only a sense of his passing through the Force. No one had bothered to question Exar Kun that day. And once his treason had been discovered, it had been too late. He had fled Ossus with a large number of Jedi students. They did not return until they were Sith themselves, setting off a massacre that killed many of the Jedi's senior masters, a purge that Exar Kun used to further weaken the Order, and prepare for his rise as the leader of a reborn Sith Order. The first man in a millennium to hold the title of Dark Lord of the Sith. It was believed that the Dark Lord had traveled to the library world of Ossus and killed Odin in order to retrieve a Sith holocron that the Jedi had taken in his youth. It was not found among the rest of Odin's artifacts. And considering what Exar had become, it was easy to guess what had happened. They had spoken often of her master during Jas training. She had loved the old man like a father, and had never had the chance to bring his killer to justice. Exar Kun had died on Yavin 4, trying to cast some dark spell to destroy the Jedi fleet that had come for him. Jas had scored a point in the argument. But he had done so in a way that he shouldn't have. His frustration retreated with that realization. Jas bowed his head in shame. "Forgive me for my bluntness, Master," he said. "That was hurtful, and I apologize." They continued to glare at him, making him feel even smaller. He may have been 25, but in that moment he felt like a 5-year-old youngling again, so great was that disapproving gaze. Finally, they spoke. She breathed out her anger and surprise. "It was hurtful," they agreed, but then let out a tired sigh. "It is also a good point," his master sighed. "There will be no easy answer to this puzzle, my student. I don't envy you. The path you seek to walk will not be easy." A sad smile came to his master's lips. "I will speak to the council," she promised. "You are right. We need to know more. We should investigate this matter further. As you said, the answer to this problem is far from simple. The possible murder of Enera V of Bantoon should be looked into." Jas was surprised by her willingness, which made him feel even worse for bringing up Odin and what had happened to him. "Thank you, Master," Jas said, dropping to one knee. "I'm sorry that I brought up. It is an old wound, my Padawan, and one that has never entirely healed. Master Odin would likely have said that I should try to learn from it. That I should let the experience help guide me to enlightenment. He sounds like he was very wise," Jas said. "He was," they said, bowing her head respectfully. "He saved me when another would have cast me aside. I was not what I am now when he found me. I was out of control, almost a monster." She shook her head. "We should all be so lucky to know a being like Master Odin. Finally, she looked upon her apprentice again. "One final question, my student. What is motivating you to help these people? Why does it fall to you to aid them? I was the one that saved Vessaria in that alley all those years ago. I took her and her protector off of Bantoon. I'm responsible for what happens to them. Are you?" they replied. "Interesting." Jas gave her a curious look. He recognized that tone of voice. They only used it when she thought her student was missing something. "A Jedi seeks justice," she continued. "That is expected of us. But what I wish to know is why it must be you. Your motivation is what concerns me in this moment. Isn't the desire to do justice enough?" he asked. "I'm responsible for seeing the two safely to Alderaan. I owe it to them as a Jedi to see that they receive the justice that they deserve." "So you do this for friendship?" she inquired. "You feel a sense of affection for these two people?" Again Jas frowned. He was not sure what his master was asking of him. "Emotion does not enter into it," he replied. "There is no emotion, there is peace. I'm doing this because I was there. The Force demands that I see it through." A decent answer, they agreed. But not quite the right one. Jas winced. He trusted Vei's wisdom. And if she was concerned about something he was doing, he wanted to find out why. She had put great faith in him, agreeing to train him the way she had. He wanted to do right by her. He wanted to make her proud. "Tell me, Jas, can a Jedi function without emotion?" He shrugged. "Isn't that what we train to be?" he asked. "No emotion or passion, only peace and serenity. But can you find serenity if you have not faced your emotions? Anger, fear, aggression, they can be animals if they are denied and caged for too long. And when you cage an animal for too long, it becomes wild and uncontrollable. It lashes out at everyone." She gave her apprentice a serious look. "Serenity is not the absence of emotion, Jas. It is the mastery of them. You need to see the face of the beast to understand it. To understand something is to know how to defeat it. Denying it is not peace. It is apathy. And apathy can be dangerous. He frowned. You think that I suffer from apathy? You were deeply wounded when you first came to me. What you faced on Corellia, what happened to the girl that you loved, it wounded your heart. And you have never really given that wound time to heal. It has remained open and festering. I had hoped, in the last few years, that you would open up and let that wound heal. That my training would help you find your way back, and help you deal with the feelings that you hold inside. But I fear that you have missed the point. I fear that you think duty alone is all you need. That to deny what might have been is somehow a strength. Jas shook his head. He didn't want to have this discussion, not now. I've done my duty, to both the Jedi and the organization that I serve. And I have done that well. Is that not enough? Maybe, she replied. But as I said earlier, Padawan, apathy is not peace. If you cannot feel compassion, then how can you truly protect someone? Apathy can be comforting, my student, for a time. But if you don't care, if you can't feel, eventually you will begin to resent those that do. You will come to think that those that cannot shut off their emotions like you are weak, and unworthy of your superior strength. Can you see where that way of thinking might lead? Jas nodded. But he thought his master was wrong. He could do his job. His duty would keep him on the right path. He was a Jedi. A Jedi did not seek to dominate others. They understood the flaws of their lessers and did what they could to lift them up, to aid them. That was what Jas had to do. It was all that he had. He would not fail in that duty. What must I do, Master? If I've done something to worry you, how do I correct it? They gave him that little smile that he knew from their lessons, that smile that told him that he already knew the answer to his question. Choosing to help your friends is the first step. While you are on Alderaan, try to open up to them. Feel, don't think. And trust your instincts. Such advice sounded dangerous to Jas. But he had no reason to doubt Veilo. She was his master, and had shown him ways to use the Force that he had not even dreamed of. He owed her so much. He nodded. I will try, Master. He promised. Don't try, Padawan. Do, she responded. And may the Force be with you. The hologram faded, leaving him alone in his quarters. He took a shaky breath and rose to his feet. Vey had never steered him wrong. Her lessons were a bit roundabout sometimes, but she always knew how to bring him to where he needed to go. Was he being apathetic? He did not think so. He was simply focused on his duty. The Force knew he would never have anything else. He sighed. He would endeavor to do what she had said, to try to feel and trust his instincts. It would not be so easy after all this time. But he would attempt it. He had faith in the Force, and in Veilo. He nodded. For her, he would try. Or rather, do. He would trust in the Force. You okay, pal? You look tense. I'm fine, Jas said quickly, glancing around, reaching out with the Force, and trying to sense a familiar presence. The cold mountain air of Alderaan filled his lungs. It had been some time since he had set foot on this world, and even longer since he had seen the castle-like structure that was the home of House Rist. It had not changed much in the last 7 years. But that was not surprising. The Alderaani were proud of their world, and built things to endure here. Change came slowly, if at all. Yet change was coming. The Lady Dorma Rist had sheltered young Vessaria Istillo for years. And now, the Republic had finally taken notice. Jas could not say what would happen when his brother's ship arrived. What Jas Dar Bynn's response would be to ending what he felt was a crisis brewing under the noses of the Senate. All he could say was that he would not allow things to get out of hand. He was responsible for bringing Vess and her sworn protector Char Valenthyne here. He would not forsake them now. The Coup's Folly's journey to Alderaan had occurred without incident. Jas was surprised by that, given what was at stake. He wondered if they would hear from the Red Eclipse again. The slavers had failed to kill Vess during her escape from Bantoon. He wondered if they would try again, especially now that her original saviors were back in play. Would the Queen and her High General be so foolish? He supposed not. After the Trandashans had failed them, he doubted that they would let the lizard men try again. No. It seemed that Adira too and her husband were willing to let the Republic and Jedi aid them this time. And if that failed, he could not say what their next move would be. Coop had sent word ahead that they were coming, informing the Lady Dorma of what was happening. She had agreed to meet with Coop and Jas to discuss what might be done to protect her ward and her protector. In this, Coop had let Jas take the lead. His experience within the Jedi Order expanded the options the group had available to it. "I'm not going to push Vess to abdicate," Jas informed his friend and clan brother. "I'm hoping we can reach some compromise that doesn't include Vess giving up her future and getting nothing in return." "Your brother probably won't like that, Jas. And his friends in the Senate certainly won't like it." Jas had not been deterred. "Then they shouldn't have involved us," he replied, but softened his stance when he looked at his friend. "This could be bad for business," he warned his old friend. "You sure you want to go down this path with me? I don't like people threatening my friends," Coop reminded him. "I've done a lot of business with House Rist over the years, and I'm certainly not going to stand idly by while someone under their protection gets squeezed. That is bad for business too." So now here they stood on Alderaan again, awaiting the arrival of the welcoming committee from House Rist. Jas shivered in the cold morning air. Originally, he had planned on wearing his Jedi robes today, let the Rist know that not all of the Order stood against Vess. Dorma Rist had advised against it. When he and Coop had spoken to her over the hypercom, she had informed them that it would be a very bad idea. The current Lord Rist was away on business, and his daughter Rihanna was currently serving as regent of their house. "Lady Rihanna is not overly fond of the Jedi, Sir Jas," the lady had warned him when they had contacted her. "You would be better served not to show up wearing their garb. It will make things go more smoothly in the long run." So now Jas stood in his normal clothes, his black shirt and pants with the Corellian blood stripes, and the nerf hide coat that contained his wrist lightsaber sheath. He was unsure why an Alderaani noble would have a problem with the Jedi, but decided it best to take the lady at her word. He had no desire to be seen as an enemy as soon as they arrived. He wanted the Rist to trust them. They had expected the Folly to be granted clearance on the main landing pad, but that had not occurred. As the ship had made its approach, it was clear that they had arrived during some special affair. All the pads around the Rist estate were filled with shuttles and transports. It seemed that the nobles had guests. So the Coop's Folly had been cleared for landing on one of the rear pads, those closest to the loading docks. Coop and Jas didn't mind. They had often entered a client's dwelling through a back entrance. Not every higher-up they dealt with liked to be seen mingling with independent traders. Randa stood next to Jas and her new husband. She watched Jas closely. He glanced over, curious what he had done to deserve such attention. "What is she like?" Randa asked. "This Val of yours." Jas shook his head, not entirely being able to kill the blush the comment caused. She is something," he responded. "I've never met a stronger woman. She is fierce, brave, and as protective of her young charge as a mother rancor." Randa chuckled at his description. "But she is more than that, isn't she, Jas?" He nodded. Val was so much more. As strong as she was, she also had a softer side, a more vulnerable side. Jas had seen that, and been drawn to it during their interlude. Val liked to say she was not a person anymore. That the system, the programming she had endured, had made her into a weapon, a sword and shield for her mistress. Jas knew better. He had seen the woman beneath the warrior. The band's system was not as perfect as they thought. The woman that Char Valenthyne had been was still there. The programming had not driven that from her fully. What they had shared, it had been special. He still visited that memory sometimes. Val had said it had simply been a moment of comfort, that he had fulfilled a need she had had at a vulnerable moment. But for Jas, it had been more. It had been special. The crew stood outside the Folly, awaiting their host. Coop had chosen, with the exception of his wife, to bring only the crew that had met Val and Vess during their first meeting, people that he was certain he could trust. Tessa, Figgy, and Shusk had all moved up in the organization, but all retained their posts aboard the Folly when Coop needed them. Burr was now head of security for their organization, and worked closely with Jas when it came to matters of protecting the group. The man was still a bit too mercenary for his taste, but he had proven his loyalty over the years. Jas had no reason to doubt him, not anymore. Even B10 was here. Vess had come to like the depressed droid, who despite receiving several upgrades in the last few years, remained as sullen as ever. "I don't understand why I'm here," the droid complained. "It is not like we are picking up any cargo I need to move. We figured that Vess might want to see your face plate again, you old rust bucket," Coop informed him. "So try to be nice when you see her again." The droid shook its head. "Yes, Master Cooper. I will try to be welcoming." Jas snorted with amusement. That would be a change. The door leading into the estate hissed open, and 4 Alderaani emerged. A young man with dark brown hair, leading a woman with strawberry blonde hair. Jas recognized the woman as Dorma Rist, which meant that the man was likely Lord Errol Rist, her husband, the Alderaani that had taken the woman from her home in a whirlwind courtship 8 years ago. Jas had met him in passing during their last visit. They had not really spoken, but from what Jas remembered, the man had been very protective of his young wife, not leaving her alone in the company of smugglers. Of course, she had been extremely pregnant at the time, so who could blame him for being protective? Following the two was a woman dressed in what looked like a military-style uniform. Her hair the same color as Lord Errol's, which suggested that the woman was another high-ranking noble within House Rist, perhaps even this Lady Rihanna that Dorma had mentioned in their communication. And following her. Jas smiled. He could not help it. There she was. He could sense her presence in the Force. Even if he had been blinded, he would have known who she was. She was dressed in a blue and black combat suit, complete with a black armored chest plate. She wore a blaster on each hip, and carried a collapsed stun baton on her belt. Her hair was longer than he remembered, braided in one of the elaborate hairstyles that Alderaani women had been famous for over the centuries. He felt her bright green eyes find his. A hint of a smile played across her rather cruel mouth. A smile that might have been considered sly, and likely had been during her days as a professional thief on Bantoon. It was she that spoke up first, addressing the new arrivals. "Well, well," Char Valenthyne said with a smirk. "Look what the feeling's dragged in." Coop stepped forward and grinned. "Well, you certainly have the look of a security officer, Chief Valenthyne. And the smell of one too. And just how does a security officer smell, Captain?" "Self-righteous and arrogant," he replied. There was a brief moment of tension, as the Rist digested the conversation between the two. But then it faded when Val laughed and offered her hand to Co-op. "It is good to see you again, Captain Cooper. Welcome to Alderaan." Coop took the woman's hand and shook it. He introduced his new wife and the rest of the crew to Errol and Rihanna Rist. Both Lady Dorma and Chief Valenthyne were pleased to meet Randa, curious what kind of woman could have tamed the roguish captain that had worked with them for so long. Jas kept back, watching the display with a Jedi's eye in patience. His master's request came back to him then, to try and trust his feelings, to reconnect with people. He smiled and approached Val. She looked up and smiled brightly, but stepped back when he approached. "Sir Jas," she said, bowing deeply. "Welcome to Alderaan." The formality of her greeting surprised him. "Val," he wanted to say. "It is only me." Coop gave her a curious look. "He gets a full bow, while the master of the ship only gets a handshake?" he said dryly. "What's up with that?" Val smirked. "It is nothing personal, Captain," she replied. "As you may have remembered, Sir Jas was knighted by the Queen during your original visit. His position as a knight of Bantoon makes him a minor noble on my world. The system demands that I pay him the proper respect for his position." Jas winced. A noble? He had not expected that. He had been flattered when Vess had knighted him, but had no idea that there had been more to it than a simple honor. Randa smirked. "Should we start calling you Your Grace, Jas?" she asked. "I'm not bowing to him," Burr said. "Please don't," he said. "No bowing, no special titles." He turned to Val. "Chief Valenthyne," he said. "You may address me as Jas for the duration of our visit." "As you wish, my lord," she said politely. "I will comply." Again Jas winced. My lord. That title carried with it a lot of negative meaning within the Jedi Order. No self-respecting Jedi wished to hear themselves referred to by that particular title. The few Jedi that had embraced that title had not been Jedi any longer. Jas was determined not to join their ranks. He was shocked by how cold Val was being toward him. He could feel a connection between them, a connection created by a moment of extreme intimacy. Yet, Val did not even acknowledge it. Perhaps the system that governed her mind blocked her from recognizing it. If so, then what they had shared so long ago had been nothing more than a mere moment in time. So much for opening up to my emotions, he thought. He once again pushed his feelings down. They apparently had no place here. So, this is the Jedi? He turned. Rihanna Riss stood before him. She might have been pretty had she not been so intense, so closed off. Jas actually took comfort from that. At least I'm not the only one, he thought. I'm not a full Jedi, Lady Rist, he informed her. Merely an acolyte of the Force. And I have come here to offer my aid. The lady sneered at that. I know what you Jedi are good for, she said bitterly. House Rist doesn't need your aid. We take care of our own. Yet my foster daughter may need these people, Rihanna, Dorma reminded her. We should not turn away help when offered. The Alderani sniffed. We will see. The Jedi care nothing for people. Only the Force matters to them. You will see, Dorma. You will see. The woman turned without another word. Jas watched her go. Charming lady, he thought. What was that about? Coop asked Dorma. The lady gave him a chagrined look. Rihanna had a bad experience with the Jedi from House Organa a few years back. Since then, she has never trusted the Order. Perhaps she has a point, Jas said. His words surprised both her and Co-op. Jas looked at them. Vess may be in trouble. I've come to try and find a solution, both as a friend and a Jedi. Dorma smiled. We welcome your aid, Sir Jas. The aid of a Knight of Bantoon is always welcome. Jas tried not to scoff. A Knight of Bantoon. He was not sure what that meant. In fact, he wasn't sure what it meant to be a Jedi anymore. He only could try to do what was right, and pay the consequences. We should speak inside, Lord Errol insisted. Such conversations should be held in better surroundings than a landing pad. Coop smiled. I wholeheartedly agree, he said. The two men fell in step together, followed closely by their wives. The rest of the crew followed, with Jas and Char Valenthyne bringing up the rear. The security chief looked at him, her expression curious. Are you okay there, hotshot? You seem troubled. I'm fine, he said flatly. I'm here to do my duty, Chief Valenthyne. He gave her a slight smile, a smile that did not touch his eyes. You don't have to worry, he promised. I'm here to help. He fell silent then, content to follow and focus on what would come next. Val came up to Tessa. She whispered a question to the Follies communications officer. She likely thought that Jas could not hear. What is the matter with him? He seems so cold. We've been asking that question for years. Tessa Calican responded. Jas ignored her. What did she know? She did not understand what the Order and the organization asked of him. Nothing was wrong with him. He nodded. Nothing is wrong, he murmured. Serene or apathetic? He thought, quickly dismissing either. Nothing is wrong, he repeated. I'm fine. Chapter 5. You've arrived at a very interesting time, Lady Dorma informed them. House Rist is a bit crowded at the moment. Jas shook his head. That was an understatement and a half. The halls of House Rist were overrun by teenagers. Chattering young people, swaggering young boys, and giggling girls, packs of both moved down the brightly lit hallways, paying no mind to the crew of the Coup's Folly and their escorts. Jas put their ages around 17 or 18, and all were dressed for cold weather. Thermal suits, parkas, and fur cloaks were the norm. All high-end gear. He recognized. His smugglers I was trained to notice such things. Their group didn't deal in clothing, but he knew expensive when he saw it. None of these kids were the children of Alderaan's commoners, that was for sure. What is going on? Coop asked Lady Dorma. I'm guessing this is not a normal thing. The lady smiled. They are all members of our legislative youth program, she informed them. They were just about to leave on their senior trip, turbo skiing in the North Mountains. It is House Rist's turn to sponsor the trip. Arrowwrist added. A sharing of such duties does much to keep the peace between the noble houses. And we all try to carry our own weight. And try to outdo each other, don't forget that, my love. Dorma giggled. It is seen as something of a status symbol if the children of the graduating class brag about how much fun they had on their trip. And it serves well to annoy the parents of the other houses. I see, Coop said with a grin. How lucky for the kids. Is Vess going along on this trip? Jas inquired. Of course, Dorma replied. She has been in the program since she was 15. Arrowwrist smiled proudly. Our foster daughter has finished second in the program. But how could she not? The man laughed. She was born to rule. Jas' brow furrowed. Not if my dear brother has his way, he thought. He was still not entirely sure how to bring up the subject to Lady Dorma. He hoped that they would understand that despite their blood ties, Jas had a different opinion on what should happen in the situation between Vess and her family back on Bantoon. How is our little queen? Coop asked. It will be good to see her again after all this time. Well, she is not very little anymore, Char Valenthyne reminded them. She is 18, and is a bit of a handful. Handful? Randa asked. How so? Val looked about to say something, but thought better of it. She looked at Lady Dorma, who nodded thoughtfully. Vessaria has grown into a young woman that her mother, gods keep her, would have been very proud of. Though, like many young people, she is not really sure of her place in the galaxy. She has questioned her place in the succession, her right to rule, Val added. She has adapted very well to life here on Alderaan, and to being seen as a member of House Rist. She is not sure what her future should be, Arrowwrist chimed in. Part of her would be fine simply remaining here on Alderaan, attending university with her friends, and taking her place among the nobility here. So, Randa Halcyon said. She is a typical teenager. Coop's wife shrugged. You can't blame her for questioning her place in the universe. She is also her mother's daughter, Val said flatly. She has a responsibility to the people of Bantoon. Jas considered that, and thought about what Sai wanted, and why he had asked them to come here. His brow furrowed with thought. What Vess wanted should enter into argument. But at the same time, Val was right. She did have a responsibility to her people. It was her right to be a queen. His head spun with the possibilities. Master Vey had been right. This situation was a puzzle. There would be no easy or quick answers here. Does Vess want to give up her claim to the throne, then? He asked. It was Val that replied. She is not sure what she wants, Sir Jas. She has studied hard here on Alderaan, preparing for her role as queen. But her desires to simply be a free young girl do enter into her choices as well. Sometimes she desires the throne, and other times she considers it a burden. Like any other teenager would, Randa added, shaking her head. Poor girl. I don't envy what she is facing. Sadly, it is not just her choice, Dorma said with a thoughtful expression on her face. While Vess has been living here, Bantoon has continued to spin on. And recent events made things even more difficult for my young foster daughter. How so? Coop asked. Our agents back home have informed us that Lady Adira had a miscarriage recently. The child was a girl, her only girl. The usurper has had only boys up to this point, Char Valenthyne said. 7 years of rule, and Adira has not managed to produce a female heir to the throne. The situation has started to make the matriarchy uneasy, very uneasy. So a man cannot rule Bantoon? Randa asked. No, Val said flatly. Men fight. Women govern. That is the way on Bantoon, the only way. Have your people ever had a king? Once, Lady Dorma said. Alexei I, also known as Alexei the Unstable. His lustful pursuits and power games tore the matriarchy apart. He nearly undid all that his great-grandmother, Vessaria the Unifier, accomplished in her lifetime. Bantoon nearly collapsed into warring city-states again. He was a conniving manipulator, Val said with a snarl. He used promises of marriage to put 5 royal houses at each other's throats. And all while he indulged his desire for bloodshed and mistresses. The Protector shook her head. He was finally slain by Anera I, his cousin, and the daughter of his mother's sister. She brought our people back from the brink. Restored the honor of the matriarchy and the Istillo name. Well said, Protector, Dorma said. Val nodded. Lady Rist gave Coop a sad smile. After the Unstable, Bantun swore never again to allow a man to sit the throne. Recently, High General Lyron, Vess' uncle, has tried to name his firstborn son as the heir, spitting in the faces of the matriarchy and almost 400 years of tradition. It has caused chaos back home, Val said with a hint of a smile. And sometimes, chaos can breed opportunity. Lady Dorma gestured to a small sitting room as they passed by. 7 older gentlemen and ladies sat speaking quietly with a member of House Rist. Who are they? Jas asked. Suitors, and representatives of suitors, Dorma informed him. They have journeyed from Bantun to try and court Vessaria. Jas blinked. Court? Vessaria? That was ridiculous. Vess was a child. She could not be. Then he remembered how long it had been. In his mind's eye, Vess was still a sweet and innocent 11-year-old. 7 years was more than enough time for a little girl to grow up. As Dorma had said, Vess was 18. She was a young woman now. He might not want to admit it, but it was the truth. Vess was certainly old enough to rule, and to marry. He glanced back at the nobles. They were all gray-haired and heavy-set. He guessed the average age of them around 50 or older. So those men are here representing their sons? He murmured. Val, her hearing greatly enhanced, heard him. She came up alongside him, a hint of a frown on her face. Most of those men are representing themselves, she said. The few ladies here represent sons. But the youngest one is in his late 40s. He looked at the protector. And they want to marry Vess? She nodded. We had hoped to attract a better class of suitor, Val said, narrowing her eyes at the men. Sadly, most of our young men are currently caught up in the fervor that Lord Lyron has inspired back home. He has greatly expanded our military, wanting us to take a larger role in the Republic's defense. The protector sighed. Few of these men have the strength to truly aid us. They think they can boost their positions by wedding in Istillo. That once they are wed and she gives them a female heir, the matriarchy will fall in line behind them. But it does not change the fact that what Dorma has gathered here is a beggar's feast. None of these lords could hope to oppose Lyron and Adira. Char Valenthyne glared at Vess would-be husbands. Anera would never have considered anyone in that room as a proper mate for her daughter. Never. Jas nodded. What the 2 band-women had told them now made sense. No wonder Queen Adira and High General Lyron had run to the Jedi for help. The Queen, or perhaps her husband, wanted to cheat the traditions of their world. They were trying to use the Republic and Jedi to justify changing their world to fit the way that they ruled it. And no doubt had the mining guild behind them, funding whatever change the 2 nobles desired. It was a daunting thought to be sure. Poor Vess. He could see now why Sai wanted to hurry. The longer things took, the more likely someone would start asking questions about why things needed to proceed so quickly. Poor unfortunate girl, he thought. Vess should have a say in her future. But it seems that the Force has other plans. It is moving her towards a confrontation with her aunt and uncle. Jas' eyes narrowed. Whatever happened, she would not face it alone. He had started this, taken the girl off her home. He needed to make sure that whatever happened, she had a chance to live her life. It was his duty as a Jedi to make sure that justice was done. It was the will of the Force. After the group's initial journey through the estate, Coop entered into a private meeting with Lady Dorma, her husband, and Rehanna Rist, a discussion of a business deal that the organization had undertaken for the noble house. The Folly crew had not yet been shown to private quarters, and would not be until the young people left on their trip. Shuttles were still being prepared to take the young nobles to the North Mountains. Their guards and chaperones would be following close behind in a specially outfitted sail barge. While the children played in the snow, the adults would be watching from above, talking with their allies and rivals, and discussing the matters that any noble might discuss at such a gathering. Val was not happy with that part of the arrangement. I'm the Queen's sworn protector, she said. I'm no mere bodyguard. I should be allowed to remain at the Queen's side. You know the rules for this trip, Protector, Lady Dorma said. No armed guards from any family on the slopes. 2 squads of Arcade security probes will be monitoring our young people. They will defend the kids if anything goes wrong, and call for reinforcements if needed. Val nodded, but she was anything but happy. She paced the room where the Folly crew was told to remain. Droid servants brought refreshments while they waited. Jas walked up to Val. He hoped to speak with her alone, to explain what was coming before Sai got here. He was not sure how the woman would react when she saw that the Jedi that arrived to convince Vess to give up her birthright had his face. "You are going to wear a hole in the floor," he warned her. She glared at him, but that glare faded quickly. It was replaced by a cool look. "It has been a while, hotshot," she said. "I'm surprised it took this long to bring you back." He shifted uncomfortably under her gaze. It was she that suggested he try to live a normal life. It was she that had given him the strength to pursue Pryn Pella in the first place. He didn't blame Val for what happened. But had she not made the suggestion, he might have avoided a lot of pain and trouble. It wasn't her fault, he thought. What is done is done. He didn't blame Val for what happened. He never would. He couldn't blame her. What they had shared, it was special, at least for him. She would always hold a special place in his heart, even if he chose not to show it. They had a connection. He felt it. He was sad that she was not force sensitive, that she could not feel it too. "Things happened," he said dismissively. "The Jedi finally caught up with me. I was asked to rejoin the Order, in a limited capacity." She smiled slightly. "How limited?" she inquired. "Mainly as an agent," he replied. "Watching the fringes for anything unusual." He sighed. "How much has Dorma told you about why we are here?" She said that some Jedi is coming. That he wants to speak with Vess on behalf of the Republic. Char Valenthyne shrugged. "I had hoped that the honorable and good Jedi would finally be willing to listen to us. That they might even try to help us get justice for Inara and her husband. Have you learned anything else about Vess' father? Lord Tren, was it?" Val nodded, but she radiated a sense of sadness and frustration. "His lordship's vessel vanished 7 years ago. No trace was ever found. If it was intercepted by the same pirates that tried to get us." Jas shook his head. Damn. Vess had lost so much. He had hoped to make sure that she didn't lose anything else. "I came here to warn you. To prepare Vess for what is coming." "Warn us of what?" Val said. He could sense her suspicions starting to rise, her defenses going up. "Queen Adira has spoken to the Republic. She has made a lot of claims about Vess." "I've heard some of those claims," Val said with a sneer. "That Vess is an impostor. That I'm behind all that has happened. And that I may even have had a hand in my queen's death." She shook her head. "Anyone who thinks such Pudu is a fool," she said. "I'm a sworn protector of Bantoon. I could not raise a finger against my mistress. I would be on my knees wailing in pain if I tried. The system would not allow it. And the system always wins." "Not always," Jas reminded her. "The fact that you are standing here is proof of that. All that proves is that your Jedi sorceries were stronger at that moment." She gave him a weak smile. "Still, I can't fault you for what you did. I'm forever grateful for that, Jas. You saved me, and gave me a chance to save Vess." Her strange green eyes turned warm. She started to reach out, like she was about to touch his face, but stopped herself. She winced like she was in pain. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I'm fine," she said quickly. A dismissive smile came to her lips. "It is good to see you again, hotshot. I've missed you." He smiled. The first real smile he had managed in what felt like forever. "I remember you telling me once that you try not to look back, and that your duties prevented you from having the luxury of missing people." "It used to," she confessed. He sensed confusion. She smiled again. "I don't completely understand it. You left an impression on me. Normally I move on from such things so easily. But with you, I don't understand. You are still there. I couldn't just let go and forget. We knew each other for so short a time, but that was all it took." Her smile widened. "Despite everything, I've missed you. It is true." Jas felt something twist inside him, something that wanted to wake up. He pushed it back. No. He had gone down that path before. All it led to was more pain. He would not make the same mistake twice. "I've missed you too," he replied, holding his emotions in check. If she noticed, she did not show it. She simply smiled. Char Valenthyne had a nice smile. It was a little sly. It was a smile that suggested that she was ready to stir up a little trouble. It was good to see it again. "Will you stop that, please?" Shusk's squeaky voice drew the two back to the here and now. The little chowder fan was glaring at Burr, his whiskers twitching. "You are going to get us in trouble." "I'm not doing anything, Shusk," the enforcer said dismissively, his eyes focused on the hall. Jas looked up with a slight frown. He could see why the alien engineer was concerned. A pack of 8 noble girls had paused before the open door. Lithe and shapely, they were all dressed in brightly colored skin-tight thermal suits, showing off their lovely figures. Their hair shortened in an identical pixie-cut style, showing off their long necks and, for some, fancy earrings. Lovely, Jas thought, his own eyes settling on a pretty blonde in the back. Her smile warm and infectious, her figure curvy and athletic. Her black suit with white markings standing out sharply among her brightly clad friends. She radiated a sense of innocent excitement that was refreshing after being surrounded by hardened smugglers and guarded clients. The girl's presence was a breath of fresh air. She had not noticed Jas in the group. He looked away quickly, before he offended either them or Val. Still, what he had felt in the Force. He blinked. Damn, he thought. Jas certainly understood why Burr was staring. These girls were distracting, to say the least. "What's with the hairstyles?" he asked Val. "Huh," the protector said. Jas motioned to the girls. "I thought that Alderaani girls were known for their elaborate hairstyles. I remember reading something about that during my days of training at the temple. Those girls all have short hair." Val nodded and smirked. "It is a fad that started a year or so ago. Some Organa girl joined the Republic Navy, and won some major victory over a pirate gang. She returned home a national hero, sporting that exact haircut." Val chuckled. "All the noble girls decided they wanted it too. It drove their noble parents mad. It took some of those girls years to grow out their hair to be long enough for some of the looks their families favored. Now, they all look like that." Jas smirked. Rebellion was the province of the young, he supposed. Not that he was much older. At 25, some of their more hardened clients still considered him a kid too. And besides, hadn't he been about their age when he had decided to intervene on Bantoon? It had worked out in the end. But, no. He would not play that game. He was justly proud of what had happened on Bantoon, of saving Vess and Val. He would make no apologies for that. Shusk continued to glare at Burr. His ears were starting to lay back, showing his anger. "I said stop it." He spat. "What is your problem, rodent?" Burr asked. Shusk put his hands on his hips. "I can smell the pheromones you're giving off, Burr. It is disgusting. If one of the lords shows up and sees you leering at their daughters, we could all be in trouble. So stop it. Who is going to make me, furry?" "You." "Yeah," the chowder fan said. "Me." Burr smirked. "You and what army?" Shusk smiled. "Don't need an army. I got B10. Hearing his name made the load lifter droid sit up and look around. Shusk had upgraded him a lot in the last few years. His frame was smaller than it had been originally, allowing him to finally fit through doors and enter buildings that did not have hangar access only. "Am I to throttle someone, Master Shusk?" he asked. "I suppose that I should do it, though I suspect that Captain Cooper will yell at me later." The droid looked down at Burr. "I hope I don't hurt you," he said. "Remember, I'm still trying to get used to this new frame, and I don't know my own strength." The droid stepped forward, starting to raise one of his arms. "Keep back, Rust Bucket," Burr growled. He glared at the grinning chowder fan. He was trying hard not to panic. "Call him off, Shusk." "I'll stop, okay. I'm not going to look at those girls anymore." The little alien gestured and the droid lowered his arm and stepped back. "And I was just starting to have fun," it said, shaking its head morosely. "Typical." Val smirked at Jas. "Nice to see some things haven't changed. Your crew still likes to get on each other's nerves." Jas shrugged. "It is what families do," he said. And to his surprise he meant it. The group, they were his family. He was grateful to still be among them. Val's gaze fell on the group of girls. They remained where they were, still oblivious to what was going on in the room across from them. "See anything you like there, hotshot?" Val asked him. Jas blushed and looked away. He was no drooling lecher. Val knew that. But at the same time, she was not above teasing him for noticing what was standing in front of him. Still, who could blame him? He was a 25-year-old man, and in the prime of his life, or so Randa liked to remind him. Was it surprising that he noticed the young girl? It was not like he had stared long, and he certainly hadn't said anything wrong. "It is nothing," he said quickly. "I'm fine." "Okay," Val said, her teasing smile never leaving her face. "Stop it," he wanted to say. "You are not helping." The door behind them opened. Coop, Randa, and the 3 members of House Rist emerged. "I will see what I can do about that order you wanted," Coop promised Lady Dorma. "I think we can arrange something." "Good," the woman said. "It is always a pleasure doing business with you, Captain." It was at that moment that the girl in black turned away from her friends. She smiled and entered the room. Jas took a step back into B10's shadow, feeling a bit awkward about having stared at the young girl. She didn't notice him. At least, he hoped that she didn't. "You didn't do anything," his conscience chided. "So you looked at a pretty girl. So what? It is not like you said or did anything rude." Dorma Rist smiled as the girl approached. She beamed like a happy parent. "There you are, sweetheart. Are you ready for the trip?" The girl nodded. "Aunt Dorma," the girl said, her voice warm and attractive, a mix of spice and honey. "Have you seen my cloak? The gray one with the fur collar? It wasn't in my room. The servants washed it for you, Starfish. I'll have Aubrey get it for you." The girl grinned, and kissed the older noble on the cheek. "Thanks, Aunt Dorma. You are the best. Have fun today, Vess," the lady said. "You deserve it." Jaz's eyes widened. He couldn't. "Vess?" He caught another glimpse of the girl's smile as she turned. He saw a dimple on her right cheek. He remembered both the smile and that dimple. He was left speechless. Vess. He had been looking at Vess? He blushed pure scarlet, and looked away, feeling like some pervert. Val noticed and smirked. "Yup," she said with a mischievous smile. "That is my queen. Our dear little Vess." She chuckled at the look on his face. "You okay there, not a Jedi? You need me to call an MD droid?" "No," Jas said quickly, still feeling like an ass. That was Vess? He still couldn't believe it. Part of him had still expected her to look like the slim, scrawny-armed 11-year-old girl she had once been. He felt like a fool. Ashamed that he had been gawking at her. He swallowed hard and tried to regain his composure. "Vess, she has certainly, grown some, hasn't she?" Char Valenthyne continued to smirk, enjoying watching him squirm. "Damn it. Damn the woman." "Yes," she agreed, watching her queen leave. "She most certainly has." Chapter 6. The sail barge glided gently over the rocky crags of the North Mountain range of Alderaan, flanked by speeder bikes and the shuttles of the Legislative Youth Program. The class trip made its way to the slopes where the students would be free to enjoy themselves. Jas stood by a viewport, watching the snowy terrain pass by, his eyes drifting to the shuttles around them. He could say one thing about the Alderaani nobles: they knew how to do things with both wealth and style. When he had first heard the words, "sail barge," he had gotten the mental picture of a Hutt sail barge. He had seen more than a few during his life. Both Clan Nuna and the Coopers/Halcyon organization did business on Nar Shaddaa and Huda, the Hutt throne world. Hutt barges were typically dark and grimy, loud and dangerous. They could be seen as either floating parties or riots, depending on the mood of the Hutts and their guests. An Alderaani sail barge was nothing like that. Its armored panels were made of fine white metal with gold trim. Large glass windows had been added to the sides so that the guests could watch as the world passed by below them. There was even a viewport in the belly of the barge, so if they happened to be floating above something interesting, the partygoers could look down upon it safely, without ever having to leave the safety of the barge's heated deck. And yes, this did have the feel of a party. The youth program's chaperones, as well as the various parents and teachers, mingled, drank, and ate, while an Ortolan keyboardist played merry tunes on his instrument. The music just loud enough to keep anyone from eavesdropping on private conversations. Not that Jas had been looking to eavesdrop. For the moment, he only had eyes for the shuttles that were flanking the larger vessel, the ones loaded down with students on their way to the ski slopes. He frowned slightly. He wondered which one Vess was on. He could have reached out and found her easily enough in the Force, but decided not to. He was still smarting from his behavior earlier. Vess didn't need him checking up on her. Let her enjoy her time with her friends. They would get a chance to speak later. He thought back to their chance meeting 7 years ago, and what he had sensed at that time. The Force had sung around the girl, heralding a life of significance and importance. He had felt it then, and to this day he believed that the Force had guided him to that alley. He had saved a child of destiny that night, and because of him, that child had had a chance to grow up. No longer was she a skinny little thing with pigtails. She had grown into what seemed to be a vivacious and confident young woman. Yeah, he thought, shaking his head. And your first impulse upon seeing her again was to gawk at her like a Corellian red light district hologram. He was mortified. What had he been thinking? It was safe to say that he had not been thinking, not with his head anyway. He was ashamed, as he should have been. He felt less than scum. Stop it. His conscience chided. You did nothing wrong. It was true. He hadn't. But still. No buts. So you looked at a beautiful girl and felt a sense of attraction? Sounded like a perfectly normal response to me. Maybe. After all, he had not recognized her. And he had not been the only one. The crew had been so occupied with their usual bickering that none of them had even realized it was Vess until after she had left. Though when everyone realized who it had been, who they had just seen, the response was immediate. That was the kid? Figgy had asked, his large eyes widening even more. Well, Burr had said with a sly grin. She grew up in all the right places, didn't she? Burr! Shusk had squeaked. I warned you! What? All I said is that the kid had grown up. What? Jas had shaken his head. He still couldn't believe it. He had been foolish to think that she hadn't changed in the years since they had been away. Coop and Randa had not had a chance to comment on what had happened. They had been too tied up with the wrists, which was unfortunate. Jas would have liked to have spoken with his clan brother, gotten his take on this development. As for Vess herself, she had not even realized that the Folly crew was here yet. Her foster parents and Lady Rihanna had blocked the entryway. The girl had not had the chance to look into the room. She had been so lost in the excitement of her trip, she had not even acknowledged her former rescuers. Probably had not even seen them. That was good. Jas believed. Vess did not have to know about the threat she would soon face, not yet. Let her enjoy a day of fun with her friends and classmates without the blade of destiny hanging over her head. The girl deserved to have some fun before the rest of the galaxy intervened. She would soon learn about her aunt's attempt to drag the Jedi Order into the problems of their homeworld. When that happened, she would not have to face such a threat alone. Vess had Vel. And now, he was determined to aid her as well. Whatever Sai thought, whatever he was planning, Jas was not so sure that his way was the only way. He was determined to find another option. Vess needed to be protected. He shook his head. In his mind's eye, he saw her again, her blonde hair cut so short, her thermal suit fitting so snugly. Stop it. He thought to himself. There was no reason to torture himself with what had happened. What was done was done. So he had stared a bit too long at a pretty girl, so what? And besides, how was he to know that the pretty little blonde had been Vess? He had not recognized the girl, not until she had gotten close enough to see that familiar smile. He shook his head. Still, he felt like an idiot. He tried to put it out of his mind. He stepped away from the viewport, hoping for a chance to speak with Coop and Randa. Lady Dorma had invited the three of them to join her on the trip. The rest of their crew had remained behind, to settle in at the estate. Jas knew that he and Coop would have to speak not just with Lady Dorma, but Vess as well. They needed to prepare for when his brother came. What approach they would take. He didn't want to frighten the girl, but she still deserved to know what was what. He spotted Coop surrounded by several Alderaani nobles. They all laughed at something amusing his old friend and clan brother had said. The nobles seemed entranced by whatever story it was that Coop was telling them. Jas shook his head. It was amazing how much things had changed for them in the last year or so. Once, he and Coop would never have been invited to attend some nobles' get-together. Now his old friend bantered freely with their hosts and their allies. It was an amazing sight to be sure. Once again, he found himself questioning his place in their organization. Coop no longer needed him to negotiate on their group's behalf. They had grown quite large as both a business and a crew. They had their off-world contacts for speaking with prospective clients, a necessary tool considering Jas' occasional need to leave the group and train with Master Vey. If those clients proved too difficult for their underlings, Randa, who was now married to Coop, would step in. She was more than able to keep their new clients happy. So where did he fit in? He couldn't really say for sure anymore. He knew how to keep the wheels turning, that was for sure. But even that could be handled by Jonas Gillespie or another of the crew. Of course, his skills would likely be needed soon, when the Coopers started having children, for example. The growing family would likely have need of him to step up and run things when their personal lives became more complicated, when the cries of babies got in the way of business calls. He could do it. But was that what he wanted? Was that the way that he wished to serve? Surely a droid or another of the group's negotiators could do just as well as he could. Why not you? The cynical voice in his head responded. It is not like you will ever have to worry about having children or a family of your own. Your place is to serve, just like the good Jedi you try to be. That was true, he thought. He would never have what Coop and Randa had found. It was beyond him. The Force had other plans when it came to Jas Dar Bynn. As for the business, things would change as Coop and Randa grew their family. Changes within their organization would need to be made. But what part would Jas play in those changes? It was clear that he didn't know everything that was going on. The business with Tintas and Fallen Star had proven that much. He would need to figure out exactly where he fit in this new paradigm. Jas? He looked up to see Randa standing next to him. He smiled. Is there something you need? Randa smiled back. Perhaps you would be so kind as to introduce me to Val. We didn't really get the chance to talk earlier. It would be nice to get a chance to speak with this woman, considering what she meant to you. Jas frowned. He really wasn't sure that was a good idea. Randa was, well, he would rather not subject Val to her questions. She seems a bit busy right now, he said, motioning over to where Val and the other bodyguards had taken up position. Veth's sworn protector stared intently out the viewport, likely watching the transport that her lady was traveling in. Being this far from Vess was making Val nervous. Not that Jas blamed her. Veth's mother had sent her away to protect her daughter. But in doing so, Val had not been there to aid her queen when she was killed. Jas suspected that still bothered Val to this day. Nevertheless, his brother's wife said with a smile, I would still like an introduction. Her smile widened. Don't worry, I promise not to embarrass you. Jas chuckled. He doubted that could be helped. But, fine. He offered Randa his arm, and led her over to where Val kept watch. Be nice. He murmured to Randa. I'm always nice, the woman replied. Again Jas shook his head. If this goes wrong, he thought to himself. Someone please blast me. Before they could reach her, another woman approached Val. From her clothes and hairstyle, it was clear that she was not Alderani. Gray-haired with a long face and cruel mouth, she stood a head shorter than Val, but carried herself as if she was the biggest and strongest in the room. Through the Force, she radiated with a sense of both entitlement and control. She called out to Val, referring to her only as Protector. When Val turned, her green eyes went wide. Her whole posture changed, becoming rigid. Lady Janice? She gasped in surprise. What? What are you doing here? The other woman, another Ban, Jas presumed, smiled. I came to see you, Protector. The woman, Lady Janice, said sweetly. I had to see for myself if it was you. To see with my own eyes. The woman pinned Val in place with her hard stare. Val looked at the smaller woman like a fly facing down a spider. Fear radiated out from her like light from a star. You should not be here, Protector, the woman said. Your mistress is long dead. You were assigned to protect Queen Vessaria, but she is gone now, her spirit sailing on the ocean of eternity. You should be with her, aiding her on her journey. That was the promise you made when you entered the program, when you accepted the system into your heart and head. But that has not happened, has it? You are still here. The woman leaned in closer. Why is that? Jas watched the exchange. Val, he had never seen her like this. The woman had only said a few words to her, and she looked like she was ready to jump out of her own skin. Her hand drifted to the blaster pistol on her belt. If she drew it, Jas knew, it would not be to point it at the woman in front of her. A protector that fails must fall. His eyes narrowed. He had seen that look on Val's face before, the moment she had tried to blast herself, when she realized that her original mistress was dead. What would happen? He wondered. What if this woman ordered Val to shoot herself? Would she be able to resist? It sounded crazy, but what he was feeling through the Force. He decided not to take any chances. He didn't know who this woman was, but it was clear that she had some kind of power over Val. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. If this woman was from Bantun, who knew who had sent her here? It might very well have been the Queen who had killed her own sister. Come on, Jas said, leading Randa forward. What is it? Coop's wife asked him. What is going on? Jas did not have time to explain. They had to get in there. Now. For Val's sake. Val remained frozen, pinned by the smaller woman in front of her. Her hand resting on the holster of her weapon. I asked you a question, Protector, she said. Comply. Before Val could utter a single word, Jas was there. He wore his most disarming smile, though that smile did not touch his eyes. I believe that I can help you, my good woman, he said. Protector Valenthyne told me the whole story. The woman turned. She pinned Jas with her cruel gaze. But unlike Val, he did not freeze under it. His smile remained intact. And who might you be, sir? Lady Janice asked. My name is Jas Dar Bynn, he informed her. I was first mate on the vessel that saw young Queen Vessaria safely off of Bantun. Protector Valenthyne told me the whole story of what had happened between her and her queen. Didn't you, Val? Jas' presence shook Val out of her trance. She blinked and nodded quickly. Yes, she said. I told Jas everything. He smiled down at the smaller woman. Before taking her leave of Bantun, Anera, your queen, asked Val to serve as her daughter's sworn protector. The girl was without one, from what I understand. Only a mere trainee had been assigned to serve her. Your queen did not wish to take any chances. Isn't that right, Val? Again the protector nodded. This is correct, Director, she said. What this man is saying is true. Anera asked me to defend her daughter. Even gave her my command codes, to make sure that I would not be able to disobey. Lady Janice looked back and forth between the two. She did not look happy, especially when she looked at Jas. She sniffed. Clearly not pleased with the answer. Anera ordered you to serve her daughter? Interesting. I had no idea that a protector could serve another mistress, especially while her original one still drew breath. It wasn't something I was overly pleased with myself, Director, Val said. But as Sir Jas said, I had little choice. The protector managed a weak smile. The transfer was done through the system. And the system always wins. The band-woman nodded. So it does, she agreed. Again, she looked at Jas. Her expression was suspicious, to say the least. She gave him a cold smile. So you are one of the ones that aided Vessaria? The band people owe you a debt, sir. The Istillo bloodline is important to my people. It is through the Istillo family that my world prospered, and continues to prosper. As I've said, you have our thanks. Think nothing of it, Jas said, bowing respectfully. It was my honor to help. Vess is a very special girl. I suppose she is, the lady said. She took one final look at Val. Her smile as cold as the depth of space. It is good to see you again, Protector Valenthyne. I do hope we have the chance to meet again in the future. The woman turned without another word, leaving Val, Jas, and Randa where they stood. Jas did not take his eyes off her until she was engaged in speaking with several of the nobles that had accompanied them on this trip. He looked over at Val. She took a shuddering breath. Her hands went to her temples, rubbing them as if she had a headache. Are you okay? he asked her. I'm fine, she said, managing a weak smile. It was just a bit of a shock seeing the director here. That is all. Randa approached her, a concerned look on her face. You're trembling, dear, she said. There is no reason to be afraid. You are among friends here. Char Valenthyne took a deep breath and nodded. I suppose you are right, she said, her eyes focusing only on Jas. He nodded, reaching out with the force, offering her his support, letting calming energies flow between them. Val took another shuddering breath and smiled at him. So, Hotshot, she said to him, are you going to introduce me to your friend? Randa held out her hand. Randa Halcyon Cooper, she said. I'm Coop's wife, and the head of the ground team for our little organization. Pleased to meet you, milady, Val said, taking her hand. You have both my congratulations and my sympathies for choosing to wed the dear captain. I do hope you are up to the challenge. I try to be brave, Randa replied dismissively. Coop and I have known each other for years. I'm pretty sure I know all his tricks by now. Speaking of tricks, Jas said to Val. Who was that woman? I'm guessing you two have a history. Val shuddered. You would be right, she said. That is the Lady Janice. She is director of the Sworn Protector program, and one of my mentors from my training days back on Bantoon. Jas glanced over at the woman. A hint of a smile came to his lips. She is the director of the program, huh? I'm betting she could answer a few questions. In the years since he had left Bantoon, Jas had occasionally tried to dig up any information he could find on the Sworn Protector program. His initial meeting with Val, and the stories she had told about her training, had made him curious about it. In the last 7 years, he had learned little about it, despite the fact that they had joined the galactic community. The band remained tight-lipped and protective of any information about the creation of their genetically enhanced bodyguards. He had found so little information on the subject. Even the people he had paid to go to Bantoon had turned up little or nothing about the program, and how its training worked. He suspected that this Lady Janice could fill in a lot of blanks for him. It might be worth it to talk to the woman privately. She might even be able to explain how the system worked, which might be useful if someone was to, say, try to free a sworn protector from her duties. Having that conversation might be very enlightening indeed. Randa shook her head, as she regarded the other woman. She was currently speaking with a representative from House Ald. Jas told us a little about your training, Coop's wife informed Val. You have our sympathies. Val looked over at Jas. He was briefly concerned she would be angry with him for sharing such information. But that concern faded when he saw the protector nod. I remember only a little. And what I do remember, those memories are not pleasant. She looked at Jas, her eyes once again filling with fear. I told you once that I remembered hearing a voice during my training, when I was forced to stare into a sea of swirling light. The feel of so many needles digging into my skin. It was the director's voice that I heard, whispering in my ear, Are you ready to accept the system? Are you ready to comply? Val shivered again. I'm ready to comply, she murmured under her breath. I'm ready. Jas frowned. The fear radiating off this beautiful, stubborn woman filled him with a sense of sadness. Char Valenthyne was probably one of the toughest women he had ever known. He didn't like seeing her like this. You don't have to be afraid of her. Not anymore, he promised her. His hand drifted to Val's back. He placed his hand there, stroking her spine gently. I'm here if you need me, okay? Val nodded. She could not quite hide the sigh of pleasure that escaped her lips. Thank you, she said. I'm starting to feel better already. The two of them looked at Randa. She was smiling slyly at them both. What? Jas and Val asked in unison. Oh, nothing, Randa said with a smirk. I should go find my husband. You two have fun now. I think you have much to talk about. Char Valenthyne watched her go. Her expression was confused. What was that all about? She asked. Jas sighed. Randa has her own way of looking at how people interact, he informed her. Sometimes she sees things that aren't there. Ah, I see, Val responded. She looked over at Jas, who again felt his Jedi calm starting to slip away. It had been happening a lot on the journey, making him question his choice to come here in the first place. Yet he had no choice. Once again the Force had intervened in his life, bringing him back into Val and Vess orbit. Whatever that meant, he needed to be mindful. Nothing happened on accident, not when the Force was involved. He had been given this path for a reason. And now, he had to figure out why. It didn't take the sail barge long to reach its destination. The shuttles broke away from it, and the speeder bikes that had escorted them, and made their way down to the slopes, down to where the young people would be able to begin their ski trip. Jas found himself at the side of Lady Dorma. The Lady of House Rist had fetched him shortly after his encounter with Lady Janice. She wanted him to meet the other band, the people that had journeyed here to see Vess for themselves. Apparently, he was the first person to be knighted by a queen of Bantoon in decades. Dorma felt that made him important, and wanted to share his tale with her fellows. Jas said little during this tour. What else could he say? He had not started out trying to get himself knighted. He had merely followed the direction of the living force. What came next was all just part of the job. Most of the men he was introduced to were low-level nobles, men who had made the long journey to Alderaan in an attempt to become potential suitors for Vess. Jas answered their questions, the ones he knew the answers to anyway. What the girl had been like when he had found her. How she had reacted when she had learned her mother had been slain. Did he have any idea what her position was on their world's continuing relationship with the Republic? He was no politician, that was for sure. He could not say what kind of Queen Vess might be, given the chance. All he could say was what his instincts told him. He got the feeling that his answers did not appeal to many of the girl's potential suitors. They had likely hoped that he could have for them some kind of insight into winning her affection. Sadly, he did not have that knowledge. He had known a little girl 7 years ago. Who the young woman was now, her likes and dislikes, he couldn't really say. These men's opinions were as likely right as anything he could come up with. Dorma likely knew, but she kept her own counsel, not volunteering anything. Jas wondered what that was about. He was grateful when Dorma was called away by her husband. Some matter had come up with a chaperone from House Organa. She excused herself and went to deal with it personally, leaving Jas alone again. He sighed as he stared out the viewport. Below them, the young men and women of the Legislative Youth Program were enjoying themselves. Vess was likely among them, unaware of what was coming for her. Unaware of what she would soon face. He still had no idea how Sai was going to approach this problem. No doubt his brother already had some idea concocted for how he was going to convince Vess to sign away her birthright. He would do what he could to help her find a way around that. Or maybe Master Vey would convince the council to intervene on the girl's behalf. If the council did decide to support Sai, he would need to come up with something on his own. He did not want to go against their wishes. But if it came to that, so be it. Justice had been too long denied in this matter. Vess deserved to see the people that hurt her family punished. He could give the kid that much, at least. As he watched, 3 round droids flew past the viewport, about the size of his own ball. They looked like camera droids, probably some of the security probes that Dorma Rist had mentioned, the ones watching over the kids. He frowned slightly. It appeared that 2 of the droids had been chasing the third. What was up with that? What could be? Attention, gentles and femmes. Attention! The voice emerged from a loudspeaker overhead, the captain of the sail barge, Jas suspected. We would like to thank you for joining us today, and your continued support of the Alderaan Legislative Youth Program. If you look out the port viewport you will see. Scree-cree-ee. Jas winced and covered his ears. The sound was like fingernails on a teacher's hollow board. It was cut short a few seconds later. He shivered. What in the name of the Force was that? He saw Lady Dorma speaking with an officer from the barge's crew. He used the Force to sharpen his hearing. What do you mean we've lost communication? The lady said. Restore it. We are trying, Lady Rist. The man promised. There is an unknown signal blanketing the mountains. It is broadcasting over the planetary alert system, and is too strong for us to filter out. We were warned of a possible test today, but I've never seen the signal so strong. We can't reach anyone on our communicators. We can't contact home, the transports, or the security droids. The man sighed. We may need to reset the system, switch to the secondary band. We should have communications restored soon. In the meantime, we have switched the droids into independent mode. They will protect the children if anything is amiss. Can the droids receive that order through the interference? She asked. If they don't hear from us in 5 minutes, they will switch over automatically. There is nothing to worry about. Jas pursed his lips. Nothing to worry about. He reached out with the Force, trying to get an idea of what was going on. He shivered, feeling a sudden disturbance. He looked up at the silent loudspeaker. That sound? The officer had called it an unknown transmission, something connected to the planet's alert system. One that was too strong, and was now blocking communications, or jamming them. He didn't hesitate. He did not speak with anyone. He simply turned and made his way to the upper deck. Guests were not allowed up there, but it did have several speeder bikes on standby if someone needed to head down to reach the students, to recall them to their shuttles. He decided to do just that. If this was all some misunderstanding, some error with the planet's comm systems, he would apologize to the nobles later. But if it was not, well, he would need to see for himself. As he made his way up, he noticed he was being followed. He suspected it was one of the ship's security people. He turned, ready to tell them to return to their duties. Char Valenthyne stood before him, her eyes cold, her manner all business. What is going on, hotshot? You seem to be in a bit of a hurry. It may be nothing, he said. Return to the party. I'll be back soon. She sneered at him. You think I'm just going to wait here, leave Vess out there alone and unprotected? Fat chance. Her eyes narrowed, becoming predatory. You sense something, don't you? Those Jedi magics of yours have picked up on something? Maybe, he admitted, not wanting to lie to her. It is probably nothing. Or it could be something, couldn't it? Maybe, he said. Val started to move past him. We have to hurry, the two said in unison. I'm driving. They both looked at each other, not sure what was happening. This was the second time they had done that, spoke together in the same inflection and in the exact same words. Strange. Jas smiled. They didn't have time to discuss what was happening. They didn't have time to waste. Ladies first, he said, gesturing for her to go on ahead. Val chuckled. Well, since there are no ladies here, I guess you mean me. She stepped past him. Come on, hotshot. I think we have work to do. Jas shrugged and followed in her wake. As you say, protector, he replied. As you say. Chapter 7. Here, you will need this, Val said, shoving a parka into Jas' arms. He nodded and slipped it on quickly. The two of them stood before the hatch that led up onto the sail barge's top deck. Guests and guards were not supposed to be up here. But given what was happening, they had no choice. It was on the top deck that the speeder bikes were stowed. Jas had heard several return and launch again since they had left for the North Mountains. He and Val would need one right now. It would be the fastest way to reach the students, to reach Vess. He hoped they were not too late. Aren't you going to need one? He asked. The cold out there. This armor has thermal functions, Val informed him, pointing at the combat suit she was wearing. It will protect me against the cold, at least for a few hours. And besides, she smiled. I'm tougher than I look. She handed him an earpiece. It was similar to the one he wore when he was back home, at the organization's main base. This will allow us to remain in contact, in case we get separated. It functions on a different band than the planetary alert system, so it shouldn't be affected by the jamming. Jas nodded, popping it into his ear. It was nice to see that he wasn't the only one to reach the conclusion that the unknown transmission blocking their comms was a jamming signal. Though he should not have been surprised. Char Valenthyne was as sharp as a vibroblade. And she was bound and determined to protect her mistress. Vess could not ask for a better guardian. The protector flung open the hatch, and the two quickly bounded onto the main deck. The icy mountain breeze stung their faces as they made their way aft. The cold hit them like a slap in the face. It embraced them, trying to get into their bones. Jas did his best to ignore it. He would not let the freezing temperature daunt him. If the Force needed him to act, he would be ready. Val was equally defiant. The protector from Bantoon didn't even acknowledge the weather. She remained focused on reaching her mistress, no matter the cost. They were surrounded by sailors, but no one made a move to stop them, or even acknowledge them. The crew of the ship labored in silence, their thermal suits, goggles, and masks hiding their features as they went about their business. So far they had not noticed the two, or cared if they did. The men were focused on keeping the ship running, and the nobles below happy. Jas hoped that it stayed that way. The speeder bikes were stored aft, the launching racks pointing out over both the port and starboard sides. The ship contained slots for 8 of the vehicles. But at that moment, there was only a single bike docked, waiting to be launched. Jas frowned. That would complicate matters. 2 people could ride on one of these, but the extra weight would slow it down considerably. Speed was what they needed right now. One of the crew finally noticed them. The man turned from where he had been working and came up to them. "You shouldn't be up here," he told them, trying to be heard over the wind. "Please return to the lower decks. Everything is under control." Val, not in the mood for arguments, glared at the sailor. "We need this bike," she informed him. "Stand aside, please. I'm afraid these vehicles are for official use only," the man replied, his features hidden behind his goggles and cold weather mask. "You would need proper authorization to use it. If you return below, I can send a request to the captain. I'm sure he will." Jas frowned. They had no time for this. Val tensed. It was not hard to imagine her striking the poor man. He could see the tension in her arms, the way her hands curled into angry fists. One did not need the Force to predict what was about to happen. He stepped in front of her. He sensed her anger, but she did not try to push him out of the way. He smiled at the sailor. There were alternatives to fighting, after all. "We have authorization," he said, waving his hand in front of the sailor, reaching out with the power of the Force. The man shuddered slightly. Jas could imagine him blinking as the Force washed over him. "You have authorization," the sailor said, his voice a flat monotone. "You should help us prepare the bike for launch. We're in a hurry. I should help you get this thing ready to move. You're in a hurry. There is no need to inform anyone. The captain will understand. No need to tell anyone. The captain will understand." The man turned away from them, walked up to the bike and began entering the commands on the nearby panel that would allow it to launch. Val watched the 2 men, dumbfounded by what she was seeing. "What was that?" she asked Jas. He shrugged. "The Force can have a powerful influence on the weak-minded." The protector frowned. "You better think twice before you try that stunt on me, not a Jedi." He laughed nervously. "As I said, it only works on the weak-minded," he said with a dismissive smile. "I doubt I would be able to get past that iron will of yours." Val sniffed and nodded, accepting what he had said. Jas stifled a sigh of relief. The truth was that he had already gotten inside of Val's head once. It had been the only way to save her 7 years ago. If he had not done it, she likely would have shot herself when she first learned of Queen Anera's death. He had done what was needed that day. It had been the only way to reach the woman, to save her life. The Force had aided them, but he understood her comment, why she, like so many others in the galaxy, didn't like the fact that a Jedi could manipulate a person with so little effort. It was not an easy thing for most people to accept, how quickly and completely their defenders could alter their opinions with a wave of a hand. In his eyes, the people had a right to be concerned. Such powers were open for abuse, if a Jedi did not remain mindful. Normally he frowned on using the Force to get what he wanted, saving such tactics only as a last resort. But he feared that he was in the minority. Since rejoining the Order, he had seen too many Jedi be far too free with the art of Force persuasion. They used it on other people with barely a second thought, and over the most trivial of matters. Master Vey had commented on it to several of her fellow masters. She found the temptation to use the Force in such a way as a problem that the Order needed to address. Yes, persuasion helped, and it made things easier, he would not deny that. But at the same time, it did little to endear the Order to the rest of the galaxy. Force persuasion was not a dark side ability, not really. But it was open for abuse by those that thought because they could do something, then they should do something. Having such control could lead to a dark place. He made no further comment about it to Val. He would explain later if she asked about it. For now, it was good that they had clearance to take the bike and get moving. There was no time to waste. He approached the vehicle, about to sit down at the controls. The speeder bike was a standard military model. Jas had seen many in his travels. He had never ridden one himself, but was confident that he could master the controls soon enough. "You don't need to," Val said when he mentioned it. "I've ridden bikes like this before. I'll drive. You just hang on tight." She slipped onto the bike and began pressing buttons and pulling switches. Jas settled in behind her, putting his arms around her waist. Beneath them, the bike rumbled to life. Val pulled a pair of goggles from one handlebar, slipping them on, preparing for launch. The sailor that Jas had persuaded to help them handed him a set as well, warning him about the dangers of getting hit in the eyes by something while moving at high speeds. The man stepped back and put his hands on a large lever, the control to release the bike from the rack. He shouted if Val was ready. She nodded eagerly, ready to get moving. The man pulled the lever down, and the bike shot from the deck of the sail barge, launching into the open air. Char Valenthyne gunned the engine while firing the bike's repulsors. Val and Jas blasted away from the ship. The sworn protector banked hard, bringing them about and heading off in the direction that the shuttles carrying Vess and her friends had gone, blowing past the other bikes that were acting as the barge's outriders. The launch had taken Jas' breath away. The sudden drop leaving his stomach back on the sail barge. He tightened his grip around Val's waist, not enough to hurt her, but to make damn sure that he didn't get tossed off. He watched as they dipped closer to the ground. A light snow stung their faces as they shot across the icy landscape. His thoughts turned to the students, not just Vess but her friends as well. If they were in danger, he hoped that he and Val would be able to help. Jas was still not entirely sure how they were going to find them. It was a big mountain after all, and there had been a lot of shuttles. He put his trust in the young woman sitting in front of him. Val seemed to have a plan. He put his faith in her. He knew that Vess' life mattered more to Val than her own. Together they would be able to keep the girl safe. As he leaned in closer, he could not help but notice the smell of her hair, and how warm her body was, even in battle armor. He swallowed hard. Despite the danger that they might be riding into, he found himself remembering that night, their night. He could almost picture her, the way she had been that night, the smell of her hair, the taste of sweet liquor on her lips, and the warmth of her bare skin as their bodies were moving together in a. He shivered. It had been a long time since he had been this close to Val, or any woman for that matter. Far too long. Val said into their comlink, her voice loud in his ear. "Feels like someone is happy to see me." It took him a second to figure out what she meant. But when he did, he blushed. "Sorry," he murmured. "I'm not trying. We will talk later," she said. "First, we have to reach Vess." He nodded. Yeah, he thought. They had to reach Vess. He hoped they wouldn't be too late. Val tried to contact Lady Dorma back on the sail barge, but got only static for her trouble. It seemed that they only had short-range communication. Jas was amazed their earpieces still worked. Perhaps it is nothing, he thought. Perhaps there is just a problem with the planetary alert system. Some droid messed up and boosted the signal strength too high. Perhaps they would arrive and find the students at play, with not a problem in sight. It was nice to think about. But sadly, Jas doubted it. The Force would not have been so insistent if it was nothing. It would be nice to think this was all some misunderstanding, or error. But sadly, he doubted it. Too much was happening right now to accept this was all a coincidence. The Jedi, the mining guild, Vess' aunt and uncle. He would feel better when Vess was safely on her way back to House Rist. The speeder passed 2 of the security probes. Neither of the droids challenged their passing. In fact, they didn't even try hailing them. It was suspicious behavior, to be sure. These droids were supposed to be protecting the students. If the droids were not responding, anyone could get close to those kids. Anyone and anything. Jas frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. Char Valenthyne brought the bike over the next rise. It was then that they finally got their first glimpse at the students. Jas pursed his lips. 3 of the shuttles were docked on a rocky outcropping. Jas counted at least 30 young people either skiing down the slopes or making their way back to the top. He saw no danger here. But at the same time, he did not see Vess either. Her black snow suit would have stood out among her brightly dressed peers. They saw 3 more security droids, and again the probes ignored them. They didn't even try to warn off the Protector and her companion. It was another bad sign. They could be in standby mode, Jas suggested. Waiting for comms to be re-established? Maybe. Char Valenthyne agreed. Still. She looked down at her wrist. Jas noticed for the first time that Val had some device there. It had a blinking red light, beeping and pointing to their left. The Protector banked the bike again. Now the red light was pointing ahead of them. A tracker? Jas asked. Connected to Vess? Val nodded. You think that I would let my queen out of my sight without one? He said nothing, simply held on as Val hit the accelerator. The bike shot past the students below. A few might have looked up as they passed, but they were gone before anyone could really notice. They passed over 2 more groups. Once again, seeing no problems, just a bunch of rich kids playing in the snow. Jas frowned. Perhaps they had been wrong about this. There didn't seem to be any problems. There was another group up ahead. Jas could see that something was going on. The kids were lining up in front of the shuttles. Val made for them, her tracker beeping and pointing straight ahead. She brought the bike down, bringing it to a skidding stop near one group of the students. One of them, a dark-skinned girl in a purple thermal suit, stepped up to the bike. Jas recognized her from earlier. She had been in the group with Vess and her friends. She smiled at them. Miss Valenthyne? The girl said. Hello, Lia. Val said pleasantly. You haven't happened to see Vess by chance? Her aunt has a message for her. No, the girl said, shaking her head. The last time I saw her, she was talking to Mr. Mim. He said he wanted to discuss some project that he wanted her help with. Mim is one of Vess' teachers. Val clarified for Jas. He is one of the chaperones. Where did you see them? Jas asked the girl. Over there, she said, pointing to the west. Jas saw another shuttle on the far rise, but it was lifting off. 2 more of the security droids floated serenely nearby. Could Vess already be leaving? Had the sail barge managed to restore communications? It was at that moment that they heard something, a low hum coming from the east. He looked up, curious what it was. It didn't sound like a shuttle or a speeder bike. 7 small single-passenger vehicles cleared one of the smaller mountain peaks, flying in a V-shaped formation. Hook-shaped, with a platform halfway up, leading to a central steering column. Jas frowned. What is this? He thought. Where did those come from? What are those? Char Valenthyne asked him. Aerial patrol platforms, he answered. APS for short. He shook his head. APS were a common enough sight in the galaxy, good all-purpose patrol craft. Coop owned 6 of the machines himself, and Jas had ridden on one more than once, usually when preparing a site for some meet with this client or that. Faster and more maneuverable than a speeder bike, they worked well in harsh conditions. But they did take a bit of skill to ride. The 7 men riding these seemed more than up to the challenge. They easily held formation. And, Jas' frown deepened. They were accelerating. Moving in hard and fast. BRRRRM! BRRRM! BRRRM! The ground shook beneath their feet. What was that? The girl Lia asked, startled. Thunder? No. Jas thought. There was barely a cloud in the sky. He knew that sound. It was blaster fire. Fire from a heavy repeating blaster. Val whipped the bike around and took off before the girl could ask any more questions. The sound had come from where the shuttle they had seen had lifted off, the last place where the girl Lia had seen Vess. Above them, the apps continued on, heading in the same direction that Val and Jas were. They ignored the bike completely, totally focused on wherever they were going. Val brought the speeder on the same vector, making for where the shuttle they had seen had taken off. The 2 droids floating nearby rotated towards them. They opened fire. Whoa! Jas nearly fell off as Val went evasive. She fired the heavy cannon mounted under their bike. One of the droids exploded. The second banked away quickly as they shot past. As the bike reached the spot where the shuttle had taken off, they noticed something laying in the snow, a green shape standing out starkly against the white landscape. The body was laying face up in the snow, his arms and legs splayed out, his chest a smoking mess. Jas had only been able to notice that by using the Force, slowing down his perceptions. There was no sign of Vess. Krkum. The snow to their left exploded. The apps had reached their target. Normally, such machines were lightly armed, but these had been modified. Their steering column had been replaced with a pair of dual blaster cannons. They hammered the snow, moving in on a lone figure trying to ski away. 3 of the security droids floated around the person, not firing on the apps, but showing them where the person was, guiding them to their target. Vess. Damn it! Val snarled. Damn it all to hell! She gunned the bike, squeezing the fire stud on the handlebars. The cannon barked, but it could not track the faster patrol vehicles. The apps blew past with ease. 2 more security droids came over the nearest mountain and fired their own cannons. They were targeting Val and Jas. The Protector went evasive again, but tried to stay on course, pursuing the apps. The security droids dropped in behind the Protector and her ally. Jas drew his lightsaber. He ignited the blade. The droids fired. His block wasn't the best, but he did manage to deflect one of the shots. It sent the droid's bolt back and into its repulsor lift. The droid fell from the sky, tumbling into the snow. It hit hard and rolled, breaking apart with each rolling bounce. Get us higher! Jas shouted. We can't let that droid get above us. The bike shot up into the air. Jas nearly lost his lightsaber as they went into almost a vertical climb. The security droid tried to follow, but its blaster was out of position, its bottom-mounted repulsor not up to making a fast climb. Val whipped the bike around. The force of the turn making Jas grimace. The bike was now moving backward, its front end and cannon now pointed at the rising droid. 2 shots later, the droid broke apart and began its slow fall down into the snow. You off-worlders and your droids! Val hissed. I hate droids! Jas did not dignify that with an answer. At the moment, he was not overly fond of the security droids either. He looked down. Val, stop! He called out. What? She demanded. Stop! Hold here! The Protector killed the accelerator, leaving only the repulsor functioning. The speeder bike floated 100 feet above the snowy terrain. Jas' eyes narrowed as he followed what was going on below him. The 7 apps were banking, moving back and forth. It seemed that they had lost their target. Jas reached out with the Force. Hang on, Vess. He thought. Hold on. We're coming. What are we doing? Val demanded. Jas? What is going on? We're too slow. He murmured. We're carrying too much weight. We can't just sit here. Val said, her voice rising towards panic. We have to save Vess. I have to save Vess. Wait. Jas said. Just wait. Why? What's going on? Do you trust me, Val? Jas? Do you trust me? Val whimpered, her fear for her mistress shining in her green eyes. Yeah. With my life. He smiled. Good. He murmured. Just a few more seconds. Jas, what are you? Now. He let himself fall off the back of the bike. He fell down and into the cold air. He splayed his arms and legs, slowing his descent. He could hear Val yelling into his earpiece. He ignored it for the moment. He needed to concentrate. He grinned. There. One of the apps was passing beneath him. Its pilot too caught up in the hunt to pay attention to what was going on above him. Jas used the Force to grasp the vehicle, not enough to stop it dead, but to slow it down just enough. He flipped in midair and brought his leg around. Crack! His boot caught the app pilot in the chin. The force of the kick snapping the man's neck. He tumbled off his vehicle, falling down into the distant snow. It was a regrettable death, but a necessary one. Jas sighed. Unfortunate, he thought, but necessary. The Force slowed his perception of events just enough, even as he used it to slow his fall. He came down right where he needed to, right on the pilot's platform of the now riderless app. The fall was a bit jarring, but he recovered quickly, and gunned the vehicle's engine. He shot away, and came around for another pass in the valley. "Val," he called into his comm link. "You still there?" "Of course I'm still here, you crazy Murglak. What were you thinking?" "That this fight is now 2 against 6, he replied matter-of-factly. "Far better odds, don't you think?" He heard her curse under her breath. "You're crazy, you know that, right?" He chuckled. "Probably." The remaining apps had stopped firing on the snow. The pilots had realized that they were no longer alone up here. They began to form up, driving hard towards Jas and Val. The Protector brought her bike alongside Jas' vehicle. Now that it did not have to carry 2, the bike was almost a match for the aerial patrol platforms in the speed department. And as an added bonus, the bike's cannon was a lot heavier weapon than those carried by the apps. "Let's clear these guys out," Val hissed, her anger radiating out through the force. "If we can draw them away," Jas suggested. "Vess will have time to get to safety." "I'm not interested in drawing them away," Val snarled. Her cannon fired. The apps broke ranks and sped past them. Jas and Val came around for another pass. "Target the repulsor lift on the bottom of the hook," Jas advised her. "The armor is weakest there." She acknowledged by firing again. One of the apps was struck. It tumbled over and exploded in the snow, throwing up a plume of flame and white. 5 on 2. Jas thought. "I'm starting to like these odds." He knew he should not enjoy combat. It was not the Jedi way. But he had also been raised by Mandalorians. They viewed combat as an art, and art should be done well. Given his history, it was hard not to enjoy at least some aspect of combat. Especially knowing what these people had been trying to do. He reached out with the Force. He could sense Vess below, even as she hid from the rogue security droids. She was aware that she was no longer alone, that help had come. "We're here, kid," Jas thought into the Force, hoping that the girl would hear him. In that moment, he felt a sense of surprise and happiness. In his mind's eye, he got a glimpse of Vess, her lovely blue eyes wide with surprise. "Mr. Jas?" she murmured. He smiled, happy to hear her voice. "Don't worry, kid," he whispered into the ether. "We're here. Help has arrived." Chapter 8. "Stay with me, Val. Don't get distracted." Jas' eyes narrowed as they charged the enemy. They had surprised the attackers early on. No one but the security droids were supposed to be out here. But now, the men moved in swiftly, looking to deal with this threat that had come to thwart their plans. Blaster bolts scorched the air as the 5 remaining enemy apps blasted away at both the Jedi and the Protector. The twin laser cannons that the patrol craft had been fitted with packed quite the punch. Jas and Val had been forced to go on the defensive, evading rather than attacking their now recommitted foes. What are they after, though? Jas had to wonder. Did this have something to do with the recent problems on Bantoon? It was possible. The mining guild was not the type to let their business interests be threatened. Still, hiring a team of assassins was audacious. Had things gone so far that the guild thought this the only way to deal with Vess and Val? Don't forget the security droids, he reminded himself. These probes were supposed to be protecting Vess and her friends, not hurting her towards attackers, and making sure that those attackers could find her. One thing was for sure, this was no mere lark. What was happening here had been well planned out. Well planned out and well funded. This meant that someone very high up had set all this in motion. Someone who wanted Vess dealt with. He was most eager to find out who this mystery man, or woman, was. Which meant that at least some of the men attacking them needed to survive the next few minutes. It was far easier to get a confession out of a live suspect than a dead one. Of course, they first needed to capture one, and not get killed in the process. The former would not be easy. The latter could be a bigger problem. Blaster fire heated the air, and sent up puffs of steam where it struck the snow. Jas fired the repulsors on his platform while returning fire at the approaching enemy. So far, he had managed to evade their fire. But as they came in closer, that would be much more difficult. Val juked her bike back and forth, while at the same time firing away with her own cannon. At that moment, her only concern was for Vess, of reaching her, and getting her to safety. Jas could certainly understand why. Char Valenthyne's programming was clear. If anything happened to her mistress, if she was to be killed, then Val would join her in death. The band had made sure that their protectors would not outlive their masters or mistresses. Jas had managed to save Val from that fate once, but would likely not be able to a second time. The only reason that the woman had been able to function after the death of Queen Vessaria was that she had given her daughter the command code for her guardian. If not for that, Val would likely have spent the rest of her life trapped within her own mind, unable to do nothing more than stare blankly at the world around her. It was not a fate he would wish on anyone, let alone someone he had come to consider a friend, or perhaps, something more. The remaining apps accelerated towards them, blaster fire still spat from their cannons. One blast caught Jas' vehicle, destroying his port side cannon. The 7 vehicles shot past each other, passing within mere millimeters of each other. Jas and Val came about, ready to make another pass at the enemy. As for their opponents, the group broke up. 2 remaining to attempt to destroy Val and Jas, while the other 3 broke off and headed off to their right at high speed. "Damn it!" Val shouted through their comm link. "They are going after Vess again. I'm going after them." "No," Jas shouted back. "They are trying to split us up. Pick us apart one by one. Stay together. We can deal with these 2, then go after the other ones together." "They are going after Vess, Jas!" Val cried. "I can't just leave her to face them alone. You will do her no good if you get yourself killed. If we split up, and one of us gets picked off, these Murglaks will be able to gang up on the survivor. And as good as we both are, we wouldn't last long in a 5-on-1 fight. We finish this first group off and then go after Vess together. It's our best shot. And you know it." Val did not respond. He could sense her anger, her fear. But Val was no fool. She couldn't save her mistress if she got herself killed. I copy," she finally said, bringing her bike up alongside his platform. "Let's make this quick." Jas nodded, and squeezed the throttle on his app. Their 2 opponents did the same, increasing their speed, focusing their fire on the speeder bike. They were likely looking to outmaneuver Val, kill her, and then deal with Jas at their leisure. He would not give them that chance. He fired his remaining cannon, trying to draw their fire away from Val. As for the Protector, she didn't hesitate. She rode straight into their fire, all the while trying to knock them down with her own weapons. It was a brazen move, but he would expect nothing less from Char Valenthyne. The 2 of them concentrated their fire on a single app. The force must have been with them, because they managed to breach the patrol platform's armor. There was a very loud bang, followed by a high-pitched whine. The app flipped over, spilling its rider into the snow before exploding violently. Jas cried out as a piece of flying superheated shrapnel struck his left arm. He felt it pass through both cloth and flesh, burning like a falling star. How he managed to not fall off his app he couldn't say. He shook his head, cursing under his breath. The pain was intense, but quickly turned into a dull ache. He still had full use of his arm, and as a result, still had full control of this platform. A small miracle that. These things were hard enough to fly as they were. Having the use of only one arm would have made it near impossible. Their remaining enemy hit the accelerator and shot past them again, hoping to either escape or force them into another head-to-head pass. Jas didn't give him the chance. They didn't have time to play around any longer. Vess needed them. He closed his eyes, reached out with the force, and fired his port stabilizer, all while cutting power to forward engines. The app whirled around, faster and faster. What happened next would have been impossible for someone who didn't feel the power of the force. Jas went with the turn. All his focus was on the remaining enemy app. As he spun round and round, he kept his fingers on the platform's firing stud. He waited, and he pressed the button. His remaining cannon barked twice, then fell silent. Jas fired his engines, bringing him out of the flat spin. Once again, the force had served him well. His shots hit exactly where he had needed them to hit. The first caught the enemy app pilot in the back, while the second struck his starboard maneuvering jet. The app lost control as the pilot fell off and into the snow. It clipped a half-covered rock, flipped over, and exploded. Another enemy was down. They had little time to bask in that success, however. There were 3 apps still in the air. And now, they were after Vess. No time to celebrate, he thought, trying to ignore the burning pain in his left arm. They still had 3 enemies to contend with. A warning light was flashing on the steering column of his platform. It had sustained a bit of damage during that first pass. "You okay over there, hotshot?" Val asked him. "Your ride is sounding a little rough." "I'm fine," he lied, not wanting to tell her about his arm, or the damage to his platform. They still had a mission to complete, after all. They didn't have time to stop for some minor injury. "I have a lock on Vess' signal," Val informed him. "Follow me." The speeder bike took off in the same direction as the remaining apps. Jas followed after, aware of the blood that was now soaking through his shirt and parka. "I've no time for that now," he thought. He used the force to numb the pain, to stay focused on the job in hand. He reached out again, trying to sense if any probes were in the area. He knew that at least 3 were tracking Vess, and he and Val had destroyed several others. Jas gritted his teeth. He was starting to wonder if the sail barge had managed to restore communications. He and Val could certainly use a bit of help down here. He changed the frequency on his headset, only to be blasted by another wave of static. The jamming signal was still up. Jas took another deep breath, willing himself not to focus on the pain. So they were still on their own. So be it. He hit the accelerator, and his app shot forward again, though not as fast as it had been, and with a much louder whine coming from the repulsor. Damaged or not, injured or not, he could not afford to stand down. Val needed him, and Vess needed him. He took another deep and cleansing breath. "I can't back down now." Following the remaining apps was not difficult. Even without Val's tracker, they quickly found the area that Vess had fled to, and were met with resistance almost immediately. The 3 security probes they had seen earlier immediately swung around and tried attacking the Protector and her ally. They moved in fast, firing their lasers, trying to cut the 2 off from reaching the young woman they sought. They aren't even acknowledging the apps pursuing Vess, Jas noticed. Either the droids had been reprogrammed to ignore them, or someone had inserted a program that said that Vess was either an enemy, or that she was not under their protection. Either way, they were a problem, but one easily solved. Val caught one with her cannon, destroying it utterly. The remaining 2 tried to loop around behind them, catch them in a crossfire with the apps. Jas didn't allow that. Despite the risk involved, he reached out with the force again, and seized the nearest droid. With a single swiping gesture of his hand, he sent it crashing into its fellow. The 2 hit hard enough that both were damaged. The first droid's repulsor went offline, causing it to fall into the snow, losing several limbs and an antenna as it came down hard. The other wobbled in place, perhaps its thruster was offline. It might have been able to reroute its systems, but Val didn't give it the chance. Her blaster ended the droid, sending metal shards sliding down the slopes. Another threat neutralized. The 2 returned to their pursuit of the apps. The vehicles were looping back and forth in a small snowy valley far from where the youth-programmed shuttles had first touched down. Snow curled around the nearest mountain peak, making a beautiful but dangerous picture. Avalanche, Jas thought. Or rather, the potential for one. This was not the safest place for a battle. If something, like some loud noise, should cause that snow to slide. As Val had said, they would need to make this quick. Once again, the enemy realized they had been pursued and answered the threat. They broke off their search and attacked Jas and Val again. This time they concentrated their fire on Jas' damaged patrol platform. No longer as maneuverable as it had been, Jas' transport was struck several times. Having no choice, he leapt from the app, just seconds before its repulsor lift lost control and the platform crashed into the nearest snowbank. He managed to turn his flight into a flip in midair, drawing on the force. He slowed his descent just enough to come down safely. He ignited his lightsaber mid-flight. He blocked several blasts from the apps as they flew past. He dropped into a Shuren guard, ready to receive any more bolts that might be directed his way. Val looped around and continued to attack the remaining enemies, her weapon spitting red light as she tried to bring down the last of their attackers. One of the apps broke off from the group and began to head east. Jas, suspecting what it was doing, pursued. The snow was thigh-deep here, making it impossible to run. But that wasn't really a problem. He could still leap. and using the force, he had no problem making his way through the snow quickly, right to where the app was going, right to Vess. He found the girl hiding under a rocky outcropping. It had shielded her from being seen from the air, and the small rock formation in front of it offered her limited protection from anything trying to strike at her from the front. He could sense her pain from here. She was on her hands and knees in the deep snow. The thigh of her thermal suit was scorched, grazed by a blaster bolt. A pair of broken and abandoned turbo skis lay nearby. They had helped her avoid earlier attacks, but now they were useless, too damaged for the girl to use them to flee any farther. She gripped a single repulsor pole in her hands. It looked like the only weapon that she had. Jas just made it to her as the app closed in. It fired its cannon, trying to either collapse the rocks down on top of the girl, or to blast her outright. Jas came down in front of her. He felt the girl's surprise as he landed. The blast that should have ended her life ended up destroying her attacker instead. Jas' blade sent the bolts back to their source. The app was hit, and its rider fell off. The damaged platform spun over their heads and crashed into the snow somewhere behind them. Jas whirled his blade defensively. The last two apps were on their way. He could feel it. If they are coming. He fought down a grimace. He hoped that Val was all right. Vess stumbled out of where she had been hiding. Her blonde hair thick with snow, her face scraped up and dirty. The black thermal suit she wore was torn in several places, the result of blaster fire that had come too close to the young girl. Her eyes were wide with fear, but he could also sense her courage as well. She had not given up. Managed to evade the enemy until help had arrived. Jas smiled at that. At least some things hadn't changed. The girl still had a spine of durasteel. "Mr. Jas?" she said in a shy voice. "Is it really you?" "Hey, kid," he replied. "Long time, no see." "Yes," she said, a shy smile coming to her lips. He felt a wave of warmth and affection wash over him. The girl was not the best at hiding her emotions, apparently. Her eyes widened as they saw the two remaining apps enter the valley. "Stay behind me," he ordered. The girl nodded and stayed low. Jas brought up his lightsaber. He entered assuring guard. "Let them come," he thought with a grim look. "I'm ready." The two apps screamed towards them. The light from his weapon drew them in. They did not fire their blasters, not yet. They tightened up formation, looking to concentrate fire as they fell upon their prey. Too many bolts to parry. It was likely what the two attackers were hoping for, to overwhelm his defenses, and kill two Minox with a single blaster bolt. Vess sank deeper into the snow, gripping her remaining repulsor pole tightly. "Come on," Jas thought as the enemy drew closer. "Come on." The apps continued to advance. They came in, closer and closer. It was at that moment that Val's damaged speeder bike came screaming across the valley. She flew over Jas and Vess' heads, heading straight for the approaching attackers. They both fired on the bike, but to no avail. Char Valenthyne leapt from her dying machine, using it as a springboard. She backflipped off of the bike, and as she fell, she drew her blaster pistols from her holsters. She fired not on the apps but on the bike she had just abandoned. The speeder bike caught fire and exploded. It became a flying frag mine, and the apps flew right into the cloud of burning debris. One was cut to pieces. It wobbled, struck the rocky outcropping that Vess had hid behind, flipped over, and crashed into the rocks behind them. The last attacker managed to bank hard at the last minute, avoiding the worst of the explosion. It spun around and began a long loop through the valley, coming around to attack again. Jas cursed under his breath. Whoever these attackers were, they were certainly persistent. Val landed in the snow before them. The snow cushioned the worst of the fall, though Jas suspected that it wouldn't have been a problem for the Protector. Even without the force, Char Valenthyne seemed barely fazed by her leap from the vehicle, or being struck by the concussion wave of her destroyed vehicle. She had mentioned during their night together that she had been enhanced both physically and mentally. He was starting to see just what she had meant. He found himself wondering if even a trained Jedi would be able to keep up with her in a hand-to-hand fight. Something to think about later, he supposed. "Is Vess okay?" she called over her shoulder. "Is she hurt?" "A few scrapes and burns. Nothing too bad," the girl called back. "Val." "Ah, later, my queen." she shouted back. Her green eyes locked on the remaining app. It would not be safe until it joined its fellows as mere wreckage in the snow. Fall back, Val, Jas ordered. I can cover you with my lightsaber. I'll block you, shoot. She nodded and began to back up, her eyes never leaving the distant attacker who was even now coming back. She was so focused she did not see it. The attack came from both the right and behind them. One of the security probes that had been chasing Vess launched itself out of the snow, badly damaged, but still fighting. Its repulsor lifted it into the air. Val spun to meet it, raising her pistols. Crack! One of the droid's spindly arms struck the protector across the face. The force of the blow sent her cartwheeling away into the snow. Val! Vess shouted. No! Mr. Jas, we have to. Jas looked over his shoulder, his eyes widening. One of the attackers who had leapt from his app had survived. The man must have circled around while they had been dealing with his two allies. He now had his arm around Vess' throat. The girl screamed and struggled as he dragged her back. Jas spun to meet this new threat, only to have the droid that had dealt with Val attack him. He dodged one of its spindly arms and sliced into it with his lightsaber. The droid squealed as it tried to fly, tried to get out of the reach of the lightsaber. The remaining app fired its cannons. The air around Jas exploded with superheated steam. Blaster bolts scorched the rock and snow around them. I have no choice, he realized. Only one chance. He reached out with the force yet again. He threw his lightsaber. It spun like a saw blade. The result was quite spectacular, if he did say so himself. The blade sliced through the damaged probe, causing it to explode. Jas barely had enough time to shield himself with the force. He directed the metal shards away from him, while at the same time willing his lightsaber to turn and come spinning back. Time seemed to slow down. The remaining apps seemed to pause in midair. Jedi perception slowed things down to a crawl. Jas winced as his spinning lightsaber looped back and got in front of the approaching patrol platform. The pilot was too close to either avoid the blade or go around it. The app flew into the lightsaber's spinning arc. Its violet blade cut through the vehicle's steering column, and through the pilot's chest. Man and vehicle split in two, the top half falling away, as Jas ducked beneath the screaming repulsor. He was not entirely successful. Something caught him in the left shoulder and knocked him from his feet. He came down hard, striking the back of his head. The world turned fuzzy. He heard a distant explosion. Was it over? He thought as he lay in the snow. Had they won? A young woman's scream shook him out of the fog of disorientation and pain. Vess' scream. He somehow regained his feet, and somehow found his lightsaber back in his hand. He stumbled forward. The last remaining attacker had one powerful arm around Vess' throat, using her as a shield. He was shouting something at Jas, but he could not understand the words. The world didn't seem real. Everything seemed off. The pain in the back of his head made everything blurry. "Let go!" he shouted. "Let her go!" He could not raise his left arm. It hung limp at his side. But that was okay. He still held his blade in his right, and that was all he needed. He glared at the attacker. Vess continued to struggle, shouting at the man. "I'll kill her!" The man shouted at Jas. "I'll kill her, and Arf!" The attacker howled and let go of Vess. He stumbled back. Jas was not sure what was happening, but Vess didn't hesitate. She scooped up her remaining repulsor pole and jammed it into the man's throat. The energy field it generated threw him back. He bounced hard off the rocks behind them, stunned. He staggered forward, only to be hit by Vess again. She struck him in the throat a second time, this time with her fingers folded so that her knuckles caught the man hard in the Adam's apple. He gagged and fell to his knees. Before he could recover, she hit him again with her ski pole, snapping it across his head. The man collapsed in the snow, leaving only the girl and Jas still standing. He blinked. Wow! He thought. What was that? Vess was indeed stronger than she looked. She stood before him, shaking, holding the remains of her ski pole. She looked down on the man that had been threatening her, making sure that he would not rise again, perhaps. Suddenly she turned. "Val!" she shouted, tossing away her wrecked weapon. Jas lowered his lightsaber, the blade vanishing as he powered down the weapon. The girl limped over to where her protector had fallen. Jas stumbled after her. They found Val lying in the snow, blood running from the top of her head. "Val, wake up!" Vess shouted. "Please wake up! Please!" Jas managed to join them, still dazed from hitting his head. He tried to kneel down, to check Val, see how badly she had been hurt. The ground beneath them shook. A deep rumble filled his ears. "What?" he thought. "Now what?" Jas Dar Bynn looked up and felt the bow rising up in his throat. The top of the mountain was coming down. A wall of snow filled the horizon, blocking out everything, and sweeping up everything in its path. "Avalanche?" he croaked, trying to scream. "Avalanche?" He looked down at Vess. She sat there cradling Val in her arms. Her blue eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream of terror. She was frozen in place. Not that any of them had a chance to get clear in time. Jas hissed. There was no time. He acted. He used the last of his strength to pull the two women to him. He wrapped his arms around them, and pushed out with the force. He thought of a bubble large enough to hold the three of them, impenetrable and safe. The wall of snow hit them like a meteor. It lifted the three up and spun them like a child's toy. The world turned white and then black. Jas could hear nothing but the roar of the sliding snow, and Vess screaming in his ear. Still, he didn't let go. He couldn't. If he did, they were done. They would die. He wouldn't allow that. He would not. They tumbled over and over again, a leaf caught in a tornado. The bubble continued to shrink with every second, every bounce, but it held. Hold! Jas shouted. You will hold! He was not sure how long the spinning tumble continued. It seemed like they were falling forever. He tried to direct their path through the force. It was everywhere, even in the snow that surrounded them. He tried to draw on it, to keep them safe. But it was not easy. He had limits, and he had reached them. The bubble that protected them shrank. He felt snow brush at his neck. It was so cold that it actually burned him. He struggled, tried to hold on to Vess and Val. He tried to hold on. Then, it was over, and the rest was silence. The roaring ceased. They stopped flipping around, and settled in place. He found himself laying in darkness. Only the sound of his heart beating, that and Vess' panicked breathing in his ear. He shook his head. It still refused to clear. Mr. Jas? He heard Vess whisper. Yeah? He answered. Are we buried alive? He gritted his teeth. No. He spat. He pushed out with the force. No. The snow above them exploded, flying away, and leaving him almost blind from the bright light that shone down on them. Jas gasped, and let go of the two women. He could sense both through the force. Vess was alive, she was safe. And he heard Val groan in his arms, groan and shift. Alive. He thought with a smile. She was alive too. Wonderful. He stared up into the blue sky. He felt strangely distant from the world. But at the same time, he was satisfied, at peace. He had done his duty. That was what mattered. That was all that mattered. Duty was everything. Mr. Jas? He heard Vess say. Mr. Jas? Oh gods! Jas turned his head slightly. Oh, he thought. Oh my. The snow around his head was bright red, his blood soaking it, making it steam. Mr. Jas! Vess said. She turned his head so that he could see her. Her blue eyes wide with fear. Hang on! She shouted. Hang on! He smiled. So beautiful. He thought. You grew up so beautiful. He felt the light calling to him, drawing him away. A shadow passed overhead, blocking out the sky, a large white shape. Stay with me! The girl shouted. He continued to look into her beautiful blue eyes. Stay with me! Help! Somebody help! There is no need for help. He wanted to tell her. She was safe, and Val was safe. He knew it. He felt it. He had done his duty. He sighed. He could die now. He had no fear, and no regrets. There is no death. He murmured. There is only the Force. Jas closed his eyes. He was happy. He had not had any hope for a long time. But at least he had had his duty. Duty endured until you were done. And now he was done. He was satisfied. He was done and he let the light take him. He was content. Chapter 9. He was floating in an ocean of light. He was nowhere, and yet, everywhere, all at once. Jas sighed. He had no desire to move, no desire to struggle, not anymore. Let it take me, he thought. Let me wash away, and become one with the light. For that was the fate of all Jedi, who they had been in life dissolved away. They flowed into the Force and became part of it. Never again as an individual, part of the whole, forever. He was waiting for that to happen, to simply vanish beneath the waves of light and be no more. It was believed that only the greatest of Jedi Masters did not end this way. That for a true Master, to become one with the Force was to become more powerful than anyone could possibly imagine. Those Masters left no body behind, their flesh and spirit both went into the Force. They retained full consciousness and, with it, a sort of immortality. They remained to guide those that came after them, to appear to those that needed their guidance, to help others, and help the Force find true balance. There had been a time that most Jedi Masters had ended that way. It had been almost 400 years since such events had been commonplace. The time when legendary masters like Odin and Vodosias Bass advised the Jedi Order. Exar Kun and his apprentice Ulic Queldroma had ended that age. Their purge of the old masters had cost the Jedi so much, a purge that was made even worse by the destruction of the Jedi world of Ossus. The Jedi that came after had been diminished. Fewer and fewer masters possessed the ability to truly become one with the Force. Whether the training necessary to make the change had been lost, or perhaps the Order's mindset had changed, the fight with the Sith had diminished them, left the Jedi limited and prevented them from truly embracing the Force. Jas could not say. He didn't know. Even Vailo, with all her wisdom, could not say. Something had changed, and the Jedi knew of no way to change it back. In just half a millennium, the Order had lost so much. Other Sith followed. They came and struck hard at the Jedi Order, weakening their old enemies. Darth Revan, Darth Malak, Darth Nihilus, and Darth Traya had all but ended an age of wonder. The loss of the Academy on Dantooine, and the destruction of Qatar, had nearly ended the Jedi Order 3 centuries ago. It had taken so long for the Order to restore itself, and regain their numbers. But even still, so much had been lost forever. Jas didn't dwell on that. He knew his place. He had been a weapon. Nothing more. He was never meant to know the greater mysteries. He was simply a tool, a blade that had been used, and now was broken. He was ready to fade away, to vanish into the light. It was all that was left for him. Giving up so easily, boy? Jas' eyes snapped open. He knew that voice. That isn't like you. I raised you better than that. Mom, he murmured. Mother Nuna? The Mandalorian woman that had saved his life a decade and a half ago was gone. But he couldn't escape the fact that he could hear her voice. And it was not alone. He suddenly heard many voices, some he recognized, and others he didn't know. Not yet. Apathy is not the same as serenity, my young Padawan. You don't know what you are doing, brother. Stay out of this. My powers are far beyond yours, little Jedi. Back down. I'm not worthy of your time, Master Jas. You would be wiser to seek out someone else. I'm not doing this for me. It's for my kids, my daughters. They deserve to grow up in a world without fear. We can't trust her, Master Jedi. She is a Sunner. She will betray us the first chance she gets. You try surviving in 1313 without a gang backing you up, you Murglak. See how long you last. I graduated from the medical academy at 18, just in time to be drafted. My people are hunters. I will no longer be seen as prey. Tell me about the girl, Jedi. She is a superior woman. You seek peace? We are not all what you think, Jedi. There is honor in the shadows. I give up, Runt. You are going to have to take me in. No one can help me. I'm an animal. So many voices. So many people, some who had been lost long ago, and others who were yet to be. Men and women, human and alien. He could barely keep it straight. Yet under it all, he heard two voices. They seemed more real than what he was hearing being whispered over the waves. That is hope, Mr. Jas, feel it. The voice of a woman, someone he knew. It sounded so familiar. Relax, my young Padawan. This is not the way I die. Jas blinked. He knew that voice. He had heard it all his life. It was his, and it was alive. The gentle waves churned around him. Something was pulling at him, stopping him from fading away. He tried to resist, but he was not strong enough. Jas cried out. He fell hard. He lay gasping on a stone floor. Above him, a strange night sky shined down. Jas coughed, and tasted blood, not the blood you taste if you bit your lip or your tongue, but something more, something worse. Life's blood, that was it, his life's blood. He tried to move, but couldn't. He couldn't feel his legs. His back was broken. I'm dying, he realized. This time, it was real. But this makes no sense, he thought. He didn't know where he was. He remembered mountains, and a snow-covered valley. This place was different. The air here was hot and humid, and the darkness seemed to be everywhere. It was so thick, even in the fetid air he was trying to breathe. A shadow appeared above him. He could not make out its features, and he didn't need to. What he sensed in the force was enough to tell him what it was. He sensed a sense of dread and malevolence. He felt fury and hate. And a sadistic sense of joy at seeing him broken and so close to death. The shadow laughed. I've waited so very long for this moment. Know that your end is just the beginning. All that you have loved and fought for will be torn away, and it will be used to serve me. That hatred. What Jas was sensing, it did not make sense to him. He had no idea who this person was, and why they would desire his death so deeply. Jas couldn't speak. It seemed he was only meant to watch what was occurring. Yet he did hear his own voice. It sounded older somehow, older and very tired. It is not too late, he told the shadow. You can still undo this madness. Madness? The shadow chortled. Oh, how little you understand. What is happening now is the beginning of a new world. It is my destiny, and nothing will keep me from it. It doesn't have to be this way. The older Jas continued. You don't have to go down this path. You don't have to face the world alone. He was right about you. You can still find your way back. He loves you, girl. If you just stopped, he would help you find your way out of this. All you have to do is let go of your hate. She ignited her lightsaber. A blade of scarlet fire hung above his head. The light illuminated the face of the shadow. It had none. All he saw was a flat chrome faceplate. No eyes, no nose, not even a mouth. Again, he felt amusement from his would-be killer. Is this how a Jedi begs for his life? Jas smiled. I'm not begging for my life. My time is done. I'm begging for yours. You still have people that would love you if you gave them a chance. They could save you. Though he could not see the face of the shadow, he could hear the sneer in her voice. I don't need to be saved. As for your plea, and all those that love me, I have only one thing to say, Master Jas. Love is nothing. Power is eternal. He shook his head. I had such high hopes for you, girl, he said. You could have been so much more. You could have been a bridge between two worlds. And instead, you chose to walk the same path as those that came before. Yes, the shadow hissed. The path to unlimited power. You can feel free to hate me if you want. Jas groaned. He was in such pain, and he was so weary. But he wasn't scared. It was almost over. I don't hate you, child. I pity you. Jas Dar Bynn stretched out his neck. It is time, he said. I'm ready to go. The shadow snarled angrily. The thought that she was pitted enraged her. The blade came up over her head. Its hum filled his ears. Die! The blade came down. Jas felt its cold kiss. He felt nothing more. It was the end. But it also wasn't. Jas continued on. His journey was not over. Jas Dar Bynn stood in the darkness. The pain from his confrontation with the shadow was gone. He reached up and touched his neck. His head was still attached. He sighed. Is that it? He wondered. Am I truly dead now? He began to walk, hoping to find his way back to the sea of light, so that he could lay down his burdens and just fade away. This is not what I expected. Shouldn't my life be over? He felt something through the force, a call. It drew him forward again. It was the strangest sensation he had ever felt. Not words or focused thoughts, but desire, pure need. It called out for him to come. It was a desire beyond anything he had ever felt before. The first thing he noticed was the smell. He could smell the ocean. The world returned to him. He found himself standing in a room overlooking the sea. The waves crashed below the window, and birds cried outside and overhead. The sense of need had drawn him here, drew him forward. A crib sat near the window. He couldn't stop himself from moving towards it. What he was sensing was coming from there. He looked down. He knew what one typically found inside a crib. But he was still unprepared for it, what he felt through the force. The baby within burbled softly, swaddled in a soft violet-colored blanket. It looked up at him expectantly, looked up at him with bright gray eyes. Gray eyes. He realized as he looked down upon the infant. My eyes? When man and child met, the baby reached out to him, not just with one small chubby hand, but with the force as well. It was too young to understand just yet, to form true thought or words. But it knew what it wanted. It called out to the one it wanted most. A baby had no words, but what it desired was clear. The child knew what it wanted. It smiled up at him. It reached out with tiny arms. Papa! The baby tried to wiggle out of its blanket. Its only thought was to be with him, to be held. Papa! Jas looked down into the crib, and he could not believe it. It could not be true. Mine. He realized as he looked down upon the child. Asterisk, you are mine. Asterisk, the emotions that he had caged for so long escaped. They flooded out, so great was his surprise. He could not stop them. He no longer wanted to stop them. His heart pounded, and it broke, not with sadness, but with love for this tiny being. This part of him that he had thought would never exist. It was beautiful. He laughed and cried at the same time. Beautiful. He thought. You are so beautiful. The baby giggled. It gurgled happily, still wanting for him to come to it, for him to cradle it in his arms. Jas did just that. He picked up his child, and held her close. She snuggled against his chest, touching him both with her tiny hands and with the force. She will have you wrapped around her little finger one day, you know that, right? The voice came from behind him, warm and full of love. They are mine, he realized. My family? He laughed again. I wouldn't be surprised, he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. He turned to face the speaker, to look into his wife's lovely eyes, to spend this sweet moment with his family. It faded away. He was being pulled back. No. Jas thought. No. Come back. Please. Come back. Come back. Jas opened his eyes and sprang up with a gasp. His heart was pounding in his chest, and tears were streaming down his face. It was gone, the sounds, the voices, even the baby in his arms. Only the smell remained. He could still smell the sea so clearly. He could only guess what that meant. Coop and Randa were there. It seemed that they had been watching over him, perhaps waiting for him to wake up. "Whoa there, buddy," Coop said, seizing him by the arm, stopping him from leaping out of bed. Jas looked around. He was disoriented, unsure of where he was. He took a shuddering breath. "Where?" he gasped. "Where am I?" He was not sure of the where, but his mind moved quickly. A medical room. He realized. "I'm in a medical room." "You're back at the Rist estate," Coop informed him. "They brought you here after we found you on that mountainside." Coop and Randa were both here. His clan brother and his wife were on either side of him, both radiating concern for his well-being. "Easy, Jas," Randa said. "It's okay. You're safe." "Safe?" He shook his head. His thoughts were unclear. Memories from both the Force and the world all came rushing back. Snow, blood, fire, and the visions of a shadow, and the child still haunted his mind. "I smell the ocean," he murmured. "Why do I smell the ocean?" "A gift from the kid," Coop informed him. Jas thought of the baby, the one that didn't exist yet. "What? What kid?" "That girl, Vess," Randa added. "She asked that we put a scented candle next to your bed. It is a bad thing, I think. She said it was a tribute to the gods of wind and wave. That it would appease them and keep you here with us. So you didn't begin your journey on the eternal sea." Jas listened. He was still confused. "But Vess?" Slowly he remembered. "Vess," he said, looking at Co-op. "Is she okay?" "She is fine. A few scrapes and burns. But you two got her to safety." "Val?" Jas said quickly. "She was hurt." "Is she?" "Recovering," Randa assured him. "One tough shoulda is that one. She came out of the Colto tank an hour before you did. She is already back to work." "Colto tank," Jas said, realizing what that meant. "How long was I out?" 5 hours, Coop informed him. "You cracked your skull and your brain was swelling. The MD droid stabilized you, but it was touch and go for a bit." "Are you okay?" Randa asked him. "How do you feel?" Jas smiled. "Like the floor of a Coruscant taxi cab," he replied, and began to laugh. Both Randa and Coop looked at him. It was a rare thing for Jas Dar Bynn to laugh. He had not done it much in the last few years. He had always kept his emotions so locked down. That was no longer the case. He felt everything again. It was like he had been walking through a thick fog, and now he could finally see clearly again. He felt again. His emotions were free, but they didn't overwhelm him. His Jedi training took over. He could feel, but he could also look objectively at what he was feeling. It was strange. But in a good way. He had been a fool. Jas shook his head. Master Vey had been right, as usual. Apathy was not the same as serenity. He had not been serene. He had been hiding these last few years. He hadn't wanted to face the fact that he had come to believe that he had nothing left to live for other than duty. He realized the truth now. The vision of the child, his child, the child that was yet to be, had showed him that he was wrong. He could have a future, if he was brave enough to accept it. That choice, that hope, it was so beautiful. He laughed as tears streamed down his face. "I have a future," he realized. "Something beyond duty and death for the Order or the organization. I have hope." "Jas?" Coop said, his expression worried. "You okay?" He nodded as he wiped at the tears streaming down his cheeks. "I'm fine, Co-op," he said, smiling. The first real smile he had managed in years. "I'm truly fine now." The MD droids came in and checked him out. They performed their scans and left again. Jas tried to remember the battle on the mountain, but the memory of that was blurry. It was hard to recall. The droids assured him that it was a normal response to the treatment. He had needed synaptic reconstruction when he had been brought in. Memory loss of the hour or so before the injury was quite common. Those memories would never be fully clear. But that was okay. Jas had something else to think about now. He was excited. For the first time in years, he was truly excited. He shared what he had experienced with his friends, the visions given to him by the Force. He could tell that they didn't entirely believe him. You saw your own death? Randa asked, sounding worried. One possible death, Jas clarified. The future is always in motion, Randa. Whoever it was, the person that I saw, they may not exist yet. They may never exist. But in that moment, on the mountain, their life was more certain than it had been before. Are you sure this wasn't just some dream, buddy? Coop asked. I know you say you have visions sometimes, but it was real, he said with perfect certainty. I could feel the cold stone on my back. The pain. Jas shook his head. It was real. I'm surprised you are not more freaked out, Randa said. If I had seen someone kill me, I would be scared out of my wits. He understood what she was saying. But it was different for a Jedi. He had first started learning those lessons when he was very young. He shrugged. Death is a natural part of life, Jas replied. It is a journey that we all must take one day. But it is not one that I intend to rush towards. I have a reason to stay in this world now. He grinned brightly. Yes, there was death. But I saw new life as well. He giggled. I saw it, Randa. I saw my child. Randa smiled at that. She had always hoped that Jas would at least consider the idea of trying to have a family of his own. Hearing this must have been a relief to her. What was it like? She asked. What did it feel like? It was joy. I have no other word to describe it. The child, it was like me. It was force sensitive. I felt it reaching out, touching my mind. He shook his head. For so long, I thought such a thing was impossible. After Corellia, after Pyrwynen, I gave up. I thought I would never have anything outside of the Order, or what I found within the organization. Seeing something so amazing, so completely mine, it was heartbreaking, but in a good way. I never thought to hope again. He gave them both a humble look. It has been so long since I've had hope. Oh, Jas, Randa said. You should have come to us. Talked to Coop and I. We would have convinced you that you were wrong. That you didn't need to hide who you were. I wouldn't have heard you, he admitted. I wasn't ready to listen. I didn't even want to listen to my master. And she is probably one of the wisest people I have ever known. I had to see for myself. And now that I have, I can't go back to what I was before. I don't want to go back to that. He didn't really expect them to understand. What he felt was so overwhelming. So he was surprised when Coop laughed and clasped his arm, giving his right shoulder a friendly squeeze. Welcome back, buddy, he said. There are those of us that miss you a lot. It is good to hear your voice again. Randa agreed. You've been in that funk you were in for so long. We were both afraid you would never come out of it. So they did know. He thought. He probably shouldn't have been surprised. Coop was his brother, and Randa had been around him more often than not in the last few years. Of course they would have been aware of how distant he had been. It seemed that only he had not realized just how bad it was. Well, now I know, he thought to himself. Yes, he could feel pain again, and be hurt. But that was all right. He would much rather feel something than the numbing apathy that had held him in its grip for so long. So, Randa continued, tell me a bit more about your child. What did it look like? She was beautiful, Jas replied. I know most people say that, but it was true. She? Randa almost squealed. So it was a girl? You are going to have a little girl? Possibly, he answered. She grinned at her husband. I hope we have a little girl, co-op. A little friend to be there for Jas' little one. Coop laughed at that. I think we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves, love. Jas hasn't even met the mother yet, that we know of. Did you see the mother? Randa asked. You know, just so we know enough not to dismiss her before the two of you get a chance to meet. He shook his head no. I heard a voice, but it was not very clear. As I said, the future is always in motion. I may not have met the woman yet. Or I may have known her for years. The Force can be very complicated. Once that thought would have left him daunted. It would have made him question the very idea of continuing on. He would have wondered if pursuing this was even worth his time. He had no doubts now. The chance of it being true was enough to keep him going. The memory of those gray eyes stuck with him. Probably would for the rest of his life. He was done pretending that apathy was serenity. It was time he started living his life again, but for himself, and the people that he fought for. What was he now? Was he a Jedi, a smuggler, or merely a man trying to find his place in the world? Why can't I be all those things? He wondered. And for the first time, he knew the truth. He was all those things. There was a knock at the door. Jas told whoever it was to enter. A young woman in Alderani robes entered, a servant from the look of it. She bowed her head. "Forgive the interruption, good people," the girl said. "But Lady Rist has asked for Sir Jas Dar Bynn to join her. A matter has come up that she wishes to discuss with him." "I don't suppose it can wait?" Randa asked. "I have to agree with my wife," Coop said. "He has only just woken up. Doesn't your lady think he needs more time to recover?" "Lady Dorma sends her apologies," the servant said, bowing. "It is just that Alderaan's Jedi watchman has arrived, and she hoped that Sir Jas might speak with him." Jas nodded. A Jedi watchman was here. That could be useful in his attempt to aid Vess in what was coming. "Inform your lady that I will join her shortly," he promised. "I will need a few moments to collect myself." "As you say." The servant bowed again. "Thank you, Master Jedi. Lady Rist appreciates your willingness to help." The girl left, and Jas rose from the bed. He had a brief spell of vertigo, but that passed quickly enough. Coop was at his side to steady him, but he had not been needed. Despite being injured, Jas felt better than he had in a while. He was dressed only in a hospital wrap, but his clothes were waiting for him on a table nearby, his lightsaber sitting atop the pile. He grabbed them and went to get changed. He had a mission to get back to. He once again felt the Force flowing through him. His feelings strengthening the connection that Master Vey had helped him nurture over these many, many months. He had been drawn to this world for a reason. And now, he was starting to know why. It went beyond just Jas Dar Bynn coming here to convince Vess to give up her claim to her mother's crown. The attack on the mountain had been ample proof of that. The Force would no doubt ask more of him than simply trying to find a way to appease the Republic, and help Vess keep her crown. What had happened in the mountains was only the first step on a larger journey. At last, he was ready to face it. His work was not yet done. Vess and Val still needed him. He would not disappoint them. He was ready. He was fine. Chapter 10. Jas didn't really need a servant to lead him to Lady Dorma. All he needed to do was follow the yelling. As soon as the lift door opened, he could hear the lady, and more to the point, he could feel her anger through the Force. Whoever she was meeting with was getting the tongue lashing of their life. A hint of a smile came to Jas' lips. He was just grateful it wasn't him. It had taken a bit getting moving. He was still a little disoriented from the treatment that saved his life. He had dressed quickly, Randa having brought him a change of clothes from the folly before coming to check up on him. His old clothes had been a total loss. The shirt he had worn on the mountain had been both bloody and badly torn by flying shrapnel. His pants were not better off. No matter. It had been worth it to help Val protect Vess. And knowing that both women had come through the ordeal okay. He had been grateful for Randa's quick thinking. But then again, that was part of who she was. Coop and Jas had often needed to come up with things on the fly while on the job. Randa, as head of their ground team, knew what needed to be done when they got back. She would be good for Coop in the long run. He thought to himself. She would bring more than a little stability to his friend's life. After they were sure that he was up and running, Coop and Randa returned to the folly. Coop still had a few business matters to attend to, and Randa hoped to see to things about the next leg of their trip, where they would be going next on their little tour of the galaxy. It was easy to forget that the two were still technically on their honeymoon. Jas hated that they had to spend it like this, watching over him after he was wounded, and now being dragged into yet another political problem with Vess and her people. Both of his friends claimed that it was okay. They understood how important this had been to him. And, despite everything else, were grateful that for the first time in a very long time, he seemed to actually be doing better. That going on this trip had helped him find his way out of the cold state he had been trapped in all these years. He was grateful for both their caring and their kindness. He would try not to disappoint them. Jas rubbed his temples. He still had a slight headache, a minor problem considering the head injury he had suffered. The MB droid had not been entirely happy to see him up and about just yet. The machine would have preferred that he continue resting for at least another 24 hours. He stretched both his neck and his arms. He still felt a little stiff, but that would pass quickly enough. Despite being all but healed, his left arm still throbbed painfully. Colto could heal the body, but some tenderness remained for a few hours. The speed with which the fluid caused flesh to knit back together did leave traces, phantom pains and the like. He rolled his shoulder. Not entirely comfortable, but it was a pain that he could deal with, and block out if needed. At least he once again had full use of his arm. He hoped that Vess was now out of danger. But until he could say so for certain, he needed to keep his guard up. The servant led him to a small study, just off the Rist's primary living quarters. He could hear the raised voices inside. He hesitated, not wishing to interrupt. But the servant told him to continue on. He was expected, and Lady Dorma had asked that he be shown in as soon as they arrived. "This whole affair is most unacceptable, Lady Rist," an educated voice with the slight hint of a Rylothian accent said. "The noble houses have a good reason to be unhappy, considering how House Rist broke the truce." "House Rist did nothing of the sort, Master Jedi," Lady Dorma responded. "You deployed 2 armed agents to the mountain, in clear violation of the agreement that your family signed with the other houses. If there was a problem, you should have contacted the security droids. Communications were down. And as I told you, we didn't deploy anyone. Sir Jas and Protector Valenthyne acted on their own. They saved my daughter's life. And I will always be in their debt for that. They are both heroes as far as I'm concerned. You are being a bit dramatic, are you not, Lady Rist? My sources suggest that this was merely a kidnapping attempt, and that the droids had the matter in hand. It was your pair of heroes that escalated the situation. And people died." "Excuse me," Val interrupted. "Are these the same droids that were herding my queen towards her attackers? Were these the same droids that fired on us when we tried to help?" Jas sighed with relief. Hearing Val's voice was just what he needed at that moment. She sounded none the worse for wear, considering what they had faced on the mountain. His memory of the last 24 hours might not have been clear, but he did remember that Val had been hurt, of holding on to her as the entire world crashed down around them. Knowing that she was safe, it warmed his heart. The surge of affection he felt for the young protector in that moment startled him. After being closed off for so long, after denying his feelings all these years, it took him a bit to compose himself, to restrain the tears of joy at the knowledge that she was safe. This is going to take some getting used to, he realized. If Vey was here, she likely would have advised him not to fight what he was feeling, to let these emotions flow through him. The fact that he was once again capable of feeling compassion for another person was a good thing. Vey had been right. He had been closed off for so long, he had been sliding towards apathy. He could not afford to slip back down that path again. It would lead to a place that he really didn't want to go. "Forgive me, Protector," the Jedi they were speaking with replied. "But is it not possible that your take on these events is flawed? Is it not possible that the droids were protecting your mistress, or at least trying to? Once we have pulled the memory cores from the security probes that were involved, we will know for certain." "Good luck with that," Char Valenthyne replied. "House Rist recovered 2 of them. Whoever sliced the droids' programming made sure that that wouldn't happen. At the moment of their destruction, both sent a power surge through their memory banks, destroying any evidence that their programming had been tampered with. That does not sound like the behavior of a security probe to me, Master Jedi," Lady Dorma hissed angrily. "No, it doesn't," Rihanna agreed. "It is clear that the security that the noble houses agreed upon was tampered with, putting not just Vessaria, but every young noble on that mountain at risk. I ask you, what are you going to do about that? Indeed. Dor Marist agreed. Jas felt a surge of anger directed both at the Jedi and the situation in general. My daughter does not get attacked like this. House Rist will not stand for this outrage. If we must take matters into our own hands, we will, Rihanna Rist added. This attack on one of our own will be answered. It was at that moment that Jas chose to enter. As he expected, Lady Dorma, Char Valenthyne, and Rihanna Rist were there, all three glaring at a blue-skinned Twi'lek male. His brown robes identifying him as a member of the Jedi Order, likely the watchman that the servant had said had arrived to investigate the incident on the slopes of the North Mountain. As for the Jedi himself, his appearance surprised Jas. He had expected another Alderaani, though perhaps he should not have been surprised. It was ability that the Order prized, not blood or species. The four paused as he entered. He tried to ignore the brief sense of awkwardness he felt, suddenly being the center of attention. Pardon me, good people, he said, offering a slight bow. But I was told that I was expected. Dor Marist smiled. Sir Jas, praise the gods, it is good to see you back on your feet. When we found you on that mountainside, we feared the worst. I appreciate your concern, my lady, he replied, bowing again. The MD droids say I will make a full recovery. Though my memory of the events on the mountain is no longer clear, an unfortunate side effect of my injury. I do hope that I will be able to provide some answers for what happened today. That would be most appreciated, sir, the Jedi said, bowing. For the moment, what truly happened on that mountain remains unclear. I would welcome any further insight. Sir Jas, Dor Marist began. Allow me to introduce Tup Secura, Jedi Watchman for the world of Alderaan. Master Secura, this is Sir Jas Dar Bynn, a friend of House Rist, and a knight of Bantoon. And an acolyte of the Jedi Order, as well, Jas added. The Jedi bowed in greeting. May the Force be with you, brother, the Twi'lek said, the tips of his head tails twitching slightly. He gave Jas a slight smile. I must confess I was unaware that the Order had any acolytes working in this sector. I've only just arrived, Jas informed him. I was asked to aid in certain matters here, and with a bit of luck and the Force, hope to resolve any further problems. That would be most appreciated, Secura agreed. In recent years, House Rist has been the center of many problems. I hope that we can avoid any further issues and restore peace to this world and its citizens. The Jedi's words gave Jas pause. He said problems, plural, not a single problem. Jas wondered what they might mean. Rihanna Rist scowled at the Jedi, her dislike for him and the Order in general bubbling out through the Force. If you are looking for someone to blame, Secura, she growled, may I suggest that you start with the people trying to kill Dorma's foster daughter. House Rist has shown restraint up until this point, but we are beginning to lose patience. If the Jedi are either unable or unwilling to stop these attacks, then we will take matters into our own hands. Tup Secura regarded her with a cool look. There is no reason for threats, Lady Rist. All that can be done is being done. I'm sure, the woman sneered. Do let us know when you have a suspect in custody. House Rist would very much like to thank this person for all the trouble they have caused. I will keep your family apprised of my investigation, of course. Of course, Dorma agreed. We would be most pleased to know what you have turned up. Jas rubbed his temples. The tensions in the room were doing little for his headache. How is Vessaria? He asked. I was told that she was unharmed, but she is fine, thanks to you and Protector Valenthyne, Dor Marist informed him with a soft smile. She is in her quarters now, being looked at by one of our medical droids. Before that, she spent the last 6 hours being questioned by Alderaani security, Val added. My queen was not happy when she returned. Not that I blame her. Her trip ruined, her life threatened. Val sighed. I fear that she is growing tired of these attacks. Jas frowned. Had he heard Val right? Attacks? This has happened before? He asked. Nothing so well organized, Dorma answered. But yes. This is not the first time that Vest's life has been threatened. How many times has it been now, Protector? This was the 4th time. And each attempt has gotten more and more elaborate. Jas was shocked, though he didn't show it, thanks to his training. 4 times. He thought. Someone had tried 4 times to kill Vess? He felt his temper starting to rise. He couldn't believe it. Coop had done a lot of business with House Rist over the years. Had he not heard about these attacks? Jas' eyes narrowed. Why wasn't I told about this? Had he heard about any attempts on Vess' life, he might have responded years ago. What that response would have been, he couldn't say. But still. 4 times? Really? He turned his attention to Sakura. If the man was the Jedi watchman for this world, he should have investigated such attempts. I assume these previous attacks were investigated? They were. Sakura assured him. Were any suspects arrested? The Twi'lek shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Jas didn't like that, not considering that it was a Jedi he was talking to. The 3 previous incidents were carried out by off-worlders, he informed Jas. 2 took their own lives, while the 3rd was slain trying to escape the Rist compound. Is that not correct, Lady Rist? Rihanna gave the man an evil smile. My family does know a few things about the art of assassination, and how to prevent one. The woman shrugged. We make no apologies for defending one of our own. The man was sloppy. He got what he deserved. Jas did his best to digest what he was hearing. Clearly there was more going on here than he realized. 4 times. He shook his head. It seemed that his master had been right. He would need to do far more than simply advise Vess on dealing with his brother. If Vess' aunt and her husband were desperate enough to put together such an elaborate attempt to kill their niece, then they were likely to do anything. He had come here to aid his friends, and that is what he still intended to do. I take it you will be investigating this matter further? He asked his fellow Jedi. Of course. The Twi'lek agreed. Rist was not the only house affected by this attack. The other houses demand answers as well. Many scions of the noble houses were on those slopes. And though they had not been threatened directly, the chance remained. I'm sure that you will do everything in your power to put their minds at ease, Master Jedi, Dorma Rist said. We will, of course, cooperate fully in your investigation. That will be most appreciated, Tup Sakura said, bowing. Now, if you will excuse me, I will be off. I'm sure that my allies within Alderaani security will have found some promising leads by now. Of course, Dorma Rist said, gesturing towards the door. May the gods smile on your endeavor, Master Jedi. We are most interested in seeing what you turn up. I will keep you informed, my lady. You have my word. In the meantime, may the Force be with you all. And with you, Jas said, returning his bow. Good hunting, brother. The Jedi left without another word, shown out by the servant that had brought Jas here. Jas Dar Bynn did not say anything more until the Jedi was gone. He was already thinking about his first move. For attempts. He shook his head. The Jedi could conduct their investigation. He would not step on their toes. But that didn't mean that he had no leads of his own. The Cooper/Halcyon organization did have many friends in low places. Bringing in a highly trained hit team with heavily modified hardware was neither easy nor cheap. Someone in the fringes had to know something. And Jas could think of at least 2 contacts here that might have heard something, or knew someone who might have heard something. Let his fellow Jedi investigate through the proper channels, that was fine. He had a few levers of his own to pull. He turned to the 3 women, his eyes focusing mainly on the Lady Rihanna. As the current Lord's daughter, she was likely the highest-ranked Rist that he could speak with at the moment. If it would please you, my lady, he began. I would like to conduct a bit of investigating on my own. See what I could turn up through unofficial channels. Before Rihanna Rist could respond, Dorma answered. We would appreciate any help you could have her, Sir Jas. Especially considering what you faced on Vess' behalf. It is the least we can do. Rihanna Rist laughed. I take it you don't have much faith in your Jedi brother, Sir Jas? He shrugged. A proper Jedi has his own avenues of investigation. My sources may not be as official, but they can get results if I ask the right questions. He smiled at Rihanna. With your permission, of course, Lady Rist? The woman shrugged. You want to look into matters on your own? I have no objections. Besides, the lady's smile widened. I would not object if you made your fellow look bad. Jas didn't respond to that. That was not the reason he was doing this. He didn't want to look on a fellow Jedi with disfavor. But he could not deny the fact that Secura's investigations may not meet with resistance. The fact that Sai asked him here, and the fact that his brother's friends within the Senate hoped that Vess would decide to abdicate her throne. Was it possible that Tup Securin knew about Sai Dar Bynn's desire? That he might even help it along in the interests of what he considered continued peace? Jas didn't want to think about that. He suspected that a lot of eyes were on House Rist right now. His brother was on his way. And no doubt what happened on that mountain would get back to both members of the Senate, the Mining Guild, and the members of Bantun's current royal family. Republic interests were not moving in Vess's favor right now. If Jas expected any aid from his fellow Jedi, he needed to find proof of wrongdoing on the Republic's end. If someone in the Senate or the Mining Guild knew of the attack, aided it in any way, he needed to find out. It was likely the only way to help Vess. She needed allies right now. He could hopefully win her some. Thank you, he said to the ladies of the House Rist. I suppose we should start by what we have learned about the attack on the mountain. Has House Rist discovered anything interesting about those men or the equipment that they used? All 7 were off-worlders, Rihanna Rist informed him. Our sources at the spaceport are trying to figure out who they were exactly. The bodies had no identification on them, and their weapons were clean, no serial numbers to scan, or evidence of where they came from. What about their vehicles? He asked. My memory of the attack is a bit foggy, but I do remember that they were all flying aerial patrol platforms, heavily modified and fully armed. We were unable to acquire any of the debris, Dorma informed him. The jamming signal used to block our communications did attract attention. A security ship arrived at our location just after we detected the avalanche that the fighting caused. Alderani security followed us to your location. They sealed off the area and took Vess back to be interviewed. We have sources within the security branch, Rihanna informed him. I'll see if they can get us copies of the reports on the destroyed apps. That would be most helpful, Jas said. Thank you. Val smiled at him. I spoke with Captain Cooper when I woke up, she informed him. He claims your organization has contacts here on Alderaan. People that might know something. There are a few people that I could look up, sure. Good, she said. Mind if I tag along? Not at all. He smiled. We won't be traveling in the best company. You sure your delicate sensibilities can handle it? She chuckled at that. Don't worry about me, not a Jedi. I can take care of myself. She didn't need to tell him that. He thought with a hint of amusement. Char Valenthyne was one of the toughest women he knew. And besides, as the daughter of a pair of professional thieves, she had grown up in the fringes of society. Going back would likely be like a homecoming for her. There was a knock at the door. A young handmaiden entered, bowing respectfully to the ladies in the room. Forgive the interruption, my lady, the girl said. But I come with a request from Lady Vessaria. She has asked to speak with Sir Jas. Jas' brow furrowed. She wants to speak with me? Yes, Sir Jas. She was quite insistent about it. May I inform her that you will come? He looked at Lady Dorma. She was the girl's guardian, after all. You should go see her, she said. After the attack, she was quite worried about you. Seeing that you are safe might lift her spirits. He nodded. It would be good to see Vess again. They had not really gotten a chance to talk on the mountain, not with all the chaos going on around them. Still, he took a deep breath. He tried not to think about what happened when he had first arrived, how he had gawked at her like some uneducated fool from some outer rim backwater. He pushed such thoughts away. They were unbecoming of both a gentleman and a Jedi. He knew Vess had protected them since they had first met. There was nothing to be worried about. He was simply going to speak with a friend. Nothing more. Nothing more. I'll take you to her quarters, Val offered. It will give us a chance to catch up, prepare for our next move. He nodded, and motioned for her to lead the way. He followed in her wake, already wondering what he was going to say. He and Vess had much to talk about. Don't overload her with everything just yet. His conscience chided. You still have time to talk to her about Sai and what he expects of her when he arrives. Yes. He realized. He needed to be patient. He still had time to come up with a solution to the problem that his brother presented. Right now, he was more interested in making sure that no one took another shot at trying to kill the poor girl. Jas sighed. 4 times, he said to Val. People have tried to kill Vess 4 times since she has been here? The Protector gave him an ill look. I had hoped that we would be safe here, far from the reach of Lord Lyron and his thugs. She shook her head. It hasn't been easy for me, Jas, working to keep Vess safe. He gave her an appraising look, noticing for the first time the bruising on her face, the result of the strike by the rogue probe droid, no doubt. I promise you, Val, he said. Whatever is going on, whoever is behind these attacks, they are going to stop now. Vess deserves a chance to live her life. She is going to have it. Char Valenthyne smiled. There is the guy that helped us all those years ago, she said with that sly smirk of hers. I was worried he was gone when you first got here. You seemed so cold. I'm happy to see that he is back. Jas smiled, not one of the fake grins he had used in the last few years to put people at ease, but a true grin. His grin. Things happened in the last few years, he admitted. I made mistakes. And rather than try to fix them, I shut down. Thought it was better not to feel, and just push forward. I see, she said. And now? Jas snorted with amusement. I found something on the mountain. I sensed something. Something more important than just doing my job, something worth fighting for. And that is? She asked. Jas considered telling her, describing the sensation of his own child reaching out to him through the Force. That, in spite of everything, he saw that he could have more than just a Jedi's sense of calm and accomplishment. What he saw went against the Jedi Code. But that no longer bothered him. The Force had long ago decided that he would never be a proper Jedi. He had forgotten that for a time. But now that he remembered, he wouldn't go back to what he had been before. He would not be that apathetic, whatever he had been the last few years. Ask me about it later, okay? He said. Once we're sure that Vess is safe, I'll explain everything. She nodded. For Vess, then? She said. Yeah, he agreed. For Vess. Chapter 1-1. Jas and Val made their way down the halls of the Rist estate, on their way to Vess' room. He had to admit, the palatial dwelling that was the Rist estate was more than a little intimidating. Though seen by many as a welcoming culture throughout the Republic, Alderaan's nobles with their wealth and prestige could be seen as being high above most people, especially a former Jedi student turned smuggler. Yet, it was not the wealth of House Rist that was troubling him. He was about to see Vess again. And considering what had happened before, how he had reacted when he had first saw her again, he was a bit nervous. Jas frowned. He tried not to think about it, to focus on the fact that he was simply meeting with an old friend, a friend he had not seen in many years. No reason to focus on his reaction when they had arrived, what he had thought when he had seen Vess in the hall. It wasn't like she knew what had happened. At least, he hoped that she didn't know. He could still see her standing there, innocent excitement flowing out from her through the Force, drawing his eyes to her, that thermal suit so snug in all the right places. He shook his head. Even now he felt like a lecher. This had been Vess, after all. He was a complete idiot. Any idea what this is about? He asked his companion. Why she would ask to speak with me? Hard to say. Val shrugged. I haven't gotten a chance to speak with her since she got back. I was still unconscious when help came, and the security boys took Vess before I woke up. The Protector's expression remained grim, but she did manage to smile at him. It was a weak smile, but it was there. You should feel honored, Hotshot. Every one of Vess would-be suitors hoped to see her when she returned, to make sure that she was unhurt. She rejected every single one of them. But now, she asks for you. Val chuckled. It is her brave knight she wishes to see. He shrugged. I did what was necessary. I couldn't just let the two of you face such danger alone. Vess is grateful for that. I know I am. The Protector replied. She sighed and shook her head. Jas could tell that this was not easy for her. She was a strong and stubborn woman, and not used to being in someone's debt. He could tell her to think nothing of it, but knew it would be a waste of time. Char Valenthyne was not the type to let such things go. She was too good of a woman, and Protector, for that. She was not above giving credit where credit was due. Thank you again, by the way. If you hadn't been with us on that mountain, I don't know what might have happened. Happy to be of service, he replied with a shrug. I just hope that my presence here has not caused all this. The Jedi's sudden interest in your world, me being asked to come here, and now this. He sighed. Sounds like the kid has had enough trouble in her life. She doesn't need me bringing her more. Maybe. The Protector agreed. Still, you have my personal thanks. Her smile widened. She has missed you, you can be sure of that. She has spoken of you more than a few times these last few years, asking after you, if we knew if you were okay. Val shrugged. Maybe that is all it is. Maybe she just wants to make sure that you are okay. From the sound of it, you were in a pretty bad way when they found you on that mountain. It could have been worse. He agreed. If help hadn't arrived when it did. Char Valenthyne nodded. So, she continued, you should just go in there and talk to her. Make sure she knows that you're all right. It will put her mind at ease, and she will be able to rest. He nodded in agreement. He could do that. They found their way to the girl's door. Both paused before entering. They could hear the sound of voices inside. Val knocked. A moment, please, master or mistress. A cool and sympathetic voice called out. I'm just finishing up my examination. Medical droid. Jas realized. Unsurprising, considering what the girl had been through. It looks like we have to wait, Val said with a humble smile. She leaned back against the nearest wall, waiting for them to be admitted. I guess we do. Jas began to pace. He would much rather have simply gone in, not given himself time to think about it. But, he shook his head. Val? Yeah? You said there have been 3 previous attempts on Vess' life. Tell me about them. The Protector winced. You sure you want to hear about that, hotshot? Could make you angry. I know I don't like to think about those times. It may be important. Maybe something you saw or remember might give me some idea what I'm getting into, and what threat is hanging over Vess, the true threat. He gave her a serious look. Please, Val. I would like to know. The Protector frowned. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. She pursed her lips, anger flashing in her green eyes. The first attempt was about 6 years ago, a few months after we first got here. Vess had settled into her new life here, and everything seemed to be returning to normal. As normal as it gets for a royal princess in exile, anyway. One of the younger cousins of House Rist had really been into speeder bike racing. Vess had seen him practicing, and wanted to learn how to ride one herself. I worried about her, of course, but Dorma assured me everything would be fine. The trainers that House Rist employed were some of the best on Alderaan. Did one of the trainers try to attack her? Jas asked. No, nothing like that. One day, Vess had to miss one of her riding lessons. She had had a school project due, and had fallen behind on it. Dorma wouldn't let her go out until her school work was done. Vess wasn't happy about it, even complained to me, but there was nothing I could do. Vess is my queen, but she is still a child. And Dorma is her foster mother. On Bantoon, mothers have the final say. Jas smiled. It is good to see that Lady Rist has been a good parent to her. More than you know, Val added. About an hour later, there was an explosion in one of the Rist garages. The fuel cell of one of the speeder bikes there overloaded. No one was hurt, but... Val growled. The speeder bike that exploded was the one that Vess would have been riding on for her lesson. She would have been on the track going God's only knows how fast when the thing blew up. We investigated, discovered the remains of a tiny device. It caused the fuel cell to overheat, causing the explosion. Jas winced. It turned the fuel cell into a bomb? Yeah, Val said, shaking her head. Praise the gods that Vess had fallen behind on her schoolwork. Was anyone arrested? Did your people find any leads? One of the mechanics went missing the day the bike blew up. We found him later in a rented room near the capital city spaceport. He was dead, of course. It looked like he had overdosed on spice, but... Suspicious, Jas said. Yes, she agreed. Most suspicious. The second time happened on Vess' 13th birthday. This one was almost successful, and I nearly died for not catching it in time. Among Vess' presents was a box of chocolate-covered lady babies, one of my queen's favorite treats. She ate too when she opened the box, but was called away by other party interests. Val shivered. About 20 minutes later, she started feeling sick, turning pale. She had come up to me telling me that she wished to lay down, and that she didn't feel good. I had been talking to Lady Rihanna at the time, and that was a very good thing. Vess's eyes were bloodshot. Her lips were starting to turn dark, almost purple. Jas clenched his fists in anger. Poison? Yes. And Lady Rihanna recognized it immediately. Grabbed Vess's arm and dragged her down to medical. She gave my queen some potion at the wrist keep on hand for emergencies. Vess would spend the next 3 days throwing up, barely able to even keep down water. She spent those days having to take nutrients through an IV. Char Valenthyne shuddered. She would have died, Jas. Had she just gone back to her room, not told us anything, we wouldn't have been able to save her. Had we waited another hour, she would have been beyond our aid, or so Rihanna told me later. If she had eaten more than 2, we would have lost her. Val suppressed a whimper. Even just remembering the event caused her pain. Her hand coming to rest on one of the blasters on her hip. I spent those days with a blaster in hand, hearing my final order over and over in my head, a protector that fails, must fall, every time I heard someone coming to bring us news of how she was doing. I expected to hear that my queen was gone, and knew that I would end with a blaster bolt from my own weapon going through my head. She clenched her fists. My queen almost died. And there was nothing I could do. We searched for the source of the poison, and found the lady babies. How they escaped being scanned when they entered the estate, we didn't know. Did you find out where they came from? Yes. We traced the delivery man who dropped them off. We contacted security, but he turned up dead too. Yes. His speeder went down outside the city. The security fields didn't kick on. He died instantly. Char Valenthyne shrugged. Unsurprisingly, my queen lost her taste for chocolate lady babies. Hasn't eaten one since. Jas nodded. He was starting to pick up the pattern here. And the third attempt? He asked. Vess doesn't know about this one. She informed him. It happened about 1.5 years ago. The plan died in its infancy. An off-worlder showed up in the capital. He was looking to hire a sniper for a special job. He went to one of the best on the planet, offered to pay 2 times the going rate for such a job, provided he could make it look like an accident. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. The man didn't want Vess simply shot. That would have been too suspicious, I guess. How did that end? Val gave him that sly grin of hers. He hired the wrong person. He didn't know that the assassin he contracted was a third cousin of House Rist, and had been trained here. Rist don't take out contracts on their own family. It isn't done. Wait a second, Jas said. I'm confused. House Rist trains assassins? Oh, you didn't know? Val said. House Rist's origins are a bit darker than some of the others here on Alderaan. For generations, they have trained the deadliest assassins on the planet. They have done so since ancient times. Eventually, they became so wealthy and prestigious that they rose to become nobles themselves. Not all of the family still practices the old art. Lady Rihanna, her cousins, a few other distant relations. They still do the occasional job. Not that I'm involved in that. My interest has always been Vess safety. Nothing else. Jas had spun. Vess, whose life was being threatened by assassins, was living within a house of assassins. Irony. I take it the Rist captured the man who tried to hire the sniper. Did they get anything out of him? He resisted interrogation by the security forces. He was a seasoned pro. He wasn't even in the galactic database. The man was a ghost, probably from an off-world assassins guild. As far as the Republic was concerned, he didn't really exist. It had just been arranged that he was about to be turned over to House Rist's personal interrogator, when he was found dead in his cell. Poison hidden in an earring he had been wearing. It was most sloppy that the planetary security people didn't catch that. Jas Dar Bynn shook his head. Incredible. Hiring an assassin willing to take his own life over a failed job was quite telling. Such people did not work cheaply, or rather, the people that trained and dispatched them didn't work cheaply. So these attacks are clearly not some simple operation. Someone has put a lot of time and credits into trying to carry them out? Clearly. She agreed. Do we know anything about the mountain attack yet? Not yet. Both Rihanna and Lady Dorma assure me we should know something in a few hours, once the Rist contacts within the security force have a chance to look at what has been collected. He found himself thinking about the mountain, what had happened up there. The timing of this assassination attempt was interesting, to say the least. I arrived just in time to foil an attempt on Vess' life. Normally, he would have just considered that a matter of the Force being at work. But, was it possible that someone knew that I was coming? If they did, would they have guessed that I would intervene in the attack? It was possible that killing Vess on that mountain wasn't the point, but to scare her into considering abdicating her throne? If that was the case, then, wasn't it possible that Jas shook his head. No. Dar Bynn was a Jedi. He would never be a part of anything like that. Plus he was Jas' brother. He couldn't believe that his twin had changed that much. No. There had to be another explanation. He needed to find it. Were your contacts ever able to find any suspects? He asked. Not the men who died, but any contacts they might have had higher up, the people that could have sent them? Val shook her head. We've never been able to prove who was behind any of these attacks. They were professional jobs, everyone, and carried out by people who knew how to cover their tracks. But we are pretty sure that the mining guild is involved. The subtlety we've seen doesn't suggest Vess' aunt and uncle. The High General is not a subtle man. And I doubt that Lady Adira could stomach even hearing of such things. Has House Rist retaliated for any of these attacks? After the sniper thing, yes, or so the rumors I've heard claim. A Rist assassin took out a job on a mining guild executive on Coruscant. It is said that the job was done. Afterward, the man's hands were cut off. One was sent to the mining guild's home office, the other to the royal palace on Bantoon, along with a handful of Bantoon credits. Did anyone get the message? I guess. This attack on the mountain was the first attempt on Vess' life in almost 2 years. We thought we were done with all this. We all hoped that Vess' enemies had finally gotten the point. She shrugged. I guess we were wrong. He shook his head. Poor Vess. He had hoped that she would be safe on Alderaan. But it seemed that the past had a very long reach. Her enemies were not ready to give up and simply let her have her life. Poor kid. How has Vess handled this? She was afraid for a while, especially after the poison thing. It was after she recovered that Lady Rihanna took her under her wing, started to teach her how to fight. I saw a bit of that on the mountain, he admitted. It was impressive. Lady Rihanna is dangerous, a skilled assassin. And now she is sharing those secrets and skills with Vess. The lady has always said that she sees something in my queen, an instinct that needs to be nurtured. Jas gave her a surprised look. Does Lady Rihanna want Vess to become an assassin? She would be happy if she did, Val admitted. Rihanna would not weep if Vess decided to give up her throne and commit fully to the old ways, a life of shadow and blood, she calls it. Char Valenthyne shook her head. I will not let it come to that, Jas. I will not see the goodness in my queen go out. Rihanna would be most pleased if Vess joined her on the assassin's path. The lady has sworn never to marry, and makes fun of those that choose to. It is her choice, and she is welcome to it. But I would rather not see my queen follow in her footsteps. No love, no chance at a family. Rihanna has chosen that path for herself. I'll be damned if she thinks I will just stand by and let Vess go down that road. I'm glad that she has helped protect my queen, but... You still hope that Vess will have a normal life one day? Normal for a queen. I hope so, Val agreed. Unlike Rihanna, I don't believe that all men are manipulative scum. She smirked at him. Some of you do have your uses. He grinned. Thanks for noticing. The door to Vess' chambers opened. A medical droid tottered out. It turned its optics to the Jedi and the Protector. What is the prognosis, Doc? Val asked. Is my queen all right? A few scrapes and burns, Mistress Valenthyne. I've given her something for the pain, to help her sleep. It will aid in the healing process. The droid turned to the Jedi, its eyes centered on him. Are you Jas Dar Bynn, Master? I am. The droid nodded. She has asked to speak with you. Told me that if I saw you in the hall to admit you. Please make it brief, Master. The sedative I gave her will take effect soon. I will be brief, he promised. I will be recharging if the young mistress needs anything. Feel free to call me. The droid tottered away, its metal joints squeaking. Val smiled at Jas. I think you should get in there, she advised. He swallowed, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. Relax, she said. It is just Vess. He nodded. Yeah, he thought. It was just Vess. She is just a girl, after all. Just another girl. He stepped into the room. He hoped he was not going to embarrass himself. Vess' room was not like the rest of the estate. Alderani style tended to favor dark colors, blues and reds, with the nobles liking gold and silver trim wherever it was possible. Vess' room was not like that at all. The first thing he noticed as he entered was the smell of the sea. More of those scented candles, he realized. Like the one the girl had asked to be delivered to his sick room. For the girl, it must have been a comforting reminder of her home. The room itself had been painted tan with blue and green highlights, colors of the beach and the sea. It reminded Jas a bit of Bantoon, what he had seen of it. The buildings near the spaceport had all been made of tan stone, the same color as he was seeing here. Jas nodded. He was not surprised that she would wish to be surrounded by what reminded her of a safer time. Though he knew little of teenage nobles, the room was like most young people's rooms throughout the galaxy. Several posters of popular people or films from the Holonet dotted the walls. A large fish tank sat in the back corner, bubbling softly. A large canopy bed sat against the right wall, a furry stuffed animal lay near the pillow. A desk, wardrobe, and dresser sat across from the bed. The desk was clear of clutter, containing only a small hollow projector, cycling its way through a collection of still holos, pictures of the young lady's friends and family, he supposed. Jas watched the images as they flitted by. Images of Vess and Lady Dorma over the last 7 years, important events in the girl's life, as well as pictures of her and Val. In fact, many pictures of the girl and her protector. Jas smiled. Val was far more than a mere guard in the eyes of the young girl. That was clear. It was not surprising, considering all that the two had been through. What they had endured together was more than enough to create a very special bond, far more than any mere duty or programming that Val had been subjected to. Vess loved Val. That was clear. And from the smiling images, it seemed that the protector returned that affection. She was lucky. If Char Valenthyne had to be bound to someone, at least it was someone she could love and respect. As he looked around the room, both his smuggler and Jedi training took over. He noticed several things beyond what would be found in the room of a teenage girl. The room had only one window, which opened up onto a beautiful view of the snowy peaks of Alderaan. A quick inspection of that window showed that it opened up directly over a cliff face, hundreds of feet straight down, with no clear way to climb up. And if he was not mistaken, as he looked to both the left and right of the window, what appeared to be the slight shimmer of an energy shield, protecting the window from anything shy of a missile attack. So Lady Dorma is not foolish, he thought. That was good. She understood that the girl's life remained under threat, and had taken steps to protect her. This is not just a girl's bedroom, he realized. It was a safe room. The Rist had done their best to make it suitable for Vess, but that didn't mean that they had abandoned any chance at extra security. A gentle tap on the wall revealed no hollow sound. The walls were both thick and solid, no chance of someone reaching here by going through, or using an explosive charge. Plus, if he was not mistaken, even the air vents in the room were shielded. He could just make out the hum of an energy shield. So much security for a single girl. But also necessary, considering what he had both seen and heard. For attempts. He frowned. He hated that the girl had had to grow up this way. But what choice was there? At least Vess had had a chance to grow up. Speaking of Vess, he didn't see her. But there was a door on the opposite wall, next to the bed, and the sound of running water from the other side. He had been about to call out, when he heard an angry snarl come from the bed. He turned. What he had taken to be some kind of small stuffed toy had risen up and was now growling at him. He wasn't sure what it was, an orange ball of fur with a large feline face, pointed ears, black button eyes, and slender legs with sharp claws on each of its 4 paws. Jas smiled. "Hello there," he said. The creature was not amused. It continued to spit and hiss. He sensed no danger, just a sense of territoriality. The animal was likely a pet of some sort, maybe Vess. Not wishing to harm the animal or be clawed bloody, he reached out with the force, trying to calm it. "I mean your mistress no harm," he promised, his thoughts reaching out through the force. "I simply wanted to make sure that she is feeling okay." He doubted that the creature could understand his words, but the feelings he was sending seemed to work. The creature stopped growling. It sat back on its haunches, watching him, but no longer making any aggressive moves. The animal mewed, and began to wash its large face with one paw. It was at that moment that a familiar voice emerged from the other room. Dion? Nandi? Is that you? Do you need something else of me? Jas smiled. He recognized the voice from earlier, from when they first arrived. Hello, Vess? He called out. The water shut off. There was a moment of brief silence. Mr. Jas? It's me, kid, he answered. You told your servant you wished to see me? Another brief pause, but then the door opened. Vess stood before him, her lovely face lit by a warm smile. Mr. Jas! She exclaimed. Thank the gods you're. Jas' eyes widened. Whoa! He looked away quickly, a blush flaring on his cheeks. Whoa there, gal, he said, diverting his eyes. Vess, you're. Mr. Jas, I don't. The girl looked down, realizing why he had responded as he had. She was barely dressed. Her nightgown, if you could call it that, left little to the imagination. It was more of a t-shirt really, leaving her long legs bare and cut low in front, very low. She looked down at herself, up at Jas, and then back down. Oh! She gasped. With a mortified squeal, she fled, covering her chest and slamming the door behind her. Jas shook his head. Awkward, he thought. Extremely awkward. His voice stuck in his throat. What should I do? He thought about leaving, but... Sorry. Vess squeaked from behind the door. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. It is okay, he said quickly, not wishing to make this worse than it already was. He sighed. Damn it. Burr had been right about one thing. He found himself thinking. The girl had grown up in all the right places. He dismissed any further thought of that. It would not serve. This was Vess, after all. Again, he felt like a bit of a lecher. Silence filled the room. Neither he nor the girl could figure out what to say next. Finally, one of them broke the stalemate. Mr. Jas? He heard from behind the door. Yes? He heard a nervous giggle. My robe, she said. It is on the bed. Could you grab it for me, bring it here? Sure, he said, still not being able to look up at the door. No problem. He found the robe easily enough. It was on the bed, right next to the animal. The creature mewed when he picked it up. He paused just long enough to scratch the creature behind the ears, making it purr contentedly. Jas frowned. At least someone here isn't mortified, he thought. Damn. Why was this so bloody awkward? It was just Vess, after all. She was just another girl. He wished that were so, but it was not entirely true. Vess was Vess. She was a queen in the making, and marked by the Force. He took a deep breath, and tried to center himself. He had been around beautiful girls before. He had never felt so uncertain. He needed to remember his teachings. He needed to remain in control. He was almost a Jedi. That should have made things easy. Sadly, they did not. He approached the door, holding out the garment like it was a venomous reptile, feeling even more foolish. Here, he called out. The door opened a crack, and the girl snatched it from his hands. Thanks, she said. I will be out in a moment. He nodded, and shook his head. Damn, he thought. He had had less awkward meetings. The strange feline leapt down from the bed. It walked up to him, rubbing contentedly against his leg. He leaned down and petted it. It rolled over and swatted playfully at his hand. The door opened. Vess stepped out. Her cheeks were as rosy pink as the robe she now wore. Her expression was not so different from the one she had worn when she had first boarded the Coupe's Folly 7 years ago. Hello, Mr. Jas, she said shyly. She was looking down, not really trying to meet his gaze. She likely felt as uncomfortable as he did. She giggled nervously, her robe knotted tightly at her waist, the top pulled tightly against her neck. Is this better? It is fine, he said, though a small part of him was disappointed to see Beauty fully covered up. She shuffled her feet nervously. I'm happy to see that you are well, Mr. Jas. Back on the mountain there was so much blood. She shivered. I feared the worst. I thought that the gods might take you. I'm okay, he said, trying to reassure her. Help arrived just in time. That is good, she said with a shy smile. I thought. She looked down at the animal, playfully batting at the laces of Jas's boots. She smiled. You must forgive Claude, she said. He does tend to live up to his name. Jas smirked. His name is Claude? She nodded. He is a loath cat. A gift from Uncle Errol. He usually isn't very friendly with strangers, she admitted. He has been known to live up to his name, leaving marks on people he doesn't know. Vess laughed lightly. You are clearly as much a wizard as you are a knight. Claude has never taken so quickly to someone. We just needed a few moments to connect, Jas said dismissively. He is actually quite friendly. She leaned down and scratched the animal's belly, making it purr even louder. Say what you want about animals, but they do know what they want, she said, her voice more than a little morose. Their desires are so simple. She looked up at him. Was anyone else hurt on the mountain? She asked. My friends. No one was hurt, at least I don't think so, Jas said. Though I do remember seeing a body. Mr. Mim, Vess said, shaking her head. I think. No. I know he was paid to separate me from the others. He asked to speak with me alone, said he needed my help with a school project. But when we were alone, he told me not to resist, that the people coming for me would not hurt me. The girl shuddered. The security droids turned on us. They shot him. And then those strange flying things came for me. They. The girl held herself. She shivered. Why can't they leave me alone, Mr. Jas? Why can't they just stop trying to hurt me? His heart broke at the look on her face. The poor girl. He wanted to take her into his arms, to hold her. But, no. He realized. That was the one thing that he couldn't do. I'm sorry, Vess, he said. I wish there was some way to make it stop. Vess sighed. Her eyes turned cold, and angry. I know how to stop it, she said flatly. I've always known. But I don't know if I have the strength to do it. You are stronger than you think, he told her. I feel it. The Force is with you. You may not be able to feel it, but it is there. Vess began to pace. He noticed how she was limping, and that her right hand and forearm was heavily bandaged. Maybe this isn't the best time to be thinking about this, he advised. You're hurting, and that MD droid did give you something to help you rest. Rest would be nice, she agreed. But it doesn't change the fact that I can't keep closing my eyes and hoping that the people that hurt my family will leave me alone. She stopped pacing and met his gaze. Her blue eyes bright and determined. If my mom were here, she would say that I need to stop running and face my foes. If I act like prey, then that is all I will ever be. I have to become the hunter. They want me to be afraid, but I can't afford to be. I have to face this, alone. But you are not alone, he reminded her. You have your Aunt Dorma. You have the wrists. You have Val. And you? She asked. Jas blinked. Me? Yes. Will you help me, Mr. Jas? Please? Despite his Jedi training, he felt his heart beat quicken. The way she was looking at him, what he was feeling through the Force. All the potential he had seen 7 years ago was now realized. Vess had become the woman that he had sensed she was destined to be. He could hear it in her voice. She was strong. She simply had to accept what needed to be done, and walk the path that the Force had put her on. What that meant, and where it would lead, he could not say. He just knew that he would help her, if he could. He was responsible for her being here. He owed her a chance at happiness. I will do what I can, he promised. I don't think it will be easy, but I will do my best. You have my word. She smiled. That is all we can ask, isn't it? The girl yawned. It is all. Vess? He asked. She rocked on her feet, and looked about to fall. He took her by the arm and pulled her to him. She lay against his chest. He felt her tense briefly, but then she relaxed. A happy sigh escaped her lips. Ooh, she murmured. Why is the room spinning? Sounds like the medicine the doc gave you is starting to work. He murmured softly. Here, let me help you lay down. He guided her to her bed. The loath cat followed. It seemed curious about its mistress. It mewed at her. I'm fine, Claude, she murmured. Mr. Jas is here now. She snuggled against his chest. He'll protect me. Jas sat her down on the mattress. The girl's eyes were glassy. She swayed slightly, clearly having trouble keeping her eyes open. "Lay back now," he said softly. "You will feel better once you have slept." She obeyed, but didn't take her eyes off him. "You're so nice," she said, smiling dreamily. She reached up and stroked his cheek. "You're so cute." He chuckled. "And that is proof that the medicine is working," he said dismissively. Vess smiled. She likely had not heard his words. He felt nothing but warmth and affection through the force. "My knight," she murmured. "My brave knight." He sat next to her, his gray eyes looking into her blue ones. "You aren't leaving this time, are you?" she asked, her expression troubled. "You're staying?" He nodded. "Until you are out of danger, yes. I will." She sat up quickly. He only just managed to turn his head. She kissed him lightly on the cheek. He leaned back, surprised. "Vess?" "Damn," the girl pouted. "I missed." She lay back again. She pulled the covers around her. "No matter," she sighed. "I won't miss next time. I'll. A tired sigh escaped her lips. A few seconds later, she was snoring softly. Jas looked down, not really sure what had just happened. Why did she? "Vess? Next time?" He shook his head. It was unexpected, but not surprising. He had saved her life twice. Of course she was going to feel affectionate towards him. And besides, the sedative had likely caused what had happened, lowered her inhibitions. She likely would not even remember what happened tomorrow. Still, Vess. He rose, silently leaving her room. The loath cat leapt back up onto the bed. It curled up in the crook of its mistress' arms, settling in for a nap of its own. He left the two, let them rest. Just another girl. Jas thought. A girl that needs my help. He nodded grimly. He had some calls to make. He knew a few people here on Alderaan. Coop knew a few more. Vess was right about one thing. She had been prey for too long. Now was the time to be a hunter. He could do that. For Vess, he would hunt. Chapter 1-2. Jas Dar Bynn watched as Char Valenthyne trained. The heavy bag swinging back and forth with every punch and kick. Each strike was expertly placed, and had enough power behind it to break bones. Jas could only guess at how many pounds of force were being delivered with every blow. And she is so fast, he thought. She danced around the bag, delivering both punishing shots with her fists, but also devastating spin kicks. The protector didn't just move, she seemed to flow around her target. He was astounded. She is so damn fast. Not as fast as a Jedi, perhaps, but still very quick. It was impressive, make no mistake, extremely impressive. Since leaving Vess to find her rest, he had spent the bulk of the evening aboard the Folly, sending messages to the organization's on-planet contacts. Despite its peaceful reputation, Alderaan remained a center of power for the Republic, and like all other centers of power, it drew its share of fringe elements. Smugglers and criminals operated on Alderaan, maybe not as openly as they could on Nar Shaddaa or Coruscant, but they still had some leeway. It was to these contacts that Jas now reached out. He suspected that the people that attacked Vess on the North Mountains were not locals. He would be shocked if it turned out that they were. And if they weren't local, then someone had to have had a hand in helping them slip on-world. That meant someone with underworld connections likely knew more about the operation. So, it was to the underworld that he reached out. His position within the Cooper/Halcyon organization did allow him into places that most Jedi could never hope to walk. Which was the whole point of the Council allowing him to remain with the Folly crew in the first place. He had resented that position in the first few months, resigned himself to hopelessness. But now, he had a chance to help Vess, to help Vel. He would not fail in this endeavor. He arranged a meeting for the next evening. Nothing sooner was possible, sadly. But that was for the best. He was far from his top form. He still needed time to fully come back from what he had endured saving Vess. He would have retired for the evening, meditated, and tried to get some sleep, but found that impossible. His mind was too busy. So, as was his way, he chose to indulge in a little light training, just enough to help him relax. He had approached Dor Marist about finding a place. He didn't wish to disturb his hosts. She had directed him to the second sub-level of the estate. As a friend to the family, she granted him full access to the training facilities there. Not sure what to expect, he accepted. He had taken the elevator down. And when the door finally slid open, he was surprised, to say the least. The Rist training grounds was no mere gymnasium. It was something far more. It appeared to be a cross between a gym, survival course, and shooting range. He noticed several training droids charging along the back wall, their arms featuring several weapons attachments. He shook his head. He could only imagine how tough of an opponent one of those droids would be on the highest training setting. Had Val not told him about the origins of House Rist, he would have thought this very unusual. Now it made sense. House Rist had not entirely abandoned its old ways, or so Val had said. Of course they would need a place to train those of the family who still practiced the old arts of assassination. He stepped into the room. It was about an hour or so before midnight. He had expected to have the room to himself. He had been mistaken. He had arrived to find Char Valenthyne attacking a heavy bag in one of the room's corners. The protector didn't even acknowledge him when he entered. Her full focus was on her target, each attack delivered with cold and ruthless efficiency. Again he found himself wondering how well a Jedi would fare against the sworn protector of Bantoon. If Val's speed and strength were not unique, if other sworn protectors moved like she did, even a Jedi would likely have trouble keeping up with the defenders of Bantoon's nobility. Any such engagement would be a tough fight to be sure. The chain holding the bag creaked loudly as Val struck it with a powerful jump kick. Had the bag been a living being, it likely would have suffered several broken ribs, or a cracked skull. He could only shake his head. The wonders of Bantoon genetic engineering. He thought to himself. A few years back, he had seen what the gene mods coming out of Bantoon could do. He had seen the results on a small colony world where their organization had set up a base. Misshapen limbs and other genetic abnormalities cured in a matter of months. Basic gene therapy, the medical droids had called it. The result of a low-level genetic modification procedure. He could only guess what a high-level mod would do. Or perhaps he didn't need to guess. Char Valenthyne was here. He was seeing what high-level Bantoon gene mods could do. Jas could not entirely kill the smile that sprung to his face as he watched her. No longer clad in armor, no longer with her hair done up in fancy braids. The protector was dressed simply, black workout shorts, and a blue midriff top. Her reddish-brown hair pulled into a single long ponytail. Her fists were taped, as were her bare feet. But even without a weapon, it was clear that the protector was dangerous. She didn't need a weapon in hand. Her hands and feet were lethal. She was a weapon. A beautiful and deadly weapon. He shivered as he watched her move, a lethal predator honing her skills. It was like watching a work of art, strength, speed, and precision all rolled up into one lithe and beautiful package. He felt a stirring in his blood. He realized in that moment how long it had been since he and Val had last been together. In truth, it had been years since he had last been with any woman. Watching Val train, seeing her like this, it was arousing to be sure. Damn, he thought. This really should not be turning me on, should it? Without any warning, Val's assault stopped. She stepped away from the bag. It still swung back and forth on its chain. Another few hits, and the chain itself might have snapped. Most impressive. Panting, her skin glowing with sweat, Char Valenthyne finally noticed that she was no longer alone. She smiled at him. "Hey there, hotshot," she called out. "You still awake?" He shrugged. "Couldn't sleep," he said dismissively. "Yeah," she agreed. "Me either." He looked around the training room. "I thought a little exercise would help. At the very least it might just tire me out enough that I can get some rest." "Couldn't hurt," Val replied. "I didn't get a chance to talk to you after you left Vess' room. Was everything okay?" "As well as to be expected," he answered, choosing not to mention that Vess had tried to kiss him. He was still not sure what to make of that. "After I left, I tried to contact some of the organization's friends here on Alderaan. Figured that some of them might know something." A little late for business calls, isn't it? She asked. Jas shrugged. The people I needed to contact don't do any real business until after the sun sets, he informed her. She nodded, unwrapping the tape from her fists. You think any of these people will be able to tell us anything about what happened on the North Mountain? Possibly, he replied. You want to know about shady deals on civilized worlds, you have to know where to look and who to talk to. Coop and I do move in those circles. He frowned slightly. We've never really seen ourselves as criminals. And if we are criminals with a small c in our name. We smuggle luxury items, high-end food, rare wine, and occasionally stolen artwork. Only things that the tax man is hurt by. And wanted by the rich and powerful that don't wish to pay tariffs. Jas frowned. The people I've reached out to, these are not our usual type of clients. These are people that might know more about the attack on Vess. But they're also a bit rougher than we normally like to deal with. But they're reliable, if you ask in the right way. The Protector nodded. I do know a bit about dealing with criminals, remember? My folks had their fair share of encounters with crime bosses and fences back in the day. I don't doubt it. But the Exchange isn't just a group of mere criminals. They're a syndicate with connections all across the core worlds. They may not be as infamous as the Hutts, but they do have a reputation. That is who you are going to speak with, then? She asked. The Exchange? That is who our contact works with. You want to know about criminal enterprises on a world, you talk to someone connected with the Exchange. Jas gave her a curious look. How are things going on the official end? Have House Rist's contacts learned anything useful? In response, Val hissed, and fired a vicious thrust kick at the heavy bag. The speed and strength of the blow almost made Jas jump back. The bag swung back and forth from the strength of Val's strike. The Protector shook her head. It has been the same old story, she complained. Alderaani security managed to locate the airfield where those aerial patrol platforms had been launched from. They went in and searched it, went over it with a full scanning crew, and found nothing. The place was leased under an assumed name. The men themselves had no identification on them, off-worlders most likely. And all the records found at the site were phonies. Val growled in frustration. It is just like all the other attempts on Vess life, a professional job that left no trace. Jas nodded. He had expected as much. But still, they weren't completely out of luck. So the 7 assassins are a dead end, he said flatly. Fortunately, we still have one more person to talk to. Char Valenthyne gave him a curious look. We do? Who? Jas smiled. Remember the jamming signal? Remember the reprogrammed security probes? Someone had to have had a hand in that. She nodded, seeing where he was going. So, we are looking for a slicer? No mere slicer, Jas replied. The thing done with the security network wouldn't have been hard. My organization employs many young slicers who eat planetary security codes for breakfast. They view slicing into it as a rite of passage, a test for newbies. The jamming itself could have been handled by anyone. But what was done to the security probes, that was something else. Inserting a program into those droids would require both skill and opportunity, something that the security firm that leased those droids wouldn't have allowed easily. That is why you want to speak with the Exchange, Val said with a hint of a smile. You think that the slicer involved was more than just some kid in his parents' basement. You would have needed a professional with resources to slice those droids. Jas Dar Bynn nodded. If this person is not employed by the Exchange, then they might know just who does have such a person on the payroll. A skilled slicer like the one we are looking for is not someone you easily eliminate if a job goes bad. Such slicers are not only skilled, but paranoid as well. Val smiled that sly smile of hers. You think this person is still alive, either because they fled or have people that would protect them, not want to waste their skills? Hopefully, Jas said with a shrug. I will know more tomorrow after I've spoken with Elena. After we've spoken with Elena, Val corrected him. She paused. Wait. Elena? Jas nodded. Elena Fortuna, he replied. She is the Exchange boss here on Alderaan. Coop and I have dealt with her several times in the past. She is a Twi'lek, a former slave that managed to work her way up through the organization. Not someone you want to get on the bad side of. Val smirked. The crime boss you're meeting with is a woman? So women can't be crime bosses? He said with a laugh. They aren't on Bantoon. Bantoon is a matriarchy. All the top government positions there are held by women, yes? Most of them. she agreed. So why is it so hard to believe that a female Twi'lek could rise through the ranks of organized crime? Val shrugged. I suppose it is not so hard to believe. She chuckled. So how do you and Coop know this woman? Jas snorted with amusement. That is all Coop's fault, I'm afraid. A few years back, he and Randa were taking a break from each other, still partners, but weren't dating. Coop spent a few months on Alderaan. He met Elena during that time, and they dated for a few weeks. I can't imagine that ended well, Val said. It didn't, Jas agreed. I warned Coop about getting involved with Elena in the first place. She has a bad reputation where her personal relationships are concerned. When Coop tried to break it off, she retaliated. Did she try to kill him? Val asked. No. But she did try to make him useless to any other woman. Yeesh, Val said, wincing. Yeah. Jas winced. My sentiments exactly. Char Valenthyne shook her head. So you think this person is going to help you? She has done business with the organization since, just not with Coop directly. I've brokered all of those deals, and she has proven reliable. Can we trust her? No. But she has no love for the mining guild, the Republic, or for any other form of authority. We can expect her to go where the credits are. She is nothing if not predictable. Sounds like a real charmer. Val chuckled. Jas grinned. We just have to stay out of her personal life. We do that, and we will be fine. Sounds doable, Val said, sitting down, removing the tape from her feet. How do you want to play this? I've got an appointment with her tomorrow night. She owns one of the nightclubs in Capital City. I go in as a member of the Cooper/Halcyon organization, looking to hire a slicer. Tell her I need someone with working knowledge of security droids. See if she bites. So we speak to this Twi'lek, and try to get a lead on the people that attacked Vess. What do we do if she decides not to give us the answers we need? Jas frowned. Actually, it would be better if I went in alone. Elena knows me, and might not respond well if I have company along. Char Valenthyne gave him a very cold and dirty look. I thought I said I could accompany you. I'm merely trying to make sure this meeting goes smoothly, he said, raising his hands, trying to prevent an argument. If the exchange does know anything about the attack on Vess, showing up with an agent of House Rist at my side may not be the best way to convince them that I'm simply there as Coop and Randa's representative. I don't serve House Rist, Jas, Val reminded him. I serve Vessaria, who lives in House Rist, and is the foster daughter of Dorma Rist, Jas reminded her. I think you can see what conclusions Elena might draw if you are there. Val snorted angrily. So I don't go in as a member of House Rist. Maybe I'm just the woman on your arm. If anyone asks, I'm your entertainment for the evening. She smirked at the slight blush that came to his cheeks. I'm not ashamed to play that role. And most men won't look too close. All they will see is a woman on your arm. Protectors have played that role in the past. Jas considered it. He didn't really like it, but it could work, I suppose. Good, she said with a grin. Then that is how we will play it. The Protector rolled to her feet, and walked over to a weapons rack in the corner, pulling two short metal training staves. She spun them around and turned to Jas. Care to spar for a little bit? I've never been comfortable working with these training droids. He frowned. I'm not sure that is such a good idea. I thought you said you were hoping to get some exercise, she said, approaching him, her movements taking on a more feline-like tread. One predator stalking another. She spun one of the staves expertly. I must confess. Back home, the people that trained me claimed that our skills were a match for anyone, even the Revan of old. Val shrugged. I've always wondered if that was true. Jas watched her closely, his combat senses coming alive, the Force making him hyper-aware of his surroundings. He knew that the Revan that Val referred to were, in actuality, the Sith that had served Darth Revan centuries ago. Revan's forces had conquered Bantun, only to leave for some reason. Either the Dark Lord had called them away, or perhaps the Sith had abandoned whatever it was their master had planned. Whatever the reason, Val's home had been spared the Sith's ruthlessness. They were most fortunate. Come on, not a Jedi, she said playfully, her voice becoming more teasing. Haven't you ever wondered if you could take me in a fight? I haven't lost any sleep over it, he replied, his voice also becoming more playful. He smiled. She is worked up, he thought. She needs to find release, more of a release than simply hitting a bag. In truth, he wouldn't mind finding a bit of a release either. And he had been wondering just how skilled she was, if a Jedi could match her skills. Here was as good an opportunity as any. He took off his nerf-hide jacket and dress shirt. He slipped out of his boots while he sat his lightsaber on the mat by his coat. He gestured to the training rack. A single staff leapt into his hand. He spun the weapon around, as they began to circle. So, he said, what are the rules for this engagement? Don't get knocked down, she replied. Sounds simple enough. He agreed. Quite simple, she said, and she attacked. 1 second they were circling, and the next she was in his face. He dodged her blows, but not without some difficulty. Char Valenthyne was a blur of motion, her weapon swinging almost too quick to see. He could feel the air of the staves passing mere millimeters from his face. The display was most impressive. He avoided her attacks, but only just. The force and his training was the only thing keeping her from touching him. She fell back, recognizing that her first attack had failed. Her eyes narrowed. Impossible, she said. No one is that fast. I could say the same about you, he said, bowing respectfully. She sniffed. You and your Jedi sorcery. Training and skill, he replied. If I was using the Force, this would likely be over. I would, whoa! Val renewed her attack, this time even quicker than before. Jas was hard-pressed to avoid her. Their staves clanged as he parried her strikes. He had chosen to use only a single short staff. That may have been a mistake. She began to work kicks into her attack as well, her long legs forcing him back. He grinned. His heartbeat quickened. She is still feeling me out, he realized. She is trying to find out just how fast I can be. He danced away from her, avoiding both her staves and her educated feet. He bounced on the balls of his feet, as she paused, preparing for another pass. He engaged. Now, she was on the defensive. Their staves clanged as he drove her back, but only so far. Val might not have been force-sensitive, but her genetic enhancements more than made up for that. Again, he was impressed. He shook his head. He was starting to understand why Darth Revan had been interested in Bantoon. How lethal would the Sith army have been had all their troopers been modified with sworn protector training and modification? The Republic army would have been overwhelmed, and the Jedi hard-pressed in every engagement, having to fight both dark side warriors and enhanced troopers. Even the Order would have been hard-pressed to stand against such an onslaught. Again, he was left to wonder why the Sith abandoned their conquest. Had Revan found something else, something that made his plans for Bantoon obsolete? Maybe he had not had a choice. The realization gave Jas pause. He was not sure of the exact date of the Sith's occupation of Bantoon, but it was possible that it had occurred around the time that Darth Malak staged his coup. Had Revan not shared his plans for Bantoon with his apprentice? It was possible. It was more than likely that the new Dark Lord of the Sith had simply abandoned the world for what he thought were more valuable conquests. Perhaps his consolidation of Sith power had robbed him of a resource that he never realized that he possessed. If so, the galaxy was more fortunate. If Sith soldiers had fought with the strength and skill of Char Valenthyne, the whole of the galaxy might have been in jeopardy. Again Val closed in, looking to knock him down. Jas countered her attack, using the Force to enhance his speed. He drove her back, knocking one of the staves from her hands. She gasped when his weapon made contact, but didn't back down. She doubled her efforts. A Mandalorian would have said that the battle lust was upon her. She was both strong and fast, make no mistake. But the moment she started fighting with more heart than head, he had her. He ended things quickly. He pinned her arm with his, forcing her to abandon her remaining staff. She tried a quick kick, but he caught her leg with his other arm. Before she could headbutt him, or use her superior strength to pull away, he caught her other leg with his own. Char Valenthyne cried out in surprise as the two tumbled to the mat. The protector ended up flat on her back, with Jas on top, straddling her, pinning her to the ground. She spat like an angry cat, struggling against him, trying to get free and continue her attack. He didn't let her. He looked down upon her, grinning triumphantly. Looks like I win, he said. Damn, she hissed. Let me up. Are we done? he asked. Damn it, not a Jedi! He gave her a sly look. Are we done? She looked up at him, her eyes flashing, her lips trembling with excitement. She was panting. He could feel her heart pounding. She was practically shaking. She is as excited as I am, he realized. He suddenly felt a shift in the Force. Val looked at him, her eyes darkening with passion. Jas! She murmured, her lithe body moving against his. Jas! She purred. He gently stroked her cheek. Her skin was so warm, so smooth. She whimpered softly, closing her eyes. Val! He murmured, leaning in close. His lips found hers. For the first time in what felt like forever, Jas tasted the sweet lips of Char Valenthyne. The kiss deepened. Val wrapped her arms around him, and her legs around his waist. He began to kiss his way down her throat, making her groan with passion. Yes! She moaned. Oh yes! She pulled off his undershirt, while he slid his hands over her body. One up her thigh, the other under her shirt, feeling warm, soft skin. They were moving against each other, and it felt fantastic. I've missed you, he murmured in her ear. I've missed you so much. He nibbled her right ear, remembering how she said she liked it. The lessons she had taught him years ago all coming back. No, she groaned. Jas, no. Stop, please. Stop! He heard her words but didn't want to. It had been so long. He felt a shift in the Force, pain. Intense pain. He stopped mid-kiss. Val. He realized. It was Val. He was hurting her. He pulled back quickly, releasing her, feeling a mix of both disappointment and shame. He shook his head. What had he been doing? Val rolled away from him, sitting up, and pulling down her shirt. She looked down, afraid to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I shouldn't have. He pounded the mat with his fist. Damn it, he thought. What the hell is wrong with me? I hurt you, he gasped. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, she said quickly. He could see she had tears in her eyes. I should have told you, stopped you before. She shook her head. I'm sorry. He gave her a pained look. Was I doing something wrong? No, she said meekly. If anything, you were doing everything right. And that was the problem. She sighed. Damn it! She spat angrily. Why couldn't we have met before I went through the system? He took a deep breath, willing his heart to slow. He still was frustrated, being forced to stop. But he was back in control. It hurt, but he was back in control. What does the system have to do with anything? Everything, she answered. I should have told you when you first arrived. There are rules that a protector cannot break. She fell back inside. He could sense her own anger and frustration. It was not directed at him, but at herself. Do you remember when Vess knighted you? He nodded. Yeah. It was sweet of her. It was, Val agreed. But it also changed things between us. Made them more complicated. How so? He asked. She sighed. By knighting you, Vess brought you into the nobility of Bantoon, which brings with it certain strings where a sworn protector is concerned. She gave him a sad look. As a sworn protector, I'm forbidden from consorting with any noble of Bantoon without my queen's consent. It is a security measure, to make sure that a protector does not take a lover that, by taking said lover, could harm her mistress or master. We wouldn't want a rival seducing the queen's bodyguard, and drawing her into some plot to harm her mistress. The system makes sure that that cannot happen. Any attempt to violate that order causes intense pain. Val shook her head. In other words, hotshot, it isn't you. It's me. I know that it sounds like a line, but it is the truth. Jas sighed. He couldn't believe it. So, basically, by Vess honoring him for his bravery, she had also made sure that he could never again touch the woman that he desired. Never again be intimate with her. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! How was that fair? There was silence between them now, one heavy with so many emotions, so much wanting to be said, but no words capable of phrasing them. She gave him a sympathetic look. Are you okay? She asked. Not really, he said morosely. It has been a while, to be honest. He managed a weak smile. I was kind of looking forward to, well, us. It would have been nice. She agreed. It was nice last time. I would have liked to have revisited that night, our night. He hissed and lay back on the mat, staring up at the ceiling and cursing the force. Was this some kind of punishment for trying to have a normal life, for finally deciding to reclaim his emotions? It was almost enough to make him want to start shutting down again, almost. Then he thought of the vision he had seen, the vision of his child. He sighed. On some level, maybe he had hoped that Val was the woman that would give him that child. Maybe he thought that he might have been able to free her from the system one day, that the two of them might have been more than friends, or friends with benefits. He shook his head. He truly was a fool. Val laid down next to him. She reached out and stroked his cheek. Her touch both soothing and featherlight. Thank you? She murmured. For what? He asked. For stopping when I asked? She answered shyly. Most men wouldn't have. They would have let me just endure the pain, while they found what they were looking for. He sniffed. I couldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. She smiled. I know. She purred. That is why I'm glad you're here. The two of them lay there for a while, not talking, simply touching, enjoying being close, but knowing they could only go so far, and no farther. It was disappointing to them both. But they knew they needed to endure it. They both served something bigger than themselves, despite their own desires. They needed to endure. Jas? She said. Yes, Val? I have something to ask you. He could sense the worry in her words. You can ask me anything, he promised. She gave him a glib look. What I'm going to ask is going to sound strange to you. And I think you will be tempted to say no. But I must ask that you hear me out, and think on what I'm saying. I'll listen, he promised. Though I doubt I can simply say yes, considering how you are leading into this. I'm not expecting an answer, not right away. All I ask is that you consider what I'm offering. And what are you offering exactly? She sighed. You saw the men from Bantoon when you arrived today. You saw all the suitors that have come here to try and court Vess. I saw. And you also know that I'm not pleased with the selection. My queen deserves better than the beggar's feast that has assembled. Those men have come here caring not a whit for Vess or her happiness, only that she could name them High General, and give them power over our people. I understand your concern, he said. You said that Vess Aunt is pretty much a pawn to her husband. She is. And that is the situation I would not want for Vess. She has the courage, the name, and the heart to rule our world well. She simply needs a proper husband to guide and protect her, and give her the happiness she deserves. Jas smirked. So you want me to help you find a husband for Vess? Matchmaking is not really my forte, Val. You don't need to search, she said. I've already found the perfect man for the job. I've seen how you care for Vess. This guy must be really special if you think he is worthy of being with your queen. He is, she said warmly. He is one of the best men I've ever met. He would be perfect for my queen. So where is he? Jas asked. Do you need me to bring him here? He is already here, she replied. But you said... Jas frowned. Val? What are you thinking? She gave him that sly grin of hers. Jas, I would like you to consider something. I would like you to consider approaching Lady Dorma in the next few days. Approach her, and ask her for the chance to court Vess. He blinked. Me? You want me to court Vess? You want me to be Vess' husband? That is usually what happens at the end of a courtship, hotshot. Jas blinked and swallowed hard. Court Vess? He couldn't just. He looked at Char Valenthyne. He hoped she was joking, but he didn't feel that. She seriously believed that he could. Damn. That was the only word he could think of. Just, damn. Chapter 1-3. Why me? Val chuckled. Oh, that is so old, she said dryly. My queen could never marry such an old man. Yeah, you should really step aside, not a Jedi. We should let one of the 50-year-olds that came here to court Vess have their shot. Hate to break it to you, but you don't have a chance, Grandpa. Okay, I get the idea. He snorted with amusement. Val laughed. So, there is about a 7-year difference between you two. That isn't much in the grand scheme of things. When she is 20, you will be 27. Back on Bantoon, most future high generals had about a 5-year age gap between themselves and their wives. Usually they were betrothed as children, and the queens would wait until they were sure that the boys would be robust and healthy before committing to any matches. She would want to see if they were strong enough to fulfill their duties. Okay, so age isn't a problem, he said. What about you? Me? She asked. It is one thing to say that you wish me to marry Vess. But how will this make you feel? I don't want to hurt you, Val. Could you handle that? Seeing me with Vess? Char Valenthyne pursed her lips. He could see that she was giving his question some thought. I'm sworn to Vessaria, she said finally. I've watched her for almost a decade now, first as her mother's protector, and now as hers. She looked up at Jas. Her green eyes were sad. She managed a weak smile. Vess is the closest thing to a daughter I'm ever going to have. Her mother trusted me with her protection. And part of that is seeing to her happiness. Despite not spending a lot of time with you, I've come to the conclusion that you are a good man, Jas Dar Bynn. That is what Vess needs in her life, a man who can both advise and protect her. You have proven to be both honest and wise. The fact that you question your own worthiness is yet another point in your favor. My queen, she still has a tough road ahead. And I think you have the knowledge and the tools to see her through the worst of that. And besides, Val snuggled closer to him, resting her head against his heart. There is another reason that I'm asking this of you. And that reason is Vess. The moment that you saved her in that alley, I think that was the moment that she realized that she liked men. She has had a crush on you ever since. I could tell you stories prove that it is so, but I don't think that is necessary. Val gave him a gentle smile. My queen is in love with you, hotshot. She has loved you for years. If you give her a chance, get to know her as a woman as you knew her as a child, I think that you might start to love her too. He frowned, but could not deny that he was curious. He was attracted. Vess was a beautiful young woman. But still, was this what the Force was guiding him to? He still feared what might happen if he did go along with this. Pirwainen had gotten hurt when he had tried to open up to her. He had no desire to hurt Vess or Val, as well. Please, Val said with a yawn. Give it some thought. Sleep on it. We can discuss this more in the morning. She snuggled closer. He felt her warm breath on his chest. He could have let it go, but he had one final question to ask. How do you know she loves me? Val breathed out, as she settled in for her rest. I know my queen, she murmured. I know what it looks like when she cares for someone. It is the look she had when she saw you on that mountain. I should know. It is the same look I see in my own eyes when I look into a mirror. Her confession left him shocked. Val? Good night, Jas, she purred. I will see you in the morning. He could have pressed on, but realized it was pointless. Soon she was sound asleep, at peace in his arms. He lay back and tried to get comfortable himself. He feared he was in for a long night. Char Valenthyne had given him a lot to think about. Finally, he realized he had only one thing left to say to her. Good night, Val. Sleep well. If you need to leave the organization for a while, I understand. Jas shook his head. He found himself unable to tell his clan brother about what had happened. What Char Valenthyne wanted of him. All he knew that when she woke up that morning, she had told him it would be the last time that they would spend such a night together. Val would not move in on what she thought was her queen's territory. He understood, of course. But still. He was not sure what to make of all this. Val. Vess. It was all both confusing and frustrating. So he had spent the day trying to focus on the mission, and not think about what he had lost, again. Maybe I am cursed after all, he thought to himself. He tried not to think about that. He still had a meeting to attend to, after all. He was still not sure what kind of welcome he was walking into. Did our people learn anything else? He asked Co-op. About Elena? Do we know how she is planning to respond to my questions? Not really. Coop admitted with an annoyed look. I should have listened to you when you said she was trouble. I could have avoided. Coop stopped mid-sentence. The door behind them had opened. What? Jas asked his clan brother. Why did you? He turned himself, and saw something that was quite amazing. Randa Cooper stood in the doorway. At her side was a vision of beauty. Reddish-brown hair done up in braids, cheeks rouged and lips painted. And most important of all, the little black dress she wore. The sight took his breath away. He almost had no words. Almost. Two did manage to escape, however. Val, wow. The protector smiled. She looked down shyly. I guess I clean up better than I thought, she replied. Randa smirked. She didn't need the Force to know that her husband and his best friend were impressed. It took a bit of work, but I can see you are both pleased with the result. She smirked at Jas. You're welcome, by the way. Jas shook his head. Damn it. Why did Val have to look so? He had no words. To say he was distracted was an understatement. Coop leaned in close, a sly smile on his face. You are one lucky bastard, you know that, right? Jas smiled. Lucky? It was not the word that he would use. Char Valenthyne seemed to believe that he was the right man to help her queen get her life back on track. Was he the right man? He could not say for sure. And if he was the right man, what did that truly mean? What was he the right man for? He had no answer. Only time would tell. Chapter 1-4. The city of Aldera was said to be one of the safest settlements in the Republic. An island city known for its pale white spires, and its centers of learning and debate. Jas Dar Bynn had never spent much time here. His duties as a member of the Cooper/Halcyon organization kept him moving in darker places. Though he was neither foolish nor naive enough to believe that Alderaan did not have its share of shadows. Even in the glistening white spires of Aldera, shadows remained. Certain, less honorable, elements of society were drawn to such places. The Spacer's Quarter of Aldera was one such place. The Alderaani did their best to contain the darker impulses and vices of their people, but that didn't mean that they did not exist. All you had to do was know where to look. And tonight Jas and Val knew exactly where to look. They knew the location of one such place of shadows. It was called the Curled Leku, one of the hottest night spots in the Spacer's Quarter. It was part dance club, part gambling hall, and for the truly wealthy, other things were available as well. It was a place that should not have existed on peaceful Alderaan, but both the adventurous and the rich were drawn to it. They helped to keep the doors open. After all, Alderaan was the center of freedom. Where else could such a place exist, at least, within the Republic? Its darkness was tolerated. The nobles of Alderaan saw it as a form of release, if nothing else. They welcomed the chance to explore the dangers of the Outer and Midrim, to see a rougher side of the galaxy. And best of all, it was so close to their safe and secure homes. Some likely saw the Curled Leku as the best of both worlds. The Alderaani and the Offworlders came to this place to explore the wonders of the galaxy, to sample the dangers that existed outside the core. The Curled Leku was, in its way, a tour of such places. And that tour had a guide of sorts. Her name was Elena Fortuna. As he had told Val, Jas had done business with the Twi'lek, and their exchanges had been cordial for the most part. That didn't mean that she had forgotten or forgiven Coop for ending things between them. Elena was the type to hold a grudge. Yet, another reason that Coop and Randa had decided to finally make the journey to that polar resort. The farther the folly was from Elena and Aldera, the better. Out of sight, and out of the Twi'lek's mind. Not that Coop had forgotten his friend's needs in this matter. He even offered to send in some reinforcements, some backup for Jas if he needed it. Though he appreciated that offer, Jas Dar Bynn didn't think it necessary. Still, Coop remained insistent. It seemed that he was getting some of the organization's enforcers, whether he liked it or not. Jas just hoped that they would be discreet. Some of the people that worked with them could be flamboyant, to say the least. He had accepted the offer, for his clan brother's sake. So long as they stay out of my way, and Val's, we will be fine. It was all the more reason to get this meeting done now. he thought. Dealing with the exchange was a chancy thing. It was better to not be throwing muscle around, not when he wished to keep things civil. He risked a glance over at Val. He could see the tension in her shoulders. She was not taking this lightly, as she shouldn't. The exchange were not the type of people he liked dealing with. They kept their conversation light as they made their way through the dark Alderaani evening. The luxury airspeeder that House Rist had provided was the type of transport that Coop might have arranged had this been a simple business meeting. Jas found himself praying to the Force that Elena was in a good mood. He knew how fickle she could be. He hoped to avoid that, if he could. Just keep it simple, he thought. You're going to do business. Nothing more. Do you know much about the Spacer's Quarter? He asked the Protector. Just the Mon Cala markets, she replied. He gave her a curious look. What did the Rist have you looking into at the Mon Cala markets? Char Valenthyne smiled. I wasn't working. I was grocery shopping. The Alderaani have something they call seafood, but it doesn't hold a candle to what we eat back on Bantoon. The Mon Cala stuff is the closest thing I've found. At least it cooks up enough to taste like home cooking. Val's expression turned wistful. What I wouldn't give for a basket of fish and chips from one of the food carts on the capital city docks back home. Jas smiled. He hated to admit it, but he was a little envious of the Protector. He had spent so much of his life on the move, he had never really felt at home anywhere. Well, maybe the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, but that was years ago. It would have been nice to have a place to call home. Stop it. He chided himself. This is no time to be thinking about home and food. You are on mission. You have a business meeting to attend. He nodded. Yes. He thought. He had business tonight. Strictly business. And as far as the Twi'lek and the exchange was concerned, this was all that this would be. He was just interested in hiring a slicer for a job. It was bad enough that the Republic, Jedi, and Mining Guild were involved in the affairs of Bantoon. He hoped to make sure that the exchange stayed out of it. All that Jas wanted tonight was a bit of information. Their driver, a standard pilot droid, said nothing, merely beeped and whistled to itself. Though Jas had no problems with droids personally, he did find that he preferred organics when it came to whatever transport he was riding in. He knew that droids were perfectly safe, but as a Force user, a droid was a blank page to him. He could not sense their intentions, which always made him antsy. A droid did not have a conscience. It could be programmed to crash a vehicle into a mountain, and would reveal nothing about what was happening until it was too late. Stop it. He told himself mentally. You're being paranoid. True, he was. But that didn't mean it was all bad, not in his line of work. What he was feeling right now, and what he was thinking, it may have been paranoia cultivated from working as a smuggler for so long. But it had also kept him alive. Sometimes it was better to be a little suspicious. For someone in his line of work, a little suspicion was healthy. It helped to keep you alive. He glanced over at Val. Despite her choice to keep things between them purely professional and platonic from here on in, he could not help but notice how good she looked tonight. The little black dress, the high heels, and jewelry she wore made the sworn protector a lovely little package. She must have noticed him watching her, because she gave him a saucy grin. He looked away quickly, knowing that a blush was already creeping up his neck. See anything you like, hotshot? Quite a few things, he replied, shaking his head. Damn it, he thought. Why did she have to look so damn good? Some people might consider this cruel and unusual punishment. This? She asked with an arch look. You look great, he said for the sake of clarification. Knowing that I can't touch you anymore. It is a bit cruel. She snorted. That sly smile he liked so much came to her lips. Don't blame me, hotshot. It was your friend Randa that said I needed to dress up a bit. The Protector shook her head. I could have done without the heels, though, she said conversationally. I never really liked heels. Too hard to run in them. Though, I did know this Protector back on Bantoon, Nadia. She loved them. She never wore anything but heels. Used to run in the damn things. Don't ask me how she did it. I always thought she was a step away from tripping and breaking her neck. Val's smile turned sad. It was nice being around other Protectors, being able to talk shop every now and then. She sighed. Bodyguards here don't get it. Most are ex-military or police, not to mention fat and lazy. Jas chuckled. Feeling a little homesick, Miss Valenthyne? I suppose I am. She shrugged. I know my queen's orders. Still, she shook her head. I shouldn't feel this way. Vest's protection is all that should matter to me. Jas reached out and touched her hand, giving it a friendly squeeze. You can be loyal to Vest, and still have your own opinions and feelings. You do know that, right? It can be a distraction, though. She reminded him, her fingers gently massaging his hand. Realizing what she was doing, she pulled away quickly, her own blush springing to her cheeks. She barked a dismissive laugh. So much for keeping my distance, huh? That is going to take a bit of work. He agreed. She smirked at him. I get the feeling that Captain Cooper and his wife think that you and I might be more than friends. Jas only just suppressed a sigh. He didn't want Val to feel bad about her decision. He understood why, even though it hurt. If only we could be more than friends. If she had asked him, he would have done what he could to free her from the system, given her a chance to have a life beyond what the rulers of Bantoon had intended. Sadly, he knew Val. She would never do that. She wouldn't feel right leaving her young queen alone. And if he were being honest with himself, he would say that he was glad about that. He was grateful that Vess had Val in her life. Sorry about Coop and Randa, he said. They both tend to get carried away about things. My love life, or lack thereof, never seems to draw a shortage of attention. She chuckled, though he didn't think it was that funny. Finally, she gave him a sympathetic look. If it makes you feel any better, I'm not entirely pleased with how things have worked out either. She gave him a once-over with her eyes. He could sense attraction, and more than a little bit of lust. She sighed. You're not looking so shabby tonight yourself, not a Jedi. Believe me, you're not the only one who hates the system right now. If I had a chance to speak with some of the counselors that worked on my mental training program, they would hear several complaints when it came to my fraternization protocols. And what form would those complaints take? He inquired. Her smile turned cruel. That would depend entirely on them. I'm not a vengeful person by nature, but even I've been known to lash out if I've been taken too far. He nodded. He recognized that he was not alone in this. But that did not make it hurt any less. Coop wasn't wrong. Since meeting all those years ago, he had come to accept the fact that he and Char Valenthyne had a connection. He still didn't understand how it had happened. It had grown so quickly, and was extremely strong. It wasn't just their night all those years ago either, though that didn't hurt matters. He wasn't sure how it had happened, but he wouldn't trade it for anything in the galaxy. That connection brought me back, he thought. Master Vey will be happy the next time we speak. She has been trying for so long to get me to open up, and Val managed it in a matter of days. It was progress, and the Jedi Master wouldn't be one to deny the necessity of the results. Though at the same time, his brow furrowed slightly. There were plenty of Jedi out there who would look down on him for his connection to Val, citing the parts of the code that forbid attachment. And yes, he couldn't deny that he was attached. It wouldn't have been hard to imagine the connection he had with Val growing into a real relationship. It was a shame that they wouldn't be able to explore just how far they might have been able to go. Again, Jas felt that familiar sense of loneliness that had dogged him these last 6 years. First Pyarwainen, and now Val, he was starting to wonder if he would ever have a stable relationship. Despite the vision he had seen while recovering, he was starting to think he would never get to meet the child he saw, that she was destined to never be. There was always Val's offer, he reminded himself. Yet right now, that seemed as big an impossibility as him ever becoming a full and respected Jedi Master. In fact, he realized, speaking of that deal. Did you see Vess before we left? He asked Val. Briefly, she answered. She said she needed to study. She has some tests this week for her hyperspace reversion class. Jas nodded. I assume that House Rist is on lockdown tonight? Randa and Rihanna know how to keep strangers out, she assured him. It is a shame that we have to take such precautions. But given what has happened... Val shook her head. Better safe than sorry. The Protector glanced up at him, a hint of a smile on her face. What? He asked. It is good that you are thinking about Vess. Could it be that you are considering my offer? He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Part of me still thinks you're crazy, you know that, right? Is it crazy to want what is best for my queen? Is it crazy to want her to have a good man to share her life with? He pursed his lips. That was the problem. He thought. He couldn't say for certain that he was a good man. He had been tempted by the dark side, several times in fact. If given a chance at real power, he couldn't say how he might react. He worried about that. If he did say yes to Val's offer, and if he became intoxicated by the power that being in such a position offered. He tried not to think about it. If Val noticed his distress, she chose to say nothing about it. She picked up the tiny purse she had brought with her, briefly going through its contents. Jas gave her an appraising look. In all the time that he had known Val, he had never seen her without a weapon. He doubted that she was disarmed, even now. Where she might have hidden a weapon in the little black dress she was wearing, he couldn't really say. He decided to let her keep that particular secret. Though it might have been fun to look. Anything I need to know about this friend of yours? She asked. This Twi'lek we're meeting. Only that she is not a friend. He replied. Elena is a business associate, nothing more. Jas' brow furrowed in thought. Elena likes to play the role of the pampered, spoiled brat. But don't buy it, it is an act. The woman grew up on Nar Shaddaa. She survived being a slave to the Hutts, and is far tougher than she seems. Most sentient males dismiss female Twi'leks because of their beauty. Elena knows that, and has used that way of thinking to her advantage many times. I've seen her turn hardened criminals into puddles of goo in her hands. A few have even died never even realizing that they were under threat. She knows how to use her looks and her attitude to get what she wants. He gave Val a once-over glance. She also likes to think she is the smartest woman in the room. I get the feeling she might have had some domineering female mistress at some point. Val nodded. So, she is intimidated by other strong women? I wouldn't say intimidated, but it can make her defenses go up. Val nodded again. Then, I'd best be on my best behavior, don't you think, Jassie? Jas blinked. Jassie? Val's entire body language had changed. She radiated a type of innocence and naivety that he had never seen before. Her voice went several octaves higher now, and she was looking at him like some innocent prey animal. What is this? He asked her. She giggled vapidly. This won't be the first time a protector has been called upon to play the pretty little fool, she answered. Some nobles back home find it useful to have their protectors act like they only have enough brain power to keep their mouths and legs moving. I don't think she will consider little old me a threat, do you, Jassie? Jas considered that. He doubted that Elena would consider this Val a threat. But still. Personally, I prefer my women both strong and smart. She giggled again. Know that Val is still with you, Jassie. She is just waiting to come back out again. He nodded. He took a small amount of comfort from that. Through the privacy screen, he could see the illumination from Aldera glowing up ahead. The towers of the island city lighting up the skyline, and making the snowy caps of the Triple Horn Mountains sparkle like stars. A pretty sight, he supposed. But he was not here as a tourist. He needed to get in, speak with Elena, and get out. The sooner they started to get a lead on just who was after Vess, the better. Jas Dar Bynn did not like sitting around and being prey. He preferred to be the hunter. Now, it was time to hunt. The curled Lekka was busy tonight. Jas and Val stepped through the entrance, and seemed to enter another world. The Lekka was a blend of Coruscant wealth, and Twi'lek simplicity, lots of deep reds, tans and golds. A crowd of humans and aliens bustled against each other as raucous music blared from the bandstand. Jas felt many eyes upon them, but felt no real sense of danger or suspicion. Most of what he was feeling was envy mixed with lust, and that directed at the beautiful lady on his arm. Val grinned both innocently and at the same time vapidly. Anyone looking at Val would see no substance. They might think she was simply his plaything for the night. So much the better, he supposed. Still, he preferred the real woman, and the steel underneath. The two of them made their way to the bar. The waitstaff, all muscular and handsome male Twi'leks, moved about the crowd serving drinks and offering other services if the patrons seemed to be of a mind. Jas ignored this. He was not here about the vices on offer in this place. Only the chance to speak with the mistress of the house. He approached the bartender, a server droid with many spider-like arms. "What will it be, gentles?" it asked in a musical, soothing voice. "I'm here to see Elena," he said. The droid's optics blinked. "I'm sorry, gentle. There is no one here by that name." Jas smiled coldly. "I have an appointment. Tell her that Jas Dar Bynn is here." The droid fell silent. Its optics blinked on and off several times, likely accessing its database. The real one, not the one that it used to process drink orders. Jas felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned to face one of the Twi'lek waiters, pale yellow skin, over 6 feet tall, muscular, and grinning, showing off a mouth of pointed teeth. "If you and your femme would like to follow me, sir," he said in a deep Ryloth accent. "Lady Fortuna is expecting you." Jas smiled. "Lead the way," he said, gesturing. The man nodded and turned. "Ooh," Val cooed in his ear. "This is exciting." "Let's hope not," Jas thought to himself. When it came to dealing with the exchange, exciting was never good. Never. The server led them to a wall behind the bar, and through a hidden doorway. The door opened onto a spiral staircase leading up. This was not the first time that Jas Dar Bynn had walked up these steps. And he had always left feeling the need to go through a decontamination chamber. The force here radiated with a sense of danger and greed. Elena and her allies thrived on both. Let her be in a bargaining mood. He thought to himself. I would rather this trip not be for nothing. Val stayed close to him. She continued the pretty airhead act, but within, he could sense her evaluating their surroundings. The Protector was not the type to be caught off guard. If Elena and her servants underestimated Val, they would likely come to regret that decision. He still had hope, however. He preferred that they avoid any violence tonight. Just a few words, a quick negotiation, and they would be out. At the top of the stairs stood 2 weak-way bodyguards. They stepped aside when they saw the male Twi'lek. The door behind them slid open. A blast of warm air emerged from within, that and the cloying odor of flowers and spice. "Jas!" a sweet feminine voice called out. "Is that you? It has been far too long." He smiled and stepped forward. "Hello, Elena," he said, bowing slightly. "Thanks for agreeing to see me on such short notice." Elena Fortuna's private quarters hadn't changed much since he had last been here. They overlooked the main floor of the club. Its back wall a soundproof window, so that the lady of the house could watch over the revelers, and possibly point out any troublemakers to the various bouncers and guards on the floor below. As for the mistress herself, she was right where Jas had left her several months ago. Someone might have suggested that she hadn't moved. Jas smiled politely. Elena Fortuna was an orange-skinned Twi'lek still in the full flower of her youth. Lithe and beautiful, she might have been mistaken for some courtesan or dancer at first glance. Jas knew better. She lounged on a massive padded throne, clad in an exceptionally low-cut, and almost see-through, shimmer silk dress. 2 burly Twi'lek males attended her, one cooling the air before her with a giant feather fan, while a second knelt nearby, holding a tray filled with succulent delicacies, the kind favored by the sons and daughters of Ryloth. Interesting, he thought, considering what had come before. He knew some of the exchange boss's history. Though she spoke with the accent of her home world, she had actually spent very little time there, having been sold off as part of a business deal by the elders of her clan when she had been very young. The men of her clan betrayed her, and now she chooses only Twi'lek men to serve her. The point she was trying to make was quite clear. Some might have thought her too young to have gathered the power she had. But they would be wrong. Elena had learned early on how to make the best of her relationships. 8 or 9 years ago, Elena had been sold to an exchange boss by whatever hut had possessed her. She might have begun as a decoration at the man's court, but it wasn't long before that situation had changed. Shortly after her purchase she had been set free, and not long after became the boss's wife, or so the stories went. The marriage had not lasted long, and soon Elena had found herself a widow. A widow who took solace in the arms of one of her husband's lieutenants. That relationship had also ended in marriage and death, or so the story went. There was a bit of a cautionary tale in that, he supposed. Elena was no mere woman. She was a spider in the middle of a web, and just as dangerous to any prospective mate as she was to her enemies. Coop had almost learned that the hard way. Jas was not foolish enough to follow his example. The boss of the Alderaan branch of the exchange stretched like a contented feline, stretched and sat up. Her smile was friendly and welcoming, but he knew not to read too much into that. He knew not to buy into her act. "You disappoint me, dear heart," she said, pouting. "It has been far too long since you last graced my quarters with your presence. I'm quite sad." "I'm sure we can work something out, Elena," he said dismissively. "Haven't we always emerged satisfied with any deal we have struck in the past?" She smirked. "I cannot claim total satisfaction, my dear. But I do see your point." She looked at Val like she was something unappetizing. "Who is this?" she asked coldly. "Hi, I'm Val," the Protector said in a perky voice. "I'm Jas's escort for the night." Elena gave him a questioning look. "Escort? I've always found my own fun, Elena. You know that." The Twi'lek sniffed. "I know that you have missed several opportunities at real fun, Jas," she said. "But I'm not one to fault another for their mistakes." If Val took offense, she didn't show it. She remained the smiling innocent. He was impressed that she was able to maintain the act. Elena Fortuna leaned back, plucking a morsel from her snack tray. She popped it into her mouth and smiled. "My contacts inform me that you are in need of something, Jas. The organization needs something," he answered. "I was hoping we might help each other." "Perhaps," she agreed. "What is it that you are in need of?" "A slicer. A professional one." Elena giggled. "You come to the exchange for that?" Jas grinned. "One that can slice top-of-the-line security probes, sure." The amusement faded from Elena Fortuna's face. Her dark amber eyes narrowed. "What for?" she asked. Jas chuckled. "Elena, you know the rules, no questions." He leaned in a little closer. "Is my request so out of line?" "Not really," she answered. Her smile returned. "Are you and Coop being bad boys, Jas?" "I'm shocked." She quickly plucked another snack from her tray. "Drink, Jas?" "None for me." "Your little friend, then?" "That is very sweet, but no." Elena wrinkled her nose. She tapped one sharpened nail on her chin. "Haven't I seen you before?" she asked. "I can't imagine where," Val replied. "I don't usually come to this part of Aldera." Elena smirked. "No, I suppose you wouldn't, sweetie," Elena said. "Not without a contract." "Pardon?" Val asked innocently. The Twi'lek laughed and snapped her fingers. Every male servant around them drew a blaster, and all were pointed at either Jas or Val. Jas frowned. "What is going on?" he demanded. "You tell me," the Twi'lek answered. Any playfulness vanished from her voice. Both it and her eyes had gone as cold as Mandalorian iron. She glared at Char Valenthyne. "Tell me, dear heart, what prompted you to bring a wrist assassin into my house?" Jas' eyes narrowed. "This isn't what you think." "Then do be a good boy and explain it. But do it quickly. My boys do not have a lot of patience. You have to the count of 5. Elena. 1. We can discuss this. 2. You don't need to. 3. Fine," Val shouted, dropping the act. "Just stop counting, okay? It is not what you think. I'll be the judge of that," Elena said, examining her sharpened nails. She grinned triumphantly at Jas Dar Bynn. "You may speak now, my dear." The Twi'lek thugs all switched the safeties off their blasters. Their leader smiled hungrily at her two guests. "I'm listening." Chapter 1-5. Many blasters were pointed at them. Jas could sense nothing but hostile intent, that and the amusement of Elena Fortuna. He glared at the exchange boss. This is not what he came here for. Val kept her cool, but she was no longer smiling vapidly. She was watching the thugs surrounding them, likely picking out her first target. The Protector gripped her little purse tightly. Jas suspected she had some type of weapon hidden there. What it could be he couldn't say. But at that moment he doubted that it would be much help. Too many to parry. He realized. If the guards opened fire, he would not be able to block them all. He might be able to cut down a few with his lightsaber, but they were too close. If they opened up on them at this range... He gave the Twi'lek an acidic smile. I thought we were just here to do business. She snorted angrily at that comment. You are the one that brought an assassin to a business meeting, she reminded him. Val's eyes narrowed. I'm no assassin, she said coldly, no longer bothering with the silly girl act. Yet you serve House Rist, Elena replied, the tips of her head tails twitching nervously. You have been recognized, my dear. Many eyes are on House Rist right now, especially given what happened up in the North Mountains. The nobles try to hide such things, but they are never successful, not when the knowledge is that juicy. The Twi'lek smirked. You are an assassin in the employ of House Rist, and the center of much discussion in the corridors of power right now. Your name is... something. Valenthyne? Valenthyne, actually. Val corrected her, her voice sweetened with just a hint of venom. Ah, yes, Elena said, smirking at Jas. Does Cooper wish me dead? Is that why he had you bring this woman here? Jas rolled his eyes. I should have known, he thought to himself. On the way here, he had been chiding himself about his paranoia. Well, trust Elena Fortuna to take that up to another level entirely, make that 4 or 5 other levels. He shook his head. He had suspected that Val's presence could cause a problem, but had been willing to let things ride, and trust in the Force. He should have trusted his instincts. Well, it was too late now. Now, he needed to try and find a way out of this. This isn't about you, Elena, Jas said quickly, all the while tracking the Twi'lek's guards through the Force. He would have little warning when they made their move. And that could be any time, considering the behavior of their rather fickle host. Elena rose from her padded throne. She padded up to him on bare feet, her long fingers with their sharp nails tracing the skin of his jaw. I know your organization, Jas, she said with a frown. I had considered acquiring it once. This business with the slicer is not something you and your people do. We look after our clients, he replied. House Rist is a client. They asked me to look into this matter for them. That is all that is going on, Elena. Believe me. He gave her a cold, predatory smile. If I really wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to hire an assassin. I could handle the matter myself. Her eyes widened. It was a gamble on his part, but it was one of the few cards he had left to play. Talking alone would not get them out of this. He had to show strength, or at least the illusion of it. And now you threaten me, she growled. I'm merely stating a fact, he replied. As I told you before, I simply came here to ask about hiring a slicer with the skill of reprogramming security droids. I wouldn't have bothered with the excuse if I desired to see you punished for old sins. And besides, he chuckled dismissively. Are you sure you want to do this? My coming here was not exactly a secret. Coop knows where we are, as does Dorma Rist. I may not be an assassin, Char Valenthyne added, but the House of Rist contains more than one. You dispose of us, you will discover that what could have been a profitable situation could easily turn into what you fear. Are you really that willing to make an enemy of House Rist, when all we want to do is talk? And that is just what might happen if you anger House Rist, Jas said. Coop and I have done our fair share of business with you over the years, Elena. Don't you think that Coop knows how to hurt your business if he really wanted to? I've kept excellent records when it has come to our dealings. If Coop did want to strike at you, he would have ample targets to choose from. The Twi'lek was no fool. He knew that from their previous dealings. They were playing sabak now, and he was trying to bluff. The threat was real enough, but he hoped that they wouldn't need to test Elena's resolve. He managed a small smile. Come on, Elena, he said quickly. There really is no need for violence. I just came here to do business. So, he held up his hands, giving her his most innocent look. How about we just talk business? She paused again, considering what he was saying, likely weighing all her options. She could kill them both, sure. But would it be worth it to her in the long run? Finally, she snorted, and stepped away. She gestured to one of her servants who brought her a drink. She continued to glare at him. I know some of what happened on the North Mountains, the attack on the girl from House Rist, she began. What happened up there, that is nothing new, Jas. The nobles of Alderaan are hardly civil to each other. Oh, they might play at being about peace and cooperation, But the shadow games of old are still very much alive when it comes to the ruling houses. He shrugged. Then why are you so surprised that one of the families would ask Coop and I for help? As you said, you know our organization and the talent that we employ. Is it so hard to believe that we are simply buying and selling information? Elena smirked, the smile of a predator. Considering how Coop and my relationship ended, and knowing a bit of the history of House Rist, I'm fairly sure that you can understand my reaction, dear heart. It is understandable, I suppose. He agreed. But at the same time, he made a mental note to speak with Coop about this later. He was not surprised that Elena had had designs on their operation. Given the Twi'lek's history, and a list of several dead husbands, it explained why Elena had been so angry when Coop had ended things, and her rather harsh attempt at revenge. Elena sighed and took a sip from her glass. It is truly a shame, you know, she said, giving him an evaluating look. Had Cooper let me into your organization, I believe that you and I could have been fast friends. She gave him a sexy smile. Maybe even more than that, if you had been of a mind. Jas smiled coldly. I don't make it a point of looking at the women that my friend and partner is involved with. It is bad for business. And besides, your lovers tend to be a bit accident-prone, Elena. I believe you are between husbands right now, yes? If she was insulted by his attempt to call her out, she didn't show it. If anything, he sensed amusement. Oh, I had such high hopes for the last one, Jas. But he was boring. Started to grow obese, and he snorted so loudly at night. The Twi'lek pouted. One day, I hope to find a real man. Jas said nothing. As long as Elena remained attractive, she would remain the predator she was. He wondered how many more high-ranking males in the exchange would have accidents as the Twi'lek continued to climb the social ladder within the crime organization. Eventually, she would likely bite off more than she could chew. But that was not why he was here. As he had said in the beginning, he had simply come here to do business. She once again turned to Char Valenthyne. And what are you to our dear Jas, Miss Valenthyne, was it? It is rare that I've seen him with a pretty femme on his arm. Jas spoke up first. Val and I were close once, he said. I provided her with transport to Alderaan a few years back, and we found we had things in common. House Rist knew of that history, so they assigned her to me, nothing more. The Twi'lek looked at the protector. Is that so? Pretty much, yeah, Val replied. Elena gave Jas a sly look. You old cathound. She chuckled. I can imagine what kind of transport you gave this little friend of yours. Though I would advise caution, taking an assassin to your bed is not the best recipe for a long and happy life. I'll keep that in mind, he said, not bothering to mention the exchange boss's own list of dead husbands and lovers. He glanced at the guards again. They still had their blasters up, and pointed at him and Val. As I said before, I didn't come here for violence, Elena. I'm not here to harm you, and neither is Val. So can we go back to talking like sensible beings? The Twi'lek considered that. She glanced between her men and her two guests. Finally, she sighed and snapped her fingers. The guards lowered their weapons. Jas felt the tension in the room lessen through the force. He only just held back a sigh of relief. Damn, he thought. That was too close. Thank you, he said. The Twi'lek shrugged. You could have avoided all this had you simply told me that an agent of House Rist would be joining us for this meeting. I would have been a bit more hesitant, arranged some additional security. But, point taken, he said. I'll try to be more open next time. Elena smiled and lay back down on her throne. So tell me, dear, why are you looking for this slicer? The organization is always looking for talent, he said. That and House Rist have some questions about the droids that were reprogrammed for the North Mountain job. Elena nodded as she considered his words. What if the slicer that you have in mind is not the one you are looking for? Then he might be able to point me to the one that we are looking for. House Rist would be willing to make it worth a man's while, Val added, and offer a finder's fee for the one who kindly gave us the introduction. Elena giggled. And so, now we begin to discuss price. And straight to it, too, so little small talk. The Twi'lek smiled brightly. I do enjoy doing business with straightforward beings. She looked at Jas. A client of mine has recently asked if I could import some foodstuffs for him. He has developed a taste for Twi'lek cuisine, the native stuff, not the swill my people export. But he doesn't trust exchange resources to be discreet. Our business interests on Ryloth attract too much attention for his taste. We could handle that for you, Jas promised. You know our reputation for discretion. Elena smirked. I would also ask that you lower your fees for this job, just this once, of course. I get the feeling that Coop still has some hard feelings about our parting. If you would do this one small favor, I would be grateful, and I would consider it a show of good faith. If the information you provide us is good, I see no reason that can't be arranged. Oh, the information is good. You may trust me on that. She turned to Val. As for House Rist Finder's fee, I ask only that Lord Rist understand that the exchange had nothing to do with the attack on the North Mountains. We may move in similar circles as the people involved, but that does not mean that we contributed in any way. We have the utmost respect for the Rist, and their storied history. My Lord and Lady Rihanna will appreciate that, Miss Fortuna, Val said pleasantly. I'll make sure to pass along both your respect and your assurance. Good, the Twi'lek replied. She gave Jas a confident smile. I will volunteer something else, dear heart. You and your pretty friend were not the first to ask me about this slicer in the last several days. Anyone I may know? He inquired. You know the policy, Jas. No questions, she said with no shortage of amusement. I merely wish that you understand that you are not alone in seeking this person, and that you should be careful moving forward. The people that are playing this game are not as reasonable as I am. He nodded. Her warning didn't really surprise him. The attack on Vess in the mountains had been audacious. He wasn't surprised to hear that they were walking into danger, that looking into this at all could be hazardous. He accepted that, and he trusted in the Force. I understand, he said. Good, the Twi'lek said. Because if you do get yourself blasted looking into this, I want Coop to understand that the blasts didn't come from the exchange. There are many powerful people watching what is happening on Alderaan right now. Elena ran a single claw down the edge of her throne. It would break my little heart to know that you came to a bad end. Your concern for me is touching, Elena, as always, Jas said dryly. I'll make sure to remember that. Just so long as you are aware, darling. And now, the item that you wanted. The young man you are looking for is a Zeltran. His name is KYP Tobin. Goes by the code name of Ladies' Man 1138 in the Slicer circles. Val chuckled. Ladies' Man? She asked. Elena laughed. Zeltrans are known for their hedonism, dear, and their pheromones. If I were you, Miss Valenthyne, I would be cautious around this one. Zeltran males can be insistent when they see a femme they desire. Jas nodded. He had met several Zeltrans over the years. Elena was not wrong about their attitude, or their genetic tricks. I've never heard of a Zeltran slicer before, he said. That's new. He is a bit new to the game, that is true. But he is also quite skilled. The exchange has used his services in the last year. He has worked as a freelance consultant for us on several jobs and proved valuable in all of them. Elena Fortuna grinned at them. I can't say for certain that he is the man you are looking for. But the rumors I've heard dealing with what happened in the North Mountains, it sounds like something he might have done. Where can we find him? Jas asked. I can provide you with his apartment number and address, she said. Though I doubt that he is still there. The Twi'lek pouted again. As I said, you are not the first to ask us about poor Tobin. If the job he was involved with ended badly, he has likely gone into hiding. But it is a lead, is it not? Elena shrugged. I will let your people know should he try to contact us. It may not seem like much, I know. But it is something that your two organizations can use to move forward, yes? Jas nodded. It was a lead, at least. It was more than what they had come in here with, that was for sure. I thank you for your time, Elena, he said, bowing respectfully. And your willingness to help us. House Rist will not forget your aid, Miss Fortuna, Val added with a curtsy. Thank you? Think nothing of it, the Twi'lek said. Now, if there is nothing else, feel free to enjoy the rest of your evening. My staff are quite skilled and more than able to provide anything you might desire. We will keep that in mind, Jas said, bowing again. Thanks again, Elena. Until next time. Until next time, dear Jas, she said with a tilt of her head. And please, give dear Cooper all my best. The two of them made their way back down the stairs, and back down to the club's main floor. Despite the initial problems, the meeting had gone rather well. Jas Dar Bynn smiled. They had a name, at least, KYP Tobin. If he was the slicer that handled the droids on the North Mountain job, Jas hoped that he might be able to provide them with the name of who hired him. Or at least could point them to someone else, someone who might know more. He glanced over at Char Valenthyne. She didn't look pleased. You think this Tobin guy is still alive? She asked. Hopefully, Jas replied. Most slicers are smart enough to know when to make themselves scarce. If this Zeltron learned that his trick with the droids didn't work as his employer intended, he likely has gone on the run, either into hiding, or to someone with enough power to protect him. It isn't much to go on, she said. He shrugged. It is more than we knew before. Jas checked the small datapad that Elena's people had provided him with. He didn't bother trying to contact the slicer on the holo. He figured that would be a waste of time. As Elena had said, other parties were interested in the Zeltron. Jas seriously doubted that he was still in his dwelling. His apartment is here in Aldera, Jas informed Val. We can head there now, see what we can find. Sounds good, she agreed. I have a change of clothes and weapons in the trunk of the speeder. I'll get armored up and we can head over. Vess. Jas blinked. Vess? You think we should contact Vess before we head to meet the slicer? Shouldn't we wait to see what we learn first? No, Jas, Val said, pointing. Look. Over there. He looked up. The club was quite crowded and loud. But he was able to see what it was that the Protector was pointing at. A group of young nobles standing around one of the gambling tables. And, sure enough, standing right in the middle of them, was Vess. Jas pursed his lips. What? He looked again to make sure that he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. Maybe it was just a girl that looked like Vess. He hoped that it was a girl that merely looked like Vess. There were 6 of them, high-born girls all, and all dressed for a night of fun and dancing. Jas recognized one of them as Leah, the girl that they had met while searching for Vess on the North Mountains. Vess stood in the middle of the group, dressed in a short dress of fine blue shimmer silk. She was laughing and had a drink in her hand. She looked like she hadn't a care in the galaxy. He shook his head. So much for her needing to stay in tonight, he thought. It didn't look like the girl was studying for a test, that was for sure. Val looked mortified. What is she thinking? She gasped. What in all the names of the gods is she doing? Val broke away from him and headed towards the girl. Jas only just managed to keep up. Great, he thought to himself. This would not end well. He didn't blame Val for her reaction. As Vess' sworn protector, it fell to her to keep the girl safe. Seeing her out here by herself must have seemed like a betrayal. Jas frowned. At the same time, a small part of him was looking at the girl and seeing something beautiful and headstrong, someone who chafed at being caged. He felt drawn to that courage. It radiated out through the Force. As he had told Val, he had always liked strong women. And the little blue dress didn't hurt either. It fit her like a second skin in. Whoa there, he thought, shaking his head. Fire the repulsors for a minute there, friend. Stop yourself. This was still Vess you are looking at. Remember that. He did remember, but he didn't feel as bad staring at her this time. He remembered Val's offer, and could not deny that he was intrigued by it, on some small level anyway. Control it. His conscience chided. The poor girl is still in danger. Keep thinking with your head, and do what is right. That should have been easy. It should have been easy. Vessaria? Val called out. The girl turned. Her smile faded the moment she saw the Protector standing there. Her blue eyes widened. Val, she said. Hi, you look great, and you're here? Yes, my lady, the Protector said, crossing her arms. And so are you. Vess laughed nervously. Busted, one of her friends said behind her, giggling. Vess shot the girl an annoyed glare, but quickly turned her attention back to her guardian. Yes, Vess continued, trying to stand up straighter, more in control. So I am. Any explanation? Val asked. Study break. Jas chuckled, drawing the girl's attention. Mr. Jas, you are here too? The two of you together? The young noble blinked. Together, she murmured. In that moment, Jas was almost bowled over. He had been reaching out with the force, trying to make sure that no enemies might have been hiding close by. The wave of emotion from the young girl nearly knocked him off his feet. A sense of both possessiveness and jealousy radiated from Vess. He had never felt anything like it from the girl before. And all those feelings were directed at Val. She had been so even-tempered as a girl. He was shocked. What was going on? What reason did she have to feel jealous of Val? Leah asked me out tonight, Vess said imperiously. I didn't want to stay locked in my room. How did you get out? Val demanded. The house is under lockdown. I snuck out, Vess replied, trying to hold on to her defiance. You just snuck out? Val repeated. The girl nodded. Aunt Rihanna taught me well. Char Valenthyne gasped. Vess, you can't just... Can't just what? The girl hissed, trying to keep her voice down. Can't live my life? There are people after you, Vess. People who want to hurt you. They've been after me since I fled Bantoon. I'm tired of running, and I'm tired of hiding from bullies. Val's eyes narrowed. I'm your sworn protector, but I can't protect you if... That is right. You are mine, Vess growled back. Which means you obey me. Val looked shocked. But that shock quickly started to morph into anger. Jas could feel it flowing between the two. Right now, they were both trying to keep their voices down. But it was about to boil over and turn into a real argument, a loud one. He chose to intervene before that happened. He stepped between the two. Val and I were here on business, Vess, he said quickly. We were looking for a lead on the people that attacked you on the North Mountain. She looked up at him. Seeing him seemed to get through the anger. She started to think again. She looked quickly between the two of them. You were here, investigating? That is true, my queen, Val answered. Her own anger contained, but it was still in her voice. Jas could not say if she had realized how close she and her young charge came to blowing up at each other. But was glad to have averted that, seemed to have averted anyway. Vess' brow furrowed cutely. He remembered that look from her time on the Folly when the girl was deep in thought. What have you discovered? She asked. We have a name, Jas informed her. We were just leaving to go and see the person now. I see, Vess said, nodding. She turned to her protector. I will get my coat. Val glared at her. You're not coming with us. Vess' mouth was set in a determined line. Her temper started to rise again. This person tried to kill me. I want to know why. It could be dangerous, Val added quickly. It is my duty to protect you. Before Vess could snap back, Jas intervened again. He was not above playing referee during an argument. He had done that with Coop and Randa before, after all. Besides, kid, he said, you aren't exactly dressed for confronting someone. She looked down at the rather skimpy dress and frowned. I suppose I'm not, am I? Jas reached out and touched the girl's arm. Let us help you, he said. We can find out what is going on, and tell you what we learned on our return. Vess wasn't pleased about hearing that, he could feel it. But she wasn't foolish. She understood what was happening, and what needed to happen. Okay, she said. I understand. Jas Dar Bynn almost sighed with relief. That had been close. But it seemed that the two ladies were back on the same page. Any initial anger between them was gone. A fact that made Jas extremely grateful. Char Valenthyne pulled the girl away from her friends for a moment, resting her hands on her shoulders. Your mother trusted me to protect you, she said solemnly. I can't do that if you won't let me. Vess winced. The mention of her mother seemed to have the proper effect. Jas felt shame from her in the force. I'm tired of hiding from bullies, Val, she said, her expression pained. I just want to live my life, just for once, without worrying that someone is trying to hurt me. I know. And you will, Val said. But not yet. Not until Jas and I have dealt with this. If we can find who is involved, the person behind these attacks, then maybe we can finally stop them for good. Vess nodded. Her blue eyes were shining. She looked about to cry. She wiped at her eyes. I'm sorry I snuck out. But you wanted to have an evening free of worry, Jas said. We can both understand that. Vess gave him a warm smile. It touched his heart. Val nodded. She looked at Jas. I should stay here. Make sure that she makes it home safe. It will be okay. Vess added. Mr. Jas needs you, Val. Tup is here, with Lia. He is watching over us. Tup? Jas asked. What is a tup? Me. As if summoned, a large brown-furred whiphid suddenly appeared at the girl's side. Flat-faced, tusked, and wearing a bandolier of weapons. Is everything being okay here? The alien growled. Val smiled at him. Hey, Tup, she said. It has been a while. The alien snuffled a laugh, Jas guessed. Hello there, little snow tiger, he said. You need not fear for the girl. She is being watched. Val chuckled. Watching over a group of teenage girls at a dance club. Sounds dangerous. The alien snorted. Not as dangerous as hunting ice demons on my home world. But close. Old friends. Jas thought with a smile. Even Vess seemed amused. Jas needs you, she repeated. Lia and Tup will see me safely home. You have a person to find, yes? Char Valenthyne nodded. She didn't look happy about it. But, stay close to Tup, she ordered Vess. Don't go off alone, and stick close to your friends. Vess nodded. Val sighed. We will talk more about this later. A pained expression came over the girl's face. Great, she replied. Jas said nothing. That was none of his business. He suspected it would not be the most pleasant of conversations. Contact me as soon as you hear something, Vess ordered. She turned to Jas. Keep her safe, okay? Both of you. Please be careful. We will do what we can, he promised. The would-be queen nodded. She radiated both relief and concern through the force. Better that than anger and jealousy, he thought. But he did have to wonder. What reason did the girl have to feel jealous of Val? It made no sense. Val's whole life was dedicated to keeping the young woman safe. Vess had nothing to fear. Val would do nothing to hurt her. She couldn't. It was who the protector was. She would always be there for her queen. Always. Once again, the two found themselves in the airspeeder, on course to the Zeltron's apartment in Aldera. Jas sat up front with the pilot droid while Char Valenthyne changed in the back. She didn't bother with the privacy screen. Which, of course, meant that Jas had been more than tempted to peek as the protector slipped into the spare suit of armor she had brought along. Eyes front, hotshot, she purred when she noticed the tilt of his head. He looked back quickly. It isn't like I've never seen you undressed, he replied. She laughed lightly. You were the one that told me I should stop torturing you. He sighed. If she truly believed that, she would have engaged the privacy screen. Still, it would have made it harder for them to talk. Val sighed. She sounded tired. I still can't believe that Vess snuck out. Jas chuckled. Go easy when you talk to her later. She made a stupid choice. But that stupid choice could have gotten her killed. And then I would have to die too. There was that, he supposed. Well, at least she didn't go out without some protection. That whiphid seems formidable. Tup being there was the only reason I consented to leave her side, Val said. Jas smirked. One question, though. What? Little snow tiger? Val chuckled. Tup and I have sparred a time or two. When he first came to Alderaan from Tula, he believed he was the toughest bodyguard here. I took exception to that. Char Valenthyne radiated with pride. I challenged him, fist and feet only. The fight ended in a draw. But he came out with a respect for the sworn protectors of Bantoon. Jas grinned. Having fought Val himself, he knew what a challenge she was. He was impressed that the whiphid could keep up with her. Despite her amusement, Val remained focused on her young queen. She sighed. Being Vess protector was easier when she was a little girl. I'm sure it was, he agreed. But she isn't a little girl anymore. I know, Val said. She is turning more like Queen Anera every day. I'm proud to see it. But it worries you too. Yeah. Anera chose to send me away, and she died. I can't fail like that again, Jas. I was there, remember? There was nothing you could have done. The Red Eclipse murdered your queen, not you. You couldn't have saved her, Val. Not didn't, couldn't. Could not. It was not your fault. I know that in my head. But my heart. She was not just my mistress. She was my friend. Val leaned forward. She gave Jaz's shoulder a friendly squeeze. Thanks for that, by the way. For what? He asked. For stepping in between me and Vess. That situation could have been a lot worse had you not been there. Happy to help, he said. And surprisingly, he meant it. Jas smiled. He hated to admit it, but he would miss Val and Vess when he returned to his duties back on PB. Being here, being around them again, had made him feel more alive than he had in years. Maybe it is time for a change. The thought had come out of nowhere. Jas frowned. You and Coop have built something great together. But he has Randa now, and soon likely a family of his own. Jonas, Tessa, Figgy, he has all of them too. Maybe it is time you started to look out for your own happiness. You considered leaving the folly once, going off and helping Val, helping Vess win back her throne. Maybe it is time to reconsider your choice. The Jedi are no longer after you. You could be a big help to them, yes. He acknowledged. He could be. He heard the sound of a zipper being pulled up. Okay, hotshot, Val said. You can look now. He turned to see the Protector fully armed and armored once again. She smiled politely. So? She asked. This KYP Tobin, how do you wish to play this? If he is at home, we ask to speak with him, Jas said. If he refuses, we insist. She smirked. I'm quite good at insisting. I'm sure you are, he replied. He laughed. So, we play a little game of good Jedi and the bad Protector. It could work. Val blushed slightly. Her expression turned sly. What? Nothing, she said. Just, well, good Jedi and the bad Protector sounds vaguely dirty. That isn't what I meant, he said. You sure? She asked. He considered it. Well, if he was being totally honest. No. He frowned. Not again. They had discussed this. He looked back at the smiling Protector. Damn the woman, he thought. Damn her. Chapter 16. The Zeltran's apartment was right at the edge of the Spacer district, not far from the peace and tranquility of the rest of Aldera. The hollow sign on the roof declared it the Spacer's Arms Apartments. It was a long rectangular structure, and like the other buildings here in the capital, it was built from white stone, with a slanted dome roof. Jas Dar Bynn and Char Valenthyne emerged from their speeder and began the short walk up to the front entrance. A single guard sat reading behind the front desk. Jas considered their options. He hoped that KYP Tobin was at home. But even if he wasn't, they needed to search his apartment, try to get a lead on where he might have fled to, if he had fled. At his side, Val cracked her knuckles. The Protector was both fully armed and armored. She wore a blaster on each hip, a vibroblade in her boot, a combat baton on her belt, a dart launcher on her wrist, and a quiver of small throwing knives on the small of her back. Seeing her made Jas smile. He had known Mandalorians in Clan Nuna who hadn't gone around so well armed. Mom would have loved Val. Char Valenthyne certainly was intimidating, that was for sure. Not that he was surprised. She was still a little angry about her earlier encounter with Vess. Perhaps she needed to blow off some steam, and the thought of a confrontation helped. She looked like she was spoiling for a fight. Though Jas doubted that they would find one. If he was smart, KYP Tobin would have them no resistance. Zeltrans were not known for being violent. Jas hoped that they would have no trouble convincing the Slicer to tell them what he knew. Val didn't seem like she was in a gaming mood. Hopefully, the Slicer would understand that. The guard at the desk looked up when they entered. He lowered his datapad, and gave them a cheery smile. Good evening, he said politely. Welcome to the Spacer's Arms. How can we help you this evening? We're here to see a resident, Jas informed him. KYP Tobin. We would like to go up and see him, if we can. The guard nodded, and checked something on his datapad. Jas prepared himself to be refused. It was quite late, and most establishments such as this one didn't let people up so late in the evening, not without contacting the person they were visiting first. If he tried to contact Tobin, what would the Slicer do? If he tried to flee, they might lose him. Jas was tempted to use the Force to gain access quietly. He didn't like using it to convince people to obey him. But it might work out better if he did. As it turned out, he didn't need to. The guard continued to smile. "Mr. Tobin?" he said. You must be friends of the Jedi of Master Secura?" Jas blinked. Tobin was expecting Tup Secura? "Yes," Val said quickly. "Master Secura told us to meet him here tonight. Has he arrived yet by chance?" "I'm not sure, mistress," the guard answered. "I just started my shift 15 minutes ago, and the log from yesterday just switched over. All records have been sent to management. I have no access to them at this time." Jas nodded. The guard's story made sense. "We would still like to go up," he said, smiling. But inside, his mind was working quite quickly. He was trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle they had just found. They didn't make sense, not really. He was not sure what was really going on. How would the Jedi Watchmen of Alderaan know about Tobin so quickly? Had they done business together before? Jas had no answers. "Of course," the guard said, pressing a button on his desk. In the back of the room, one of the turbolifts lit up. "Take that up to 5. Mr. Tobin is in apartment 8, 4th door on the right. You can't miss it." "Thank you," Val said. "May the gods smile on your day." "Thank you, mistress," he said. "Have a nice evening now, both of you." Jas and Val slipped past the guard and made for the lift. The door slid open as they approached. The two stepped inside, and Jas hit the button for floor 5. The guard waved to them right before the door shut. Slowly, the lift began to rise. Jas took a deep breath and let it out slowly. So far, so good. Val checked her wrist. Jas again noticed the dart launcher that she wore. It was fully loaded. He remembered that particular weapon from Val's brief time aboard the Folly. It fired darts that incapacitated their victims. The Protector was frowning. "Did anything about that strike you as odd?" she asked. "You mean that the guard just let two complete strangers up to an apartment without calling ahead first?" "Yeah, that was a little odd." Val nodded. "It wasn't just that, Jas. I mean, look at me. I'm armed to the teeth here. Why didn't he ask to see any identification? And why the name drop of Tup Secura?" Jas added. "That wasn't very smart of him. Anyone could have volunteered the fact that they were the Jedi's friends." "Yeah," Val agreed, pulling one of her pistols from its holster, checking the sights. She frowned. "What do you make of that? The fact that the guard at Tobin's apartment knew Master Secura by name?" "I'm not sure," Jas said. "Maybe Secura has needed to come out here before. Maybe he and that guard are old acquaintances?" "Maybe," the Protector said. But both her expression, and what she was feeling through the Force, said something entirely different. "Jas," she said, "is it possible that the Jedi are behind this?" "Behind what? The attack on Vess? Is it possible?" "No," he said flatly. "Are you sure about that?" Jas was about to refuse, to launch into a full tirade of how the Jedi were guardians of the peace, and that it was not in their character to assassinate or threaten anyone. But then, he remembered what Sai had said about the greater good, and preserving the Republic. That thought gave him pause. Was it possible? He could almost see his brother's grinning face. Hear that arrogant laugh of his. "It is all for the greater good, brother." "Is it?" Jas wondered. He wasn't so sure. He could almost hear his brother's voice continuing. "Think for a moment, Jas. What if you could save an entire star system by sacrificing the life of one innocent person? What if letting this person die would ensure the peace for another 300 years? I ask you, brother, isn't that a fair trade?" Jas shook his head. On paper, it seemed like a good deal. One innocent life versus the welfare of millions, maybe billions of souls. Wouldn't it be wise to take that deal? Couldn't it be considered a worthy sacrifice? "Jas? You okay?" He blinked and smiled at Char Valenthyne. "Yeah," he lied. "Just trying to get a feeling for what is coming. Anything that you think I should know?" He shook his head no. He didn't dare let her in on what he had been thinking. He knew how she would respond to Sai's question. Val's whole life was dedicated to defending her mistress. She would die before she let anyone hurt Vess. He felt a little ashamed that he had even considered trading the young girl's life for the chance at a better tomorrow. How was that the will of the Force? How was that the right thing? The turbolift dinged as they reached the correct floor. The door opened onto a long cream-colored hallway, a crimson carpet running down its full length. Val took the lead. She strode down it, making a beeline for apartment 8. Jas followed behind her, reaching out with the Force, trying to get a sense of what they might be walking into. He felt nothing. It was most peculiar. They found the door to the Slicer's room. Val knocked, but no one answered. She glanced at Jas, who shrugged. "Mr. Tobin?" she called out, knocking again. "Mr. Tobin, we would like to talk. Could you let us in, please?" Again, they were met with no answer. Again, Jas reached out with the Force, and again he felt nothing. The feeling should have put him at ease, but it didn't. He should have felt something. If Tobin was in there, he should have been able to sense it. If the Zeltron had fled, he should have felt an echo of his desperation or fear. But he felt nothing. Char Valenthyne reached into a pouch on her belt. She knelt down and withdrew an electronic lockpick, and interfaced it with the door. Jas listened as the device clicked and whirred. Despite not sensing any real danger, he drew his lightsaber. He didn't ignite it, but it was at the ready, should he need to. Almost. Val murmured to herself. Almost there. The device chimed, and emitted a low, soothing tone. Val smiled. "Thanks, Mom." "Dad?" she whispered. "I miss you both." She pressed the button next to the door. It slid open without any further resistance. They entered slowly, checking the room for dangers. Jas shook his head. He was not surprised. The apartment had been trashed, ransacked. Drawers had been pulled out, dumped haphazardly on the floor. The furniture had been flipped over, likely by someone searching for some hidden secret left behind by the Zeltron, something he might have missed in his flight. Elena was right. Jas thought to himself. They had arrived late to this party. He and Val spread out. The Protector had one of her 2 blasters out, while Jas held his saber, still yet to be ignited. The 2 of them searched through the wreckage. Jas searched both with his eyes and through the Force. KYP Tobin's apartment gave him almost no clue to who the Zeltron was. There were no hollow pictures anywhere, and the only datapad he found was blank. Its memory had been wiped. No clue to where the mysterious Slicer might have gone. A search of the bedroom and the fresher came up equally empty. Jas had found the Slicer's workstation, but the computer had been gutted, opened up, with no sign of its CPU or any drives that it might have contained. No luck. Jas thought. Another dead end. Val walked up to him, shaking her head. "See anything?" she asked him. He shook his head no. "Do you feel anything? Maybe those Jedi sorceries can find something." He nodded and reached out again. He shook his head. Still nothing. He couldn't sense anything. What was going on? There was a sudden shift in the Force, a disturbance that almost made him gasp. Time seemed to slow down. Val stood before him, looking at him with hopeful eyes. They had been alone. He had sensed no one else within the apartment. But a shadow behind Val moved. It seemed to tower over her. Jas felt the Force scream. "Val!" He moved swiftly, not even waiting to explain. He yanked the Protector forward, using the Force to pull her into his arms. He had still almost been too late. A flash of crimson light filled the space where Char Valenthyne had been standing mere moments before. Had Jas not acted, the Protector would have been beheaded. The Force roared in Jas' ears. It sang of hate, and bloodlust denied. He pushed Val behind him. And as he did, the shadow regained substance. It stood over the 2 of them, towering and cold. Jas Dar Bynn felt the bile rise in his throat. No. He thought. It can't be. It seemed that they had not been alone after all. The alien was huge, standing almost 7 feet tall. Its, or rather, her, broad shoulders blocked out the light from one of the windows. Its body was covered with stony-looking, mottled gray skin. Yet that was not what drew his attention, not the creature's size or the color of its skin, but the face. The anvil-shaped head with its tiny bony horns. The simple purple veil that covered the lower part of her face. Those dark eyes filled with savage glee and cruel malice. Jas knew that face. It had been years, but he still remembered. He always would remember that face, and the robes that the creature, the Tunroth, wore. Robes of deep purple with rainbow-colored hems. Robes that appeared almost black by the light of the crimson lightsaber she carried. The alien gave them a predatory grin. "I was expecting the Jedi," the Hand of the Faith of the Sunset Collective said. "You aren't the Twi'lek. But so be it. I'm easy." Her smile widened, showing a mouth of sharpened teeth. "I'm sure you two will keep me entertained." The alien thrust out her hand. Jas and Val went flying. He managed to turn his flight into a backward roll. He just missed crashing through a turned-over kitchen table. Somehow, he was able to land on his feet. He tried to think, but only one thought looped through his shocked mind. She is here. She is here. The Hand of the Faith is here. Char Valenthyne wasn't so lucky. She slammed hard into the Zeltran's kitchen cabinets, striking so hard the wood splintered and gave way. A cry escaped her lips as she struck. The Lady Hand didn't hesitate. She dashed forward, her lightsaber coming down and around in a wicked arc, coming down to bisect the fallen protector. Val had no defense. She was dazed, and couldn't get out of the way. Snap, hiss. Pang! Jas was there. Val could only look up dazed. The Tunrotha's lightsaber was only a few inches from her face. But it had been blocked, held back by Jas Dar Bynn's now ignited weapon. Its violet-colored blade shielding her from the Darksider's killing blow. The Lady Hand looked up. Her dark eyes widening in shock. Jas grinned. "You!" he hissed. "You!" He thrust out his own hand, shoving back with the power of the Force. The alien gasped as she was thrown. She hit the wall with enough force to dent it. Before she could recover, he leapt forward. Not again, he thought. You won't escape me again. He attacked her savagely. He used the second form of lightsaber combat, Form 2, or Makashi, the duelist style. You're done, Jas thought. I'll have your head. Somehow, the alien managed to survive his initial strike, survive and meet it with an attack of her own. She favored Gemso, the aggressor's style, fitting for one so large, and strangely enough, very quick. For that one brief moment, the two Force users were a blur. Violet and red lights flashing, cracking and hissing with each strike. Finally, the two disengaged. Jas was breathing hard. His much larger opponent put some distance between them. Silence reigned between them. Only the sound of their hearts beating and the hum of their weapons. The Hand of the Faith looked shocked. She had not expected her prey to recover and fight back. Her black eyes were two inky pools in the light of their weapons. The initial shock of seeing the dark side terrorist gave way to Jas' Jedi training. In that moment, he chided himself. He had lost control for a moment there, struck at his enemy with emotion alone. It was amazing that he hadn't been killed. You! He hissed, pointing his blade at the Tunroth. My Lady Hand? He growled. In the name of the Galactic Senate of the Republic, I place you under arrest. The Tunroth smirked. Cute, she said. But I don't think so, sweetness. From behind him, a chair flew through the air. He ducked it, only to find himself under attack again. The alien had tried to take advantage of his momentary distraction. It hadn't worked. Master Vey had taught him well. Their blades crossed, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strokes all in a matter of seconds. He again turned back her attack and made her retreat. He took a quick swipe at her with his blade. Its cold kiss only just missing her chest. The Hand of the Faith stood before him, her sword in the gem-so-ready position. Who are you? She growled. You're no Jedi. So I keep telling everyone. He thought. But no one ever listens. It didn't change things, though. He wasn't going to let her escape again. The Hand of the Faith of the Sunset Collective was under arrest. He was going to take her in. Surrender, he ordered. Throw down your sword. This is your final warning. The Darksider did something then that he didn't expect. She laughed. Oh, that is rich. She cackled. I'm under arrest. Oh no! Whatever will I do? She grinned at him. He could feel her reaching out with the force, the kiss of the dark side on his skin. It made him shiver. You don't want to arrest me. The Tunroth purred. You can feel it, can't you? The anger, the rage, and the power that it brings. The eternal night calls to you, just as it did to me all those years ago. She chuckled. I don't know what you are, and I don't care. But you could be so much more than what you are now. The eternal night is coming. It will sweep away all before it. She leaned in closer. It is better to stand at the side of the destroyer than in his way. As long as we serve him, we are exempt from what is coming. It is a good place to be. Jas didn't respond. He had heard all this before, 10 years ago. He didn't believe it then, and he didn't believe it now. That darkness had been defeated. Revan had been defeated. The empire of darkness that he had tried to resurrect had been destroyed long ago. It would never rise again. Behind him, Val groaned and sat up. Are you okay? He called out. Yeah. She moaned. Ow, damn! He wanted to turn, see if she was okay. But he didn't dare. Not when he had this killer standing before him. The Tunroth glanced at Val and back at Jas. She snorted. Is that attachment I feel? Oh, that could be a problem. She laughed again. Let me help you with that. Before Jas could move, the Darksider pressed a button on her wrist, some kind of communicator. Fire! She shouted. The apartment exploded in blaster fire. The shriek of heavy weapons ripped through the normally quiet Alderaan night. Jas didn't hesitate. He leapt back and shielded Val, both with his body and the Force. He didn't dare move. Everything was heat, fire, and smoke. Too many blasts to parry. He thought. All he could do was shield, endure. He needed to wait for his opportunity. Val had her hands over her ears. He thought she might have been screaming, but couldn't tell. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The firing stopped. He looked up and was nearly blinded. Harsh white light shone through the now broken and burned wall. Searchlights. He realized. From an air speeder in midair, or from a small ship. An escaped ship. No! Jas was back on his feet in seconds. He darted towards the window. She will not escape again. A speeder truck with an open flatbed floated by the window. He counted 6 humanoids on board, all clad in the purple robes of collective acolytes. He saw the hand among them, barking orders. The speeder began to pull away. No. Jas thought, raising his hands. No! You! Don't! He reached out with the force. The air speeder was massive, but Jas didn't care. Have to stop it, he thought. Have to stop it! The force responded. The speeder froze in midair. Its engines whining loudly. Jas wouldn't let go. He would never let go. Strangely enough, it wasn't anger that was fueling him this time. In the past, he had only been able to do things like this when he almost lost control. But not this time. It wasn't anger or rage that was fueling his power. Those emotions were there, but they were contained. They had no hold over him. What was giving him his power at that moment wasn't rage. It was love. He was thinking about Mother Nuna, the woman who had raised him. The Mandalorian chieftain had never been the doting type, but she had loved all her foundlings, protected them, made sure they were prepared for the world. Even a lost Jedi youngling, one that not all of her clan trusted, she had made him welcome, taught him what he needed to know, and given him the chance to be who he wanted to be. He thought of how she had died, sacrificing herself over the skies of Quet. She had used her dying breath to save Jas and his friends that day. He owed her much for that sacrifice. He glared at the speeder, at the collective terrorists trying to flee. His eyes narrowed. I'll see you all dragged before the courts in chains. You will pay for all the people you killed back on Quet, and all the people that have died on other worlds since. The Hand of the Faith, the first speaker, and all the so-called words were going down. The Sunset Collective was finished. Several of the acolytes had realized what he was doing. They spun back with their blasters raised. It took all his strength to maintain his hold. He wouldn't be able to stop them. Blaster fire rang out behind him, and to his right. Char Valenthyne was there. Her twin pistols barked red light, striking two of the acolytes and sending the others scurrying, looking for cover. Val likely didn't understand what was going on, but she had his back. He was grateful for that. The octave of the speeder's engines went up higher. The pilot was really opening it up, trying to pull his way free. Jas Dar Bynn grinned. He had an idea. He saw the red glow of the hand's lightsaber. The Tunroth was coming to try and free them. Jaz's expression turned sly. You want to be free of my grip? Fine. Here you go. He waited until the pilot revved the engine again. And then he let go. The speeder jerked forward. The collective members in the back lost their footing, some slamming to the floor of the flatbed. Two of the purple-clad acolytes fell over the side, down to the street below. The speeder had not been in position to escape, it had been too low. It jerked forward and it slammed into the building across the street. The cab was crushed, and the speeder began to spin wildly. It tipped to the side and shot up and over the apartment building. Jas heard a loud crunch above them. It sounded like the speeder had hit the building's dome roof. He smiled. I have you now. We can't let them get away, he shouted to Val. Come on, we have to stop them. Jas, wait, she called after him. Jas! He didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Too much had happened to stop now. The hand could tell them where the first speaker was hiding. He could end the threat of his old enemies with a single stroke. Who was that? The protector shouted, trying to keep up. An old enemy, he called back. One of the reasons I chose to stay away after the first time we met. What does that mean? What does this have to do with Vess? Jas frowned. Now that was a very good question. He looked forward to wringing the answer out of the Tunroth. I can't let her slip through my fingers again. Jas thought. I can't. He owed it to Mom. Justice needed to be served. They made their way up to the building's roof. As Jas had suspected, the speeder truck had come down hard. Its cab was completely crushed. Small fires burned, but the building didn't appear in danger of catching fire itself. Stone didn't burn all that well. Jas reached out with the force again. He could sense desperation and anger. At least a few of the collective members had survived the crash. We don't have long, he realized. The crash, the heavy weapons fire. He would not be shocked to learn that the authorities were already on their way, and could be here at any moment. He intended to have this matter settled before they arrived. He would not give the Hand of the Faith another chance to escape. He needed to know what the collective's mission here on Alderaan was. Why was the succession on Bantoon important enough that the first speaker had sent his hand here? Char Valenthyne had her blaster pistols out, ready to engage the enemy. Jas gripped his lightsaber tightly. He had no doubt that the Hand was among the survivors of the crash. For the Eternal Night! The cultists struck them from behind. The two men emerged, one firing a blaster, and the other armed with a wicked-looking axe. The one with the blaster made the mistake of trying to engage Jas. He wasted no time with the zealot, parrying the blast with his lightsaber, and sending the bolt back and into the collective man's face. The terrorist fell without a word. As his life ended, Jas came to realize that he was looking at the guard that had greeted them at the door. Jas nodded grimly. At least now he knew why the man had known the Twi'lek. It seemed that the Lady Hand had been tasked with killing the Jedi. Well, she had certainly failed in that mission, Jas thought. He had no intention of giving her another chance. The axe-wielding zealot was no match for Val. She sidestepped his blow, raised her hand, and caught him with a vicious chop to the neck. The man stumbled to his knees. Before he could recover, Val drew her blaster, and shot him twice in the chest. Stun blasts rippled from the nose of her pistols. Jas nodded gamely, pleased with the Protector's restraint. If the Hand didn't come quietly, they would need someone else to talk. Jas thought that they may just have found that someone. Speaking of the Hand? Jas didn't see her. She was hiding again. He reached out with the force and felt the same nothingness that had hidden the Darksider in the apartment below. He shook his head. It was a good trick, he supposed. But it wouldn't save her. You two are beginning to become a real pain. The alien's voice echoed from everywhere. Val jerked her blasters in all directions, trying to find her. This was supposed to be a simple job. The Hand continued. Kill the Jedi, and send his head back to his precious order in a box. But you two just had to go and cark everything up. The alien sighed loudly. Do you have any idea what you've done? Jas snorted. He had no need to defend his choice in coming here. Where is the first speaker? He called out. Where is your master hiding? Why were you waiting at the slicers? Val added. The Hand of the Faith chuckled. So many questions, she said. And neither of you are going to learn put it from me. As for you, Force user, who are you? I get the feeling we've met before. Answer my question, and maybe I'll answer yours. Jas replied. The Tunroth didn't dignify his offer with an answer. She continued to remain hidden, her voice echoing in the shadows. You do seem familiar, she said. You clearly aren't one of us. So, what happened? Did you lose a family member to us, maybe? Someone who gave their life in the name of the faith. You don't have a faith, Jas growled. You're terrorists. You proved that on Quat, and on dozens of worlds since. Jas paused. No, he thought. What have I done? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he regretted them. The Hand of the Faith was not a fool. She was smart enough to put one and one together. What? Why would you be asking about? Finally, she laughed. Well, what do you know? She chuckled. If it isn't Clan Nuna's Jedi pup. Look at you, all grown up. Jas Dar Bynn's eyes narrowed. I'm guessing Brother Targo didn't kill you. I guess that explains why he never brought the clan over to our side. You would guess correctly, Jas answered. You're going to pay for what you did that day, creature. You are going to answer for all the deaths you caused, not just for the life of Mother Nuna. Oh, I'm scared, pup, she replied dryly. Quaking in my boots. The Tunroth laughed again. So much anger in you. So much attachment. You're not looking for justice up here. You came for revenge. You don't know me. Jas hissed back. We'll see. The air shuddered behind them. Val just managed to turn. The Hand's lightsaber came up, and she sliced through the barrels of both of Val's blasters. She swung at Val's head, but the protector was too fast for that. She whirled around, spin-kicking the lightsaber from the alien's hand. Then, she stepped forward, ready to strike at the alien's exposed neck, only to have the Hand dance back and backhand Val with a strike of her own. Char Valenthyne tried to roll away from the blow, but it came in too hard and too fast. The strike left her dazed, and that was all the alien needed. As she went down on her knees, the alien caught her, and Val was quickly yanked back to her feet in a force grip. The Hand of the Faith lifted her into the air, using her body as a shield, holding her in front of Jas. He whirled around, bringing his blade up in a Makashi guard. Let her go! He shouted. The Tunroth smirked. You want me so bad? Come and get me. Almost as an afterthought, she recovered her own blade through the force. She ignited it, and pointed it at Val's now exposed back. Her smile widened as she saw Jas hesitate, not wanting to risk hurting Val, or taking the chance that the alien would stab her. There is that attachment again, the Hand mocked. Val couldn't move. She floated before him like a kite caught in a strong breeze. She couldn't speak, but he could read her lips, even by the firelight of the destroyed speeder. Get her, Val mouthed. Get her, he snarled. He wanted so badly to strike back. But he couldn't. Val floated before him. She was choking, caught in the alien's grip. The Tunroth was grinning from ear to ear. She was loving this. You want to know where the first speaker is, Runt? All you have to do is kill the girl, and I'll tell you. Jas didn't move. His blade remained where it was. The Hand of the Faith sneered at him, no doubt knowing what he would do. She claimed to have been a Jedi once. She likely could sense it, how far he would go. In this case, it wasn't far enough. Attachment is weakness, the Hand chided. It is the death of duty. Why bother protecting this woman when all that you want is so close? What does the life of a mundane matter to people like us? The Eternal Night is the master of all those that hear the Force. Once you have heard the call, you will understand. Let her go, Jas hissed. Or face the consequences. The alien shook her head. Well, you sound like a Jedi. Too bad you will never be one. The Tunroth shook her head. How disappointing. It was at that moment that a searchlight fell on the roof. 2 security speeders and a medical vehicle floated before them. "This is Aldera Security," a voice emerged over the loudspeaker. "Lower your weapons and prepare to be taken into custody." The hand sighed. "Well, looks like playtime is over." She smirked at Jas. "See you around, kid." She gestured with her left hand. Val flew towards the security speeders. The Tunroth launched her like a missile. She flew towards it, head first. Jas whirled around and reached out with the force, trying to stop her, to save her. He felt her slow, but the hand attacked from behind. Jas lost his grip on Val. He had no choice. He spun, blocking her strike, and then slashed at the alien. In that brief moment, he smelled smoke and burning meat. "Araherg!" The Tunroth was livid. She roared and swatted at Jas. She had been too close, inside his guard. He had not managed to get his blade up. But, luckily, either had she. All she could do was strike with her large, meaty fist. She managed to backhand him. His jaw clicked from the blow, and sent him sprawling to the ground. His lightsaber flew from his grip. "My hand!" the alien roared. "Look what you did!" She glared down upon him, holding up her left arm. 3 of her fingers were now missing. The force boiled with her rage, her desire for vengeance. She kicked him. Hard. "Damn you!" Stun blasts shimmered from the belly of the security ships. The Hand of the Faith backflipped out of their path, and took off running. Snarling with impotent rage, her large shape a blur in the night. "No!" Jas shouted, trying to stand, his head still ringing from her strike. "Get her!" he shouted. "Don't let her get away!" He tried to pursue. His desire to chase after his old enemy almost consumed him. But in that moment he remembered. Val. He looked around the roof, trying to see her. No longer hearing the voices of the security people. They didn't matter. Only one thing mattered. He ran to the edge of the building. "Val!" he shouted. "Vale!" He looked down, and what he saw made him gasp in horror. Char Valenthyne lay tangled in an awning 5 stories below. She wasn't moving. And even from here, he could see that her right leg was bent at an unnatural angle. He reached out with the force, trying to sense her, to get an idea of how hurt she was. All around him, security forces were dropping onto the roof. They had their weapons out, trying to surround him. He didn't give them a chance. He leapt down to the ledge closest to where the protector lay. He could still sense her, praise the force. But her life was flickering weakly. He reached out with his powers, trying to bolster it, that flicker of life that still burned inside of her. It was the smallest of embers, but he didn't give up. He wanted to keep her here. He wanted to hold her in this moment. "I can't lose her," he thought. "I won't." "Do not move!" The shout from the security ship's loudspeaker almost deafened him. "Move again, and we will open fire!" Jas heard them. He acknowledged. But only because he had heard them. It was taking all of his concentration and power to hold on to Val. He needed to keep her here, in this moment. He had already lost Mother Nuna to the Sunset Collective. He had no intention of losing Val. He surrendered to the Alderani, but didn't leave Val's side until she was safely aboard a medical transport, on her way to the hospital. He would have gone with her, but the security officers gave him no choice. They took his blade and loaded him up in the back of their speeder. His hands were locked in stun cuffs. Jas shook his head. He still hoped that the security forces would catch up with the Tunroth. But he feared that it was already too late. He could no longer sense her, and that meant only one thing. She is gone. He realized. She escaped, against Dar. The thought filled him with anger. He would have lashed out at his captors. But that would mean little at that moment. He would not give them a reason to hurt him. He needed to stay strong, for Val, and for Vess. He shook his head. "I won't dishonor them." He had not expected this, not expected to find the Sunset Collective here. Why did they care about Bantun? Why was the succession of its ruler so important? He had no answers. All he could think about was Val, hoping that she was okay. His thoughts drifted back to the Hand of the Faith, and what she had said to him. Attachment is weakness. It is the death of duty. He sighed. Maybe it was. But in that moment he didn't care. All that mattered at that moment was Val. He feared for her safety, and something else as well. What am I going to tell Vess? He wondered. He had no answers. All he could do was hope for the best. What am I going to say? What am I going to do? I don't know, he thought, the guilt weighing him down like a stone tied around his feet. I don't know. He found himself praying to the Force. Please be okay, Val. Please. All he could do was hope. If that was attachment, so be it. Some attachments in life were worth it. He would not trade it for anything, or anyone. Anyone. Chapter 17. Char Valenthyne flew through the air. She shot out like a missile, flying towards the floating security speeder, about to strike it head first. Jas whirled and reached out with the force. He had not stopped her flight, but he had slowed it considerably, giving the protector time to not only raise her arms, but also to twist her body. Crump! She struck the side of the vehicle, hitting with enough force to dent the armor plate. And then, she fell. Jas could only watch the security hologram and wince. He had been under attack at the time and not been able to either stop her flight, or keep her from falling. Oh Val, he thought. I'm so sorry. He was now standing in the director's office of the Aldera security building. After being taken into custody, he had spent almost 4 hours in a holding cell. At his side stood Tupsecura, the Jedi watchman for Alderaan. He shook his head, the tips of his lekka twitching slightly. I thought I told you to keep me in the loop, he said. If you had a lead, we could have investigated this together. We might have prevented all this. Again Jas winced. We didn't have a lead, he answered. We had a name, a location, and a warning that it was unlikely that the person we sought was even there. Jas shook his head. How could we have guessed that a dark side assassin would be waiting at the Slicer's home? The holo rewound. The image of Val flying was replaced by a still image of the Tunroth, the Sunset Collective's Hand of the Faith. Jas' eyes narrowed, seeing her again. That cruel sneer. The icy look in her eyes as she dangled Val before him like a rag doll. You will pay for that, he thought. When next we meet, you won't have a chance to run away again. Jas' hands curled into fists. Next time, I will stop you. The Twi'lek sensed his feelings. He gave him a curious look. You care greatly for this woman, this Char Valenthyne? Of course I care, Jas admitted. Isn't compassion part of a Jedi's life? Compassion, yes. Tupsecura agreed. Attachment, no. These feelings will be your undoing if you let them. They will draw you closer to your fear, your anger. Jas Dar Bynn took a deep breath, and let it out. Tup was not wrong. But he was not entirely right either. He was no starry-eyed youngling. He had faced his darkness before, heard its call. He was not foolish enough to think that he stood above it, but he could endure it. He knew the risk of attachment. But he also knew the strength that it could bring. Having something to fight for, having someone to fight for, was a great motivator. And more to the point, he knew what would happen if he gave in to his fear and anger, and how those he cared about would suffer. He would not do that to them. It was the people in his life that kept him balanced. Coop, Randa, Ve Mondar, even Val and Vess. It was his attachment to them that kept him honest. Those feelings had kept him grounded. They had always saved him, they had not condemned him, at least, not yet. He continued to watch the hologram, perhaps looking for some kind of clue of what to do next. He was worried about Val, but recognized that there was nothing he could do for her, not at the moment. She was being cared for. The doctors here on Alderaan were some of the best. He tried to take solace in that. Shortly after his arrest, Jas had requested that the Aldera security force reach out to Tupsecura. Whether he realized it or not, the Twi'lek's life was in danger. Though Jas believed little the Hand had said, it was clear that he and Val were not the reason she had been waiting at the Slicer's apartment. It was apparent that the Sunset Collective wanted the Jedi Watchman dead. The only question now was why. How did killing him figure into their larger plans? It had been something to contemplate, while he had been processed by the Alderaani. From their reaction, it was clear that they weren't used to violence that had been perpetrated in the Spacer's quarter tonight. They wanted answers. Sadly, Jas knew little. He knew the who, but the why escaped him. Did this have something to do with Vess and the Bantoon succession? Or was it something else, something the Twi'lek Jedi was involved with, and had gotten the collective's attention? Jas didn't know. He wished he did. He had been placed in a holding cell. He refused the chance to call a litigator, asking only that the Alderaani contact Master Secura, inform him that the Sunset Collective was active on Alderaan, and that the Council needed to be informed. Once that was done, all he could do was wait and worry about Val. He inquired after her from the security people, but they had no news, and could only promise to contact the hospital, get an update for him on her condition. And so, he sat and waited. Not wishing to alienate the locals any more than he already had. He could have escaped, he supposed, used the Force to exit the building, and none would have been the wiser. But he had not. He wasn't here as a smuggler. He was here as a Jedi, and an ally to House Rist. It wouldn't have been smart just to walk out. Not when he still hoped to get the cooperation from these people. Plus, it was not like the Alderaani would need to go far to find him if he did leave. His first stop would have been the hospital, to check on Val. As he waited, he meditated, reached out with the Force, trying to sense Val, get some kind of idea how she was doing. Despite their strong connection, he felt nothing. That worried him. It worried him, a lot. The security men who took him into custody had been surprisingly understanding, considering all the violence he had caused on their peaceful world. They had allowed him to use the Force to lower Val down from the awning she had landed in, and see her safely to a medical gurney. They had also allowed him to try and stabilize her through the Force, at least until the medtechs had had her wired into a life support system. Only when she was safely loaded in the med speeder, and on her way to the hospital did they insist he come with them. They took his lightsaber and put him in stun cuffs, but they were both polite and humane about it. Other security people he had met in the past would have used his concern for Val against him, used it as a lever to get him to tell them what they wanted to know. The Alderaani weren't like that. They accepted when he told them, "I don't know," or "I can only speculate." It should have come as no surprise, he supposed. Alderaan had always revered the Jedi Order. Despite the questions they had for him, they respected his desire to cooperate, and not make any more trouble. As they had taken him away, he had risked another glance up at the rooftop where his battle with the Tunroth had taken place. The Hand of the Faith was gone. The security men had not been able to stop her. Damn it! Jas thought angrily. Another chance to end the collective was lost. Strangely enough, he didn't feel as bad about it as he should have. In choosing between his enemy and saving Val's life, there had been no contest. Char Valenthyne was worth 50 collective members. He only hoped that he had done enough. "Please be okay, Val," he prayed. "Please." The Twi'lek's arrival had seen the end of his incarceration. The Alderaani had removed the stun cuffs and returned his lightsaber. Unsurprisingly, the Jedi Watchman was unhappy with Jas and Val's decision to go in alone. A fact that he had made abundantly clear from the moment he had seen Jas Dar Bynn sitting in a cell. "She was waiting for you," Jas informed him. "I think she wanted to kill you." "I see." Tup Secura had responded, staring at the stilled hollow of the Tunroth, looking at her cruel face. "Isn't that interesting?" he said. As the two watched the image of the Hand of the Faith, a new file was overlaid with it. Jas recognized it immediately as one of the identification holos that were kept in the Jedi archives. He had had one himself taken years ago, before leaving on the ill-fated mission that started his life outside the Order. This hologram showed the Hand of the Faith, or rather, the Jedi that would one day become the Hand of the Faith. According to the date on the image, it had been taken almost 15 years ago. "Her name is Zarx Tatch," Tup Secura informed him. "She was trained at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, became a full Jedi Knight at 22, and vanished 3 years later. She has been presumed dead ever since." Jas nodded as he looked at the holo. The Tunrotha's face had not changed much over the years. Even as a Jedi, she had had that cruel, arrogant smirk. According to her file, she had been reprimanded several times as a Padawan for her willingness to commit violence, and for her rather sharp tongue and brisk demeanor. He frowned. She had also received several commendations for valor and bravery in the field. Despite her rather prickly demeanor, her first 3 years as a full Jedi Knight had been exemplary. She had been a true guardian of the Republic. So, what happened? He wondered. What had turned Zark's Tatch, Jedi Knight, to the dark side? What had remade her into the Sunset Collective's Hand of the Faith? Why haven't I seen this file before? Jas asked the Twi'lek. I've spent the last 5 years on and off looking into the Sunset Collective and their members. I told the Council about the Hand of the Faith, that she was a Tunroth, and that she claimed to be a Jedi. Why was Zark's Tatch not considered a suspect? Because the file was closed. The Jedi informed him. She was declared dead years ago. The ship she was on vanished. No survivors ever turned up. Sakura shrugged. Kind of hard for the dead to rise and start working as an enforcer for a group of dark side cultists. Jas' frown deepened. He found no amusement in this, none at all. It had been almost 10 years since the Sunset Collective's attack on the Quat Drive yards. Over 2,000 Quati had lost their lives that day, not to mention the millions of credits worth of damage to not only the shipyards, but the ships that had been in dry dock. In the years since, Jas had aided his friend, the Jedi Shadow Manar, in investigating other collective attacks. The Sunset Collective were no mere troublemakers. They were both religious zealots and professional anarchists. Many lives had been lost as they had continued to attack the Republic in the name of the Eternal Night. What the Eternal Night was, he couldn't say. But then again, he didn't need to. The collective needed to be stopped. What did their religious beliefs matter in the face of that? Why open the file now? He inquired. The Twi'lek gave him a toothy grin. Because of you, Jas Dar Bynn. We were able to link Tatch to this case through her DNA. The fingers you severed in the Spacer's Quarter provided us with enough of a sample for a genetic scan. So we know her real name now, he said. Now all we have to do is figure out how all this ties into the situation on Bantun. It is possible that it doesn't, Sakura said with a shrug. I've served on Alderaan for almost 12 years, first as a Padawan, and then as a watchman. The Twi'lek held up his hands. I've made many enemies over the years. Any of them could have hired Tatch to try and kill me. I may even have inadvertently involved myself in some scheme of this collective of hers. This attempt may have nothing to do with Bantun and House Rist. You may be right, Jas admitted. Collective involvement in the Bantun situation is only speculation. But considering the fact that she was waiting at the Slicer KYP Tobin's home does suggest the possibility of it. Perhaps. The watchman agreed. Of course, you are not the only one who has been looking into Slicers behind the attack on Lady Istillo. It occurred to me that it was unlikely that the attackers had set up the jamming signal used in that job. I was working my way back through my own contacts. If one of my enemies had managed to get wind of what I was doing. Again, Jas nodded. What Tup Sakura said made sense. Though he was wrong about the collective hiring out their hand. All evidence that he had seen in the last few years suggested that the collective didn't work for pay. The chaos they caused was solely motivated by their religion. No. If the first speaker had sent his hand to Tobin's, it had something to do with the collective's agenda, and no one else's. Behind him, the watchman had begun to pace, tapping idly at his chin with one long, clawed finger. We still need to find Tobin. He could shed much light on what is happening. I'm sure of it. If he is even still alive, Jas said morosely. For all we know, the collective had him killed. I don't think so, Sakura responded. From the read I got on several of the Zeltran's things, it appears that he had fled some time ago. None of the impressions I had gotten on any of them suggested that he had come to any harm. His admission gave Jas pause. Read? The Twi'lek smiled. I'm a psychometric, he informed Jas. I can read items through the Force, get an idea of their history, and of the people that possess them. It has served me well in the past, and been a great boon to my work. Jas nodded. He had heard of psychometrics. He had not been skilled in the art himself, but knew of its existence. A useful skill to possess, considering what role Tup Sakura played here on Alderaan. Of course, Tobin and Tatch aren't the only leads we can follow. We took one of the collective members alive. We found him unconscious on the rooftop of the Spacer's Arms. Jas' eyes widened. Alive? He said. The hand didn't kill him before she fled? Maybe she assumed him dead. Or in her rush to flee had been. Where is he? Jas asked. He is in Central Holding. The guards are watching him. Come on. Jas said quickly. Why? We have to get there. Now. Why? What is going on? Trust me. We can't wait. Tupsecura shrugged and followed after him. What is the hurry? You'll see, Jas said. I just hope we're not too late. The Alderani cleared a path for them. Jas and Secura made their way to the area of the security station known as Central Holding. The cell had only one occupant, the captured collective member, the young man that Val had stunned during their fight on top of the Slicer's apartment building. He was laying on his side, appeared to be sleeping. Damn it, Jas thought. He ordered one of the guards to open the door. It took only a brief nod from Tupsecura to see Jas' command obeyed. He went up to the collective man, though he already could sense what he would find. He rolled the man over, and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Damn it all to hell! The collective agent still lived, but that was all. His mouth was covered in white froth. His eyes rolled back in his head. Tupsecura looked down at the man, unsure of what he was seeing. What happened? Get a med team up here now! Jas shook his head. They could try, but it was pointless. Damn it! During his, and Mander's, time investigating the collective, one thing had become clear. Any collective agent that they tried to take alive always had a small amount of neurotoxin on their person, usually hidden under a false fingernail, or in a fake tooth. All the collective agent had to do was bite into it, and that was it. The toxin attacked the brain, destroying the person's ability for thought or communication. He would spend the rest of his life in a vegetative state. The man would live, but he would likely need to be taken care of for the rest of his life. He would no longer be able to truly function. Another dead end. Jas thought. I should have caught that. I should have insisted that the man be searched when he was brought in unconscious. He sighed. Well, too late now. Damn. The Jedi left the cell. There was nothing they could do for the collective agent. He had probably downed the toxin the moment he had woken in custody. They would get nothing out of him now. Jas looked at Secura. He didn't blame the Twi'lek. By now he was used to the collective's tricks. We need to find KYP Tobin. The watchman nodded. We will, brother. We will. Jas emerged from the security center to find that he had a speeder waiting. Lady Dormarist and Vess stood before it. Jas Dar Bynn winced. He didn't look forward to this. Lady Rist was dressed in a simple gown, common enough to the highborn on Alderaan. Vess was in a blue blouse and black leggings, and a familiar-looking nerf hide jacket. He might have been wrong, but he thought it was the one he had given the girl years ago. Of course, back then she had needed to roll up the sleeves. Now it fit her almost perfectly. It was a little big for her lithe frame, but not too much. I'm surprised she kept it all these years. He thought to himself. The girl's eyes were red. It looked like she had been crying. Jas felt a brief moment of panic. Val? Sir Jas, Vess said, and fell into his arms, hugging him tightly. The girl's fear and pain radiating out like a beacon. He held her. Being here, being held, it did have a calming effect on her. Jas looked up at her foster mother. Val? He asked, fearing the worst. Alive, Dormarist replied. Praise the gods. Jas almost collapsed with relief. Val was alive. Thank the Force. We saw the security holo, Vess informed him. We saw you reach out with your powers. You saved her. Jas winced. I didn't save her. She was still hurt, he said, shaking his head. I failed. Protector Valenthyne is still alive, Dormarist reminded him. You didn't fail, Sir Jas. Vess looked up at him again. She was smiling, with tears in her eyes. Praise the gods for you, Mr. Jas. Had you not been there? If I hadn't been there, Val wouldn't have either. He thought morosely. She was hurt because of me, because I couldn't stop the hand of the faith. He could barely look Vess in the eye. He was ashamed. The girl looked up at him, her pretty blue eyes narrowed. Vess wasn't Force-sensitive, but maybe she didn't need to be. It wasn't like Jas was trying to hide his emotions. Stop that, she ordered. Stop it right now. What? He asked. She was glaring at him. You can't blame yourself for what happened. Val understood she was walking into danger, and she accepted it. You did what you could to help her, all that you could have done. Vess shrugged and looked away. Her expression pained. If anyone is to blame, it should be me. I know she was distracted by finding me at that club. Maybe I shouldn't have snuck out in the first place. If she had been focused on her job. It wasn't you either. Jas tried to assure her. You had no idea what would happen, and Val wasn't distracted, trust me. The enemy we faced was not your typical assassin. There was little that she could have done. Vess nodded. She still felt conflicted, but it was clear that his words had helped. Jas smiled weakly. It showed a surprising amount of maturity in the girl's admission. But he shouldn't have been surprised. He still remembered the little girl she had been, her bravery, and that spine of durasteel he knew she possessed. Vessaria Istillo was born to be a queen. He didn't doubt that. Dormaris smiled at her foster daughter. She radiated a sense of pride. The people of Bantoon have a saying, Mr. Jas. It goes back to the days of Bela the Bold, where there is life there is hope. Val still lives, and so do you. Vess nodded. She backed away from him, and tapped Jas in the chest. This is hope, Mr. Jas, feel it. He smiled now, truly smiled. Ban women. He thought. They were so full of surprises. He had expected to be blamed for what had happened. But it seemed that that was not the case at all. He was grateful. Who is this person? Vess asked him. And why does she want me dead? The three were riding in one of the Rist family's luxury air speeders, on their way back to the estate. Vess had apologized to her foster mother for sneaking out, and promised not to do so again. The arrival of the Sunset Collective had changed things considerably. Jas was not sure what to tell the two nobles. You have to be truthful. His conscience reminded him. Vess needs to understand just how high the stakes in this particular game have grown. It was no longer simply about the mining guild and their desires for Bantoon. Darker forces had now taken an interest in Vess. Powerful dark forces. The creature that attacked Val and I was once a Jedi Knight, he informed her. She has fallen to the dark side now. Her powers corrupted and turned to serve evil. Vess' brow furrowed. A sorcerer knight like you, only evil. Vess' eyes widened. She is like the Revan, isn't she? Jas raised his hands. The Revan, or the Sith, as he knew them, had conquered Bantoon during the Jedi Civil War 3 centuries ago. In the years since, the Sith had become a sort of bogeyman to the people of Bantoon. Jas wanted Vess to be careful, but not to think that the monsters of her childhood nightmares were after her. The Sith had died out years ago. Their order had perished with Revan and Malak's defeat. If the galaxy was lucky, and the Force was with them, the Sith would never return. The Sith, or the Revan as you call them, drew on the same powers that the Sunset Collective now worships. But they are not Sith themselves. The one that attacked Val and I is a Dark Jedi. But she is hardly worthy of the title of Dark Lord. That does not make her any less dangerous, does it, Sir Jas? Dorma asked him. He flinched. No, milady. He was forced to admit. It doesn't. The noble nodded. Surely this will be enough to bring the Jedi Order in on our side. The fact that this dark warrior is trying to involve herself in the succession is proof that Vess' claim must be honored. Jas shook his head. If only it was that easy. Truth be told, they weren't sure why the Sunset Collective were here. Secura might have been right, that the hand had simply taken advantage of a situation to strike at him. They would know more when they found KYP Tobin. The Zeltron would hopefully be able to shed more light on the subject. In the meantime, the Collective's motives remained a mystery. If the Jedi did use this as an excuse to get involved, Jas was concerned that it would not be on the side of Vess and House Rist. Then there was the Senate, and their desire to see this matter handled. That was, after all, the reason why Jas had come here in the first place. Jas Dar Bynn's arrival was still almost a week away, but it was going to happen. Jas' twin brother still expected to arrive and find Vess ready and willing to abdicate the throne to her aunt. It was a goal that Jas was even more against now. In all the excitement, he had not really gotten a chance to talk to Vess about this. He sighed. There would never be a good time for such news. He might as well get it over with now. He sighed. If only it was that easy, he said. I fear that the Republic has its own ideas of what is best for Bantoon. What do you mean, Mr. Jas? Vess asked. Indeed, Sir Jas. Please speak plainly, Dorma Rist insisted. He shook his head. This would not be easy for either of them to hear. At least they were both sitting down. By the time that they arrived back at the estate, Jas had finished telling the two nobles all he knew about his brother Sai, and the request he had made of his twin brother. Again, he had feared that they would think him either a spy or a traitor, that they would blame him for what his twin wanted, and suspect that he was more involved in their troubles than he truly was. Again, he was surprised. I agreed to speak with you, that was all, he assured them. But the longer I've been here, the more certain I am that what the Senate wants for your world is not necessarily what is best for your people. Vess beamed at him. So you have come to help us? He nodded. Vess turned to Lady Dorma. You see, Aunt Dorma? I knew we were right to trust Mr. Jas. Is there any way that you can think of that might convince your brother to support Vess? You are twins, after all. Once I would have thought it possible. But now, so much time has passed, and the distance between my brother and I has grown so much. Jas nodded. I will try, but I can't promise much. Sai always had his own mind when it came to things he wanted. The speeder came to a stop. They were met by Dorma's husband. He kissed his wife, and embraced his foster daughter. He turned to Jas Dar Bynn. Miss Valenthyne is safely in our med bay, he informed the Jedi. She is out of the colto tank, but the medical droids believe it wise to keep her in a medically induced coma, at least for now. Jas nodded. It was better safe than sorry. The comm link on Arrow Wrist's arm beeped. He acknowledged it, listening into his earpiece. He turned to Jas with a frown. We have a ship coming in. They approach claiming to be here under the orders of Captain Cooper. Jas frowned. Coop had said he was sending Jas some backup. Have you identified the ship? Lord Wrist nodded. Its transponder signal identifies it as the True Justice. Jas blinked. The True Justice? His expression turned sour. Cope, he thought. What in the name of the Force were you thinking? Do you know this ship, Sir Jas? Dorma asked him. I do, he said grimly, shaking his head. Please give her clearance to land. I will meet her on the landing pad. Arrow Wrist nodded while Jas made his way forward, on his way to the landing pad. Vess went with him. You seem worried, she asked. What is it? Jas snorted. Coop's idea of help, he thought. His clan brother had an interesting sense of humor, he would give him that. Help, he informed Vess. At least, he hoped that she could be considered help. The small vessel was given clearance to land on the freight pad where the Coop's Folly had touched down days ago. As Jas emerged with Vess at his side, the True Justice screamed over the mountains, buzzing the platform and shattering the air over the mountains with sonic booms. Jas rolled his eyes. Show off. The ship banked and made its final approach. The True Justice was a modified courier ship, outfitted for both speed and long hyperspace jumps. Its triangular solar panels began to fold in and together as the ship fired its repulsor lifts. The round forward cockpit and large eye-like viewport standing out quite distinctly on such a small craft. The long rear section of the vessel contained both its hyperdrive and military-grade shield generator. 6 cargo pods of various sizes had been grafted onto this section of the ship. Though it was not designed with traditional cargo in mind. People were stored in those containers when the ship was traveling, or as they were called in the hunter's trade, either assets or simply hard merchandise. Jas frowned. He had almost found his way into one of those cargo pods once. He had almost become hard merchandise to the pilot of this ship. He pitied any poor soul that had in the years since. The ship touched down lightly, and the top hatch hissed open. Rather than emerge like a normal person, the pilot shot out of the cockpit like a blaster bolt. She turned her leap into a mid-air flip and came down in front of Jas Dar Bynn and Vess Istillo. Jas managed a smile. He was trying to be polite. Hello, Fallen Star. The bounty hunter was dressed in her usual garb, the black leather-armored coat, slit-open red skirt, and thigh-high boots. Her blue lightsaber was clipped to her belt. She gave him her most manic grin. Hey there, boss, she exclaimed, looking around excitedly. Captain Cooper said you needed me to play bodyguard, huh? She looked at Vess and curtsied politely. Myrax's fallen star, milady. Former Jedi, and member in good standing of the Bounty Hunters Guild. Jas gave her a curious look. Good standing? She bobbed her head excitedly. You would be surprised what sins will be forgiven when you pay your guild master enough. Even some of my more youthful indiscretions have been overlooked. Jas shook his head. Considering the fact that Fallen Star murdered a whole team of her fellow hunters on Corellia, youthful indiscretions were not the words he would use to describe her past actions. And this was the help that Coop had sent him? Wonderful. Jas sighed. He could just imagine how the Twi'lek would react when he heard about this. Jas shook his head. Tup Secura was going to love this. Chapter 1-8. The ocean breeze kissed his face as he stood upon the rooftops. The alleyways below were spaced so tightly that even the greenest of Jedi younglings would have been able to make the jump. Jas shook his head. When he thought of entering Val's mind, trying to wake her from her coma, he had not expected such a memory. He had not expected to see this. Almost a week had passed since they had brought Char Valenthyne back to the Rist estate. In that time, the Protector had not stirred from her sleep. The medical droids had examined her more than once, and had not been able to determine why she had not yet regained consciousness. The droids had not been concerned, but they were curious. All of Val's vital signs had returned to normal for a Protector of Bantoon, anyway. She should have opened her eyes by now. Jas Dar Bynn had decided to force the issue. Unlike the droids, he was worried about Val, and so was Vess. He wanted to make sure that she was all right. And so, he had tried something unorthodox. It wouldn't have been the first time. His master might have said. Jas smiled at the thought. That was true. He was far from what one would call a traditional Jedi. Vess had gone down with him, into the medical room. The young woman watched as he knelt down, centering himself, preparing to enter the unconscious Protector's mind. Is this going to work, Mr. Jas? It should, he replied, breathing slowly in and out. He had done this several times before, with his master. He had not been sure why at the time, but now figured that it had been more for his benefit than hers. She was trying to get me to come out of the funk that I had been trapped in. She had been trying to awaken his emotions, his sense of hope. She had not been successful. Vey had seen the door, but she didn't have the key. He thought to himself. It had taken coming here to Alderaan to find it. Val, Vess, they had helped bring him back, and he was more than grateful for that. Now, he would repay that debt. He took one final deep breath and let it out slowly. No more wasting time. He thought to himself. It was time to begin. He rose and gave the young woman at his side a reassuring smile. In the week that had passed, he had taken Val's advice and started spending more time with Vess, getting to know the woman that she had become. Again, Val had been proven right. There was much about the girl that he did like. It had taken a bit for Vess to get over her initial shyness around him, but slowly she had started to open up. She had a sharp mind when it came to politics, and had a keen sense of guessing people's motives. Her dear departed mother had trained her well. She could also be playful when she wished to be. She liked music, dancing, and cards. Jas had played several games with her and some of the suitors that had come to court the girl. They quickly discovered that they didn't need to let her win. Vess was perfectly capable of doing that on her own. A few had left in a huff, shocked at how easily this young woman sitting before them controlled the table, and taken all their chips. Jas wasn't sure, but Vess might have been, stacking the deck in her favor. It seemed she still remembered the lessons that Figgy had given her years ago. But unlike him, she was more than talented in hiding it. Even Jas wasn't able to catch her, if she was cheating. During the quiet of their evenings, they had discussed what they would say when Sai arrived with his Republic friends. Dorma helped them by providing an assortment of legal texts concerning succession issues on Republic-controlled worlds. The reading was a bit dry for his taste, but Vess kept him focused. It is a bit technical, she agreed. But I had to study worse in my time in the Legislative Youth Program. She had smiled and scooped up Claude from the floor. The loath cat purred contentedly as she stroked his back. Yet when she looked at the texts and datapads before her, her eyes narrowed coldly. If the people that want me dead had hoped that these attacks would scare me into giving up the throne, they were mistaken. I had considered letting it go, letting Antidira have Bantun. But now... She looked at Jas, her face a mask of determination. They've hurt the people that I love. They took my mother and father from me. They will answer for that, Mr. Jas. I will ascend to my mother's throne, and they will pay. Be careful, kid, he warned her. Revenge and anger can lead down a dark path, even for one not strong in the Force. This is about justice, not revenge, she said, scratching Claude behind the ears. The courts will decide their fate. And if people are sentenced to the Garden of Bones, so be it. She shrugged. Even a queen must yield to the law. She may be able to influence it at times, but the law is still the law, and must be obeyed. Jas nodded, and went back to work. But he could not completely stop glancing at the young woman before him, that determined, cute frow of her brow. He looked away quickly when he thought she might have noticed. He smiled to himself. She was something, that was for sure. When she did need to attend classes, he made himself useful by familiarizing himself with the history of her people, the long line of queens that had come before, Vess forebears and kin. If Vess' claim was successful, she would be the 29th member of her family to ascend to the throne of Bantun. If Vess was included, 31 people, including 2 regents, had guided the band for almost 5 centuries, surviving not only internal struggles, but the threats of enemies like the Sith as well. It had been an impressive accomplishment, to be sure. Yet, during their studies, Val's coma remained the rancor in the room. As the days had passed, Vess had become more and more distracted. Finally, Jas couldn't take it anymore. They needed to try something. Jas settled down next to her bed. The medical droids had detached all the machines and removed the various tubes and wires that had been monitoring Val's condition. According to them, she was stable. Her vitals were strong, and she had shown some signs of waking, but had not taken that extra step. Jas Dar Bynn frowned. He hoped that what he was about to try would work, give her that little push she needed to come back to them. We need you back, Val, he thought as he looked upon her. Her breathing was rhythmic and even. She still had some bruising, even with the colto treatments, which showed how bad her injuries had been. The doctors had also needed to cut her hair, making it easier to conduct brain scans, he supposed. Seeing her with short hair took him back to when they had first met, and only served as more motivation to wake her up. Vess stood by, as he placed his hands on the sides of Val's head. He took one last cleansing breath and reached out with the Force. Here goes nothing, he thought. He closed his eyes and began to chant. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Slowly, the world fell away. Jas had a brief sense of vertigo, a feeling of sliding down some great cliff. Lower your weapon! Stand at attention! Accompany! The voice rang in his ears, almost pushing his consciousness out of Val's mind. It was so loud, it was a whirlwind, like thunder in the Protector's mind. He quickly regained his composure. He held on, summoning his will and pushing the voice back. Jas shook his head. Damn, he thought. That is too loud. As he regained his bearing, he realized that he recognized what he was hearing, the voice that was so loud in Val's head. He thought it part of the system at first, the programming that the Bantun scientists had placed into the woman's mind. But as he listened and reached out with the Force, he realized that that wasn't it. The voice he was hearing was not some random scientist or programmer. He knew that voice. The voice in Val's head was his. The realization confused him for a few moments. Why was he hearing his own voice inside the head of another, much less Val's? Jas' eyes widened. He had just figured it out. The words he was hearing, he had said them once, to Val, almost 7 years ago. They were the commands he had used to save her life on the Coup's Folly, after they had discovered Vess' mother's ship had been destroyed. When he had used the Force to stop the Protector from killing herself. He couldn't believe it. Those commands were still there. They should have dissipated years ago. Char Valenthyne should have been free. He found himself thinking back to those days, back to when Vale was on the Folly for the first time. It had been chaos after they had found Anaravi's ship. Val had been trying to kill herself, and Coop and Figgy had been trying to help him stop her. Jas had had only one option. He had felt how strong Val's will had been when they had first met in that alley. Normally he would not have been able to breach her sense of self-control. But in that moment she had had no defenses. The system had robbed her of that. She had been nothing but pure instinct, and the compulsion to end her own life for her failure. Plus, he had been inexperienced. He had not used forced persuasion in years, and in his panic and desire to stop the woman from killing herself, he had gone too far. It had been the equivalent of using a grenade to kill a fly. He had pushed too hard, and poured too much energy into his commands. To make matters worse, he had never gone back into her mind and severed the link. It was still there, after all these years. And after all these years, it had grown stronger, solidified in a way. He feared that the bond between them was likely permanent. He wasn't sure if even Master Vey could dispel it now. Again, he found himself thinking back to how Char Valenthyne had behaved around him when they had first met. She had been both distrusting and hostile. After he had saved her, after Vess had woken her up again, she had changed. He had assumed it had been mere gratitude, that she had started to trust him after he had saved her. What if I was wrong? If this bond was already there, it could have started changing Val's personality. He was a part of her mind now. He found himself remembering how, after she had woken up, they had started finishing each other's sentences, or speaking in unison. He had done this to her. He felt ashamed. Everything that had happened since he had saved her was now suspect. Even their night together might have been influenced by this bond. Val's affection for him, her respect, it might not have been real. He had forced it on her, by using the Force. Master Vey would have been disappointed in him, as he was in himself. Deal with it later, Padawan. Vey's voice rose up again, his conscience taking that form. What does this connection matter if she remains comatose? You can use this connection, find your way inside her mind, and help her wake up. Jas sighed. He could do it. But... No buts. Vey said again. Do or do not. There is no try. He nodded. Yes, Master. He would do. He rode the connection, let it take him past what had been, and deeper into Val's mind. He could sense her presence here, strong and still fully grounded. She was nowhere near becoming one with the Force, but she wasn't waking up. She was resisting? Why would she be resisting? He found himself in the memory, standing on the rooftops of a large city. He recognized it immediately as the capital of Bantoon. He could almost feel the ocean breeze on his face, smelled the distant brine. As he watched, 3 shadows seemed to appear out of nowhere, 3 people moving fast, and with the agility of a phalanx. All 3 wore large backpacks. Packs that tinkled as they moved, suggesting that they were full of goods. Thieves. He realized. The way they moved, they didn't wish to be detected. He could almost sense their concern, but at the same time, excitement and enjoyment as well. The thief in front was a man, that much was clear from his size alone. He was taller than Jas, with broad shoulders and a thick neck. Keep up, princess, he called over his shoulder. Fall behind and the law will get you. The second thief was clearly a woman. Besides the pack of goods she carried, she also wore a bandolier. Various electronic devices hummed and beeped as she leapt stealthily from one rooftop to the next. Mind that gap, sweetie, she called back. It is a little farther than the one we practiced on. The third thief was the smallest of the group, slender and gawky. At first, Jas had mistaken it for a young boy, but as he watched and listened. Yeah, Mom, young Char Valenthyne called up. I see it. Jas smiled. Ah, he thought. Now I understand. He looked at the 2 older thieves. Chin and Char Valenthyne, I presume. Val had told him that her parents were professional thieves, and that they had trained her to follow in their footsteps. This memory was where her mind retreated to. No wonder. Val had had no desire to wake up. She was with her family again. As he reached out with the force, he could sense the young girl's emotions. She was both excited and happy. This wasn't just any memory for her. It was a core memory. She had been happy here. This was likely one of the happiest moments of Val's life. If he had to guess, he would say that Val was about 13 here, maybe 14. She had still been very young when she had lost her parents. Her mother to sickness, and her father to the law. After that, she had gotten involved in something far bigger than she should have, resulting in her arrest, and her earning a death sentence. It was that fate that had led her to the sworn protectors. It wasn't hard for him to understand why she was here, why her consciousness was trying to stay in this moment. Char Valenthyne had loved her parents, and the life they had led. Despite the dangers, or maybe in spite of them. She would never have abandoned that life had she had the choice. She can't stay here. His conscience chided. She has responsibilities beyond this memory. You can wake her up. He could. He acknowledged that. But at the same time, this would be the second time he had gotten into her head. He was being more careful this time. But he would still be forcing her to turn away from something she loved. It isn't real, he reminded himself. Even if she is happy here, this isn't life. He sighed and shook his head. He hated doing this, but he didn't see any other option. He was worried about her, and Vess needed her. Char Valenthyne needed to come back. He watched and waited as Val's parents passed him by. The young girl had fallen behind slightly, giving him just enough time to isolate her. He stepped out of the shadows, standing between her and her family. Val paused, having just made the leap from one building to the next. "Hello, Val," he called out. "Fancy meeting you here." The girl paused. She wasn't wearing a mask, just a smudge of grease paint over her eyes and the bridge of her nose. He sensed a brief moment of fear and concern, but that passed away quickly. "Who are you?" she called out. "What do you want?" She doesn't remember, or doesn't want to. He thought to himself. He didn't blame her. "It is me, Val," he said. "It's Jas. You remember me." The girl blinked and took a step back. She gripped the pack on her back tightly, as if she thought he wanted to take what she had just stolen. "I don't remember you," she said flatly. "Now leave, please. I have to catch up. My parents are." "This isn't real, Val," he informed her. "You're in a dream, but it is time to wake up." The girl's eyes narrowed. "No," she said, shaking her head. "No! Val, you can't just... Stop calling me that!" She spat angrily. "No one calls me that. An era started it. It wasn't my choice. I've been stuck with that nickname for years. I never would have." She blinked and shook her head. "Wait," she murmured. "What?" Jas gave her a sad smile. "So you do remember," he said. She was shaking her head no, but he could sense it, and see it in her face. "You are Char Valenthyne, sworn protector of Vessaria Istillo, the rightful queen of Bantoon." "Vessaria," she murmured. "Vess. I. She looked up at him. "Jas?" she murmured. I remember. Is that really you, hotshot?" He smiled. "Well, at least you didn't call me not a Jedi." Val sighed and shook her head. As he watched, the girl before him changed. Gone was the lanky young thief. She appeared as she was now, a slender, yet muscular young woman. She was dressed in a blue and black armored uniform. The garb of a sworn protector. He nodded. There was the Val he knew. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Jas," she murmured. "What happened?" "We were investigating an attack on Vess. We ran into some trouble. You were attacked, injured by an old enemy of mine." "An enemy?" she said, nodding. "That alien, the gray-skinned one." She looked at Jas. "Did you get her?" "She escaped. But you were injured. I couldn't just leave you behind. I stayed, helped stabilize you." Val cursed under her breath. "You should have left me," she said. "My life isn't important." He winced. "Val? Vess is what matters. You know that. Vess is safe," he assured her. "She is waiting beside us, right now, waiting for you to wake up. But the enemy is still out there. You could have stopped her." Char Valenthyne shook her head. She turned away from him, rubbing her arms. It wasn't the smart call, you saving me. I couldn't just leave you for dead. But you should have. She hissed. Damn it, not a Jedi. What do you think is going to happen? I think you are going to wake up and live your life. He answered. What life? She almost screamed. I have nothing but my duty. That duty should have ended. I would have been fine with that. If my end ensured Vest's safety, then I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not. He answered. Val. I. Her green eyes widened. Don't say it. But I. Please, Jas, just don't. A single tear ran down her cheek. He wanted to pull her into his arms, to comfort her. He stepped forward only to have her step back. What do you think is going to happen between us? She asked. Do you think we're going to find some happy ending? She barked a fatalistic laugh. There is nothing like that out there for me, Jas. I can't give you what you want, or deserve. I can help you with the system, he reminded her. I can help you. I can free you if you wish. It doesn't matter if you did. I can't be what you would wish me to be. I can't give you that. Even if I was free of the system, I wouldn't be able to. I don't understand, he said. She winced. She shivered, and took a deep breath. What he was feeling through the Force in that moment, it literally broke his heart. To become a sworn protector. She began with a shuddering breath. I was changed, not just genetically and mentally, but in other ways as well. They did operations on me, to make sure that I would never have anything but my duty, and service to my master or mistress. She looked down at her hands. They were shaking. I can never be anything more than what I am. I'm a protector, a weapon, a sword and shield. That is all I will ever be. I could try to be a wife, but I could never be a mother. They made sure of that. The surgeries. Jas winced. He now understood. Oh, Val. Poor Val. You deserve better. It was one thing when we had our night together, that is all it should have been. But this, us, it can't be, Jas. Please try and understand. He listened to what she was saying. He understood. He even accepted it to a degree. But that didn't change his mind. He had chosen to save her life, and he would do so again. Whatever they could or couldn't be was irrelevant. He cared about her. He couldn't leave her, and he wouldn't. We need you, he said flatly. Vest needs you, and so do I. Whatever we could or couldn't be doesn't change that. Weren't you listening? She exclaimed. I was. But that doesn't change anything. I know that I want you in my life, Val. I don't care if the Jedi say it is wrong, that attachment is forbidden. I would mourn if you weren't in my life. You are important to me, you and Vest both. I will do everything in my power to keep you safe, keep you both safe. Another tear ran down the Protector's face. But this time, it had nothing to do with pain. He could sense it, the joy she felt. She wouldn't admit it, but she had needed to hear him say that. Maybe wanted to hear him say it. She laughed again, but this time, it sounded better, happier. She gave him that sly smile of hers. You're crazy. You know that, right? He shrugged. Maybe I'm just a sucker for punishment. She shook her head. Damn you, hotshot. She moved before he could stop her. 1 minute they were at arm's length, and the next she was in his arms, kissing him deeply. Surprise gave way to warmth, and shock turned to contentment. This wasn't real, he knew that. But that didn't make it any less desirable. He wrapped his arms around her tightly, holding on as if she was the most precious thing in the galaxy. When she pulled back, they were both panting. She smiled at him. I've missed that. I wish. I know, Val, he said, letting her head rest on his shoulder. I know. Jas opened his eyes. He once again found himself sitting beside Char Valenthyne's bed in the Rist medical bay. He looked down, and saw that Val was awake. Her green eyes were open, and she had a hint of a smile on her face. Hello there, he said. Hey, she murmured. Fancy meeting you here. Val. Vess was at their side. The blonde girl was grinning from ear to ear, and she had tears in her eyes. You're awake! Yeah. The protector sighed and stretched. She looked up at Jas. "Looks like you saved me again." He said nothing. Merely nodded, and bowed his head. She nodded as well, a thanks that was needed, but went unsaid. She looked up at her queen. "Vess? Yeah, Val?" The protector sighed. "We're still going to talk about the whole you sneaking out thing." The young noble giggled, and she blushed. "Whatever you say, Val," she agreed, her happiness radiating outward like the light from a star. "Welcome back." Chapter 19. "Okay, kid, let's see what you can do." Jas watched warily as the two began to circle. Vess' brow was furrowed with concentration, the glowing training daggers in her hands humming on their lowest possible setting. Myrax Fallen Star had a sly, manic grin on her face. She had chosen a short training sword for this bout, the type of weapon that an Alderani noble might favor in a one-on-one honor duel. Jas Dar Bynn frowned. He had watched Fallen Star train back on PB. She didn't like to hold back. Of course, those had been against training droids, not people. She knows enough to pull her punches. He thought to himself. At least, I think she does. "Are you sure this is a good idea, Hotshot?" Char Valenthyne watched nervously at his side. The protector had only been really back on her feet for about 2 days now. She should have been bedridden for another week at least, but the genetic enhancements granted her back on Bantoon more than compensated for any injury she had suffered. Even Jas had been impressed. Val was not entirely happy about Myrax Valenstar's presence in House Rist. She might have trusted Cooper, but that didn't mean she was not concerned with the bounty hunter that was now living under their roof, former Jedi or not. She has nothing to worry about, Jas thought. Fallen Star is under contract right now. Coop hired her to help him protect Vess. Plus, Valenstar's sense of justice would not allow her to harm someone she saw as an innocent. He thought that Vess qualified, at least, she seemed to. He sighed. That should have been enough to ensure her loyalty, emphasis on should. "Yeah," he said to the protector. "I think." Val shot him a cold look. "You think?" He shrugged and gave her a sheepish grin. So far, Fallen Star had done nothing but live up to her contract. He hoped that she continued to stay that course. Val was shocked to learn that Vess had been training with the other woman for almost a week. As her protector, she would never have allowed that, or at the very least tried to talk her young charge out of it. Sadly, she had been unconscious when the choice had been made. Jas had done what he could to warn her, but Vess had a mind of her own, and a queen's confidence. He could only advise, and though she had listened to that advice, she had elected not to obey. It had been a fairly simple beginning. She and Fallen Star had started working out together. It wasn't until about 3 days into her service here that Vess had asked the other woman to spar with her. Which, of course, brought them here, to the training room beneath House Rist. The bounty hunter had agreed. And now, it was time once again. Jas had sat in on all their previous bouts, just in case. This would be Val's first time watching one of these fights, and her concern was clear, even if one was not force-sensitive. What if she decides to hurt Vess? Val had asked him before they had come down here. What if she decides to try and collect whatever reward Queen Adira is offering? She wouldn't do that, he assured her. Fallen Star is many things, not all of them good. But she does keep her word. It is one of the few Jedi traits she still possesses. Val trusted him, but that didn't mean she would not be watching this duel closely. She didn't know Myrax Fallen Star. She would be damned before she let her hurt her mistress. Dressed in a combat suit, Vess radiated both confidence and caution in the Force. The training she had received from House Rist had been extensive enough to know that against a Force-sensitive, she was at a disadvantage. She would need to be clever. She attacked. 1 minute the two were circling, and the next. Vess was up in the other woman's face, her training blades flashing. Fallen Star backpedaled, but Vess was already inside her guard. Her reach advantage with the short sword didn't even come into play. Vess' flurry was impressive, as was her speed. Jas had worried about her during her first fight with Fallen Star, but had learned not to underestimate the young queen. Lady Rihanna was a very good teacher. He could see that in the way that Vess moved, how she gave even a former Jedi pause. It was impressive, seeing how fast she was with those knives. He shook his head. Maybe this would not be such a lopsided fight after all. The bounty hunter managed to escape their first exchange, and dance out of range. She extended her training blade, just enough to keep the young queen back, to make her rethink continuing the flurry. Fallen Star smirked at her. "Naughty, naughty, missy," she said. "You almost drew a little blood there." Vess grinned at her. "Almost got you, Miri," she purred with a confident smirk. "I'm getting closer." Fallen Star giggled. "Closer isn't good enough, kid," she replied. "In a real fight, you either close the deal or stay out of it." Vessaria Istillo nodded. Good advice from the bounty hunter, Jas thought. Val still looked about to jump between the two, but Jas put a gentle hand on her arm. She looked over at him, a worried look on her face. "Vess has this," he murmured. "Trust her." Val nodded, but still didn't look happy about it. Despite her sense of worry, Jas was happy that Val was here, and grateful that she was on the mend. He had spent the week she had been in a coma worried. He was grateful she was finally back on her feet. He welcomed the chance to be close to her. The Force hummed contentedly between them when they were together. He might have taken comfort in that, but was also aware that any comfort that he felt wasn't entirely natural. "You did this," his conscience chided. "You did this." Now that he knew what he was looking for, he could feel the link between them, the link that he had created years ago, on accident. "I'm going to have to tell her about it." That particular thought was not a pleasant one. He was worried what Val might say or do when she found out. Would she feel betrayed? Would she assume that he had taken advantage of her, and would now seek some kind of recompense? He had never intended to manipulate her, and feared what she might do if, and when she found out what had happened. "You still have to tell her, she deserves to know." She did. But, no buts. He sighed. He didn't want to lose her, her regard, her friendship. Yet, the Jedi in him feared it was already lost. He would tell her, eventually. But now, he simply wanted to be there. He wanted her to continue to think he was still a good man. He said nothing, simply offered his support as they watched the duel between Vess and the bounty hunter. He didn't need to tell her, just, not yet. Fallen Star frowned as the two women began to circle again. "Watch your footwork," she advised Vess. "If I was to strike when you were still moving into position, you might just find yourself on your back. Take it slow. Don't rush it." Jas nodded. At that moment, Fallen Star sounded more like the Jedi she should have been, rather than what she was. He was impressed. It seemed that Fallen Star was not completely devoid of wisdom. Surprising. Most surprising. When Fallen Star had arrived on Alderaan a week ago, Jas Dar Bynn wasn't sure what Coop had been thinking. She was skilled in combat, sure. But she was also unstable. Half mad. Some might say. But you couldn't doubt the bounty hunter's skill. He had experienced that firsthand. He still remembered their duel back on Corellia, how close she had come to killing him. He didn't hold a grudge for that fight, but that didn't mean that he was not wary of the bounty hunter. Not after what she did to her former partners that day. She was dangerous, undisciplined, and emotionally, a mess. He had watched her back on PB, back when she had first joined their organization. When she was not on mission, she spent most of her time either training herself almost to the point of exhaustion, or blasted drunk in her quarters. The Jedi she might have been surfaced sometimes, but then it would fall silent and the girl who was Myrax's Fallen Star would go back down into the abyss. He pitied her on some level. He understood now why Mondar had let her go back on Corellia. She retained some of her Jedi traits. She had a sense of honor and justice. It was a bit twisted, but it was there. Plus, he could not forget what she had done to Boss Tintas, or rather, what she had likely done to the man. Assassination was not the Jedi way. True. The more pragmatic part of his mind knew. But at the same time, what other response was there to what Tintas tried to do to Randa? It was not like he could simply be arrested and charged in the galactic courts. That was a fact. But it was also a fact that Myrax Fallen Star had almost been a Jedi. How could a Jedi, or former Jedi, justify such an act? Normally, Jas tried not to judge anyone too harshly. Though he didn't know all of the details of her life, he did know that Fallen Star had suffered. That suffering had turned her into something dangerous, both to herself and to others. He promised himself not to let either Vess or anyone else in House Rist be hurt because they had let Fallen Star get too close to them. It seemed like an easy enough goal. Fallen Star was hardly the type to endear herself to those in power. She was skilled, but she had a rebellious streak a parsec wide, and she had little or no respect for those that saw themselves as authority figures. Strangely enough, the bounty hunter had surprised him, again. Myrax Fallen Star had been a Jedi once, after all. It seemed that she had not completely forgotten her training. When introduced to Dorma and Arrow Wrist, she had been both polite and respectful, and remained that way until the matter of Vess security had first come up. The former Jedi had pulled no punches in pointing out the weaknesses in House Rist's security, and had been quite verbal in her description of its failings. "I've worked on Alderaan before," she had said at one point. "I've heard the tales of House Rist. Your reputation is well earned. But it could also be a weakness if read by a skilled hunter. House Rist uses that reputation to intimidate both their allies and their rivals. But if half of what I've heard about this Sunset Collective is true, they won't be intimidated. These people are zealots, and will not be afraid to use your reputation. To them, it is a lever to manipulate you." Fallen Star shook her head. "When you think no one will cross you, that is the moment that you are at your most vulnerable. A skilled enemy will know that is the exact time to strike, because you won't be expecting it. Your pride will blind you, and you won't see the knife in your enemy's hand until it is too late." She had offered a plan to keep Vess safe, focusing mainly on the people around her. Considering what had happened in the past, she wished to limit the number of servants that had access to Vess, and to vet those that were until they were absolutely sure of their loyalty. It sounded a bit extreme to Jas, but it also sounded viable. "You have less than a week until the Republic arrives. It may be a bit of an inconvenience, but it will keep the girl alive." Her suggestions did make sense. In Val's absence, it had all seemed like a good choice. At first, Vess had chafed a bit under the new restrictions. But after observing Fallen Star for a day or two, she had changed her tune about the bounty hunter. Fallen Star could be rude and unstable, but she also knew the fringe elements that moved on any world, and was not afraid to speak her mind if she thought someone was wrong, even if that person thought themselves her better. Her attitude and her strength had impressed the young queen. Which of course led to Vess and her friends coming up with a single conclusion about Myrax Fallen Star. She was the most amazing young woman on Alderaan. Soon, Myrax was the talk of the town of the noble sons and daughters of Alderaan. It was for this reason that Vess had sought her out, asking to train with her. The hunter's rebellious spirit was different from what Vess and her friends were used to. He expected that in a month or two, the girls in Vess' circle of friends would be wearing armored leather jackets, and growing their hair out into the style that Fallen Star favored. The young girls were quite taken with the hunter. They admired her strength and attitude. Jas had smirked when he had happened to hear what the girls were saying about her. "It seems you have become something of a role model to them," he informed the hunter. Fallen Star had snorted at that. "I'm here to do a job, nothing more," she replied. "Besides," she sighed, "no one should want my life. I would not wish it on anyone." Jas Dar Bynn was not sure how to respond to that. In that moment, all he could sense was bitterness, regret, and pain from her. It was a moment of vulnerability that surprised him. For that briefest of moments, the Jedi that Fallen Star could have been shined through, but was gone just as quickly. She pulled a hip flask from her belt, and took a long swig of some foul-smelling liquor. "There are still some changes that need to be made around here," she informed him. "We have work to do." Vess' fondness for her had only grown in the days that they trained together. In Char Valenthyne's absence, Fallen Star had found herself fulfilling the role of both guardian and mentor. It was a role that had an effect on her. Being here, away from the criminal element that she was used to, it had awakened something in the failed Padawan. She was no longer drinking as much as she once had, and she was actually speaking more of the past, her history with Vima Dodana, her Jedi master. Jas took that as a good sign. Char Valenthyne, now awake and ready to resume her old position, was not as impressed as her queen was, but was at least willing to give the other woman the benefit of the doubt. "Do you trust her?" she had asked him. "I trust that she will remain true to her contract, and her sense of justice." As for Fallen Star herself, Vess had started to win her over, as she did most of the people she met. They responded to the young queen, and in Fallen Star's case, she even started to lower her guard a bit. She had even come to accept the nickname that the girl had given her. "Ready for another go-around, Miri?" Vess asked her. The hunter smirked. "Ready and waiting, kid," she replied. "Let us see what you can do." Again, Vess darted inside the other woman's guard, her daggers moving extremely fast. And again, the hunter backpedaled, avoiding the spinning blades. "Rihanna trained her well," Jas said to Val. "She is really good with those things." Val frowned. "She is getting cocky," she commented. "She is lowering her guard. If she is not careful." "Bzzzt." Vess gasped and fell to her knees. Fallen Star had caught her across the right shoulder with her training blade. Had it been a real sword, the young queen might have lost her arm. Val was at her side in seconds, getting between her charge and Fallen Star, not that the other woman continued to attack. "Vess!" Val called out. "Are you okay?" "It's all right," she called out with a groan, not wishing to have her protector fuss over her. "Just a burn." Jas could see that, the angry red welt on the girl's arm, where Fallen Star's weapon had found its mark. The bounty hunter lowered her weapon. "You were dropping your guard," she commented coolly. "You were giving up safety for the chance of a killing stroke. It wasn't smart, missy. Had this been a real fight, I could have finished you off right now." Val glared up at her. "You wouldn't have the chance." "Whoa there," the hunter said, lowering her blade. "I wasn't trying to hurt the girl. Merely educate her on what she did wrong." Jas joined them, making sure this didn't escalate into a confrontation between Val and Fallen Star. He leaned down and inspected Vess wound. "It was not bad. We will get you a colto patch," he said. "It will take care of the pain." "No," Vess said. "My queen?" Val asked. "It is fine," the girl insisted. "I'll feel it for a day or two, but it will be fine." She looked up at Fallen Star. "Pain can be a good teacher. Lady Rihanna says that. It will remind me not to make the same mistake again." The hunter nodded. "Smart lady," she said. Vess nodded. She smiled. It was a bit pained, but it was there. "That flourish at the end was surprising. I didn't see it coming. I'm used to close-quarters combat," Fallen Star replied. "A lot of people think getting inside a Force-sensitive's guard is the only way to beat them. So far, I've proven them wrong." Vess giggled. Her eyes shone with respect for the other woman. "Your skill with a blade is quite impressive, Miri. Your master would be proud." Fallen Star's smile fell away. Her eyes widened slightly. In that brief moment, all she radiated was pain. And it looked like she was almost ready to burst into tears. "Thanks," she replied, her voice cold and monotone. Excuse me." She turned quickly without another word, not quite running, but walking very fast. Trying to escape. Jas realized. She had dropped her training blade without even a second thought. He frowned. Sadly, he knew, you couldn't run fast enough to escape yourself. Vess looked at Jas as Val helped her back to her feet. The girl radiated concern through the Force. "Mr. Jas?" she asked. "Did I say something wrong?" I didn't mean to insult her." "She wasn't insulted," he assured her. "She was, well, I'm not sure." He turned back to Val, who was still inspecting her young queen's arm. He turned to Vess. "You sure that you don't want a colto patch for that?" "I'm sure," she said, smiling gamely. "It will give me something to talk to my friends about tomorrow." Val snorted and shook her head with amusement. "I think your friends need to find less violent things to talk about." Jas excused himself. Vess was clearly okay, and had Val there to attend her. He was more concerned for Fallen Star in that moment. What he had felt through the Force. Such terrible pain. He decided to follow after her, and make sure she was okay. He didn't want her doing anything crazy, and given her sense of instability. He thought it wise not to leave her alone, not right now. If she told him to leave her be, so be it. But it never hurt to check. He found her on the landing pad, checking over her ship. For a second there, he had thought she had been prepping it to leave, perhaps to flee even farther than she could on foot. She sensed him in the force, and shook her head angrily. "What do you want?" He shrugged. "Vess was worried about you," he said. "She made a simple compliment. There is no reason for you to be angry with her." Fallen Star refused to meet his gaze. She kept her head down, focusing on the connection to one of the cargo pods on her ship. She took a shuddering breath. "I wasn't angry at her," she hissed. "I was angry at I don't know." He remained where he was. He could feel the conflict in the bounty hunter. He could have left her alone, but thought it unwise. In the state she was in, he was afraid she might try to hurt herself. Being here had definitely stirred something up within her. She might even have started to regret taking this job. She took another shuddering breath. It felt like she was trying to hold something back, but that something had been caged for too long, and would no longer be bound or hidden. "Master Vima would not be proud of me," she said flatly. "Nor should she be. I didn't know her, sadly," he said with a shrug. "Despite everything that has happened, it is clear that you still respect her." Fallen Star nodded. "She was a true guardian of the Republic," she said wistfully. But then, the anger within her reared up again. "She was also a blind fool." Jas had nothing to say. He hadn't known the Jedi Master, and only read a few reports on her, reports that he had had clearance for. After their first meeting, Manar had let him see what the shadows had on her, just in case she tried to collect on his head again in the future. Before she had vanished, Myrax's fallen star had been seen as a perfect Jedi candidate. She had been all but raised in the Jedi Temple, and had never really shown any sign of deviancy or instability. As for Vima Dodana, the Jedi Master had been a picture of statuesque beauty and self-control. The one hollow Jas had seen of her had given him no clue that her apprentice would turn out the way she had. Dark-skinned with beautiful braided black hair, Dodana had been a poster girl for what a human Jedi Master should be. Her apprentice had appeared equally up to the task. It had been strange seeing that hollow of fallen star. She had looked like a completely different person. The girl in that hollow had a sense of innocence in her eyes, her long blonde hair flowing down to her waist, her expression one of blissful calm. It was hard to believe that that girl had turned into the unstable woman that he now faced. Myrax's fallen star turned away from her ship, her eyes cold and furious. That anger was not directed at anyone. It was just there. "What do you know, Jas Dar Bynn?" she demanded. "What have the Jedi told you about us, my master and me?" "Very little," he admitted. "I've seen holos of you and your master, the temple file ones. Beyond that, little else." "Of course," she sneered. "No point in telling the truth, not if it is not relevant in their eyes." She turned away again. He could have left, but he got the sense she didn't want him to. She needs to do this, he thought. She still needs to talk. She shook her head. "What did your precious files say about us? What did they say about our last mission together?" "Not much," he replied. "Only that you had been sent out into the colony worlds to mediate a dispute, and that you had both disappeared." "Disappeared?" Fallen Star snorted. "That is one way to put it." She turned to Jas again. Her eyes had that mad look he remembered from Corellia. It was the same look that she had had when she had shouted at him to kill her. "Negotiations would be short," she said to him. "That is what my master told me. The planet we were on was having issues with one of the crime syndicates. They were trying to set up shop on the world. It was close enough to the Corellian trade spine that they could do business with little oversight. The man in charge of the colony was out of his league, a spoiled princeling from Coruscant. Someone who had no real business being a leader on a new world." She shuddered in revulsion. "We met with the governor on Coruscant before we came to his world. He was quite taken with me. I could feel his regard, his curiosity. I should have said something to discourage him, but I held my tongue. I didn't wish to alienate him. We were there to help, after all." Fallen Star laughed. "We were there to help," she snarled. "Yet, it was us that should have been calling for help. We didn't know that the little Murglak had already made a deal with the syndicate. He was already in their pocket and ready to cooperate. They asked only one thing of him, proof that he was willing to do what needed to be done. She shook her head. I didn't find out until later, but he had informed the council that we had never arrived, that our ship had never landed, and that he had no further need of the order. The matter had sorted itself out. He had made sure to be far away when we first arrived. He spoke with my master only on Hollow, and promised to be back the next day. In the meantime, we were to be his guests. His droids would see to our needs in the meantime. Jas said nothing. He didn't wish to interrupt. He didn't want to take the chance of Fallen Star closing herself off again. She was finally talking. He thought it in her best interest to continue to do so. He thought this might be just what she needed to find her way back. I can't say for certain what happened to my master, only that she died. I can say, however, what happened to me. My last memory of that mission was having dinner with my master. The governor's droids had brought us food, and we ate without a single thought that something might be wrong. Droids don't radiate malice in the Force. They simply do as they are programmed. She shuddered. Her eyes seemed far away, distant. The next thing I remember, I'm waking up in an alley. I didn't remember who I was or how I got there. I had been dumped on the outskirts of the colony. My head shaved, and wearing next to nothing. She shook her head. It was snowing when I woke up. I had been left for dead. Maybe they thought I was dead when they dumped me, or counted on exposure to finish me off, that or the dregs that called the nearby spaceport home. I should have been dead, but the Force had other plans. The spacers that found me were not as bad as the other crews that the Syndicate employed. They took pity on me, and brought me aboard, took me to their medical droid. They took me with them when they left. Their kindness likely saved my life. They cleaned me up, and nursed me back to health. According to the MD droid, I'd been given enough pure spice to kill a Banda. If not for the Force, I would have died in that alley. She shivered at the memory. I remember laying on the medical table, as the droid tended to me. My memory had slowly started to come back by that point. I remembered my name, but little else. When the droid told me what had happened, that brought it all back. Jas winced. He was pretty sure he could guess what had happened. I had been violated. That is what the droid called it. I appeared to have tried to defend myself, but given the amount of spice in my system, I wouldn't have had much of a chance. Hearing that, the shock I felt quickly morphed into anger, and that did the trick. I remembered who I was, and what I had been doing on that world. My first thought was of my master, how I had to go back and rescue her. The people that had saved me tried to convince me not to go, to contact the council and tell them what had happened. But at that point, all I could think of was my master. I wasn't thinking. I certainly wasn't being rational. It was all compulsion. I had to get back. I left the ship and the people that saved me, tried to book passage back to the colony. I had no idea what world I was on, and I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to find my master. I had no credits, and didn't know how to get any. I had no real understanding of how the galaxy worked. It is amazing that I survived that first night. I would spend the next week wandering the port, trying to find a way back. She laughed coldly. I had never really been out of the temple before, never been cut off from the resources of the Order. I didn't understand, and was still confused from the spice overdose that almost killed me. I had gone out looking for the passionate republic I had been told about in the temple, and instead found the real galaxy waiting. I did what I could to survive. I stole to feed myself, slept in an alley. I didn't recognize the galaxy I found myself in. Everything was so dark. Where was the republic that I had learned about at the temple? Where was the beacon of hope for all, the light in the darkness? I had been so naive. Master Vima had been naive. We had both been fools. Why didn't you try to contact the temple? He asked. I don't know, she admitted. As I said, I was still confused, sick, afraid, and angry. I ran into a pair of bounty hunters near the spaceport. They were trading blasts with some fool that had skipped bail. I used the Force to restrain him, not really understanding what was going on, thinking I was helping law enforcement. She smirked at the memory. They took me to the nearest cantina and bought me a drink. That was my first introduction to the bounty hunter trade. I spent another week at their side, earning credits for passage back to the colony. They introduced me to the guild master on planet, and soon I was a registered member. My powers more than enough to buy my way in. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. One of the hunters who helped me tried to get a little fresh with me one night. I put him in his place, finally starting to understand what the Force could really do for me outside of the Order. I left him alive, but he learned not to be so grabby. I returned to the colonies with new eyes. I was no longer the innocent Padawan that I had been. I could see the suffering of the people there, how the governor and his friends were exploiting them. I asked around, expecting to find that the Jedi had sent someone to look for us. It had been almost 2 months since we had vanished. You can imagine my surprise when I learned that no one knew anything about us. No one from the Order had come to look for us. It seems that they hadn't even cared to ask around. I was angry in that moment, Jas. So angry. And I felt betrayed. My master and I both, we had been betrayed. My anger grew as I snuck back into the governor's house. My skills were more than up to the challenge of hiding from the bully boys that his criminal friends had sent to protect him. She shook her head. I couldn't sense my master, but I did feel something. I was drawn to it. I found my way to the governor's office. I found our lightsabers there, in a case, trophies that the fool had taken. She pulled her weapon from her belt, looking down at it. I'm not really psychometric, but when I touched my master's blade, I felt it, an echo of what had happened. I think that is the moment that it happened. What happened? Myrax sighed. A single tear ran down her cheek. I think that is the first moment that I wanted to die. My master, she had tried to fight back, but they had cut her down. The very people we had been sent to protect killed her. She looked at Jas. Her eyes cold and furious. I went straight to his bedchamber. The governor. I found him with some girl, and pulled him out of bed. I could feel his shock and terror when he realized it was me, when he saw the lit lightsaber blade, and the fury in my eyes. I was in a cold rage as I dragged him out of his home. His thugs tried to stop me, but I cut them all down. They were animals and got what they deserved. I dragged the fool out of his home and into the street. The whole time he was sobbing and begging, offering me anything to spare his life. He swore up and down that it had not been his idea, what had happened to me. She smiled slightly. It was a cold and ugly thing. Did you kill him? Jas asked her. No, she said. My life wasn't in danger, so no. I felt a strange kind of gratitude for him in that moment. He had showed me what the galaxy was really like. The security forces that he had employed recognized my lightsaber, and they were hesitant to try and save their employer. You get what you pay for, I guess. The crowd that had gathered was curious what I wanted, and what I was going to do with their leader, the man who had sold them out to the syndicate. I shouted out both who I was, and my intentions. I was Myrax Fallen Star, hunter of the Bounty Hunters Guild, and that I had claimed this hard merchandise as my own, but was willing to part with it for a fair price. Jas nodded. You offered him to his people? I did. Why? They were the ones that had truly been wrong. They deserved justice. What I wanted was simple revenge. Their claim came first. I see, Jas said, nodding, realizing now where Fallen Star's unstable sense of justice had begun, and starting to understand why it was so important to her. How much did you ask for him? She giggled. I showed the fool how much his life mattered to me, his true worth. A single credit note was all I required. Once paid, I turned him over to his people, and dared the security forces to try and step in. None of them did. She smirked. The people's justice came swift for him. But I stayed close, to make sure that no one interfered. The people deserved to see justice done, the kind of justice that a magistrate from the Corps wouldn't have offered them. Kind of harsh, wasn't it? He asked. She merely shrugged. True justice often is. The rioting started soon after my friend the governor was introduced to true justice. The colony fell apart a few days later, but that was no longer my affair or concern. She looked up at the True Justice, her ship. I found this on the governor's landing pad. I think it belonged to one of his guards. I needed a ship to conduct business, so I took it and left the planet. I stopped at the first core world I could find, the first one with a guild office. I needed to find a job. Myrax Fallen Star sighed and shook her head. I'm no role model, she said flatly. Make sure the kid understands that. I'm not here to impress anyone or make them proud. I'm simply a girl trying to feed herself and make my way in the galaxy. Jas smiled at her. Sometimes when we are simply trying to make our way in the galaxy, that is when we truly find it. She asked. Find what? He shrugged. Ourselves. As you said, the Force was not yet done with you, Myrax Fallen Star. It has kept you alive this long for a reason. Maybe coming here, maybe that is the start of a new path for you. She sneered at that. I'm not a Jedi anymore. At least I can be honest with myself about that. The Force has no say over my life, not anymore. We'll see, he said, walking away, giving her time to digest what he had said. Thank you, he said, for telling me what happened. She sighed. I don't know why I did it. We all have things we need to talk about, when the time is right. Facing such challenges are the first steps on the road back. It is the first step towards redemption. I'm not looking for redemption. Are you certain? She glared at him. You are wrong about me, she called after him. I was. He agreed. Now, he could accept that. No. I'm not so sure. There was more to her than what she thought. Mondar had been right. I'm no hero, damn you! She shouted after him. I don't want to be saved. I don't deserve it. Maybe not. He thought to himself. We will see. Chapter 20. Jas watched as the shuttle broke through the clouds, flanked by an escort of Republic fighter craft. The sun glistening on the crimson and gold hull as the ship made its way down from the capital ship in orbit. He took a deep breath, and tried to center himself. I fear that you are going to be greatly disappointed this day, brother. He thought to himself. Yes, you are going to be most disappointed indeed. The Senate envoy had arrived 2 days later than when Jas Dar Bynn had said they would, some kind of mechanical failure, apparently. Yet, despite the delay, the ship had finally reached its destination. The star cruiser Righteous now hung in high orbit of Alderaan. Jas Dar Bynn, as well as several other Senate representatives, were now on their way to speak with Vess to offer her whatever settlement that their committee had decided was fair in getting her to give up her birthright, and accept that things needed to continue on as they had, with her aunt on the throne. Jas pursed his lips and thought. What they were about to get was not what they expected. Vess stood at his side. He could sense her nervousness through the Force. Dressed in a beautiful blue and emerald gown, the young woman looked every bit the queen she had been born to be. A simple silver circlet adorned her golden-haired head, a circlet studded with pearls. According to Lady Dorma, it was a replica of the one worn by the legendary Queen Bela the Bold of Bantoon. Jas doubted that Sai would recognize such a thing, but anyone from Bantoon might. It was a symbol, a sign that Vessaria was not going to back down, and that she still considered herself a monarch of her people. Vel approved of that. In her eyes, Vess had been queen since the loss of her mother 7 years ago. Now it was time to get the rest of the galaxy to accept it, starting with the Senate and Jas Dar Bynn. It won't be that easy, Jas thought. Sai will need convincing. The full might of House Rist had assembled for this meeting. The only one not visibly present was Myrax Fallen Star. Jas could sense her presence, but he could not see her. He wasn't surprised. Given what he had learned about the former Padawan's history, he now understood why she would not look favorably on any Republic politician. These men and women weren't the governor who murdered her master and abused her. But that didn't mean that they didn't have an agenda that went beyond what was best for their people. Fallen Star understood that, and so did Jas. Plus, she didn't wish to cloud the issue with her presence. Seeing a known bounty hunter and Jedi renegade would likely not have gone over well with Jas Dar Bynn. Whether she was visible or not, Jas knew that she was still watching, still doing her job. Coop had paid her to look after Vess, but Jas got the feeling that, even if he hadn't, since getting to know Vess, she might have just done the job for free. Vess had a way of winning allies and motivating people. But that is what a true leader did, wasn't it? This was not simply going to be an acceptance on Vessaria's part. It was not going to be a surrender. Jas hoped that would be the first step towards negotiations, true negotiations. Matters needed to be discussed if the succession on Bantoon was to be settled fairly. He just hoped that reason would win the day. They had plenty of examples in Republic history of why Vess' claim to the throne should still be honored, and that the Republic, if it was smart, should be willing to deal. Jas had even hoped that the Jedi might become formally involved. Perhaps a full delegation of negotiators could be sent to Bantoon to help resolve the conflict peacefully. He hoped that would be the case. That was the idealist in him talking. But he was also a realist. If Vess' uncle had done even half the things he had done to gain his wife the throne, it was unlikely that he would surrender it peacefully, no matter what any Jedi negotiator said. Jas had hope, but he was also cautious. Not all problems could be solved with words. Speaking of his fellow Jedi, he had hoped that Tup Secura would have joined them for this meeting. The Jedi Watchman's presence might have gone far in convincing Sai to see sense. Sadly, the Twi'lek was busy elsewhere. He was still on the hunt for the Zeltran slicer, KYP Tobin. Secura still believed that the slicer was still an important piece of the puzzle that they were trying to solve. Unfortunately, the Jedi's contacts had turned up nothing on the Zeltran. It was believed that he had managed to slip off-world before either his employers or the authorities could stop him. And now, the trail had all but gone cold. The slicer could be anywhere. Not that the Twi'lek had given up. He was a skilled investigator with the Force as his ally. He had faith that he would be able to find the boy and bring him back. Jas looked over at Vess again. She was biting her lip, looking more like the 18-year-old girl she was than a monarch, her worry growing as the shuttle began its final approach. Jas gently brushed her hand with his. She looked over, and he smiled at her. "Relax," he murmured. "You have this." She nodded, reaching out and smiling. She gave his hand a quick and gentle squeeze before taking a deep breath and refocusing herself. Val had noticed the exchange. She had smiled at him, and nodded, ever so slightly. Jas looked away quickly, not wishing the Protector to get the wrong idea. He still thought her whole idea of him courting Vess was crazy. Surely she could do better, a young noble from House Rist, maybe even one of the young sons of her own world. He feared that he was not the man that Char Valenthyne thought him to be. He was not what the people of Bantu needed to protect their young queen. The shuttle finally touched down with a gentle bump and a hiss of steam. As the welcoming party watched, the boarding ramp lowered, and the Republic delegation began to emerge. Jas straightened the simple black dress robe he was wearing. It wasn't exactly a Jedi robe, but his lightsaber was firmly on display. This is not about business or profit, he thought to himself. This is about the betterment of an entire planet of people. It is about making sure that Bantoon is represented fairly and honestly in the galaxy. Two blue Senate guards emerged from the shuttle and took up defensive positions at the foot of the ramp. Jas Dar Bynn emerged a few seconds later, clad in his Jedi robes, a merry smile on his face. Again, he chose not to reach out to his brother through the Force, and again Jas was surprised. "Do you think so little of me, brother? Is the life I've chosen so repellent to you?" Trailing just behind Sai was a young man clad in the fine dress of Bantoon, and a Mon Cala Republic admiral. Jas guessed the dark-haired man was some representative from Vess' home world, maybe some observer sent by Queen Adira. The pink-skinned Mon Cal blinked his large amber eyes as he stepped out into the Alderaan sunlight. The slight discoloration of his skin suggested that he spent more time on ships than he did in the natural light of any planet. The party let Jas' brother take the lead. He approached the Rist with the long-practiced smile of a career politician. "Greetings to the brave men and women of House Rist," he began with a slight bow. "I am Jas Dar Bynn of the Jedi Order." Dorma Rist, who was serving as the representative of their house, curtsied. "I bid you welcome, Master Jedi, and freely offer the hospitality and protection of House Rist to you and your party." "We are most appreciative, my lady," Sai said. "May the Force always be with you and your house." It was then that he turned his attention to Vess. She had been patiently waiting to be addressed. Again, Jas Dar Bynn bowed slightly. "Lady Istillo," he said. "It is an honor to meet you at long last." Before Vess could reply, Val spoke up. She was frowning at Jas' brother. "You are in the presence of Her Grace, Vessaria, ninth of her name, voice of the people, and shield of the matriarchy." The Protector glared at Sai. "You will acknowledge her properly." Jas covered his mouth to hide the fact he was smiling. He found it interesting that Sai greeted Vess in such a way. Hadn't he told him back on PB that he considered Vess a possible imposter? Yes. But he had also said any legitimate claim she had was irrelevant. A fact shared by the others in Sai's party, apparently. The young band male chuckled. Protector Valenthyne, is it? He gave her a cold smile. The young lady does not need to bear the weight of so many titles. Bantoon already has a skilled monarch on the throne, and a good friend to the Republic as well. Val glared at the man. And you are? She asked. Senator Albin Ross of the Afan system, the voice of Bantoon in the Senate. That announcement prompted looks of both shock and disbelief from both Val and Lady Dorma. But you're a man? Dorma said. Last time I checked, the senator said dryly. Char Valenthyne's eyes narrowed. Your accent? You are not originally from Bantoon, are you? Bantoon is my home now, he assured her. I've been her voice in the Senate for almost 3 years now. Jas frowned as he looked at the man, or rather, the pin on his coat. It bore a very familiar gold and black logo. I was unaware that a mining guild representative could hold such a high office in the Senate. The young man shrugged. My position as senator means that I often need to meet with the mining guild to discuss matters. My position within the guild is strictly to confer on matters involving Bantoon. I'm a mere advisor to the guild, nothing more. Jas pursed his lips. It was a likely story, but he didn't really buy it. Senator Ross served as senator of Afan, which meant that Bantoon was only a satellite system, which meant they had no direct representative in the galactic government. Despite what he said to the contrary, Jas didn't buy that he was simply an advisor to the guild. He had the look, and accent, of a Coruscanti, one born into both wealth and privilege, which meant he likely had grown up in a guild family. No. Jas didn't really buy his story at all. Val looked at Jas Dar Bynn, her eyes cold. What does the matriarchy think of all this? I can't believe that they would be happy being represented by not only an off-worlder, but a man as well? Bantoon has grown far more important than you realize, Protector, Jas informed her. The days of its isolation and adherence to outdated tradition is done. Val shot Jas an angry look. Outdated tradition? She mouthed. Jas could sense her horror, and what she was thinking. Those traditions had served the band for almost 500 years. In the last 7 years, Bantoon has become a valued member of the Republic. The Mon Cal Admiral spoke up in his raspy voice. Your 6 moons have provided much to continue Republic expansion. Your people can no longer remain bound to the rules of the past. Jas chuckled. I couldn't have said it better myself, Vice Admiral. The Mon Cal nodded, clearly pleased with himself. May I humbly introduce Vice Admiral Rakas? He has recently been assigned to oversee the new ship production line that is soon to begin on Bantoon. Our Republic engineers are very pleased with what we have found on your world. The new light escort vessels that will soon emerge from Bantoon will be the pride of the Republic fleet. Once Senate authorization has cleared the committee. Senator Ross reminded him. Of course. The Mon Cal nodded. Of course. Jas pursed his lips. So much for starting any kind of constructive negotiation. It sounded like Jas and his friends had already decided the fate of Bantoon and its people. They had already carved it up, and were distributing its future to their allies. Though he was not the type to enjoy hindering such plans, he found himself looking forward to at least slowing this triumvirate down. He saw 3 men before them, claiming to speak for Bantoon, but he didn't see a naturally born band among them. He preferred to side with those that had been actually born on the planet, and knew a thing or two about the world that these others were trying to exploit. Dorma and Val at least had lived on Bantoon and knew its people. Could Jas or his vice admiral say the same? What about the senator? No. Jas tended to support the opinion of those that would have to live with the consequences of what was about to happen. Vess, who had remained silent up until this point, crossed her hands in front of her waist and smiled politely. It does sound so very exciting, Master Jedi, she said. But sadly, the Republic Senate are not the ones that can dictate Bantoon's destiny. Such a fate, it belongs to the Band people. The ore and crystal that you take from our moons is theirs. The ships and facilities that you wish to build are on their land. The matriarchy of the Band must decide how best to serve our world, not the whims of off-world business and political leaders born far from our shores. Her reaction stopped Jas Dar Bynn in his tracks. His smile remained in place, but Jas could sense his disbelief. Lady Istillo, he said, I believe that my brother has spoken with you about how things are. Surely you can understand. I understand that you and your allies wish much of my people, and that you hope that I would step aside and allow you to decide the course of my world and the people that my family has served for almost 5 centuries. The young senator frowned as he looked at Jas Dar Bynn. I thought we came here to accept the young lady's writ of abdication? Think again, pal, Val said, flashing him an evil smirk. Jas turned to his brother. For the first time, he sensed Sai reaching out with the Force, trying to understand what had happened. Clearly, he felt something had gone wrong. Jas almost smiled. No, brother. He wanted to say. Nothing has gone wrong. In fact, something is going right for once. The Vice Admiral glared at Jas Dar Bynn. I thought you said the matter of succession on Bantoon was settled? Bantoon has a queen, he answered, trying to assure the Mon Cal. It does indeed, Char Valenthyne said with a slight bow. You are standing in front of her. Adira too is queen of Bantoon, the senator said. The right of succession would say otherwise, Dormaris said. And Neravi's daughter is alive, and more than capable of taking up her mother's throne. It is her birthright. Jas Dar Bynn was now glaring at his twin. Jas said nothing. What could he say? He never promised to convince Ves to sign away her right to her mother's throne. He had only said he was going to talk to her. No credits had changed hands between the organization and the Republic. Jas was perfectly within his rights to do what he saw fit. And this was what he had decided. Despite being caught off guard, Jas Dar Bynn didn't lose control. He took a deep breath and smiled anew, his Jedi calm still firmly in place. This is not the place to discuss such matters, he said, then turning his attention to Dormaris. Shall we retire to some place more comfortable? There is another who will wish her voice to be heard on this matter. I trust House Rist's hypercom system is fully functional? It is, the Lady Dorma promised. I trust this person understands what is being discussed here. Most definitely, Jas Dar Bynn assured her. She is a queen, after all. Jas glanced over at Val, who nodded grimly. So, it would not just be sycophants that Ves would have to deal with today. She would need to confront her aunt as well. If Ves was intimidated, she didn't show it. She merely nodded. Then let us retire to one of the meeting rooms, the young queen said. It has been too long since I have gotten a chance to speak with my beloved aunt. Vessaria smiled. I look most forward to seeing her again. Jas Dar Bynn watched Ves closely as the hologram shimmered to life. Normally, he liked being in a room with Ves. Her presence was calm and centered, with just a touch of being silly and fun-loving. But now, this was something else. As the image of a blonde woman in her mid-30s appeared, he felt something else for the first time. He felt cold and rage. He looked down. Ves' hands were curled into fists, and were shaking. He didn't blame her. What did you say when you finally met one of the people that destroyed your life? What did you do when you met someone that should have loved you, but decided to betray you, for their own benefit? What did you do? The hologram of Queen Adira too looked upon Ves for the first time, and the other woman blinked. She seemed surprised, to say the least. Vessaria? She said, her voice guileless, her expression one of innocent surprise. Hello, Aunt Adira, Ves said coldly. It has been some time. The queen laughed nervously. Vessaria. Oh, praise the gods! You are alive! We had all but lost hope. Jas frowned. He wasn't sure if the woman's response was genuine, or if she was simply playing with her niece. Ves had had a target on her back for years now, for assassination attempts that he knew of. Did the queen truly know nothing of these attempts, or was she simply a better liar than most? Yes, Aunt, I'm alive, Ves acknowledged. And have been living a moderately safe life here on Alderaan, living in exile. The queen's eyes widened slightly. Exile? Oh, starfish, that won't do at all. The queen gave her a warm smile. You should have contacted me years ago. We have had so many pretenders step forward these last few years, so many claiming to be you, claiming to have survived the shipwreck that claimed your poor mother and father. I'm sure, the girl said, glaring at her aunt, only just keeping her temper in check. Jas could only imagine the accusations that were running through Ves' mind at that moment. This woman had profited from her sister's death. Had she known about it, or was she simply an innocent pawn? Had her husband kept her in the dark all these years about what had happened to her niece? Jas was too much of a cynic to believe that that was the case. "What of Alric?" Adira asked her. "He was your protector. Did he also survive your ordeal?" At the mention of her previous protector, Vess shuddered, no doubt remembering the boy's blaster at her head. Jas remembered the boy very well. He had been in on the scheme to assassinate the queen and her family. He had believed he would be granted a lordship for his part in securing the throne for Adira and her husband. He had perished at the hands of the Red Eclipse, the criminals that had killed Queen Vessaria. The escape pod he had been on had been blown up. Had Vess been aboard that pod when he had fled, she would have been dead too. "Alric died serving Bantoon, as he saw it, anyway," Vess answered. "The poor boy," the queen said, shaking her head. "Yes," Vess said dryly. "The poor boy." It was at that moment that Val stepped into the Hollowfield. "Lady Adira?" she said, drawing the queen's attention. Her presence clearly startled the queen. "Chief Valenthyne? We had heard you still lived." "I still live," she said coldly. "And I serve your niece, the rightful queen." If Adira was insulted, she didn't show it. "This is most troubling," the queen said. "I thought that all sworn protectors were supposed to perish with their masters or mistresses. Your sister named her daughter my mistress before leaving Bantoon. My bond is intact. It simply serves Vessaria now and forever." "That is good," Adira said. "I'm most pleased that my niece has not been alone through all this upheaval." Again, Jas could not tell if the woman was being serious or if she was lying. "There are those here on Bantoon who believe that you found some way to cheat the system," the queen said. "That you were somehow involved in the death of my sister. Given your history and family name, I'm sure you can guess why." Val glared at the woman she considered a usurper. Char Valenthyne's history was well known to him. Yes, she had been a thief once, and been accused of murder. But the latter had not been her fault. If the queen thought to use that against Val, all she would end up doing was annoying the protector, and only increase her desire to see the woman removed from the throne. "Any protector on Bantoon can tell you that that is impossible," Val said. "The system always wins. As for Queen Vessaria, had we been together, I would have gladly followed my imperative. But her orders regarding her daughter were clear." Queen Adira too smiled serenely. "Then, at last, all has been explained. At last we can put this tragic time in our history to rest." She turned again to her niece. "There is no need for you to remain in exile anymore, Starfish. Please come home. Lyron and I will welcome you with open arms. It will please the matriarchs to know that you are finally back in the palace, that you are home, and safe." Unwise, Jas thought. If Vess entered the palace on Bantoon, she would likely spend the rest of her life as a hostage, or have a fatal accident shortly after her arrival. Val wouldn't risk it, and he was sure that Vess was smart enough not to accept such an offer. The young queen smiled coldly at her mother's sister. "And what will be my place in the palace, dear aunt?" Vess asked. "As a matriarch of our family, of course. You will still need to complete your education, of course. But now that the matter of the succession has been settled." Vess gave her a cold smile. "But the succession has not been settled, aunt. I've not abdicated, nor will I ever." That news stopped the queen in her tracks. "You haven't. Vess, you cannot hope to." "I've heard of your work on my people's behalf, aunt," Vess said. "You have served well as regent and steward of the throne. But now it is time to do your duty to our people, and step aside. The queen has come of age," Val added. "It now falls to her to govern, and carry out her place in the succession, as her mother would have wanted." For the first time, Adira Istillo didn't look innocent or happy. She was almost glaring at Val, but once again addressed her sister's daughter. "There is much that you don't understand, niece. Bantoon has advanced much with Republic aid. I can and will learn about those advancements, Aunt Adira. Once the throne is mine, and the matriarchs and I have been consulted on what has been done in the name of the people." The queen frowned. "You do not understand what this would mean, Vessaria. Our people need unity. I understand how you must feel, But the crown must come first. You are not ready to lead our people, and you are not prepared for the threats that we've been facing. Several matriarchs have been disputing the Istillo throne for months now. If you continue down this path, you will legitimize their resistance. If you don't do your duty to the throne, you could cause a civil war. Our people will suffer and die. I don't wish to see our people suffer, Aunt. But at the same time, I will not give away my rights. If you agree to step aside, the two of us could do much to bring the matriarchy back into order. There are many here that would question your legitimacy, Vessaria. They don't know you like I do. They will assume that you are a pawn of outsiders, a puppet of off-worlders. Vess refused to back down. She remained undaunted. Jas was impressed. He had to admit, he found it ironic that Adira would accuse Vess of being a pawn of off-worlders, considering who she had sent to negotiate on her behalf. The Queen sighed and sat back in her chair. She shook her head wearily. It is clear that we shall have much to discuss when you return home, Vessaria. I would be most honored to see you as a guest here in the palace. In Vessaria's palace, Val added. She might have said more, but Vess stopped her with a raised hand. We do have much to discuss, Vess agreed. But you will excuse me if I prefer a neutral site. She gave her aunt a cold smile. You do understand the need to feel safe, I trust? Of course, Starfish, of course, the Queen replied sweetly. She smiled warmly at the girl. We shall discuss this as a family, as is proper. There is no need for problems between us. Our family saw enough of that after the troubles began under our descendant Bela I. What happened back then doesn't apply here, Aunt, Vess reminded her. Vessaria Ivy and Denai I were twins. The succession was contestable during their lifetime. You are my mother's sister, but I'm her firstborn child. And you, forgive me for being blunt, have no legitimate heir. That comment didn't go over so well with the Queen. Her eyes narrowed angrily. Must you be so cold, niece? I'm merely stating a fact, Vess said. You have my sympathies for your recent loss. But the lines of succession are clear. She stood firm, her hands on her hips. Let the loyalists in the matriarchy see me, and they will know that I am my mother's daughter, and no pawn of any outside force. Maybe you are right, Adira said. Perhaps we should discuss this in person. Perhaps a meeting on Coruscant? I'm sure that the Republic will be delighted to give us a chance to discuss our matters civilly. I'm willing if you are, Vess agreed. The Queen smiled. Then we shall arrange this as soon as possible. She looked around. I assume Senator Ross is there with you. He is, Aunt. Do set this up for us, Senator, the Queen said. We shall not waste any time in dealing with this unfortunate set of circumstances. He stepped into the holofield. It will be done, my Queen. She nodded. Until then, Vessaria. Until then, dear Aunt. Farewell, child. The holo turned off, leaving the room all but silent. Vess continued to stare where the holo had been. She seemed shaken, but otherwise in control. She took a deep, shuddering breath. Excuse me, she said. Please. She hurried out of the room, Val following her quickly while Lady Dorma and her husband engaged the senator and the vice admiral in conversation. Jas nodded. It had not gone as badly as he had hoped. It seemed that they might be able to resolve this matter peacefully. They might just. He felt a strong hand on his shoulder. He turned to find Sai glaring at him. His brother was a storm cloud in the Force, barely able to contain his anger. Brother, he said coldly. Let us go speak privately. Now. Jas smiled slightly. It seemed that Vess wasn't the only one with family problems. He sighed. Oh well, he thought. Let's get this over with. It had been years since he had last spoken openly with Sai. Their time had finally come. Chapter 2:1. You. What? What were you thinking? Jas said nothing. What was there to say? If Sai expected some kind of apology, or for him to stammer or to try to explain himself, that wasn't going to happen. Jas Dar Bynn was neither foolish nor naive. He had done what he thought was right. Sai should have accepted that. The two brothers had gone to a small side room off of the main room where Vess had just confronted her aunt via holo. Jas could feel his brother's disbelief and anger, surprising, considering his training. Jas frowned slightly. Master Venari would not have been pleased with his old apprentice. Surely the Jedi High Council member had taught Sai better than this. Sai paced before him, his mind awhirl with what had just taken place. His reaction surprised his twin, but probably shouldn't have. Jas remembered what Sai had been like when they were younger. The unexpected had always thrown his brother off. He didn't adapt well when plans went awry. Once again, Jas was surprised. He would have thought that Master Venari would have helped his brother deal with that flaw. He should have learned to rise above it. Sai turned to him again, his gray eyes cold and unsympathetic. "How can you justify what just happened in there, brother?" he demanded. "You had one job. A very simple one." Sai snorted angrily. "I thought we had a deal." Jas sighed and crossed his arms. "You asked me to come here and speak with Vess, to try and convince her to abdicate her throne. I came here with that goal in mind. But at the same time, I've tried to keep both an open mind, and to let the Force guide me." Jas shook his head. "There are alternatives to what you believed needed to happen here, brother. There are other paths that we could take to bring a more satisfying conclusion for all parties involved." Jas shrugged. "Isn't that the mission of a Jedi, to serve as a guide, and to help find the best answer for those that we serve and protect?" Sai snorted angrily. Clearly, he had his own views of what a Jedi should be in this situation. Those views clashed with those possessed by his twin brother. "The Republic needs this deal, Jas. Do you have any idea how important this is to the galaxy as a whole?" "No deal has been made yet, Sai. Both sides are talking. That is a good thing. Now we can find a solution that suits everyone. Or at the very least, reach a compromise that all parties can agree with." "Compromise?" Sai hissed, as he glared at his twin. "This isn't some negotiation exercise at the temple, Jas. Don't you understand how hard I've worked to set all this up? Can't you see how important this is to me?" Jas frowned. "This isn't about you, brother. It is about helping the people of Bantoon. It is about helping the Republic," Sai reminded him. "Trillions of sentient beings are depending on this deal going forward. This matter, as you call it, was a well-oiled machine. Everything was in place, and it would have benefited so many." Sai pinned him with a cold, accusing look. "You don't know what you are doing, brother. Stay out of this." "Hey, you brought me in, remember? I was content to remain on PB. It was you that wanted me to come to Alderaan. I was content to fulfill my role for the Order, as their agent within the Fringe, as well as continue to advance my business interests." "Exactly," Sai said. "I needed you to serve a role, to follow your best interests, as any businessman would. I thought we had a deal. You delivered the abdication that I needed, and you and yours would profit from it. You asked me to come and speak to an old friend, and I did that. I listened to what she had to say, and what those that loved her had to say. And then, chose to offer my help. I still think that we can negotiate. Find a way that can serve all parties involved. You weren't sent here to negotiate." Sai growled, his voice going more and more shrill. "The Force is still with you. Are you telling me you couldn't see the value in simply using it to influence some stupid little noble girl?" Jas' eyes narrowed. He didn't like the fact that Sai called Vess stupid. "I don't use the Force in that way." "Really?" Sai said. "How surprising." Jas frowned. He didn't like his brother's sarcasm. Sai didn't detect his anger, either that, or he didn't care. He was too angry to care. "Do you have any idea what you've done here?" Sai turned away. He took a deep breath, but it did little to dispel his anger. He had control over it. He wasn't about to fly into a rage, but it still boiled beneath the surface. Why was this so important to him? Jas wondered. What did he gain from this? The committees back on Coruscant are waiting for the princess's signature. Queen Adira is already on board. The ships that Vice Admiral Rakas was talking about, they are going to revolutionize the colonization effort, and provide a new level of security for all the new worlds that the Republic has gained within the Mid and Outer Rim. Sai turned back to him. Members of the Bantoon matriarchy are opposing the deal. They see Vessaria Istillo as the perfect symbol to rally around, to keep their world stagnant, and to remain in the past. They refuse to accept all that the Republic is offering them. That is an oversimplification of the situation, Sai. The Ban are members of the Republic. They deserve to have a voice in how their world is run. They have yet to learn their place. We will give them a voice, but first they need to prove their commitment to the Republic. They need to understand why they need us, and why they need to embrace change. Jas frowned. That was an interesting point, but it brought up a question, one that Sai had not answered to his satisfaction. Why? He asked. Why what? Sai replied. Why do the Ban need the Republic? Jas' question caught Sai off guard. He blinked, his jaw working silently. Jas pushed forward. He would have an answer. Tell me, brother, what do you know about Bantoon, its people, their culture? I've read the census reports. He answered. Jas shook his head. Reports aren't people. Have you ever spent any real time with the Ban? Have you talked to one about their world, their history? I'm not talking about a business discussion you might have had with the senator or one of his staff. I'm talking about an actual person from Bantoon, someone that has spent their life there, and has a stake in what you are trying to do to their world. Jas sighed. I've spoken with them. I've heard from Vessaria Istillo, and Char Valenthyne. I've also spoken with the lords and other highborn that have come here to try and court the young queen. I've learned much about their world. They are justly proud of the home they have built for themselves. The Ban are a strong people, brother. 500 years ago, they were divided into warring city-states. But when pirates invaded their world, tried to subjugate them with an army of droids, the Ban fought a near 40-year war of liberation. They didn't need the Republic Navy or the Jedi to free them from their oppressors. They did it themselves. Their people put aside their differences and worked together. They unified as a planet, and have remained so ever since. They even had their own Force wielders. They didn't need the Jedi to tell them how to use it wisely. When the Sith attacked them, those wielders sacrificed themselves to try and save their world. And despite their loss, it worked. The Ban resisted the Sith, and won back their freedom. They didn't need the Republic or the Jedi to free them. They fought and freed themselves. Sai gave him a cold look. You admire these people? You don't think they deserve our admiration? Now, the Republic has come to their world, telling them that what they have done, how they have lived for almost 5 centuries, is wrong. Our business interests have taken it upon themselves to meddle in affairs that they should not have. Did the Mining Guild assassinate Queen Vessaria? I can't say for certain. But the fact that her daughter is here and alive means that, as Jedi, we owe it to the oath we took to serve the Republic to aid her. She has a rightful claim to her mother's throne. We have no right to tell her that she needs to abandon it because we find it politically inconvenient. The Senate should accept this. Progress needs to be maintained, brother. Sai spat back. Do you think that this girl will do what the Republic needs, what is best for the galaxy as a whole? She deserves the chance to prove herself, Sai. If Queen Adira and her husband are responsible for the death of Vessaria's parents, shouldn't the Jedi do what we can to see justice done? Jas Dar Bynn turned away from him then. Jas could sense that his brother didn't want to hear this. He had come here with a plan. He had made promises that he shouldn't have made. Yet his pride would not let him let go. He didn't wish to adapt and find another way. This is for the greater good, brother, he said again. The Republic needs this. The committees that have been put in charge of this are not acting for the benefit of the Ban, brother. Can't you understand that? Jas Dar Bynn glared at him. His eyes turned cold. You truly don't understand, do you? You never have understood? Jas frowned and crossed his arms. And what don't I understand? You never looked at the big picture. You always thought that you could solve the galaxy's problems by involving yourself in the affairs of the small and insignificant. Sai shook his head. You never had the drive to do what needed to be done. And yet you were always applauded and adored, even when we were young. You always had to make me look a fool, despite my willingness to go beyond where you would even dare tread, to do what was right for the greater good. Jas pursed his lips. What was this now? They were no longer talking about Bantoon. It seemed that Sai had something to say. And yet, Jas didn't think this was the time. This wasn't about him wanting to make Sai look bad. It had never been about that. Sai glared at him, his gray eyes filled with disdain. You dare lecture me on how a Jedi should act, and what a Jedi should do? You! Who turned your back on the Order when they offered you a chance to come back? You! Who chose to hide in the shadows and pull strings? Jas shrugged. He had no need to defend his choices. He had accepted the mission the Council had given him 5 years ago. And now that he realized that there was more for him than mere duty, he could finally say he was content with that choice. It took coming here to realize it. He thought to himself. By helping Vess and Val, it helped me as well. I've finally found my way back. He had found the serenity that he had sought. He was no longer hiding behind a mask of apathy. He felt hope, both hope and compassion. Why was his own brother trying to belittle him for that? Surely, he could feel the truth? I chose to remain where I could help, to use my skills for the benefit of others. You could have been so much more, Sai replied. You chose to step away from the Order. You may think yourself an acolyte of the light, but all you are is a useful pawn of the powerful. Sai sneered at him. You are a common thief, Jas. You aren't worthy to stand in the light. You are not fit to call yourself a Jedi. I never said I was, he responded. He was starting to get angry now, but he would not let Sai bait him. I walk the path that the Force has put me on. I don't need to swagger around in Jedi robes to prove that I listen to the will of the living Force and try to do what is right. Be careful, brother, he said. Your pride will be your undoing if you let it. Sai laughed at that. You think I care what you think? You are not walking the path of the light, brother. I can sense it. It is not the Force that guides your actions, but your weaknesses, your attachments. You actually care about the ban. You think you're playing the hero. But you are wrong. You are standing in the way of the Republic, the light in the darkness. A government is not the Force, brother. People are flawed. They can be greedy, and they make mistakes. And as a thief, you would know all about greed, wouldn't you? Jas ground his teeth. He was trying to maintain his calm. There is no emotion, there is peace. Sai was trying to bait him again, like he had done on PB. But again, why? Why was it so important to him to see me lose control? I won't deny that I was shocked that I heard you came back. I was surprised that the Mandalorians took you in. Why that nest of savages didn't kill you on the spot, I'll never know. Careful, brother. Jas warned him again. Do not speak ill of my clan. Your clan? Sai sneered. You actually think you are one of them? I never swore the creed. But that doesn't mean that I don't care what happened to them. They took care of me. Gave me a choice. Let me choose the path that I wanted to walk. Isn't that what family is supposed to do? Aren't they there to help you find your way? Butchers and bounty hunters all. Sai growled. I can see where you started to go wrong now, having to survive in that nest of scum. Don't. Jas warned him again. And when you escaped them, you still didn't come back. You didn't seek to rejoin the Order and make a real difference. You became a criminal, an ally of thieves and liars. Jas Dar Bynn shook his head. The Council should have just taken your blade and sent you to the Labor Corps. At least there you would be productive. At least there you wouldn't be damaging the galaxy any more than you already have. Sai tried to walk away. From his emotions, Jas sensed that he was done with him, that his brother believed both fully and truly that he was above him in all things. He thinks he is better than me. Jas realized. Maybe that was what did it. Jas Dar Bynn's eyes narrowed. He had heard enough. He had had enough. Sai! He grabbed his brother's sleeve and spun him around. Sai hissed, and looked about to push him away. But in that moment, that brief instance of contact, Jas gasped. In that moment, he saw it. In that moment, his whole understanding of the last 15 years changed. He felt swept away. The Force moved him in a way that he couldn't believe. He couldn't move, and he couldn't speak. But he could see. After all this time, he could finally see. He was back about the Jedi ship. He was 9 years old again. Only this time he was not seeing with his own eyes. He was seeing with the eyes of his brother. He was looking through the grey eyes of Jas Dar Bynn. Again, he heard the blaring of alarms. Felt the ship exploding all around them. He found his way into an escape pod. The noise and the flashing lights drowning out everything around them, almost everything. Jas looked up. He saw Jas, his twin, his blood, running down the crumbling corridor. The deck shaking around them, the sound of distant explosions heralding the end of the ship. Jas reached out for his brother. He was so close now, so close to joining the rest in escaping, in returning to safety, and his life. Jas had known that Master Venari had asked Jas if he would be his student. He had embraced his brother, and they had celebrated his good fortune. Jas had been happy for him, or had he? Jas felt it, that ripple in the force. Temptation. And with it, thought, a thought that no 9-year-old boy should have, not towards his brother, not towards anyone. He stands in your way. The voice of ambition whispered. He has never understood. He will waste all that has been given him. Jas heard that whisper. And then, in a moment of weakness, he had listened. He gestured. It was the smallest of things, just a slight shift in the force. The deck plate between Jas and the escape pod exploded upward, flinging him back. There was another explosion and shhhhhhhhhck. The pod sealed. Its escape thrusters fired, and then, they were away, falling away. Jas Dar Bynn stared out the viewport, watching the ship breaking up. He knew what he had done. But in that moment, he did something he never thought he could have done. He smiled. You would have wasted your gifts, brother. I will be better. I was always better. Jas gasped. He pulled away from his brother, and stared at him, seeing him for the first time with new eyes. Jas Dar Bynn glared. He was angry again, not because of what Jas had done, but for what he had seen. He knows. Jas thought. He knows that I know. Jas Dar Bynn glared right back. I know. VMMMMMM. Jas Dar Bynn stepped back. A blade of violet energy now glowed between them. What are you doing? He demanded. Lower that blade. Now! Jas heard, but he wasn't listening. You! He whispered. It was you! Jas swallowed hard. What? Me? You stopped me from reaching the pod. You left me to die. His breath hissed angrily as he stared at his brother. You abandoned me. You wanted me to die. You don't understand. Jas said. You've never understood. What is to understand, Jas? Jas shook his head. Tell me something. When did you start thinking that you were better than me? I don't have to listen to this, Jas said, trying to step around Jas' weapon, trying to escape into the hall. His brother didn't let him. He left me to die. The thought kept looping through his mind. He left me to die. Do you deny it? Jas asked. Do you deny ripping up that deck plate? Do you deny trying to murder me? Jas sniffed. I've never tried to murder anyone. But you did stop me from reaching the pod? Jas waved his hand dismissively. You are imagining things, Jas said. I reached out with the force. I tried to give you a chance. You didn't jump soon enough. I raised that deck plate to help you. You could have leapt from it, and made it to the pod. But you were too slow. His brother shook his head. You could have saved yourself. But you weren't good enough. You were never good enough, Jas. Is that what you tell yourself? Jas demanded. Is that how you justify what happened? I've nothing to justify. My conscience is clear. I've become everything that you never had the skill to become. I will sit on the Jedi Council one day. I will be Grand Master one day. And what will you be, Jas? Some smuggler still wading through the filth of the galaxy. Jas was almost shaking now. He still couldn't believe it. Now he understood why his brother had refused to reach out to him with the Force, why he had avoided him all these years. He didn't blame himself for Jas's loss. He was angry that Jas had survived. It didn't matter what lie Jas told himself. Jas now knew the truth. He was determined to make sure that others knew it too. I'm taking you into custody, brother, he said. Sai laughed. You want to arrest me? Yes. For what? For tearing up a deck plate? Sai tried to step around him again, and again Jas blocked his path. His brother gave him a dirty look. Get that lightsaber out of my face! I said you are coming with me, Sai. You will go before the Jedi shadows. Sai shook his head. You can't be serious. You aren't going to harm me, Jas. I can sense it. You are a thief, but you won't kill your own brother. You won't kill in cold blood. Jas hissed angrily. He could hear the distant whisper of the darkness. It was practically begging him to surrender to it. All he had to do was let go, and Sai would realize just what it was he had created that day. VMMMMM. The two brothers both looked up. A third lightsaber had been ignited, its aqua-colored blade glowing brightly, turning its wielder's face as white as a bleached skull. Myrax's fallen star grinned as she stepped out of the shadows. Jas was caught completely off guard. What? How? He hadn't even sensed her? What is this? Sai demanded. Who are you? Fallen Star, the bounty hunter said, grinning. But you can call me Justice. True Justice. Sai's eyes widened. Fallen Star, he murmured. He must have recognized the name. Suddenly, he felt something other than contempt. He felt fear. Jas! He gasped. This woman, she is insane. She is a dark Jedi, and an enemy of the Order. Fallen Star laughed. It was as cold as the icy grip of space. I'm just a simple girl trying to make her way in the galaxy. And you are an attempted murderer. You tried to commit fratricide, you naughty boy. She held up her blade. Do you have any enemies? I'm sure you do. Tell me, how much do you think they would pay for your head? Jas Dar Bynn's eyes widened. He sensed it. Jas realized. Fallen Star wasn't kidding or lying. She would happily take his head, and gladly take any number of credits offered for it. It was the way she worked, the way her concept of justice worked. Jas, Sai said, realizing he was now pinned between two lit lightsaber blades. You can't let her do this. Why not? He asked. Would you let your own twin die? Your own blood? Jas frowned. Fallen Star grinned hungrily. She had the same look in her eye that she had years ago, back on Corellia. Jas remembered that look. She had nearly killed him that night, and would have had Monar not intervened. The bounty hunter licked her lips. She was a predator ready to consume her prey. I've known a lot of men like you, she said. They think their power and privilege means that they can get away with anything. They don't think that justice applies to them. They are wrong. Jas Dar Bynn began to reach for his belt. Go ahead, Fallen Star said. Draw your weapon. See what happens. Sai pulled his hand away quickly. Jas could feel his fear now. He was no longer in charge here, and he knew it. He was on the verge of panic. The unexpected always did throw you off your game, brother, Jas thought. Now, he just had to decide what he was going to do. Jas, Sai said, backing away from Fallen Star's lit weapon. Please. Fallen Star was like the spring on a trap. Her eyes were wild, like she was about to snap. You think you can hurt people and get away with it? I have news for you, Governor. You can't. You can't. In that moment, Jas realized that Fallen Star was looking at Sai and not seeing him. She was seeing the man who drugged her, abused her, and slew her master. She was one word away from lashing out at Sai. And if she did, she wouldn't stop until either he or she was dead. That realization stopped Jas in his tracks. He didn't want to see Fallen Star die. And despite everything he had done, he didn't want to see Sai die either. Stop, he said. Fallen Star! Stop! Please! She glanced over at him. Why should I? He deserves this. Maybe, Jas said. But you don't become what he thinks you are. She glanced back and forth between the two brothers. Sai said nothing. He realized that if he dared, Fallen Star would attack. You say you serve true justice, Jas said. Well, as one of the people that this man wronged, I'm asking you to step back. He isn't worth it, the bounty hunter snarled. her code of justice clashing with her desire to punish someone she believed deserved it. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "Why would you spare him? You heard what he did. You know very well what he did." "I did, and I know," he agreed. "And still, I'm asking you to stop." She swallowed hard, her eyes wide and angry. "Jas," she said. When he spoke again, it was in his softest and most compassionate of voices. "Miri," he said. "Please, stop." Fallen Star blinked. She looked like she had come out of some bad dream. She didn't lower her weapon, but she was no longer radiating with that cold sense of malice that Jas had first felt on Corellia. Finally, she lowered her weapon and powered it down. She sighed heavily. "You are lucky your brother is here, pal," she said. "You should be on your way to one of my merchandise pods right now." She turned to Jas. She smiled weakly. You called me Miri?" "Vess says it suits you," he said with a shrug. "I'm starting to agree." "Fallen Star." Miri smiled. She stepped back, standing down, letting him decide what should happen next. Jas sighed and lowered his weapon. "This is over, Sai," he said. "We're done. When we return to Coruscant with Vess, you are going to turn yourself over to the Jedi Council. It is time you answered for what you did." Sai continued to watch Fallen Star, but he sniffed at his brother's command. "You think Master Venari will believe that I acted with malice? I was a 9-year-old boy, Jas. They will look at my record since and know that I'm not what you think I am. You need to do this, Sai. For your sake." "Why? You think this will give you closure? You think the Masters will see you as more than what you are?" "This isn't about me," Jas said. "It is about you. You can still come back. You can stop yourself from turning into something worse." "I know what I am," Jas Dar Bynn said. "I'm a Jedi." "Then you will do what is right," Jas said, bowing to him. "Goodbye, brother." He turned and left, Miri falling in step behind him. "You never understood, Jas," Sai called out. "You never could grasp the bigger picture." Maybe so, he thought. But if grasping the bigger picture meant turning out like Sai, he didn't want to. He sighed. "I'm not like you, brother. And I never will be. Praise the Force for that." "He is never going to do it, you know," Miri said. "I've known men like him. He will never confess to what happened." "I've given him a chance," Jas said. "The same chance that Monarch gave you 5 years ago." She frowned. "You think he is worth saving?" Jas shrugged. "He is my brother. I have to think that he is worth it." She nodded. "My way would have been faster. You wouldn't have had to wait to see justice done." "Justice will be done," Jas said. "But first we need to help Vess. She is the priority." She shrugged. "You're the client," she said. "Your call." He nodded. "Thanks for standing down, Miri. You did good." She smirked. "Don't tell anyone. I have a bad reputation to uphold." He smiled. "Don't worry," he promised. "My lips are sealed." Chapter 2-2. Is it true what they say about Coruscant? Is it really all one big city? Jas smiled as he watched Vess prepare for their trip. The girl radiated excitement. Despite the dangers and tough choices she would face in the coming days, she was almost all innocence and eagerness. It was very fetching. "Most of it," he replied. "Some of the mountains and lakes were left uncovered. But for the most part, yes, Coruscant is one big city." "Amazing," the girl said, as she stopped to check on Claude. The loath cat mewed at her from inside a pet carrier. Unlike his mistress, he didn't seem very eager to begin this trip. Char Valenthyne stood near the door. The sworn protector was once again fully armed and armored. She was currently checking her blaster pistols, making adjustments to the sights. "We still need to proceed with caution, my queen," she warned her young charge. "Neither your aunt, nor the mining guild, will be happy with these negotiations. They will try to stop them. Vess smiled. That is what I have you for, isn't it, Val? You, Mr. Jas, and Mary. You will keep us safe. The loath cat mewed again, and reached out for his mistress. Vess stopped to gently rub one of his slender paws. It is okay, Claude, she murmured. We're going on a little trip. We're finally doing something to try and help my home. As the girl continued to pack, Jas reached out with the force, trying to get an idea of what they would soon face. He was surprised to find any attempt to look into it was clouded. Many elements were in play at that moment, so many emotions, desires, plots, and plans. It did spoil his enjoyment slightly. Val is right, he realized. They needed to be wary. Once they made it aboard the Righteous, all would be well. No one in their right mind would dare attack a Republic warship, much less be able to catch one as it moved through hyperspace. If the conspirators that wanted to stop Vess were to make a move, it would need to be either before she left Alderaan, or when she was on her way down to Coruscant's surface. Jas would do what he could to minimize that risk. Both he and Fallen Star would be traveling not in a shuttle, but in their individual ships. Mary had her true justice, while he would be using an armed courier ship, one of the few the organization had here on Alderaan, left by Coop, just in case. Jas had needed transport with a bit of teeth. We will be covering Vess' journey every step of the way, he thought. If someone was going to try anything, they would find that the girl was not without defenses. I've done all I can, he knew. But that couldn't entirely kill his rising nerves. The force remained cloudy. He didn't like that. You think the Jedi Council will support Vess' claim? Val asked from her place by the door. She spun her pistol like a trained gunslinger, and slid it back into its holster. The Council is not as ambitious as members of the Senate can be, Jas said. They will seek to see order maintained. But at the same time, they will also acknowledge Vess' rights, as both a queen and a citizen of the Republic. He nodded. The Council will try to do what is best. I believe that. Vess smiled wistfully as she finished packing her small bag. A larger trunk of clothes and jewelry had already been sent off with the servant droids. Those would serve well when Vess did address the Jedi and whatever negotiators that the Senate assigned to oversee the matter of the Bantoon succession. For now, the young queen was simply trying to be comfortable, dressed in a pale white blouse and black pants. She slipped on the old nerf hide jacket that Jas had given her years ago. She gave him a warm and grateful look. Thank you for this, Mr. Jas. I've done nothing. He shrugged. Merely reminded everyone involved that you have rights in this matter. Which is more than most would have done, she said. You came here because you were worried about us, and you've stood by both me and Val in this. We are both doubly grateful. Char Valenthyne nodded. My queen speaks the truth, Hotshot. We do owe you one. Jas looked away, hoping he wasn't blushing. It was funny, he was not the type to get emotional. His training usually prevented that. These two did something to him. They made him open up. He found himself thinking back to their first meeting all those years ago. Had he known what effect they would have on him? You can't let them go, he thought to himself. Not this time. He nodded. He hated to admit it, but these two ladies were quickly becoming his life. Maybe Coop was right. Maybe it was time to look to the future, find a life outside of the organization. Coop would understand. And Randa would help him too if he didn't. Whatever happens, he thought. My life is about to change again. Vess took one last look around her quarters. It would likely be some time before she returned, if ever. Jas hoped that she would be able to return to her home, to stand on Bantoon once again. He could sense her attachment to Alderaan, but that didn't mean that she had forgotten what she had left behind. Her home world was still out there. She might not have missed it as Val did, but that didn't mean that she didn't want the chance to see it again. Will you be joining us on the cruiser? Vess asked him. We will likely need you when we reach the capital. I'll be following in one of my people's ships, he promised. backing Miri up if she needs it. You think we can trust Fallen Star in all this? Val asked. She remained skeptical of the former Padawan turned bounty hunter. Once Jas would have shared that concern, but not anymore. He was starting to understand just who Myrax's Fallen Star was. What he saw gave him hope. Mandar had been right about her. There was still a chance she could find her way back fully into the light. She's on our side, Jas assured the Protector. I'll vouch for her, in that at least. Our side, Vess said, grinning. I'm glad to hear you say it like that. Jas Dar Bynn shrugged. I've been involved in this since I found you in that alley years ago. The Force brought us together. I need to see this through. Vess blushed as she looked at him. I'm glad you're here, she murmured. Here with me. As I said, I have your back. I won't. Vess ran to him then. He was startled, but hadn't backed up. She was in his arms, embracing him. He put his arms around her, returning her hug. Thank you, she said into his shoulder. It is no problem. I will, He had not gotten the chance to finish. She pulled up at the last moment. Their noses had touched. Vess kissed him, softly and chastely, on the mouth. Her lips were soft and warm. He could taste sweet fruits. The smell of her skin making his heart beat a little faster. He kept the kiss chaste, though he could sense the desire in the young woman in his arms. If he had decided to make the kiss more, she would not have resisted. No, he thought. I can't do that. He loosened his grip on her waist. He couldn't do it, not yet. She stepped back after that, blushing even a darker shade of red. I'm sorry, she said, a little breathless. That wasn't inappropriate, was it? He rubbed his lips, and managed a smile. The shy look on her face was sweet. And, despite her words, she wasn't the least bit sorry. He didn't mind that. No, he said in a shy voice. She beamed brightly, happy to hear that. Good. I hope it wasn't the last time. Jas glanced over at Val. She was not meeting his gaze, focusing on one of her pistols again. He felt many things when he looked at the Protector. Satisfaction that he was not completely rejecting what she had offered him, her idea that he would be a good husband for Vess. Yet he also sensed a bit of sadness, disappointment. Despite her training and programming, Val still had wants in this life. Jas guessed that giving up what they could have been was not easy for her. You need to get out of here. His Jedi caution warned him. This is too much for you to deal with right now. It is too much. He bowed respectfully to the young queen. I will see you aboard the cruiser. She nodded, happy to hear him say that. He glanced up at the Protector. Val? See you in a bit, hotshot. He bowed to her as well, and turned quickly, not wanting to run, but moving quickly, needing to get out of there before anything else could be said or done. Jas Dar Bynn sighed. So, what are you going to do now? He thought to himself. Where do you go from here? For once, the Force offered no guidance. It doesn't matter what I do next. He knew. Someone would get hurt either way. He didn't want that. He had never wanted that. He knew what Val had wanted of him, and she knew what it would cost her if he did it. But that didn't mean that she was a mindless automaton. She was still a young woman with feelings and desires. Vess cared for him, he knew that. He had felt it in that kiss. If he asked it of her, would she grant Val her blessing that the two of them could be together? Would she allow Val to act against the system? If Char Valenthyne asked that of him, he would have done it without hesitation. Vess loved Val. She respected her too. If the two of them came before the young queen and asked her to release her Protector from her vow, would she do it? He would stand beside Val if she desired it. He would do his best to be a good mate to her. Even if they could not have a family in the traditional sense, he would love her and care for her. Maybe they could even go off together, see the galaxy. He was not without his own resources. Yet, as he thought about that, he knew that that desire would never be. Val had too much love for Vess. It had gone beyond her programming at this point. She would never ask that question of her queen, not if she believed that he and Vess could work. But the question was, could it work? He wasn't sure. He cared for Vess as well. In the last 2 weeks, he had gotten to know her, the beautiful, fun-loving young woman she was. She made him smile. And for the first time in a very long time, she got him to start thinking about things that he had not thought about since his time on Corellia. Not since Pryn had he asked himself those questions. If he was to accept Val's offer, to go to Lady Dorma and ask to court Vess as a proper suitor, he would endeavor in all things to make her happy. He found himself remembering his vision, the one he had had after the fight on the North Mountain. He found himself thinking about the child, strong in the Force, but with his gray eyes. Was this what the Force was pointing him to? Was Vess the woman that would give him that child? If so, that would make his daughter a princess, wouldn't it? The girl would have to learn to be a queen, as her mother had. What kind of father would he be to a future queen? What kind of role model could he be? A smuggler, a common criminal? Such thoughts were daunting, to be sure. He would do his best, but… damn. Vess made him feel happy. But Val remained, well… Val. He was drawn to her strength and courage. She had been the first woman he had ever been with. That had left its mark upon him. He would always care for her, and be fond of her. They had so much in common. If she chose to remain at her queen's side, even if they had been granted leave to continue their relationship, he would have stayed. He would aid her. He would help her keep Vess safe. Yet that would hurt the young queen. He would be in her life, but it would not be the way that she wanted. She would not like that. He shook his head. He saw no way to win here. He knew he needed to make a decision. But whatever choice he made, one heart would get broken. He didn't like that. Maybe the best choice was not to make the choice. That thought made his brow furrow. He could decide to step away, ask Master Vey to formally bring him back into the Jedi Order. She believed him more than capable of becoming a full Jedi Knight. He didn't want to hurt them, the two women that had come to mean so much to him. If he stepped away, that might be the right call. But it would hurt him as much as it did them. Now you see the problem with attachment, he thought. Now you understand why the Jedi forbid it. Possession is forbidden. Passion is forbidden. Could he do it? Could he simply let go, and avoid the choice entirely? It wouldn't be that easy. It never was. So, which one will it be? Jas nearly jumped. In his rush to make it to his ship, he didn't even sense Myrax Fallen waiting in one of the alcoves to his right. She gave him a soft smile. Tell me, Jas Dar Bynn, will it be lovely lady number 1, or will it be lovely lady number 2? He glared at her. You know, it is a good thing you are a bounty hunter. You would make one horrible minder. She grinned savagely at him. He shook his head and tried to walk away. You should get to your ship, he advised. We will be leaving soon. I'm on my way, she promised, falling in step beside him. She gave him a sad smile. It isn't easy, is it? No, he said, not even bothering to play coy. Mary was Force-sensitive too. She could no doubt sense the conflict within him. You can't have them both, you know. I don't want them both. She shrugged. Or then again maybe you can. I knew this Jedi from Sarah. He had 6 wives, but that was because of the low male-to-female birth rate on his world. Think about that, Jas, 6 wives. 6? Imagine the hell that would be on holy days and feasts. Miri, he said, giving her a suffering look. I don't want to. He got some special permission from the council. She continued. But still. Jas glared at her. I wouldn't do that to them, even if it was possible. Again she shrugged. Who knows? I can only guess how far either of them would go to keep you in their lives. You don't want to leave, I can sense that. And they would rather you stayed. Despite her history and twisted sense of justice, Myrax Fallen gave him a compassionate look. I don't envy your choice. Love is hard to find, real love, even more so. He pursed his lips. Was it real love? He cared about Val, and he cared about Vess. He wanted to stay. Part of him was tempted to say that he needed to stay. But was that fair to them, to Vess and Val? Did he have the right to stay and mess up all their lives? It was a question that haunted him. Fallen could likely feel that too. She shook her head. You will make the right call, she said. He frowned. I don't think there is one here. He gave his companion an appraising look. He found himself thinking back to Corellia, their duel in that abandoned shipyard. He had been ready to kill her that night, and she had been willing to kill him. What was it about the women in his life wanting to kill him when they first met, first Val, and then Mary? He didn't desire Fallen Star, not in the way that he did Val and Vess. But he had come to respect her. He hated to admit it, but he was starting to like her. He might even have been willing to start calling her friend. He no longer looked upon her with pity or disdain. Mondar had been right. She was worth saving. He would do his best to help her, to bring her back into the order. She didn't have to walk alone on the fringes of society. She could come home. It would be one of the missions he would work towards in the coming weeks, one of many. But first, they needed to see Vess safely to Coruscant. "When you get to the Justice," he told her, "switch the comm over to Channel 3. "Got it," she said. "Are we expecting trouble?" He frowned. The Force remained clouded. He couldn't tell. But a sense of foreboding was growing in his mind. "We need to expect anything," he said. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage. This trip could be a very bumpy ride. A few minutes later, he found himself in the ship that Coop had left behind if he needed it. And once again, Jas found himself pleased. "My brother comes through again," he thought with a nod. The E-06 Courier was a long-range fighter that had become popular with groups like the Cooper/Halcyon organization. It had been used for years as a quick-trip vessel, a means for people on the mid and outer rim to stay in contact as the expansion exceeded the demands of the Republic Hypercom network. The ship had been replaced by newer vessels and better comm relays in the last 12 years. But the supply was still high, and most colonies were more than happy to sell them off for the right price. Groups like Cooper's purchased many such craft, grateful for their armor and adaptability. The weapon systems on this craft had been specially upgraded, heavier blaster cannons, and a single torpedo launcher, perfect to discourage any enemy ships that might try to harass a cargo ship or a passenger shuttle carrying a VIP. Jas nodded. It would serve him well here. He plugged into the comm network, switching over to the channel used by the organization. The comm crackled as Miri, aboard the True Justice, checked in. "Are we ready to get this done?" "Yeah," he said. "Stay sharp when we get up there. If anything is going to happen, it is going to be on the way to the cruiser. We allow no ships to get into the flight path of Vess shuttle. They don't back off, we take care of it." "Roger that," Miri responded. "Finishing final checklist for takeoff now." Jas nodded as he began his own. He had already informed Wrist Control to let him know when Vess shuttle lifted. He and Miri would serve as her escort. They would be covering her all the way. "Justice Leader to Wrist Control," he said into his headset. "Come in, Control? Control here. What is on your mind, Led? How are things going up there? Is the shuttle ready to leave?" "Shuttle is being loaded now," the controller informed him. "Launch in 2 minutes. Stand by and await exit clearance." "Roger that," he said, switching back to his ship-to-ship communications. "You hear that, Miri?" "Yeah," she said. "Question though, why are you Justice-led? Shouldn't that be my call sign?" "Client's prerogative, Fallen Star. My job, my call sign." "As you wish," she replied. "I still think we should have traded." He smiled and continued through his checklist. They now had a minute and a half until exit. He tried to stay focused. Who knew what awaited them when they broke through the atmosphere? If it was trouble, they would be ready. Jas nodded. He wouldn't let his ladies down. He would be ready. The two ships lifted, and began following on an identical vector. Jas checked his scanners, making sure that the sky was clear, and that they were catching up to the Republic shuttle. He nodded. So far, so good. The ship that Vice Admiral Rakas had sent for Vess was a 3-seater luxury transport, a single pilot, with a passenger compartment big enough for 2. Jas had seen such ships before in the years he had spent working with Cooper. The ship was a favorite among the rich and powerful. Small but extremely quick and agile. As far as transports went, it was a good choice. If trouble did start, it would be too fast to catch. It would be aboard the Righteous before any interceptor could reach it, safe behind the warship's shields. Jas had offered to pilot the ship for Val and Vess, but Rakas wouldn't allow it. The shuttle was a Republic military vessel, after all. Only military personnel were checked out on it, and able to fly VIPs. Jas accepted. He hadn't been overly happy about it, but understood. Which is why he had chosen to fly escort, just in case. The sense of foreboding remained, a sense that something was amiss. He double-checked his scanner again. Now that they were about to leave the atmosphere, it was now or never. If trouble was to start, it would be now. He and Fallen Star kept back as 2 Republic fighters came in. They dropped down and in front of the shuttle, providing a defensive screen. The shuttle was now fully protected. He opened a channel, eager to speak with the 2 Republic pilots, make sure they understood. There were 2 bright flashes of light. Jas gasped. The 2 Republic fighters vanished in twin balls of flame. "Damn it!" Jas hissed. "I knew it!" The ladies' shuttle picked up speed, heading for the cruiser. Jas and Fallen Star accelerated as well, trying to keep up, and watching for any attackers. The escort was gone. The attack could come at any minute. But where was it? Jas tried to hail the shuttle. He wanted to speak with Val, make sure that she was aware that he was out here, that he had her back. The shuttle didn't respond. The signal was strong, but no one was picking up. No one was answering. Perhaps the pilot was too focused on reaching the cruiser. Jas reached out with the Force. He tried to get a sense of what Val was feeling. Their bond through the Force would be enough to do that. He might even be able to. He gasped. His world spun crazily, and he nearly lost control of his ship. He had touched Val's mind. And in that moment, he had felt a mix of determination and panic. No! No! Something was very wrong. He could see Val in his mind's eye. She was punching the privacy screen in the shuttle. Vess was already unconscious, collapsed in the seat next to her. Val struck the protective barrier again and again. Her knuckles were bloody. Her consciousness fading. Jas could taste the gas in his mouth. He was familiar with the smell, a sedative that the military used for crowd control. A security measure that the Republic Navy used to stop pirates from seizing warships. Tanks of the stuff were kept aboard, to assure that any boarding party would be stopped in their tracks. Val was holding her breath, but it didn't matter. The sedative was absorbed through the skin. She was a fighter, but her strength was failing. No. He could feel her thoughts. Her mind was struggling, trying to stay awake. Can't stop, can't give. Jas. Help. Can't. Everything faded to black as Char Valenthyne slumped over in her seat, finally succumbing to the sedative. Jas! He blinked, pulled back into the here and now. Fallen Star's voice screamed over the calm. You're drifting! What is going on? He shook his head. He could still taste the gas on his tongue. The memory of it through his connection to Val made him a little woozy. He shook his head and focused. The shuttle was still accelerating, but now it was changing its vector. If it didn't stop, it would slip beneath the cruiser. The pilot wasn't heading for safety. He was trying to escape. Jas growled. The pilot was trying to kidnap Vess. Miri, he called out. I'm here. He heard her call back. Something is wrong. I can feel it. We have to stop that shuttle. He called back. Tell me you have an ion cannon on that bucket of yours? It is charging now. She called back. Switching to targeting computer. Forget it. He called back. Use the Force. We have to stop that shuttle. We have to save them. The pilot of the shuttle must have realized he had been made. He began to juke back and forth. He was going evasive, trying to present a small target. Jas growled. You're not getting away. You're not. He contacted the Righteous. He hoped that the ship could cut off the shuttle. It wasn't a long-range vessel, but it did have a basic hyperdrive. If it cleared the planet's gravity well. Justice lead to Righteous, he said. Come in, Righteous. We have an emergency. This is Vice Admiral Rakas aboard the Righteous. What is going on, Jas Dar Bynn? Why are you coming in with weapons hot? You should be covering the shuttle. The shuttle is no longer under Republic control, Admiral. The pilot is not trying to reach your landing bay. He is trying to escape the system. Rakas didn't reply. The silence was deafening. Did you copy, Admiral? I said the shuttle is unfriendly. It has hostages aboard. We can't let it escape. We have to save them. Copy that. The Admiral replied, his gravelly voice cold and determined. Moving to intercept now. The Hammerhead-class warship began to turn. Again, the shuttle started to bank, tried to turn away from the larger vessel. The turn was good for Jas and Fallen Star. The pilot had to slow down to execute the evasive maneuver. They were still out of range, but that wouldn't be for long. Fallen Star said she had an ion cannon on the Justice. It was just a little further, and she would be able to take the shot. The Righteous would be able to pull the shuttle in with their tractor beam. The fact that the kidnapper had used a sedative on Val and Vess was telling. He wanted them alive. He wanted. The Righteous opened fire, not with an ion cannon, but with its heavy forward batteries. The shuttle juked again, barely avoiding being disintegrated. Jas gasped. What the hell was Raka's doing? Righteous, hold your fire! He shouted into the calm. The hostages are already dead, Jas Dar Bynn. Raka's called back. The Republic does not deal with terrorists. We will not allow this murderer to escape the system. They're not dead, Admiral. Jas shouted. They're alive! I feel it. The Righteous didn't turn away. It was now coming in on a pursuit vector, its guns tracking the fleeing shuttle. What the hell is he doing? Fallen Star shouted over the calm. Tell him to fall back. I got this. Jas tried to close the gap, tried to force the shuttle to turn back towards the planet. Maybe they could force it down. Maybe the would-be kidnapper would acknowledge that it was safer to flee back into the atmosphere, where he would have some cover from the Righteous guns. Jas shook his head. This was a nightmare. What was Raka's thinking? Jas' eyes widened. Raka's. A memory came back to him, a gift from the Force, some might call it. He was a boy again, aboard the Clan Nuna ship. They were hiding in an asteroid field when... Jas cursed under his breath. Raka's. It was the fish. It was the stinking fish. Vice Admiral Raka's had not changed his tune in the years that had passed. He would still rather kill an enemy than try to bring them in alive. He didn't care about Val and Vess, only in stopping the shuttle from escaping. Jas tried to get between the Righteous and the shuttle. Raka's would not hesitate to kill Vess, Val, or anyone else to prevent that shuttle from escaping. It was his nature. Jas, pull back! Fallen Star called out over the calm. Pull back! He couldn't. He had to shield Val and Vess. A laser blast cooked the air off his port wing. The gunners weren't hesitating. It seemed that they didn't mind if they blasted him in their zeal to stop the escaping shuttle. There was another bright flash, this time above and behind him. The shuttle juked again, returning to its original course, heading back towards the cruiser. He is mad. Jas thought. There is no escape. He can't just. As he brought his ship around, he realized what had happened. No. Jas thought. No. The Righteous had ceased firing. Blue lightning played across its hull. Its midsection, near where the escape pods were stowed, was blackened. He could see a debris cloud beginning to expand out from the Republic warship. The bile rose in Jas' throat. The Righteous had not been attacked from the outside. The damage had come from within. He looked on in horror. Someone had triggered a very large ion charge somewhere aboard the Righteous. The ship had lost power. Its shields and weapons were offline. But that was not the worst of it. Jas tried to hail the vessel, find out if there was anything he could do. He was trying. But in his heart, he knew it was hopeless. The cruiser had been under power when the charge had gone off. It had been heading down towards the planet. Now its engines and shields were offline, and it was caught in Alderaan's gravitational pull. If the engineers could not restore power in the next few minutes, the Righteous was doomed. It would fall into the atmosphere and be burned to a crisp. All hands would be lost. The shuttle, now unopposed, returned to its original course. It accelerated away from Alderaan, back on the vector of the falling warship. It was picking up speed again, pulling out of weapons range of Jas and Fallen Star's ships. Blue ion blasts crackled through the void. Miri was trying to hit the shuttle on the fly, and she was getting closer. Her ion cannon stopped firing. Why did you stop? Jas called out. Justice too, what are you? He is too close to the righteous, she answered. Jas looked again. Myrax's fallen star was right. The shuttle was now too close to the righteous. If she fired and hit the cruiser, she could undo what the engineers were trying to accomplish. It would only hasten the warship's demise. Fighters and shuttles were now launching from the cruiser, the few ships that had been powered down when the ion charge had gone off. The ship was now beginning to tumble, and was picking up speed. Jas could already see the beginning of friction, the hull starting to glow the closer it drew to the atmosphere. The shuttle shot just underneath the dying warship, making for deep space. None of the fighters and shuttles from the righteous tried to stop it. The skies were filled with panic, as was the Force. The shuttle carrying Val and Vess finally cleared the gravity well. Jas and Falonstar's ships were still too far off to make a difference. The shuttle slowed for but a second. It waggled its wings, an almost mockingly type of maneuver, as if saying goodbye to the would-be heroes. Jas felt something in the Force, both menacing and somehow familiar. There was a sudden shift of pseudo-motion. The shuttle seemed to elongate slightly, and then it vanished into hyperspace. Jas almost screamed in rage. It was gone. Val was gone. Vess was gone. The righteous flashed as it began its slow, doomed tumble through the atmosphere. No pods launched. The bulk of the crew were doomed, trapped on board. The tumbling ship turned into a fireball that was picking up speed. Not only had the mysterious pilot taken Val and Vess, but he had also managed to kill a Republic warship in the process. Everything that Jas had seen suggested that this had not been an accident. Someone had done this. This person was both a murderer and a kidnapper. The only question in his mind was, who? Who could have done this? Who? Chapter 2-3. We've picked up the transponder signal again, Master Jedi. We are calculating the next jump now. Very good, Lieutenant, Jas Dar Bynn said with a confident grin. He had been more than pleased since this mission had begun. The arrival of the Republic cruiser Defender had given Jas the chance to play hero again. You see, brother, he said, turning to Jas, I told you that there was no place in the galaxy that this culprit could hide. He will be in custody soon, and the hostages will be returned safely to us. Jas said nothing as he stared out the viewports of the Republic ship, watching as the stars elongated, as the ship executed the jump back into hyperspace. He shook his head. He wished that he shared Jas's confidence. But in truth, it didn't feel right. None of this felt right. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Something was off. He could feel it. This matter would not be settled as easily as his brother thought. Jas's overconfidence would be his undoing one day. Whoever had kidnapped Vess and destroyed the righteous was no fool. They had proved that in the ease of their escape. What was happening now? It made little sense. Jas Dar Bynn had been extremely excited when they first detected the transponder signal from Vess shuttle. The ship's hyperdrive was not designed for long-range travel, which meant that the kidnapper needed to exit hyperspace to calculate the next stage of their jump, and to give the drive time to recharge. Every time the ship emerged, it broadcast its location to the Republic fleet. They had had no time to intercept, but they had a trail to follow, leading out into the Outer Rim. Jas's brother believed that the man who took Vess and Val likely didn't know this. Why else would he have left a trail so easy to follow? His first and last mistake, brother, Jas had said. We have him. Again, Jas didn't buy it. It was too easy. Someone didn't pull off what this person had done and make such a basic mistake. And if it wasn't a mistake, that meant that it was part of a greater strategy. That thought didn't fill Jas with confidence. We're still dancing to the tune this person is calling, he thought to himself. If the shuttle's transponder is still online, it is because it is part of this person's plan. They want us to see something. And if so, what was it? Jas hated to admit it, but he was afraid to find out. He tried not to worry, but he couldn't help it. Vess. Val. He frowned. I'm so sorry. It had taken almost 5 hours after the destruction of the righteous for the defender to arrive. But that was all it took. It was all the time that was needed for everything that Val and Lady Dorma had set up to fall apart. The suitors that had flocked to Alderaan fled, no doubt believing their one and only chance at the throne was now gone. Senator Albin Ross had left with one of them, likely offering a chance to get back in the good graces of his queen. A wise move on the senator's part. Queen Adira was the most likely suspect in the kidnapping. House Rist knew that. Had he stayed, he might have faced some very tough questions, and perhaps a bit more. House Rist was nothing if not vengeful to their enemies, which had left Jas Dar Bynn alone. Vice Admiral Rakas had perished with his ship, leaving Jas the only one left with ties to either the Republic or Mining Guild. Both Jas and Arrow Rist had been extremely hard on Jas. They had questions. They had demanded answers. Was this all part of your plan, Master Jedi? Arrow Rist demanded. Did you always intend to have my daughter taken? That is not the Jedi way, Lord Rist. Jas Dar Bynn had responded. I would never. Jas had not been so diplomatic. His ship had only just touched down, and he had still been frustrated with his failure to stop the ship from fleeing. He had grabbed his brother by the collar and pinned him up against the wall. What do you know of this? He had snarled. Who did you hire to take them? Brother, Jas had said, showing fear for the first time. Control yourself. Jas had taken a deep breath. But he was not angry, or out of control. Any fury he felt was firmly held by his sense of Jedi calm. Who did this? He said coldly. They had to come from your ship. He glared down at his twin. Is this your greater good, brother? Was this some failsafe you had in place if I didn't deliver on what you wanted? You have my word that I knew nothing about this, Jas. Jas responded. I would never agree to anything like this. Jas considered what his brother said, but he didn't entirely buy into it. Jas had been in a state of near panic at the thought of failing in his mission to deliver Vess' abdication. And in that panic he might have turned to someone that he didn't entirely understand. They had little information on what had happened. But what they did know allowed them to piece together a theory. The Righteous had been late in its arrival to Alderaan. They had needed to stop at a shipyard for mechanical trouble. It was likely there that the kidnapper had first come on board. Alderaani security had discovered the remains of a boarding pod attached to one of the Righteous escape pods. The ship had broken apart on entry, but its armor had shielded enough to leave some evidence. Boarding pods were a fairly common technology, single-person craft with a small ion drive and just enough fuel for short hops. It was likely that the person who did this attached to the Righteous, and from there cut their way into the escape pod, and thereby gained access to the ship. They would have needed some kind of icebreaker to slice the ship's computer to prevent any alarm from going off, but that wasn't hard to come by. From there, the intruder would have had the run of the whole ship. The person was likely wearing a Republic military uniform, which would explain why they weren't detected. The Righteous had recently gone through a refit and taken on new crew, so a stranger on board would not have been suspicious. What they knew next came from the few survivors of the doomed ship. One of the officers that had managed to make it off confirmed that engineering had discovered several discrepancies within their computer logs. Someone had accessed the crew roster and made some changes. Once again, this was likely the kidnapper, making sure that he was logged as the pilot for Vess shuttle. Rakas had gone to an alert status, but still hadn't locked down the ship. He had been confident that they could contain the intruder, and that his presence would not affect their mission. Rakas had been wrong. Jas could guess with some certainty what happened next. The intruder had managed to disengage one of the sedative tanks from the Righteous defense systems, and installed it on the shuttle, rigged it to disperse shortly after takeoff. If he had sealed off the pilot's compartment, he would have been safe from the gas while he secured his 2 prizes. It was also safe to say that sometime in his journey he had rigged the 2 escort ships with explosives, and primed the ion drive on his boarding pod, turning it into an ionic charge that would disable the ship when he needed it. The skill that this was done with suggested a professional, someone who was not only skilled in sabotage, but knew Republic protocols and procedures. This intruder had also been well informed about the Righteous and its systems, which suggested that they had been hired by someone very high up. It could have been Senator Ross, or another member of the Mining Guild. At this point, it didn't matter. The damage had been done. Whoever did this was both smart and ruthless. They could have triggered the ion charge at any time and disabled the righteous. But they had waited until Rakas had tried to engage, when he was coming down into the planet's gravity well. That decision had cost the fish both his ship and his life. And the shuttle had managed to escape in the chaos. The righteous had been almost a total loss. Only a handful of pilots and crewers had escaped. They had just been lucky that the ship had not come down in a populated area, or the death toll might have been far higher. It had come down onto one of the many plains that dotted Alderaan's surface. The ship had exploded on the way down, breaking into several pieces and striking like meteors. It had not been a pretty sight. The Republic had received a major bloody nose today. Jas Dar Bynn would never have agreed to that. But as Jas had thought, if he was the one who hired this person, he may not have realized just who he had taken into his employ. A skilled assassin or bounty hunter may not have shared the full plan with Sai and his allies. Jas had hoped that Sai would give them something, a name, if nothing else. But it seemed he had been kept in the dark. He knew nothing of any plot to kidnap Vess. He showed no sign of deception through the Force. Jas shook his head. So, he thought, my dear brother played the role of useful idiot. Sadly, he was not surprised. Sai had let his pride blind him. He should have sensed this intruder. How could he have missed such a dark presence on his own ship? He was a Jedi. He should have felt something. Jas Dar Bynn's arrogance had been his undoing. The intruder had slipped past him without a glance. Now that person was away, who knew where they might flee to? Jas had hoped that Sai would know, that he would give up what he knew. It might be the only way to salvage something from this tragedy. Sadly, his brother knew nothing. They were back to square one. Fallen Star had not returned with him. She had plotted a pursuit course for the shuttle. She would stop at any planet or station along the ship's last projected trajectory. She still had hope that she might be able to catch it. But Jas wasn't so sure. Once the kidnapper was away, he wouldn't need the shuttle anymore. If he had a larger ship waiting along that escape vector, he wouldn't need to stop at any planet or station. The shuttle could have been easily abandoned. Jas had let his brother go. He could still help. He let Sai reach out to his Republic contacts. They still needed help. Jas tried to contact Tupsecura. The Jedi Watchman needed to be informed about this outrage. He might even have some idea how to proceed. Jas had tried to speak to Dorma Rist, but she was in seclusion, choosing to stay close to her other children. Rihanna Rist was gone, likely hitting up her own contacts within the Republic, trying to figure out what had happened. Which had left Jas to work with Lord Errol. He had not spent much time with Vess' foster father in the 2 weeks he had been here. But he quickly came to see that that man did love Vess as if she was his own. His worry and concern radiated out through the Force. Our little ones are only 5 and 6, he told Jas. Vess was a good big sister to them. They will not understand what has happened. Jas had no words of comfort for the man. He had not really spent much time with the rest of the man's family. Val had kept him fairly busy. Plus, he was blaming himself. He had felt something was amiss. He should have stopped them. Now, all he could do was try and make up for it. He would do what he could to help Vess' family. I'll find them, my lord, he promised. You have my word on that. Lord Rist had nodded. You care for my daughter, don't you, Sir Jas? He turned away quickly, hoping that the Alderani would not see the flush creeping up his neck. Did he care for Vess? Yes. He also cared for Val too, and that was the problem. I do care for her, he admitted. And for Val. I won't let you down. I'll find who has taken them. He had been worried that the Lord might push the issue further, but he didn't, to which Jas was grateful. Do you think they are both still alive? The Lord asked him. I do, Jas replied. If the people that had taken Val and Vess had killed them, he would have felt it through the Force. His connection to Val would have confirmed it. No. She was still alive. How long they would remain that way was unclear. It depended on who had hired the kidnapper. And yes, Jas was fairly sure that the man had been hired. What they had seen up to this point suggested this had been a professional job. Whoever had done this was well-funded, and very slick. The only question now was who paid for it, and what was their intention concerning Val and Vess. If this was a matter of ransom, the demand would come soon. If this was a contracted job, they should hear the results soon enough. If Queen Adira was behind it, she might make an announcement that her niece had been killed, in a tragic accident, of course. But then again, she might not. Perhaps it would be better if Vessaria simply vanished, never to be heard from again. If the mining guild was behind this, Jas couldn't imagine them leaving Vess alive for very long. She was a threat to their business. But again, they would try to make it look like an accident. And they would likely seek to remove the person who carried out the job. They knew too much. Whoever was behind this, the sad fact was that Jas and his allies now had to wait. It would do no good to flail about blindly. As hard as it was to admit, they had to be patient. They needed to wait. It had been while they had been waiting for more news that Sai had informed them that a Republic vessel had picked up the ship's transponder signal. It was moving away from the core, and out into the outer rim. Sai, being Sai, had taken charge of the investigation and the pursuit. Perhaps he hoped to win back some favor with his allies. They would likely not be happy with the loss of a Republic cruiser. Jas had insisted on accompanying him. He would not leave Vess and Val's safety entirely in his brother's hands. Jas Dar Bynn had accepted, if only to lord over the fact that he was the one who would save the two women. Jas cared nothing about that. All that mattered was Val and Vess. Finding them, and keeping them safe, was his first, and only, priority. Sai could have the glory. He just wanted to get the women back. It was all that mattered. It was all he cared about. Again, the Defender exited hyperspace. Only this time it was not in some random empty system. Jas Dar Bynn frowned. A small planetoid floated before them, a rough-looking world, and strangely familiar. Report. The Defender's captain called out. We are picking up a clear signal from the transponder, sir. The calm officer informed him. It is coming from the planet's surface. Then we have finally run our quarry to ground, Sai said confidently. Open a channel to the surface. Let them know that we have found them. I believe that caution would be wiser, brother, Jas said, interrupting him. If they know that we are up here, they might harm the hostages. Jas pinned him with a cold look. Let me go down to the surface. I can find them, and get them out. Then you can do what you want with the kidnappers. Sai frowned as he considered the offer. He had to know that it was the right call. This still makes no sense, Jas thought. It was too easy. The planet had no defenses, and appeared uninhabited. It was a jungle world, and that was about it. Once again, he got the feeling that they were being manipulated. We shouldn't have made it this far. Very well, Sai said with a nod. I'll go with you. Together we will free the hostages, and end this crisis once and for all. Jas said nothing. He merely nodded. In truth, he would have rather handled this matter on his own. He didn't entirely trust Sai in this. He still had a lot to gain should Vess turn up dead. Yet I have to trust him. It was not a pleasant thought, especially considering that they were brothers. Jas shook his head. You don't get to choose your family. It was sad that Jas trusted Coop far more than he did his own flesh and blood. When he thought about his clan brother, there was both love and respect. Jas didn't feel that way towards Sai, not knowing what he had done. He could only hope that his twin didn't have some greater agenda in helping try to save Val and Vess. Jas nodded. So be it. Sai grinned triumphantly. Captain, keep the ship in high orbit. Block the hyperspace exit point. We will be taking a shuttle down to the surface. We will send word once the hostages are safe. As you say, Master Jedi. Come, brother, he said, motioning Jas forward. Justice awaits. They had said little to each other as the ship made its way down to the planet. Jas continued to reach out with the Force, trying to sense Val's presence. He felt almost nothing, only the merest sense of the Protector. She was likely still unconscious. Either that or... No! He wouldn't think that. Sai, who was flying the shuttle, looked over at him. Fear not, Jas, he said confidently. We are the blood of Dar Bynn, scions of the Force. We will not fail in our mission. Jas wished that he could be so confident. But he wasn't. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into a trap. He didn't sense anything from their quarry down on the planet. It was a rough place, dark and full of predators. and again, strangely familiar. Jas had a brief sense of déjà vu, something about this place. It was, he couldn't put his finger on it. The shuttle broke through the clouds, revealing a harsh and thick jungle. The transponder signal was coming from a small clearing a few hundred clicks up ahead. Sai put their shuttle down, far enough away that they wouldn't be detected. The twins emerged and drew their lightsabers, Sai in his Jedi robes, Jas in his pants, shirt, and leather jacket. Jas Dar Bynn grinned at his brother, the light from his emerald-colored blade illuminating the shadowed jungle. "We move in fast and quiet," he said. "Our quarry will never know what hit them." Jas nodded. "I hope you are right, brother," he said, not really believing his words. "I pray that you are right." For the first time in a decade and a half, the two Dar Bynn brothers moved as one. And that was a good thing. The jungle was a fierce predator in its own right. The two young men were dearly tested. They had only just entered the jungle when they fell under attack. Strange blue-faced simian creatures swung down from the trees and tried to stop their advance. The aliens' mouths were wide and full of sharp teeth, their fingers tipped with sharp yellow claws. They were carnivores, most definitely. Jas and Sai used the Force to speed them past the troop of beasts, but they were pursued in spite of it, the creatures' howling cries alerting others of their kind. They had only just made it past the simians when a creature slithered out of a burrow before them, a blend of reptile and slug. It had massive jaws that snapped at the two Jedi, nearly forcing them back into a patch of what looked like some kind of cactus. The needles of the plants flexed outward, trying to stab the two men. Jas and Sai danced around the creature, using the Force to shove it forward and down upon the strange plant. The lizard slug hissed as it hit, but was quickly tangled in vines that seemed to rise up from the plant's base. Jas shivered at the sight. The creature's struggles quickly ceased as the tentacle-like vines pulled at its flesh, dragging great hunks of it into petal-like protrusions that seemed to double as mouths for the plant. The two Jedi fled quickly. They could already hear the distant howling of the simians. The lizard slug might have kept them back, but now that it was gone. "This way!" Sai cried out, pointing with a hand scanner, pointing in the direction of the stolen Republic shuttle. They moved quickly, but also carefully. Killer plants, lethal apes, slug lizards. Jas shook his head. Why would anyone come to this place? It was a death trap. As they finally cleared the jungle and found the shuttle, they came to understand. Jas came to understand. The Republic shuttle had been brought down in a large clearing, an open area that had been turned into a camp of sorts. Neither Jas nor Sai sensed anyone around. Only the shuttle and the distant sound of the jungle and its many predators. The clearing had been surrounded by a makeshift stockade, a fence formed from large trees dragged into place to make a defensive barrier. Every so often, along the fence, Jas could make out bleached skulls on pikes. The simian creatures, he realized. Someone had piked up the heads as a warning, perhaps a means of scaring off others of their kind. The two Jedi slipped through the fence with ease. Within sat the Republic shuttle, its hatch wide open. It took all of Jas' self-control not to run up to the shuttle, to see if he could find any clue to Val and Vess' whereabouts. He approached the shuttle carefully, noticing something else laying on the ground not far from where the shuttle had touched down. Jas frowned. He recognized the item in an instant. It was badly rusted and covered with mold and plant life, but he knew what it was. It was an old weapons case, a Mandalorian-designed weapons case. He shivered. It still bore the signet of Clan Nuna. Things were starting to make sense. He called out to Val, hoping she would respond. Sai called out to Vessaria. No response to either. They approached the shuttle. Jas kept his blade at the ready, just in case. The dangers of this world were making it hard to sense individual threats through the Force. Everything was threatening here. Sai beat him to the shuttle, and nearly paid for it. An animalistic yowl came from within, and something leapt out. Sai dodged, but lost his footing, falling to the ground. He started to bring his blade around, to slice through the fur-covered thing. No! Stop! Jas' words pulled his brother up short, but also drew the attention of his brother's attacker. It was Vess' loathed cat, it was Claude. The tiny animal mewed when it saw Jas. It abandoned its attack and went to hide between his legs. It looked at Jas Dar Bynn and hissed angrily. Jas almost smiled. The animal could clearly tell the difference between them. Vess' pet was the only thing within the shuttle. Jas could still smell the gas used. It made his head swim for a moment, but that was it. He could see the damage done to the privacy screen in the shuttle. It had been badly dented, struck hard several times. Val had tried to save them, he thought. But in the end, she was too late. They were gone. Both of them weren't here. He shook his head. The only question now was, where were they? Jas! Over here! Sai's words drew his attention. He placed Claude back in his pet carrier, promising to come back for him. The only other thing in the clearing was a small military-style prefabricated structure, the kind used by the Republic Army on hostile worlds. The two Jedi approached. Neither sensed danger, but that meant little in this place. Once again, someone had gone to a lot of trouble to draw them here. It was not impossible to imagine that that person still meant them harm. And Jas was starting to get the feeling that he knew who that person was. Who else could it be? He frowned. He prayed to the Force that he was wrong. The sandy floor of the clearing showed signs of being exposed to extreme heat, perhaps from a larger ship taking off. Did that mean that the people behind this were gone, or that they had brought friends? Jas sighed. Only one way to find out. A blue light flickered from the structure. There was also a slight hum. It seemed that the Barak had power. As for the glow, it reminded him of a hypercom signal, a hollow transmission. Jas kept his distance as he used the Force to trigger the door. He readied himself to jump back if he needed. The door hissed open. No one emerged, and nothing blew up. Jas let out a breath that he hadn't realized he had been holding. Sai advanced first, with Jas covering him. If the enemy did have any surprises planned, they would find two Jedi more than up to the challenge. They slipped inside. A pair of holograms flickered before them. Jas' breath caught in his throat. Char Valenthyne and Vessaria Istillo lay on what looked like two examining tables. They were both motionless, their eyes closed. Each of the women wore a metal headband with a set of blinking lights. Jas thought to call out, but he feared it would do no good. They were so still, he could barely sense Val in the Force, even with their connection. A cruel voice emerged from the holofield. It was filled with malice and sick amusement, one that made Jas' eyes narrow. A pair of pretty little whores you have here, runt. A second hologram activated behind them. Jas and Sai both spun, expecting an attack, but it didn't come. Jas glared at the man staring back at him over the holo, the ghost from his past. He wore a Republic military uniform, but had never served in the Republic Navy to Jas' knowledge. He wasn't as big as Jas remembered, but he was still quite bulky, broad-shouldered, and with a thick neck. His brown, receding hair was graying at the temples, and his nose was crooked from being broken years ago, broken and never fixed. As for his face, the left side was puckered with scar tissue. It looked like some kind of chemical burn, and his left ear was missing. The damage done to his face gave him a permanent grimace, an even uglier sight considering that he was trying to smile. The worst was the man's eyes. They were a deep blue, cold, and as pitiless as the void of space. Jas had only seen them once. Before that, they had been hidden behind a helmet. A Mandalorian helmet. You! Jas hissed. I should have known! What happened to that Republic cruiser? It reeked of you! His old enemy laughed. Who else would it have been, runt? Targos growled. Who else would have brought you back here? Jas nodded. Now he remembered how he knew this place. It was the planet they had exiled Targo to 10 years ago, the exile that he had escaped. Jas Dar Bynn shook his head. The day he had feared had finally arrived. Targos was back. The former second of Clan Nuna sneered at him. I told you we would meet again, he said coldly. Jas looked at the holo, back at Val and Vess. Let them go, Targo, he said. You want me? I'm right here. Are you challenging me, pup? I don't do honor duels anymore. But I gotta say, you look a bit more formidable than the last time we fought. You mean when I defeated you? A 15-year-old boy ended the short, violent rule of Targos. The Mandalorian sneered. You trying to get on my bad side, Jas? Too late, kid. You're already there. Targo moved forward. He vanished from the holofield only to appear next to the unconscious pair of women. He smiled as he drew a vibroblade from his belt. He put it to Val's throat. No! Jas tried to reach out with the force, stopped Targose. The warrior paused, but still managed to draw a drop of blood. It ran down Val's neck. She didn't even flinch. She couldn't move. She might not even have been aware of what was happening. Targo chuckled. Wow, he said, sheathing his dagger. I actually felt that. I'm not even on planet, and you somehow managed to get me with one of your Jedi tricks. He shook his head. I'm impressed, kid. Mom would have been too. You don't deserve to say her name, he hissed. Traitor! Murderer! Kinslayer! I've been called worse. Targo shrugged. He looked at Val and smirked. He leaned in and licked her across the cheek. It took all of Jas's strength not to reach out with the force and try to snap his neck. He didn't know where Targo was, and he didn't care. Don't you touch her. You stay away from her. He could once again hear the dark side whispering in his ear, offering him power, offering him the means to crush the Mandalorian traitor once and for all. Targo frowned. I would not try any more of your tricks, kid, he warned. He opened up his shirt, showing more scars, but also some device rigged to his chest. Know what this is? He asked. It is a dead man's switch. My heart stops beating. It sends a lethal electrical discharge through the neurodisruptor bands I've fitted on these two whores. They will be dead in seconds. Jas froze. He could still imagine reaching out with the force. He imagined killing Targose, snapping his neck like a twig. But if he did... Targo's eyes narrowed. I'm not bluffing, kid. You want to test that? Be my guest. I'll be dead, but so will these two. Targo smirked. Who has more to lose here? Certainly not me. Jas frowned. But hearing what Targo's death would mean, it did stop him. Again, the Mandalorian gave him that crooked grin. Nice to see that some things don't change, he said. You're still a weakling, Jas. You always were. He shook his head. Can't believe Mom coddled you all those years. Jas was almost speechless, so angry that he couldn't form a word. But he couldn't act on that anger either. Val and Vess would die. And he would become something horrible, something worse than the man standing before him. You're a bounty hunter? Jas Dar Bynn asked. Targo turned to face him. I am. But I've always preferred the dead or alive contracts, the type where the merchandise is worth enough, dead. Targo looked back and forth between the two brothers. I was a bit surprised when I saw this one aboard the Righteous Kid. I thought about including him among my prizes. But that wouldn't bother you much, would it? Targo sneered at Jas. Heck, you might even be happy if I killed this one. Good thing I left him alive. Jas ignored the comment. He still wanted to be a hero. He still thought he could talk his way out of this. Mr. Targo, is it? He continued. I'm sure that we can come to some kind of arrangement for the hostages. Surely, the Republic could meet any price you wish to set? Oh, this isn't about money, Jas Dar Bynn. It is about justice, a justice long overdue. Targo sneered at Jas. You stole my life, runt. You kept me from taking my rightful place as head of Clan Nuna. Took my helmet, and exiled me to this rock. Targo nodded. It is payback time, pup. Payback? Jas hissed. Payback? For what? You aided the Sunset Collective in attacking the Quat drive yards. You murdered your own brothers and sisters. You murdered Mom. Jas pointed at him. You did this to yourself, Targo. The bounty hunter shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. He went up to Vess and ran a finger down her chest, stopping just below her waist. He turned to Jas. Maybe I'll take what you owe me out of these two. Their pretty little flesh might go a long way in making me feel better about what I've lost. I've irk. Jas's eyes narrowed. Targo coughed. His hand went to his throat. He glared at Jas. Stop it, kid. Targo gasped. Remember the rules.